Wu Hongyun, the sovereign of a publicly traded company, met his demise at the hands of a treacherous concoction presented by a close kin. As he hovered on the brink of consciousness, he was taken aback by the sensation of cold scales and a foul odor. He had been reborn as a serpent, a venomous snake slithering through the city's most squalid sewers. Starved and with blurred vision, he relied solely on thermal perception to hunt rodents for survival. However, everything changed when he infiltrated that familiar villa through the pipes and overheard a couple discussing his death and the conspiracy with self-satisfied glee. The flames of vengeance ignited fervently within him. He was no longer the poisoned tycoon. He had transformed into a supreme hunter lurking in the shadows. With venomous fangs as his arsenal and consumption as his means of ascendance, he vowed to rise from this filthy abyss, devouring betrayal and conspiracy along with the entire world. Chapter 1. Rebirth. A wave of excruciating pain jolted Wu Hongyun awake. Hadn't he died from poisoning? He gazed around in astonishment, finding himself in a refuse-laden, foul-smelling sewer. Shaking his head, he realized that his vision had become somewhat hazy, allowing him to discern only nearby objects while anything farther away was a struggle to see. Through the puddles beneath him, he caught a glimpse of his own body, adorned with an array of bizarre scales. His head resembled that of a branding iron, crowned with a cylindrical horn. Was this a snake? Had he transformed into a snake? Despite the tumultuous experiences of his past life, he was astounded yet had no choice but to accept this new reality. Being a snake was certainly preferable to being dead. A gnawing hunger surged from his abdomen, an irresistible craving rising from the depths of his being. Suddenly, a flash of red appeared in his line of sight, as if he were perceiving it through infrared vision. Is that a rat? Nearby, a rat feasted on discarded carrion, and Wu Hongyun could detect the faint warmth emanating from the little creature. Soon, his animal instincts and hunger overpowered his rationality. With a swift motion, Wu Hongyun devoured the rat. By this time, dawn had begun to break, and he could sense the direction of the light. As a snake, capture would spell his doom. If he remained hidden, his wrath would never find release, forcing him to languish in the sewers. Wu Hongyun had once been the controlling shareholder of a billion-dollar publicly traded company. In middle age, after the unexpected death of his first wife, and with his children having established their own families, he had sought solace in a new companion, Xiaojing. After passing Wu Hongyun's tests, Xiaojing took charge of the company, while he devoted himself to martial arts. Just before Wu Hongyun's demise, Xiaojing had ended his life with a bowl of health soup. Upon awakening, he found himself in this place. Fortunately, he was a venomous snake, a weapon in his own right. As long as he could exact revenge, death would be worth it. To seek vengeance, he must continue to hunt and survive. Outside the sewer lay a shaded path, and he was fortunate to find thick underbrush at the exit, providing him with a temporary refuge. Wu Hongyun emerged from the sewer and coiled himself within the foliage. A river lay several dozen meters away, and Wu Hongyun spent nearly half an hour wriggling by its bank, finding a few worms that were insufficient to sate his hunger. He then returned to the sewer where he had awakened, clearly perceiving the multitude of red shapes in his line of sight. The heat they emitted allowed him to ascertain their size, approximately the size of an adult man's palm. In such a filthy and putrid environment, while other things were scarce, these creatures thrived abundantly. No matter how plump they were merely a meal in the presence of predators. With his hunger temporarily alleviated, Wu Hongyun felt a surge of energy, yet the coldness of the sewer made him long for the gentler climate outside. He navigated through the shadows, ultimately halting near a luxurious villa he recognized well, having been purchased by Xiaojing for vacations several years prior. So he was still in Fenglin City. Wu Hongyun maintained his composure as he approached the villa and slipped in through the pipes, noticing the front door ajar, likely indicating that the treacherous couple was inside. The pipe led to a bathroom on the first floor, and he could faintly hear voices, confirming that it was undoubtedly Lin Jing. Xiaojing spoke softly, "Mr. Jiang, that man is dead, and Hongyun Group is now under my control. Our time together is all that remains. My dear, it was thanks to your drug that we managed this. Otherwise, it would have proven difficult. Regrettably, we still haven't located the map," Jiang Liangjie replied, his tone laced with coldness. "Don't worry, now that he's gone, we can take our time searching. We will find it eventually." Hearing this exchange, Wu Hongyun grasped the entirety of the situation. Only he and Xiaojing were aware of the map's existence, and she must have betrayed him, divulging its secret to Wu Ji, the son of the provincial governor, with Jiang Liangjie as his lackey. Wu Hongyun had studied the map for years without deciphering its true meaning, opting to hide it in a highly confidential location. He had mentioned it to Xiao Jing, but had not disclosed its exact whereabouts. The subsequent events were clear. This treacherous couple had colluded to ensure his untimely demise, all to obtain a map of unknown significance. Filled with rage, Wu Hongyun yearned to exact retribution upon the two, yet he currently lacked the means for revenge and was compelled to retreat. Xiao Jing was aware that the map was concealed within this villa, but it was improbable that she would locate it in a short span. In the face of betrayal, Wu Hongyun could not remain forever passive. Despite dedicating himself to martial arts, he had never anticipated finding himself in this predicament. As he retreated to the sewer, Wu Hongyun unleashed his fury upon the remaining rodents, venting his wrath upon his prey. Only in this way could he regain his composure. Xiao Jing, you are truly ruthless. One day, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 2. The Hunt. The rats in the sewer were swiftly hunted to extinction, compelling Wu Hongyun to seek new prey. With spring in full bloom, the melodies of birds filled the air, presenting an enticing opportunity for Wu Hongyun. As he approached a bird's nest, he discovered it to be that of a hawk, a formidable foe. The mother hawk was absent, leaving two fledgling hawks as his targets. Chirp! As he prepared to retreat to the sewer, a sharp, prolonged cry from the hawk pierced the air, and Wu Hongyun instinctively fled up the tree trunk in fear. Hiss! As he landed, pain shot through his serpentine body. The hawk's talons had inflicted a deep wound on his abdomen. The mother hawk circled high above, poised to strike as Wu Hongyun attempted to consume the fledglings, utilizing her innate keen vision to locate him, but ultimately returned empty-handed. Once the threat had dissipated, Wu Hongyun sighed in relief from his hiding place among the dense foliage. Unfortunately, his scales had been torn open, and crimson blood stained much of his body. Fortunately, the injury was not life-threatening. The sewer lay about 20 meters away. Under normal circumstances, he would have returned in mere seconds. However, despite his injury, Wu Hongyun persevered, driven by a fierce will to survive, taking nearly 10 minutes to reach the sewer, slower than even an ant. Until he could eliminate that treacherous couple, he remained cautious of his own life. After all, who could remain indifferent after being betrayed and harmed by their own partner? If he were to perish, they would accompany him in death. The stagnant water in the sewer has been drained, leaving the ground slightly damp, sufficient to meet the needs of healing. After merely 12 hours of digestion, the wound had surprisingly scabbed over, though movement still elicited sharp pain. A renewed pang of hunger surged into Wu Hongyun's mind, compelling him to drag his still recovering serpentine body in search of sustenance. At midnight, Wu Hongyun stealthily emerged from the sewer. Despite his injuries, as long as he refrained from overly aggressive actions during the hunt, the wound should remain intact. Nearby, other sewers could be heard, with faint chattering of mice, yet this particular group was quite alert, scurrying away at Wu Hongyun's approach. He contemplated pursuing them, but, upon sensing pain, refrained from quickening his pace. There were still remnants of food in the area, and Wu Hongyun believed the mice would return. Thus, he chose to remain hidden in the shadows, biding his time. The most significant disparity among living beings lies within their intellect. As anticipated by Wu Hongyun, within 20 minutes, 3 emaciated mice returned, driven by their insatiable greed. While the mice were engrossed in their feeding, Wu Hongyun, disregarding his injury, lunged forth, utilizing his serpentine form and venom to strangle and consume his targets. Regrettably, one managed to escape, yet he had secured enough to satisfy his hunger for the night. He could not help but reminisce about the delectable young hawk, but the cost had been too great. He had nearly met his demise at the hands of the mother hawk's talons for merely a taste. By dawn, the mice in his belly had been fully digested, allowing the wound to heal considerably. He could distinctly feel his strength amplifying, instantly alleviating his previously gloomy disposition. I estimate the wound will be fully healed by tomorrow, at which point I can shift my focus. That day, Wu Hongyun continued to hunt mice to stave off hunger, and by the next day, he discovered the wound had completely vanished, and his body had grown to over a meter in length, becoming considerably sturdier. As a serpent, he had now reached a medium size, and he had also performed numerous good deeds, such as devouring every last mouse in the vicinity. Next, he set his sights on the birds perched in the trees. Their reflexes were quick, yet Wu Hongyun could always strike silently. In less than 5 days, the nearby edible creatures had nearly vanished. Wu Hongyun recognized the reality. The best course of action was to relocate. However, before departing, he ventured to the villa. The troublesome pair seemed to be absent from the villa, and the interior was in disarray, likely having failed to locate that elusive map. Could it be that I must leave like this, allowing that pair to escape? They truly possess remarkable luck. Wu Hongyun seethed with frustration. Given his current size, he felt confident he could poison those two. Suddenly, he recalled a river nearby, which should still harbor prey. As long as he could survive, he could remain here, waiting for Xiao Jing's return. Wu Hongyun felt a sense of relief, grateful that he could enter the water, offering him a favorable option for hunting. The murky river posed no barrier for him. His vision allowed him to clearly see the fish and shrimp beneath the surface. However, he soon encountered a fellow serpent, seemingly a non-venomous water snake, ravenously consuming the prey he desired. In his thirst for vengeance, Wu Hongyun had no regard for the fate of this kin. To exact revenge, he must first ensure his own survival. Given the water snake's larger size, confronting it directly would likely lead to his own detriment. He understood well that ordinary snakes exert considerable energy when consuming prey, so he decided to wait for the water snake to satiate itself. Coiled among the grass along the bank, Wu Hongyun watched with uncontainable delight as the water snake leisurely approached his direction. Come forth, the moment you reach the shore shall mark your demise. Chapter 3. The nemesis, the swollen water snake, sensed the presence of Wu Hongyun and extended its forked tongue to investigate. It turned its head towards the direction of the grass, hesitating to advance even a single step, attempting instead to retreat back into the water. Observing this situation, Wu Hongyun swiftly revealed himself and approached, utilizing his speed advantage to coil around the water snake. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to strangle it, yet found the task formidable. The water snake's struggles intensified, prompting Wu Hongyun to unhesitatingly inject venom to dismantle its muscular structure. The venom was crucial for Wu Hongyun, yet he understood that failing to eliminate his competitor would significantly diminish his chances of securing prey. Only after the water snake ceased all movement did Wu Hongyun slowly release his grip. Regrettably, he had expended considerable energy and sought a secluded spot to recuperate. It was midday, and the gentle sunlight seemed to hasten his recovery. In less than 3 hours, he awakened to a delightful sight. The hawk that had previously injured him was feasting on the corpse of the water snake, presenting an excellent opportunity for vengeance. Nemesis? Wu Hongyun did not dwell on such thoughts. With the hawk present, he had to remain vigilant during his hunt. In the preceding days, the abundance of prey had accelerated his growth remarkably. On land, his speed surpassed that of the world's fastest green mamba by 20%. Even avian species like the hawk still required venom to secure victory. As long as he could leverage his advantages, his chances of triumph remained substantial. Wu Hongyun stealthily approached, closing in to within 7 or 8 meters of the hawk, whose focus was entirely on its meal. Rustle. The hawk suddenly noticed movement in the grass and, before it could react, found its wings ensnared by Wu Hongyun's serpentine body, rendering its movements exceedingly difficult. Anticipating the imminent retaliation from the hawk's beak, Wu Hongyun swiftly exposed his fangs and punctured the hawk's neck. He then retreated to a safe distance, observing his nemesis's condition. The venom acted swiftly, and within approximately 8 seconds, the hawk succumbed to its effects. The sensation of revenge was exhilarating. The pent-up resentment within him dissipated considerably, yet his hatred for Xiao Jing only deepened. Now, almost the entirety of the area within a 10-mile radius had been traversed by Wu Hongyun. But in less than 3 days, the remaining creatures had scattered in fear. Alas, he still waited in vain for that pair of treacherous lovers to return. Wu Hongyun gazed longingly at the villa. It wasn't the place he was reluctant to leave, but the hatred that tethered him. Survival was paramount. This time, he needed to relocate his base. Wu Hongyun chose to enter the river, conserving energy, and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, he might encounter prey. Drifting along the current for over 10 hours, he encountered some small fish and shrimp, yet they were not sufficient to satiate his hunger. As dawn approached, Wu Hongyun boldly returned to the shore. Given his current size, he had little to fear even if spotted. After crawling over the muddy bank, he discovered himself in a park, surrounded by cultivated trees and flowers. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Not wishing to harm innocent humans, he turned and slithered into a shallow pit. Just as he prepared to conceal himself, he found the pit filled with excrement, the stench far worse than that of a sewer. After enduring for nearly half a minute, Wu Hongyun could no longer tolerate the foulness and swiftly emerged from the pit. "Snake, help!" A woman suddenly screamed, startling Wu Hongyun into coiling up. He realized he had miscalculated his landing and was now resting at her feet. The park was devoid of other people, and the woman's face turned ashen with fright, her body trembling uncontrollably. Wu Hongyun's presence was akin to an earthquake to her. The woman hastily retrieved her phone from her pocket. aiming to strike Wu Hongyun's head with it. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and managed to escape. Otherwise, a blow from a metal object could have incapacitated him for days. Please, just go. My flesh is not tasty. This woman, nearly on the brink of insanity from fear, left Wu Hongyun feeling quite helpless. As he prepared to leave, she suddenly fainted to the ground. Is her mental fortitude so fragile? Wu Hongyun cautiously climbed onto her chest, feeling her heartbeat. Thankfully, she had merely fainted from shock. Wu Hongyun could not be bothered to intervene. It was not as if he could summon another passerby to assist her. While preparing to depart, Wu Hongyun unexpectedly noticed a gilded business card scattered from the woman's pocket. Xingji Trading Company, Limited? ISNT, that a partner of my Hongyun Group? It seemed fate had intertwined their paths. Gui Yunchan, a vice president nonetheless. She must be newly appointed. This information held little significance for Wu Hongyun, as she was not a figure of deep enmity. However, it was evident that the affairs of Fenglin City remained unchanged. Chapter 4. The farm Fenglin City spans a considerable area, and it took Wu Hongyun nearly a week to return to his former residence. That treacherous pair, unable to locate the map, had vented their anger by vandalizing the villa as if it were slated for demolition. Witnessing this scene filled Wu Hongyun with a desire to consume them alive. Unfortunately, the precise location of the map was known only to him. Wu Hongyun was not in a hurry for revenge. The formidable individuals surrounding Jiang Liangjia were numerous, and confronting them with his current strength would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Thus, the most pressing matter was to continue hunting to enhance his power for retribution. In recent days, Wu Hongyun discovered that his digestion rate had accelerated remarkably. He could even consume creatures twice his size and gradually convert them into energy. If he could maintain a steady supply, Wu Hongyun felt that within 3 years, he could achieve his desired state. He vaguely recalled a large poultry farm nearby. Should he manage to infiltrate it, he would no longer have to worry about food. In the past, he had been quite familiar with the owner, and Xiao Jing would occasionally visit to purchase fresh chickens and ducks to prepare soup for her nourishment. The mere thought of Xiao Jing's facade as a dutiful wife ignited a boundless fury within Wu Hongyun. Suppressing his hatred until nightfall, Wu Hongyun stealthily entered the farm under the cover of darkness. Regrettably, the chicken and duck area had guards, forcing him to conceal himself in the shadows and await their departure. At 10 o'clock at night, the guards left and the lights were extinguished. Wu Hongyun advanced at lightning speed, slipping through the fence into the interior, where he discovered 7 or 8 large ducks. However, he was far too hungry to consider swallowing a duck whole, as it would surely lead to his demise. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, for in a corner lay a pile of fresh duck eggs. He consumed nearly 20 before feeling satisfied. The quantity was ample, and without surveillance equipment in the vicinity, he had no fear of being detected. Digestion took merely over 2 hours, and while the dawn had yet to break, Wu Hongyun consumed several more duck eggs to replenish his energy. Thus, 10 days passed. Wu Hongyun had devoured nearly 300 duck eggs. His energy capacity once again surpassed, and his body length had reached 1.5 meters. At this rate, vengeance was imminent. When night fell, Wu Hongyun attempted to consume 2 smaller chickens and ducks, but found them insufficient to satisfy his appetite, so he devoured all the eggs in the nest. However, having eaten to the point of fullness, he lost the desire to venture out and simply rested within the water pipes. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the door to the duck nest was opened by 2 staff members. Hearing the noise, Wu Hongyun awakened from his slumber. Strange, why are 2 missing? And the eggs are gone. That is odd. They were here yesterday. Did you miscount? No, there were 16. How could they just disappear without a trace? It is likely that the team leader took it, as he mentioned that his wife is pregnant and needs to replenish her strength. Truly, he is audacious. While we face reprimands for merely taking an egg, he acts with reckless abandon. At this point, one of them whispered, I heard the team leader took over 100 pounds of duck from the storeroom yesterday. Does his wife really need that much? Who knows? He probably took it to make some extra money. Their conversation gradually faded, and once they departed, Wu Hongyun dared to emerge. His focus was on the storeroom. It was easier to consume food there without being noticed than in the breeding room. That night, he waited until the deep hours before stealthily making his way towards the storeroom. The storeroom was entirely enclosed, but fortunately, there was a small ventilation hole in the large door that accommodated Wu Hongyun's form perfectly. Upon entering, he felt the chill of the space. While ordinary snakes might fear the cold, Wu Hongyun was different. With his increasing stamina, as long as the temperature did not drop below freezing, he could endure for nearly 8 hours. However, confronted with such a bounty of chicken and duck meat, he could hardly resist. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Wu Hongyun quickly devoured 4 pieces of chicken breast and several dozen duck eggs before finding a secluded spot to hide. The next day at 7, a few staff members arrived at the storeroom, initially believing they could take what they wanted and leave. However, their ensuing dialogue filled Wu Hongyun with trepidation. Which animal comes daily to take chicken and duck eggs? The yield is insufficient. Let's check the surveillance. The surveillance has been broken for ages. There's nothing to investigate. It's certainly the work of someone with dirty hands. Who else could it be but that golden-skinned one? He's the only one bold enough in this breeding farm. Forget it. He's related to the boss. Let us pretend we didn't see anything. Once the footsteps faded away, Wu Hongyun cautiously emerged from the shadows. He realized that during his previous feeding, he had been too conspicuous, making it obvious that items had gone missing. Eating had become a nerve-wracking endeavor, and it seemed he must exercise greater caution in the future. Contemplating this, Wu Hongyun shifted his focus to a storage box in a more remote location. As long as he did not overstep boundaries and remained wary of outsiders, the likelihood of being discovered was almost negligible. Chapter 5. The search. Suddenly, 40 days had passed. During this time, with the sustenance from the storeroom, Wu Hongyun had doubled in size. His nearly 3-meter-long form coiled in a corner, adorned with the characteristic pattern of a cobra, and his entire body was interlaced with delicate white stripes. His once rounded head had sharpened with his evolution, and his dark brown eyes exuded an intimidating chill. His crimson tongue flickered in the air, fully revealing his thorn-like fangs. Should an opportunity arise, Wu Hongyun intended to test the fruits of his recent evolution. However, having just shed his skin a few days prior, he remained in a weakened state and needed to recuperate. After 40 days of continuous feeding, his body seemed to have undergone a transformation, resembling a colossal constrictor. Notably, his venom had also evolved. A typical cobra could hardly attain Wu Hongyun's current form even at death. Yet he had only been a snake for a little over 2 months, embodying true potential. Such a rare cobra would undoubtedly face dire consequences if captured by researchers. Today, the staff delivered another large batch of fresh meat to the storeroom, still stained with blood. Previously, Wu Hongyun had consumed only frozen meat, but this time, the sight of the blood awakened an insatiable hunger within him. Once the personnel exited, Wu Hongyun darted out like a shadow, hastily devouring several pieces of bloody flesh. Digestion took merely 2 hours, and he discovered that the weakness post-molt had completely vanished. It appeared that the invigorating power of fresh blood was tremendous. Another week elapsed. With the addition of fresh blood and meat, Wu Hongyun's growth accelerated significantly. His body had now reached a length of 3.5 meters, with a girth comparable to that of a human arm, and his constriction strength was sufficient to subdue an adult. Furthermore, he possessed a terrifying weapon, a massive capacity for venom. Recalling his venom, Wu Hongyun remembered a documentary he had seen days after becoming a snake. The fearsome taipan was reputed to be the most venomous and swiftest snake in the world. A single dose of its venom could kill 200,000 mice. Yet it could seemingly only be found in the arid plains of Central Australia. Were he to encounter one, he would relish the opportunity to test his mettle. However, since cobras are among the largest venomous snakes, they are nearly immune to all snake venoms, leading to predictable outcomes. Wu Hongyun pondered deeply. Of course, everything must be built upon a foundation of personal strength. Nearly 2 months had passed, and Wu Hongyun's appetite had grown exponentially. The available chicken and duck could no longer satisfy him. He needed to find a new lair, as the staff had begun to grow suspicious, believing that a thief had infiltrated the storeroom. Should a search occur, his considerable size would likely frighten them to death. Although the storeroom was spacious, the frequency of personnel entering made it a precarious place to eat. Yet, Wu Hongyun felt a sense of exhilaration, as it was his presence in the storeroom that had facilitated such rapid growth. Suddenly, the storeroom door swung open, and Wu Hongyun quickly dove into a wooden box, peering through the cracks to observe the unfolding scene. Expecting staff, he was instead met by a team of police officers. What were the police doing here? Wu Hongyun had taken great care to remain undetected. The officers began to inspect the area, but after a considerable time, yielded no results. Are you certain? The lead officer inquired of the breeding farm owner, impatience etched on his stern face. The officer's holstered gun made Wu Hongyun uneasy. No matter how resilient his serpentine body was, it could not withstand the impact of a bullet. Without a doubt, over 2,000 pounds of chicken and duck meat have disappeared from the storeroom in the past 2 months, with no signs of intrusion. I even repaired the surveillance system. Yet no suspicious individuals were recorded. The owner of the breeding farm was increasingly anxious. Initially, he thought little of it, dismissing the employees' actions. However, the significant losses ultimately affected their output, prompting him to call the police for an investigation. "You all, come here and thoroughly inspect the storeroom. Document any suspicious findings." The captain's command set the junior officers into action, scouring the area. This was dire. There was no escaping detection with so many searchers. And the storeroom offered no hiding spots. Discovery was merely a matter of time. Wu Hongyun's mind raced. If the officers were unarmed, he could potentially bolt for the exit. Yet, if they drew their weapons, he had no confidence in evading the bullets. Thus, he resolved to fight to the death, ensuring he took a few of them with him. In this critical moment, Wu Hongyun harbored no mercy. His speed was such that he appeared merely as a dark blur, darting past the feet of the officers in an instant. "Ah, a snake. Everyone be careful. Heavens, it's such a large cobra. Help. Quick shoot." The storeroom echoed with the chaos of panicked human voices, causing even the most authoritative officers to lose their composure. Some had even scrambled onto the storeroom's light fixtures. Noticing the lead officer drawing his weapon, Wu Hongyun immediately fixed his gaze upon him and charged forward with sudden ferocity. Chapter 6. The manhunt. Wu Hongyun tightly coiled around the lead officer's arm, his fangs sinking deep into the flesh. With a sickening crunch, the officer's bones shattered, and his weapon clattered to the ground. Without the threat of the gun, Wu Hongyun released his grip and surged out of the storeroom at lightning speed. "Do not blame me for taking a life. After all, if I do not kill you, I will perish." Wu Hongyun never intended to harm innocents, but self-preservation necessitated such actions. Once outside, he was met with an overwhelming heat. It was midday, and the blazing sun created a stark contrast with the coolness of the storeroom. Having survived in a frigid environment for over 2 months, Wu Hongyun emerged into the world, feeling somewhat disoriented. The breeding facility was riddled with sewage pipes, and he swiftly vanished into one, leaving no trace behind. It was only then that the onlookers realized what had transpired. The lead officer turned pale as the bite on his arm turned a sinister black. The entire incident unfolded in less than 2 minutes, showcasing the terrifying potency of the cobra's venom. Wu Hongyun's venom was potent enough to claim the lives of multiple adults. And without timely administration of the antidote, the officer was assuredly doomed. An urgent call to the hospital was imperative. His breathing had already weakened. Inside the sewage pipe, Wu Hongyun faintly heard cries for help, yet his heart remained untouched. The external temperature was unbearably high, and all he could think of was finding a secluded, cool refuge to rest. Hunting could wait until nightfall. He felt a twinge of reluctance when recalling the comforts of his days in the storeroom. Outside the pipe lay a road, and upon spotting a flower bed, he deemed it a suitable temporary haven. The throngs of people outside were overwhelming, and he resolved to wait until night to venture out again. Being discovered now would spell trouble. The death of a police officer due to a snake bite would undoubtedly stir public uproar. Such a long cobra was exceedingly rare, its value immeasurable. Should innocent civilians be harmed, the government would face immense public scrutiny, and they would certainly not allow such an occurrence. After nearly 9 hours in the flower bed, with dusk approaching, Wu Hongyun decided to seek sustenance. Though he had eaten something in the storeroom at noon, the gnawing hunger was becoming unbearable. Not far off, a blind rat crawled towards him, and after swallowing it, he still felt unsatisfied. Suddenly, he heard barking. Fortune smiled upon him. There were puppies. Following the sounds, he discovered 2 stray pups squabbling over food. They became alert to his presence, baring their teeth in warning. In his equal size, Wu Hongyun was unafraid of any creature and disregarded their threats, advancing nonetheless. The strays retreated a few steps, attempting to escape his gaze, but he was determined not to let this meal slip away. With the speed of a bullet, Wu Hongyun struck, coiling around one of the strays with lethal force. Regrettably, one managed to escape. After consuming his catch, he realized the other pup had fled. Yet, his hunger was momentarily satiated. Continuing the hunt seemed futile. With plenty of time left in the evening, he decided to wander a bit. After much contemplation, he resolved to visit a park frequented by humans. Yearning to reminisce about the past, the park was bustling with people, so he opted to move stealthily through the shadows of the grass. After all, no one would be bored enough to investigate the underbrush, and as long as he was cautious, he had little to fear from discovery. In the park, an area was filled with retirees socializing, creating quite a ruckus. The cacophony was unbearable for Wu Hongyun, prompting him to seek an exit. Suddenly, a group of officers arrived with a loudspeaker, addressing the crowd. "Citizens, may I have your attention? We have just received notification from the city hall that around noon today, a venomous snake attack occurred at the Jinshan breeding facility, resulting in the death of 1 police officer and several employees fainting from shock. Please remain vigilant. The snake is a 4-meter-long venomous cobra, capable of killing an adult in a short span of time. Citizens are advised to avoid dark areas to prevent snake bites. And if you spot the snake, please contact the authorities immediately. The officers also distributed photographs of the cobra, presumably captured by surveillance in the storeroom. Wu Hongyun felt a wave of anxiety. He was already being hunted so swiftly, and the days ahead would be challenging. Everyone should exercise caution. The cobra was among the most ferocious snakes on the planet. With its considerable size, he knew he could not safely venture out at night anymore. He decided to leave before he encountered trouble. After the officers finished speaking, the elderly began to murmur amongst themselves. Growing increasingly agitated, Wu Hongyun sought refuge in a nearby sewer. 3 to 4 kilometers away lay a chicken farm, and he had no desire to remain in the sewer alongside the rats. Under the cover of night, he set out, taking over 3 hours to reach the farm. At the entrance, a Tibetan Mastiff stood guard, and Wu Hongyun felt a sense of trepidation. However, to enter the chicken farm, he would need to eliminate it first. Chapter 7. Crisis. The ferocity of the Tibetan Mastiff ranks among the top 10 of canine breeds, capable of contending with tigers and wolves in the wild. Wu Hongyun understood that killing it would require considerable effort. A moment of carelessness could see him devoured by the beast. As he approached, the Mastiff sensed his presence from a distance of 3 to 4 meters. 4 meters was sufficient. Wu Hongyun tensed his elongated body and transformed into a shadow, lunging forward. As he tightened his grip, the Mastiff's barks grew fainter. With the added potency of his venom, it succumbed in under 30 seconds, collapsing to the ground. That was a close call. He nearly fell victim to the creature's counterattack. Thankfully, the toxin was highly effective. Otherwise, he would have had little confidence in his ability to prevail. Unable to consume such a massive creature, Wu Hongyun dragged it to a remote location to hide, preventing human discovery. For nearly a month, his operations at the chicken farm went exceedingly well. He estimated that he had feasted on nearly 100 live chickens, leaving the farm owner baffled, believing them to have been stolen. Before the owner could report the losses, Wu Hongyun decided to relocate his base to avoid the police. Naturally, he intended to indulge in a hearty feast before departing. With so many chickens missing, the farm had begun to employ night watchmen, yet those guards slept like logs. Even when Wu Hongyun stirred, no one noticed. The next day, after leaving the chicken farm, he submerged in a river, only surfacing once he had exited the city limits. This area was sparsely populated, alleviating concerns of being spotted. Had he been an ordinary cobra, he would likely have been apprehended by the police by now. However, Wu Hongyun was different. He once belonged to the human race and understood human psychology well, aware of the power of firearms. Killing was simple, but faced with weapons, he recognized his vulnerability. After 4 days of hunting in the suburbs, he spent most of that time hungry, with little food available aside from a few toads. Were it not for his lengthy 5-meter form, he would have considered returning. Reappearing before humans would be akin to flying into a trap. He could easily be captured for research. After all, a 5-meter-long cobra was a rare phenomenon nationwide. Wu Hongyun couldn't help but envy his kin, who could feast once and rest for days, while he had to hunt continuously to fill his stomach. After careful consideration, survival took precedence, and Wu Hongyun resolved to head to a breeding facility 7 li away. Although the sun had not yet set, the suburbs were not densely populated, allowing him to utilize the river for swift approach. Unbeknownst to him, danger was silently encroaching. Following the report from the chicken farm owner, the city bureau dispatched experts for investigation, ultimately confirming Wu Hongyun as the culprit. The Mastiff's corpse was discovered, and blood analysis revealed a match with the officer who had died from the earlier poisoning. Additionally, snake scales and signs of serpent habitation were found in the chicken coop. With these pieces of evidence combined, there was no way for Wu Hongyun to clear his name. The police commenced their operations with utmost urgency, equipping all officers with firearms and enlisting 2 sharpshooters from the military, wary of Wu Hongyun's potential assault. The city bureau also deployed well-trained police dogs, armed with the scent of the quarry. The canine units were capable of relentless pursuit through olfactory cues. Following thorough analysis, law enforcement stationed personnel at all major farms in Fenglan City. Unbeknownst to Wu Hongyun, he continued to prey indiscriminately at the Qinghe farming facility until satiated, after which he concealed himself nearby. The farm staff soon detected the situation and promptly alerted the authorities. At the Jinshan Public Security Office, in the office of the chief, Captain Chun received the report from the Qinghe facility regarding the sighting of the cobra. "Do you understand what we must do?" the chief inquired. "The cobra has already injured someone. I will not allow it to escape this time," Captain Chun asserted. "If you can capture that enormous cobra, preferably alive, and with Deputy Chief Liu reaching retirement age, you are the most senior officer here." This statement ignited a surge of excitement within Captain Chun. Such a promotion opportunity could not be squandered. The city government had issued a strict directive, and if successful, he would earn significant recognition. If he succeeded, not only would his future be boundless, but he might also reap unexpected rewards. Captain Chen immediately gathered his team, confident in their ability to locate the cobra. However, the image of the venomous serpent instilled a sense of trepidation within him. It would be best to eliminate it outright. This way, they could avoid casualties and accomplish their mission. Captain Chen had heard of a notable figure in the province who held a keen interest in the cobra. If not for this individual, the city would not be exerting such effort. If he could curry favor with this person, any risks taken would be worthwhile. Chapter 8. The natural environment. Wu Hongyun returned to the farming facility nonchalantly. The moment he entered, a sense of unease washed over him. What was amiss? He felt an unsettling tension, as if he had been discovered. His heart raced, akin to having a blade pressed against his throat. Animals possess an instinctive sensitivity to danger far superior to that of humans. In times of calamity, they exhibit strange behaviors. Before an earthquake, livestock become restless, and various fish, birds, and insects display unnatural traits, all foreshadowing impending danger. Wu Hongyun sensed a pervasive aura of hostility within the farm, prompting him to conceal himself on the periphery and observe quietly. The walls of the facility were now adorned with 6 surveillance cameras and 2 guard dogs. Wu Hongyun smirked disdainfully. It was likely the police had arrived, making entry unnecessary. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking interrupted his thoughts. How unfortunate, there were police dogs. Yet, Wu Hongyun did not panic. Instead, he swiftly fled the scene. Load the bullets and pursue. Stop the vehicle. The snake has fled into the mountains. Grab your weapons and follow me to capture it. Captain Chen, realizing the massive venomous snake had vanished, felt the cold sweat bead on his forehead. If they failed this time, not only would they miss out on valuable connections, but he might also face dismissal. He had worked diligently to attain the position of captain and could not afford to lose it over this incident. With the police dogs tracking by scent, Captain Chen held on to a glimmer of hope. Thank goodness for the canine units. Without them, capturing the snake would be impossible. He felt a slight relief, though he could not comprehend why the bait had failed to entice the serpent. Little did he know, this deadly snake possessed intelligence. How bothersome. Why won't this dog relent? Wu Hongyun thought anxiously. However, in the forest, the police dogs could not match his speed. The crucial factor lay in the animal's exceptionally keen sense of smell. If there were caves to hide within, it might have been feasible, but with trees surrounding him, evading the dogs was impossible. The relentless pursuit continued, with 7 police dogs trailing him, yet the dense foliage hindered their full pursuit. Fortunately, this mountainous area was an ecological reserve. If he could run another 3 to 4 kilometers, he would reach the border. The dogs remained undeterred, and Wu Hongyun pushed himself harder. Speed up. The border is not far. If the snake reaches there, we are finished. Captain, this snake is too swift, and we cannot drive through the forest. What should we do? Captain Chen paused, sighing. We can only call for reinforcements. Let us request more specialized personnel to assist while we continue the chase. In a daze, 3 hours passed swiftly. Wu Hongyun delved deeper into the dense woods, losing track of his location, while the police dogs had vanished from sight, navigating through dew-soaked foliage. The unique scent that had once marked him was washed away, and at such a distance, the dogs could not follow. Regaining his senses, Wu Hongyun found himself disoriented, unable to discern east from west. Although he had managed to avoid human presence while fleeing, his aimless wandering led him further astray. The area was dominated by towering trees, their heights obscuring the sky, resembling a steel forest within a city. Wu Hongyun quickly observed that the trees were primarily composed of evergreen species, such as laricae and camellia. The ground revealed a rich diversity of flora, with a complex terrain, and he could faintly see monkeys leaping among the branches. In the distance, several elk and various rare animals roamed. This was indeed a quintessential primeval forest. The characteristics of a subtropical jungle? Wu Hongyun felt fortunate. In such a natural environment, being a venomous snake rendered him nearly invincible. Meanwhile, Captain Chen scoured the forest, but the arduous terrain impeded his progress. This was a dire situation. Allowing that poisonous snake to escape would invoke the wrath of his superiors. After nearly a decade of diligent effort to attain the rank of deputy captain, nearing a time of reflection in his life, he could not afford to jeopardize his future. Xiao Wu, stop searching. Let us leave. Are we just going to walk away? Xiao Wu lamented, though secretly yearned to depart quickly. The dense forest held unimaginable dangers. Remaining there could lead to an encounter with wild beasts, which would be troublesome. Once Wu Hongyun had entered the forest, Captain Chen realized there was no hope of capturing him. However, He remained unwilling to relinquish the prospect of glory. Upon reaching the depths of the forest, they found no path forward. The police dogs, having lost their target, returned with drooped heads. Ultimately, Captain Chun, with a grim expression, led his team out of the dark forest. In contrast, Wu Hongyun felt liberated. This place was richer than the farming facility. Abundant prey surrounded him, allowing him to hunt without concern for nearby threats, perfectly tailored for his needs. At that moment, a plump wild rabbit leapt into the underbrush. Wu Hongyun's eyes sparkled with intensity as he swiftly surged forward, capturing his first prey in an instant. Chapter 9. The Wild Wolf. The jungle was filled with the sounds of birds and insects, a cacophony surpassing the roar of machinery. Amidst the densely packed trees, a 6-meter-long python coiled around a trunk, while a squirrel scurried beneath. In an instant, the squirrel became a meal for the gigantic serpent. This python was none other than Wu Hongyun, who had survived in the forest for 2 months. During this time, he had molted and evolved several times, now measuring an impressive 6 meters and 7 centimeters. Even if he encountered a brown bear, Wu Hongyun felt confident in his ability to confront it. Last month, while hunting in the west, Wu Hongyun had come across a nearly 3-meter-long brown bear, yet they had coexisted peacefully. Additionally, he had once sought refuge in a cave in the northern jungle, only to find himself confronted by 3 porcupines, nearly losing his life to them. The porcupines, covered in quills, rendered his constriction technique ineffective. To defeat one of these creatures, he would need an opportune moment. Thus, the west was home to ferocious bears, the north to porcupines, while the south belonged to Wu Hongyun. Only the eastern region remained an area he dared not approach. Previously, Wu Hongyun unintentionally ventured into a certain area, where he immediately sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura that compelled him to retreat hastily. Neither the ferocious bear nor the porcupine had instilled such fear in him. Wu Hongyun was convinced that the creature residing within could easily overpower him. Consequently, he decided to redirect his focus, intending to eliminate his 2 neighbors first, consolidating his strength before attempting another foray. As night fell, Wu Hongyun remained concealed upon a tree trunk, patiently awaiting his prey. Suddenly, a fawn darted through the dense thicket, prompting Wu Hongyun to spring into action, his gaping maw sinking into the flesh of the fawn. Within mere seconds, the fawn collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A piercing wolf howl shattered the tranquility, interrupting Wu Hongyun's meal. A wolf approached slowly, its menacing gaze fixated on the enormous python before it, exuding palpable hostility. Clearly, it sought to claim the spoils. But Wu Hongyun would never relinquish his quarry. With a hiss, Wu Hongyun flicked his vibrant tongue as a warning. Although wolves are social creatures, this lone wolf was understandably reluctant to confront Wu Hongyun. However, the thought of allowing a coveted kill to be snatched away ignited a sense of indignation within the wolf. This was its territory, and daring to encroach upon it was an affront. Angered, Wu Hongyun resolved to eliminate the wolf first. Failure to do so might invite its allies, which would complicate matters. In an instant, Wu Hongyun coiled into a bow shape, preparing to strike first, his body launching like an arrow toward the wolf. Venom coursed into his fangs, promising a swift death should he succeed in biting. Unfortunately, the wolf's agility allowed it to evade the python's lethal grasp. Snarling, the wolf bared its teeth, its growl laced with fury. Wu Hongyun quickly assumed a defensive posture, and the wolf, perceiving an opportunity, lunged forward. Foolish creature, Wu Hongyun thought disdainfully, using his tail to deliver a crushing blow to the wolf, knocking it to the ground. Before the wolf could regain its bearings, Wu Hongyun swiftly coiled around it, his venomous fangs sinking into its neck. The forest echoed with the wolf's anguished howls. In less than 30 seconds, the wolf succumbed to Wu Hongyun's constricting grip and venom. Avoiding unnecessary risks, Wu Hongyun had often relied on these 2 strategies, constriction coupled with venom. When facing creatures of comparable size, he knew he would seldom be defeated, as long as they were not natural enemies. His toxin had evolved 3 times in the past 2 months, perhaps not on par with the ferocious taipan snake, but close enough. His speed now surpassed that of the mamba. Otherwise, handling the wolf would not have been so effortless. The wolf's sizable carcass did not entice Wu Hongyun to consume it, so he decided to drag it to a more conspicuous location, biding his time for other creatures to approach before launching another attack. He pulled the wolf's body to the base of a towering boulder, standing 4 meters high, which would serve as a suitable cover. Subsequently, Wu Hongyun concealed himself in the underbrush, digesting the fawn while keeping a watchful eye on potential prey. Within 2 hours, the vast sky resounded with the cries of eagles. Having previously suffered at their hands, Wu Hongyun was eager to practice against them this time. Animals instinctively heighten their vigilance while hunting. Wu Hongyun was almost certain that the eagles would soon descend. Creatures devoid of reason could hardly resist the allure of food. Sure enough, half an hour later, eagles swooped down with remarkable speed. If their talons were to wound him, Wu Hongyun could not guarantee his survival. The wolf's flesh was laden with snake venom, and after consuming it, the eagles were incapacitated within minutes. Wu Hongyun unapologetically devoured them, once again retreating into the shadows to await further opportunities. In just 2 days, he had lured 12 birds, 2 weasels, and 3 fellow wolves using the wolf's carcass. While he initially intended to continue hunting, the sweltering heat caused the wolf's body to rot within a day. Soon, Wu Hongyun was beset by an unbearable itch, signaling the onset of another molting period. Each shedding brought forth explosive evolution. Chapter 10. The Northern Porcupine. He anticipated that this molt would increase his length to 7 meters, perhaps even nearing 8. Preparations were in order. The last time he had been unprepared, he had nearly fallen prey to a pack of wild dogs. Although he had consumed many wild dogs, should dozens come at him, or perhaps a coalition of cheetahs and wolves, Wu Hongyun did not wish to find himself in a life-or-death situation. Survival was paramount. As long as he continued to evolve, he could firmly establish himself in this primal forest. His body, now over 6 meters long, boasted a jet-black, metallic sheen, and its hardness approached that of steel. Remarkably, his movements remained unhindered, an attribute his kin could not claim. Wu Hongyun brimmed with confidence. Had he lived in ancient times, he believed he could rival an army. One day, he envisioned being able to disregard those modern weaponry. Wu Hongyun chose a secluded cave, intending to complete his molting there. It appeared to harbor a mouse nest, which would serve to satiate his hunger during the process. Nearly 2 days passed before Wu Hongyun completed his molt. Under the moonlight, his new skin shimmered with a pristine luster. He felt an insatiable hunger, a familiar sensation following each molt. If a wolf were to appear now, he would eagerly consume it whole. After half a month, having devoured a multitude of prey, his length had surged to 7.5 meters, and the hardness of his skin had become even more formidable. As he slithered through thickets, he left merely faint traces in his wake. Wherever he traversed, other creatures fled in terror. Even the rare giant tigers and lions would likely hesitate to approach him, sensing the lethal aura he exuded. It seemed time to confront those porcupines. He had nearly perished at their hands previously, and failing to exact revenge would be unbearable. Furthermore, his scent was intolerable, and the nearby natural lake frequented by the porcupines was an ideal source of water. The forest teemed with resources, yet they were predominantly controlled by the strong. Every time he sought water, he had to venture far. If he could eliminate the porcupines and claim the lake, he would conserve considerable energy. With his immense and resilient physique, Wu Hongyun harbored no fear as he swiftly made his way northward. After 40 minutes, he arrived at the porcupine's territory. The natural lake lay not far off, where several young porcupines were drinking, while some birds searched for fish and shrimp. Previously, Wu Hongyun had dispatched a few young porcupines, which had drawn the ire of the adults. His keen eyes locked onto the target as he stealthily approached. After all, a pig is still a pig. He planned to eliminate the young ones first, provoking the adult porcupines into a rage before taking them down as well. Once he achieved this, half the forest would belong to him, and he could then poison that grizzly bear. What bliss that would be! Wu Hongyun could not help but indulge in such thoughts. Yet memories of the terrifying creatures in the east instilled a pang of trepidation. For now, he resolved to concentrate on the young porcupines. However, after nearly 10 minutes of observation, he realized that it would not be easy. Wu Hongyun remained several dozen meters from the young porcupines by the lake, compelled to wait patiently for the opportune moment. The heavens do not forsake those who toil. One young porcupine, sniffing the ground, unknowingly wandered toward Wu Hongyun's location. As the distance shrank to merely 5 meters, Wu Hongyun revealed his intent to kill. His body shot forth like a bullet. With jaws wide open, his sharp, emerald fangs were a terrifying sight. The young porcupine instinctively raised its quills, but Wu Hongyun reacted swiftly, targeting a vulnerable spot devoid of protection, embedding his venomous fangs deep within. The instant the toxin coursed into its body, the porcupine's fate was sealed. After dispatching the young porcupine, Wu Hongyun quickly retreated to his hiding spot, awaiting the adult porcupine's inevitable arrival. The attack methods of the Hozhu are rather monotonous. They are so dim-witted that they only rely on the spines on their backs to inflict harm upon their foes. However, this poses no threat to Wu Hongyun, as the disparity in their speeds is far too great, leaving the Hozhu with no opportunity to strike. Thus, Wu Hongyun remains confident. Yet he knows he must not underestimate his opponent. The biting force of the Hozhu is equally astonishing, should he be countered. he could very well find himself severely injured. The forest is rife with sounds that fluctuate in intensity, and suddenly, a furious growl echoes through the air. Wu Hongyun secretly rejoices, fearful that the Hozhu might not make an appearance. The nearly 1-meter-tall Hozhu bursts forth from the thicket, its dark eyes scanning the surroundings upon discovering its poisoned offspring. Driven by an instinct to protect, it harbors a deep-seated hatred for the creature that has slain its young. Wu Hongyun reveals himself, flicking his tongue like a serpent, further igniting the Hozhu's fury. The Hozhu recognizes this venomous python as the intruder from before, and its animosity surges anew. Recalling the ambush he suffered, Wu Hongyun finds it hard to let go. A wild Hozhu is no trivial adversary, capable of dominating the northern territories. He dares not underestimate it, feigning trepidation and retreating a few steps to induce the Hozhu's complacency. Little did he expect, however, that this Hozhu possesses impressive speed. In mere seconds, it charges at him, its spines bristling, but to Wu Hongyun, it appears almost as a mere slideshow. Having evaded the initial charge, he notices other creatures gathering, attempting to swarm him. This presents a dilemma, as he lacks the energy to contend with numerous foes. To that end, Wu Hongyun must conceal himself within the dense foliage, preparing for a guerrilla assault. The complex jungle environment serves as a natural advantage for him. In contrast, the Hozhu flails about chaotically, unable to find its bearings. Wu Hongyun prepares to take the offensive, yet is taken aback when the Hozhu collides with a tree trunk, causing it to tilt. Had it struck him, the repercussions would have been dire. In deep contemplation, the Hozhu catches a glimpse of Wu Hongyun and roars angrily as it charges toward him. Wu Hongyun dares not engage. Instead, he glides onto a branch, waiting for the Hozhu to exhaust its stamina. Suddenly, the Hozhu expends all its might into crashing against the tree trunk, drawing the attention of other creatures that leap onto the trunk to attack. The sturdy tree begins to show signs of breaking, compelling Wu Hongyun to inject most of his venom into his fangs. To capture the thief, he must first eliminate the Hozhu, and once it is vanquished, the crisis will be resolved. Wu Hongyun can no longer be merely referred to as a venomous python. If utilized properly, he can be deemed a weapon of toxins. With a swift approach, he is caught off guard when the Hozhu anticipates his movement and crashes into him. His entire body feels like a kite severed from its string, tumbling helplessly in the open space, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. The Hozhu is relentless, attempting to pursue him further. Wu Hongyun dodges with utmost speed, but is still grazed. The pain is unbearable, and his body is riddled with wounds. Had it not been for the presence of other creatures, he would have dispatched you long ago. Enduring the agony, Wu Hongyun meticulously contemplates a countermeasure. Despite suffering 2 consecutive attacks, he remains undeterred. In his heart, he knows that in the jungle, it is a survival of the fittest. The vanquished will have no chance of survival. Should his mindset falter, even divine intervention would not save him. Utilizing the trees to his advantage, he evades, barely touching the ground throughout the ordeal. The Hozhu, unable to execute a proper attack, grows increasingly flustered, even when Wu Hongyun is within striking distance. He can easily evade its assaults. As the Hozhu charges once more, Wu Hongyun seizes the moment to strike, coiling around the Hozhu and applying lethal pressure. Disregarding the pain from the spines, he knows they are not fatal. The Hozhu's spine shatters, its form contorting grotesquely. Regrettably, it does not lose its ability to move, prompting Wu Hongyun to target its vulnerable underbelly, where no spines offer protection, allowing him to inject venom with ease. Though he finds it somewhat repulsive, he resolutely sinks his fangs into the sensitive region, fervently delivering venom. With the sensitive area severely damaged, the Hozhu begins to thrash about aimlessly. The more violently it struggles, the faster the venom spreads within its body. As the Hozhu's movements diminish, it succumbs to convulsions within a minute. Wu Hongyun feels a surge of triumph. With this victory, the northern water sources and species will belong to him. However, the intense pain coursing through his body quickly extinguishes his enthusiasm. Those wretched spines were indeed revolting, nearly piercing through him. Nevertheless, the injuries are superficial, and he believes he will heal in a few days, albeit with diminished combat effectiveness. Thankfully, his spine has not sustained severe damage, merely slight fractures. The consequences of underestimating his opponent are far too grave. He must remain cautious in future endeavors. For the time being, he cannot afford to engage in further confrontations. As his injuries are substantial, he resolves to find a quiet place to recuperate. As Wu Hongyun prepares to return to the southern region, he has yet to traverse halfway when a western grizzly bear unexpectedly approaches, likely drawn by the commotion of the battle. The bear sees Wu Hongyun in such a vulnerable state and contemplates taking advantage of the situation, It too covets the water source. Just as the storm subsides, another tempest arises. Wu Hongyun internally curses, his body battered, and he considers it a stroke of fortune that he can still move. The energy he expended in subduing the Hoju has left him ill-equipped to confront a towering 3-meter grizzly bear. Had the circumstances been different, he would have had the confidence to slay the bear, but the situation does not permit such bravado. In times of crisis, retreat is the wisest strategy. Without hesitation, Wu Hongyun pivots and exhausts all his strength in an attempt to flee. The grizzly bear, far more intelligent than the Hoju, begins to move with purpose, swiftly closing the distance on him. In such a scenario, most would deem the venomous python doomed. After all, the grizzly bear seeks to dominate the water source. Wu Hongyun leads the way, but the bear relentlessly pursues him. He dares not seek refuge in the trees. A slight deceleration would result in the bear seizing his tail, leading to a torturous demise at the hands of this colossal beast. The very thought of such an outcome drives Wu Hongyun to accelerate. If this continues, he will inevitably be caught. He must devise a means of escape. He senses his stamina waning rapidly, his heart racing as if scorched by fire. Having consumed countless species, he finds it unacceptable to be subdued by a grizzly bear. His only option is to keep fleeing. However, the brutal battles of the primordial forest are a relentless struggle for survival. Even amidst overwhelming anxiety, he finds himself lacking options. As the chase drags on, an hour slips away unnoticed. Time and again, he approaches the brink of exhaustion, yet in the face of life and death, Wu Hongyun refuses to surrender. Pushing himself to persevere, the grizzly bear roars with fury. It appears fearsome, but as time drags on, it too will falter. Under normal circumstances, the bear might abandon the chase. However, it understands that without eliminating the python, it cannot claim the water source, should Wu Hongyun regain his strength. It may very well be the bear's own life at stake. What a stubborn creature. Were it not for my grievous injuries, I would have turned back and slain you. Wu Hongyun silently curses, the hour of flight having exacerbated his wounds. Each injury compounds upon the last, and he is left wondering when he might recover. After careening about aimlessly for some time, Wu Hongyun loses all sense of direction, but is certain he is no longer near his territory. He spots a towering tree and feels a surge of joy, exerting all his strength to climb to a higher position. He finds himself perhaps 10 meters above the ground, while the bear can only watch from below. Fool, come up here if you dare. Once I recover, I will end you. Wu Hongyun revels in his triumph, only to be dismayed as the bear wraps its massive arms around the tree trunk, violently shaking it. My heavens, this bear truly is foolish. Initially, the trunk remains steady, but after several seconds, the roots begin to become exposed. The trees swayed violently, and Wu Hongyun struggled to maintain his balance, plummeting from the heights to the ground. The thud resounded as his body struck the earth, and despite the searing pain coursing through him, he summoned the remnants of his strength to flee. The enraged brown bear, in a fit of fury, lifted a fallen tree trunk and hurled it in Wu Hongyun's direction. Alas, he had already distanced himself, while the bear continued its pursuit. After nearly 30 minutes of frantic escape, the sound of rushing water reached his ears, prompting him to dash towards it. Fool, he thought. I refuse to believe you can still swim. However, upon arrival, he discovered merely a shallow creek, offering little hope for escape along its banks. He resolved instead to swim across, burrowing into the dense thicket on the opposite side. At this point, Wu Hongyun's strength was nearly depleted. His serpentine body caked in a mixture of blood and mud, a sight both gruesome and alarming. Fortunately, the brown bear did not continue its hunt, granting him a moment to recuperate. Yet, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, inducing a desire to succumb to slumber. He understood, however, that he could not afford to lose consciousness, for the threat of nearby jackals or wild dogs could easily spell his doom. Spotting a narrow hollow in a dead tree, Wu Hongyun gritted his teeth and crawled inside, enduring his fatigue. Perhaps fate smiled upon him, for within the hollow resided a dozen plump, panicked mice. Despite his grievous injuries, devouring these creatures required minimal effort. After several hours, with ample food and the nourishing properties of blood, his wounds began to heal rapidly. Yet vigilance remained imperative. His injuries were severe, and he needed to consume more bloody sustenance. Wu Hongyun ventured out to hunt, opting for smaller prey to satiate his hunger. The unfamiliar terrain made him cautious, and he settled for capturing birds and hares nearby. Once digested, the pain in his body lessened significantly. It took nearly 20 days for his external wounds to heal, but the damage to his spine from the fall left him considerably weakened. Thus, he found himself unable to shed his skin, stunting his growth. Anger coursed through him as he resolved that once he fully recovered, He would seek vengeance on the brown bear that had caused him such distress. Fortunately, his movements were not impeded by his injuries, and he decided to scout the terrain. Ascending to the summit of a valley, he perched atop a towering camphor tree, surveying the forest below. His heart raced as he realized he was in the eastern region, the territory of that terrifying creature. He needed to leave immediately. An encounter would surely be fatal. Fortuitously, he had remained on the outskirts of the eastern territory, never venturing too deep. 3 paths lay before him, one leading back the way he came, fraught with the risk of encountering the brown bear, another following the river, which would conserve his energy but would take more time, and the last, a circuitous route through the jungle, which, while lengthy, posed the least risk of human encounters. After all, killing a few humans was a necessary evil for his survival. Though many pythons existed in the world, a cobra of his size was indeed a rarity. Wu Hongyun was still being hunted by humans, and it was possible that research institutions were also on his trail. Should they dispatch snake experts to hunt him down, he would face dire peril. If he encountered humans, silencing them would be the optimal choice. Assessing the terrain, Wu Hongyun descended from the tree. Unlike ordinary snakes, he possessed human intelligence, making climbing a simple task. Once on the ground, he resolved to return to the tree hollow to regain his strength before returning to his base. He hoped to avoid an encounter with that dreadful creature on his final day. Chapter 13. The mountain summit having remained unscathed for so long. Surely he would not encounter misfortune at this critical juncture. Fate is capricious, and it is entirely possible that calamity could strike. After resting for 4 hours, Wu Hongyun prepared for one last hunt. His injuries did not hinder his movements, so he restricted his search to a 3-kilometer radius. The farther he ventured, the greater the danger. Deep-seated fear of that terrifying creature gripped him, for an encounter would likely result in a fight for his life. On land, such an overwhelming presence was inexplicable. Even 20 brown bears would not evoke such a feeling. During his peak, he could contend with only 2 or 3. This indicated that the creature was many times stronger than him. An 8-meter-long venomous snake, with an exceptionally tough skin, could easily crush trees if it exerted its full strength. If Wu Hongyun effectively utilized his advantages, he might even dare to face 5 brown bears. Yet against that formidable creature, he would likely stand no chance. Unless it was a divine beast from the classic of mountains and seas, Wu Hongyun believed they had all perished long ago. Departing the dead tree hollow, Wu Hongyun scoured the thicket for food. The animals in this eastern region lived comfortably, each one plump and robust. How splendid it would be to claim this territory as his own. He soon grew dissatisfied with his current stronghold, given its limited resources. In just half an hour, he had consumed numerous hares and wild chickens, his belly nearly bursting. With so many animals still around, his greed only intensified. However, Wu Hongyun did not wish to remain here indefinitely. He aspired to explore one of the 3 great tropical rainforests, particularly the African rainforest system. Though it did not rival the vastness of the world's largest devil's rainforest, it would be more suitable for his long-term survival. Naturally, should the opportunity arise, he would also venture into the Amazon rainforest. After all, the devil's rainforest is renowned for its exceptional ecological environment, hosting countless species. It is also a haven for many birds, reportedly home to nearly half of the world's avian population. Wu Hongyun yearned to dominate the illustrious devil's rainforest. Yet he would not be content with merely that. The vast world encompasses not only land, but also the oceans, which occupy much of the Earth's surface. Deep within the seas, unknown creatures surely lurked, currently beyond his capacity to contend with. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his intrigue. The key was to strengthen himself. Otherwise, he would merely become prey for other beasts. Wu Hongyun digested his feast rapidly, for the abundance of animals here allowed him to eliminate some before departing. During his hunting, he hardly noticed the direction he was heading. It was only when he decided to rest that he realized he had arrived at the summit of the eastern jungle, where he sensed the presence of a fellow serpent. Wu Hongyun had encountered numerous kin in this forest, yet most were smaller than he. A python? Could it possibly be that? Fear gripped him, but his insatiable curiosity compelled him to follow the scent. Perhaps he might make a friend. After walking for nearly an hour, he reached the source of the scent. To his astonishment, he found a mountain cavity with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters at the eastern summit, the stone walls sloping downward. If he lost control of his body, he could easily tumble in. For an ordinary human, such a fall would likely be fatal. Wu Hongyun, however, had no trouble descending safely. What astonished him most was that beneath the steep slope lay an unfathomable pit. He could ascertain that the scent of kin emanated from this very chasm, leaving him utterly astounded. Could it be another serpent? But why did it exude such a terrifying presence? Wu Hongyun felt compelled to enter the pit, Yet the foreboding aura made him hesitate at the entrance. Still, he reasoned that he could always flee if he could not overpower it. After much contemplation, Wu Hongyun resolved to explore further. Upon reaching the bottom of the pit, his eyes finally beheld the scene within. From the outside, nothing was visible, but here, he could see everything clearly. Here lies an expansive, cavernous abyss. Despite the enveloping darkness, Wu Hongyun could still discern its grandeur. How could such a place exist amidst the dense forest? It is truly a rarity throughout the ages. The ground was nearly entirely covered by roots, robust enough to rival Wu Hongyun himself. Had he truly stumbled into an uncharted territory? A chill gripped his heart. Yet curiosity stirred within him. Why were there roots in this secluded place, when he could see no trees at the mountain's mouth? It appeared as though the roots of several trees were intertwined, yet how had they survived here? Suddenly, a pungent, fishy odor wafted through the air, mingling with his own scent, albeit faintly. Following the source of the smell, he beheld a pair of eerie blue lanterns suspended in the air. No, they were not lanterns. They were eyes. Wu Hongyun trembled as he discerned an exceptionally thick trunk ahead, exuding a menacing aura characteristic of a fearsome creature. Could this be the elusive beast he had yet to encounter? Chapter 14. The Azure Giant Python. It was a creature of its kind. A serpent that filled Wu Hongyun with dread. The horrifying sight rendered him momentarily paralyzed. He had never anticipated that such a colossal python could inhabit this realm. He wished to flee, but his body felt immobilized as if ensnared by an invisible force. Faced with the entirely azure giant python, despair washed over him. Measuring over 30 meters in length, Wu Hongyun felt insignificantly small in comparison, his own 7-meter form akin to that of a mere worm. Its girth was as substantial as that of a half-open well. Even a brown bear would likely be swallowed whole before it. The azure giant python's scales shimmered with a metallic sheen, each movement resonating with a sound akin to clashing metal. Wu Hongyun felt a pang of envy. In contrast, his own scales seemed as fragile as eggshells. To grow into such a magnificent creature was a prospect he could hardly fathom, yet perhaps he too could achieve it. Alongside fear, an uncontrollable exhilaration surged within him. If his growth rate could return to its former pace, transforming into an azure giant python would merely be a matter of time. However, survival was paramount. The foul stench emanating from the azure giant python reinvigorated Wu Hongyun's senses, pulling him from his stupor. Though he felt nauseous, he realized he possessed one advantage. It favored cleanliness. The python had long sensed Wu Hongyun's approach, but having just shed its skin, it remained in a weakened state, initially disinterested in his presence. In the animal kingdom, territory often held more significance than life itself. Though Wu Hongyun had been a snake for some time, he remained oblivious to the intricacies of animal behavior. The azure giant python flicked its crimson tongue, its intent gaze fixated upon Wu Hongyun. In a moment of life and death, he summoned an extraordinary surge of potential, even greater than when fleeing from the brown bear. His speed increased by 30%, surpassing his peak performance, rendering him nearly invisible to the naked eye. Sensing his desire to escape, the azure giant python's predatory instincts ignited, and in mere seconds, it descended from the tree trunk. Its speed was unparalleled, akin to a train racing through the city. At this rate, Wu Hongyun would soon meet his demise. Cursing under his breath, he compelled himself to accelerate once more, increasing his speed by an additional 20%. Yet, the azure giant python moved at an astonishing pace, traversing over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Wu Hongyun felt the distance between them rapidly diminish. Yet he still believed escape was possible. He soon reached the mountain's mouth, with the azure giant python close behind. Given its colossal size, climbing and turning would require considerable effort. Yet, he could not afford to underestimate his opponent. The python's speed was a significant advantage, and he estimated he had approximately 90 seconds before it caught up. In this fleeting window, Wu Hongyun's survival depended on his next moves. The mountainside was strewn with rocks, which he skillfully navigated, while the python would obliterate anything in its path. Surely, he could not perish at the hands of such a relentless creature. Suddenly, Wu Hongyun spotted a small opening ahead and decided to test whether it might offer refuge. With a burning urgency, he squeezed through. The entrance measured 3 meters in diameter, and Wu Hongyun took a gamble. Should the interior space narrow, it would benefit him. Conversely, if it expanded, he would be trapped in a dead end. Fortune favored him, as the interior did indeed constrict. With every ounce of strength, he fled deeper until the azure giant python could no longer pursue. Gaining a moment to breathe, Wu Hongyun collapsed onto the ground, casting wary glances at the entrance. Here he would remain for a while, regardless of what transpired outside. His curiosity had led him astray. What compelled him to venture here? Had he possessed hands, he might have slapped himself in frustration. To make matters worse, the wounds he had painstakingly begun to heal had once again reopened during his flight. Rest was essential, yet this place seemed devoid of sustenance. And emerging would only invite the python's jaws. Would starvation be his fate? Unwilling to concede, Wu Hongyun resolved to press forward, hoping to discover another exit. However, the deeper he delved, the more the temperature plummeted. Snakes generally fear extreme cold unless they possess ample nourishment. Retreating seemed wise, lest he become trapped in this frigid abyss. Just as he turned to leave, he stumbled upon another small opening. A nagging intuition suggested something lay within, but a fear of the unknown held him back. Yet curiosity compelled him to enter. Upon crossing the threshold, an overwhelming chill enveloped his body. Fortunately, his physiological mechanisms could adapt, and for the time being, he would endure. The temperature here was even lower than that of a breeding facility's storage room. Yet Wu Hongyun's resilience had grown alongside his development. As he ventured further, his tail inadvertently dislodged a small stone that fell into a crevice. To his astonishment, 30 seconds elapsed without a sound, indicating just how deep the fissure was. Wu Hongyun marveled at the narrowness of the crevice, perfectly accommodating his serpentine form. Had he fallen in, he would surely have been reduced to mere pulp. Chapter 15. Amber stone. The ground was uneven, potentially concealing yet another crevice nearby. Moving with utmost caution, Wu Hongyun meandered aimlessly for several minutes. Suddenly, he halted before a transparent amber stone. The astonishment it evoked far surpassed that of the azure giant python. The amber emanated a faint glow, and within it lay a crimson creature. Wu Hongyun could not discern its nature nor ascertain if it still lived. The world teems with wonders. Yet if it were merely an ordinary creature, he would not be overly astonished. What truly captivated him was the amber's immense size. The being encased within was even more formidable. It appeared to be several dozen meters in height, but the dim light obscured his view. What manner of being was this? Could it be a dragon from myth? With a mind rife with questions yet devoid of answers, Wu Hongyun circled the amber stone, contemplating how to survive in this environment. No matter how valuable the amber, it paled in comparison to the practicality of a mouse in Wu Hongyun's eyes. After nearly 6 hours of wandering, he finally reached the end. The terrain within the crevice was peculiar, twisting and turning in ways he could not fathom. Yet, Wu Hongyun was unconcerned. His thoughts were solely on potential prey. Fortunately, he discovered a colony of bats, creatures often regarded by humans as harbingers of misfortune. Elated, he approached, though he was uncertain of their flavor. Upon closer inspection, he found the bats to be nearly the size of chickens or ducks in a farm. Yet they hung suspended from the stone walls, at least 10 meters above the ground. Fortunately, the stone wall was dry, although it was arduous to ascend. He managed to bring down 1 or 2 bats each time. Thus, Wu Hongyun lived here for nearly a month, satiating his hunger with bat meat and quenching his thirst with their blood. He discovered that he had inexplicably grown to 8 meters in length, which struck him as rather peculiar. His injuries had not yet healed, yet his growth rate was astonishingly rapid, leaving him increasingly baffled. The creatures nourished in this place were extraordinarily strange. Not only the azure giant python, but also the bats were of considerable size. With his current physique, should he encounter a brown bear again, he could easily vanquish it thanks to his venomous advantage. Moreover, the presence of the azure giant python and the bats led him to believe that there must be some hidden secret in this realm. After wandering for over 10 days, Wu Hongyun spent most of his time in the cave, aside from hunting bats. He also discovered dozens of amber stones and some unknown bones. If humans were to discover this place, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world, but Wu Hongyun remained indifferent. Food was his utmost priority. The intelligence of the bats seemed quite high. After losing several companions to him, they began to fly higher, making it increasingly difficult for Wu Hongyun to catch them. Simultaneously, he realized that the essence contained within a single bat could rival that of 2 or 3 wild rabbits in the dense forest. Logically, this was utterly implausible. Yet it was not a misfortune for Wu Hongyun. Fortunately, the cave contained plenty of rubble, which Wu Hongyun collected and stacked to increase his height. This time, he managed to kill over 20 bats. Eventually, he could eat no more and noticed 3 or 4 bats still on the ground. He decided to wander again. As the amber stones were quite beautiful, each amber stone encased different creatures, evoking a sense of insignificance in Wu Hongyun, if they were alive. He felt that any one of them could easily slay him. The thought sent shivers down his spine, so he turned his focus to studying the terrain. The entire cave spanned a vast area, estimated to be around 5,000 square meters, and the depths of the stone crevices were impossible to gauge. When he attempted to drop a stone into a crevice, It took nearly a minute to reach the bottom. Half a month passed in this manner, during which he consumed hundreds of bats, and his injuries healed. At this moment, Wu Hongyun was even stronger than in his peak condition. However, with little to occupy himself, he approached the crevice to observe its mysteries. Gathering his courage, he extended his snake head into the gap, but could still not discern the conditions within. Oddly enough, the slope beneath the crevice appeared to be inclined. Furthermore, he could feel an uneven texture through his body, making descent effortless. Upon reaching the bottom of the crevice, Wu Hongyun estimated it to be at least 500 meters deep. A careless misstep could result in a fatal fall. This place was utterly dark, making it difficult for an ordinary person to navigate, yet Wu Hongyun could detect the terrain with clarity. The ground was remarkably flat, resembling a road in a city, devoid of any steep inclines. Vines, as thick as an arm, covered the stone walls. Upon closer inspection, one might mistake them for ferocious creatures of the same kind. Wu Hongyun couldn't help but recall the azure giant python, which had nearly claimed his life. Revenge? He inwardly chuckled bitterly, recognizing that, given his current strength, it would be akin to seeking his own demise. It was wiser to bide his time. Chapter 16. The Blood Pool Boom. After walking a short distance, Wu Hongyun felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning, rendering him momentarily frozen. How could such a phenomenon exist in this place? Before him lay a vast crimson pool, permeated by a nauseating stench of blood. A whiff of the sanguine aroma filled his senses, causing his abdomen to swell with an unsettling fullness. Approaching the pool's edge, the overwhelming scent of blood jolted him back to reality. This was indeed a blood pool. Such a quantity of blood could only result from the slaughter of thousands. The warmth emanating from the pool enveloped Wu Hongyun, reminiscent of basking in the gentle afternoon sun outdoors. Yet, he dared not let down his guard. This place was far too terrifying. Hidden beneath the expansive crevice was this otherworldly sanctuary, and the blood pool stirred with rippling waves, akin to the molten lava within a volcano. Despite his calm demeanor, Wu Hongyun could not relish the moment. It was possible that within the blood pool lurked a creature even more formidable than the azure giant python. Considering this, he swiftly turned his snake head and fled the crevice at the fastest speed possible. Once he returned to the cave, his heart raced with fervor. It was merely a blood pool. As a snake, he could accept that. What was there to fear? Engaging in self-soothing thoughts, Wu Hongyun gradually regained his composure. Upon reflection, if this place were an ancient battlefield, it would not be entirely surprising. However, Wu Hongyun was fully convinced that the blood pool was a natural formation, devoid of any human influence. Logic could not explain its existence, which only heightened his fear. Once he regained his composure, a realization struck him. A mere trace of blood was sufficient to satiate him. No wonder the azure giant python had grown to such an enormous size. And the bats were undoubtedly linked to this blood pool. If he could remain here long-term, would it not be even more exhilarating? The astonishing sight and the potential benefits it offered caused Wu Hongyun's inner turmoil to escalate. Ultimately, reason triumphed over greed. He had spent nearly 2 months here. It was time to leave this place, hoping the azure giant python had departed. The exit remained the same path he had taken to arrive. And as he retraced his steps, anxiety gnawed at him. If he lingered any longer and continued to grow at such a rapid pace, he might never escape. Wu Hongyun felt a twinge of relief. After all, the number of bats was finite, and once they were gone, he would truly face starvation. Upon entering the original cave entrance, with its widening expanse, Wu Hongyun finally felt a sense of ease. As he emerged into the outside world, the first rays of sunlight greeted him, and he felt as though he were in a dream. After nearly 2 months in a sunless environment, the stark contrast weighed heavily on his psyche. Gradually acclimating, he gazed into the distance at the dense forest, reminiscing about the wild rabbits that roamed there. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from the collision of stones, snapping Wu Hongyun out of his reverie, and he could faintly hear the call of the azure giant python. Had it only been 3 minutes, and that creature had already discovered him? Wu Hongyun cursed inwardly, knowing it was to be expected. He had thought he could conceal his presence. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he had no choice but to retreat back into the cave. Had he known this would happen, he would never have ventured east. Otherwise, he would not be living in constant fear. Back in the cave, the commotion from outside was overwhelmingly loud, yet it did not affect him in the least. Now, he found himself in a predicament. Was he truly to survive by feasting on bats until death? Wu Hongyun felt utterly helpless. In the dense forest, at least there were other species to provide some variety. Eating bats for an entire month would be unbearable for anyone. Reluctantly, he hunted a few more bats to satiate his hunger, then remained still. waiting for the food in his belly to be fully digested. In the recesses of his mind, the blood pool resurfaced, and Wu Hongyun yearned to descend once more to uncover its true nature. One thing was certain: the growth effects of the blood pool far surpassed any food he had consumed. With this thought in mind, Wu Hongyun made his way back to the crevice. Approaching the blood pool once again, the vivid crimson water began to ignite his appetite. The pool seemed to harbor a tremendous power, though Wu Hongyun dared not speculate on its true strength. What creatures did this blood belong to? Surely, there was something lurking beneath the surface of the blood pool. Wu Hongyun could not fathom the origins of the blood pool, yet the intense scent of blood brought him an unexpected sense of enjoyment. The more complex the thoughts swirling in his mind, the more agitated Wu Hongyun became. He pondered the futility of his musings. Perhaps it would be wiser to harness the resources of the blood pool to cultivate his abilities, for unexpected rewards may arise. Wu Hongyun circled the pool, hesitant to plunge into its depths. The blood energy that had surfaced was sufficient to replenish his losses. Yet entering the blood pool for nourishment was a daunting prospect. He feared that his body might not withstand the pool's power, leading to a catastrophic demise. Upon reflection, he realized he had been here for nearly 2 months. Time slipped away. It had been over half a year since he had transformed into a snake, evolving from a mere hatchling to an impressive 8-meter-long venomous python. Wu Hongyun had grasped the laws of survival, understanding how to leverage his inherent strengths to thrive. Nevertheless, the hatred buried deep within him remained unquenched. Chapter 17. A desperate struggle with a slow opening of his blood-red eyes. Wu Hongyun felt the pulsating energy within him. After several days of nourishing in the blood pool, he felt as if he had acquired a new body, brimming with vigor, though a latent ferocity simmered within. The remarkable results achieved in just 15 hours made him realize that if he could reside in the blood pool for an extended period, the transformation would be extraordinary. Compared to the outside world, the growth rate here was astonishingly accelerated. As he prepared to absorb more of the pool's essence, the blood water suddenly began to boil. Resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, the ground trembled, and small stones tumbled into the blood pool. Wu Hongyun instinctively looked up, fearing a landslide. Above the blood pool, the rocky surface cracked, revealing a distinct fissure. Could it be? Was there truly an earthquake? Alarmed, he sensed that if it were a natural disaster, he would have perceived it. The crack widened until a familiar azure tail emerged. The pungent odor confirmed Wu Hongyun's fears. It was the enormous azure python. This was a grave predicament, for there were no nearby hiding places. The azure python descended the rock face effortlessly, suggesting it frequented this area. It seemed to be drawn to the blood pool, oblivious to Wu Hongyun's presence. A creature of such colossal size would surely terrify any human. Even a tiger would likely falter before it. There was no need for overthinking. He was an 8-meter-long serpent facing a 30-meter behemoth. Ultimately, he would be doomed to be devoured. As the azure python landed, Wu Hongyun's heart raced. The vicinity of the blood pool was limited, and he had not yet been detected, perhaps due to the overpowering scent of blood that clouded the senses. If he attempted a quick escape, the azure python would undoubtedly notice him. However, lingering would still expose him to danger. Caught in this dilemma, Wu Hongyun was uncertain of his course of action. But the azure python had already noticed him. Its lantern-like eyes radiated a fierce intent, fixated on Wu Hongyun. Even without Wu Hongyun's intellect, the python's instinct compelled it to protect the blood pool, which it perceived as its possession. Any creature daring to encroach upon it would face death. Approximately 60 years ago, this mighty python had also been a hatchling that fortuitously stumbled upon the blood pool, claiming the eastern territory as its own. Nearly all creatures venturing near its lair had fallen victim to its fangs. After 2 decades of survival, sustained by the blood's nourishment, the python had grown to its present size. Yet, over time, the blood pool's efficacy diminished, merely staving off hunger. For a decade, the python had languished in this state, unable to progress, and the surrounding forest could hardly meet its needs. Without the blood pool, it would have perished long ago. At this moment, Wu Hongyun had inadvertently encroached upon its vital source of life, effectively threatening its existence. Rage and murderous intent surged forth, transforming the once warm environment into a chilling realm. Faced with an insurmountable foe, Wu Hongyun's initial panic subsided. Life and death were in the hands of fate. He refused to flee like a coward. If he were to perish, he would do so with dignity. In his previous life as a human, he had encountered formidable adversaries that nearly led to the downfall of his group. Yet Wu Hongyun firmly believed that there was always a glimmer of hope. He had repeatedly averted disaster and steadied the crumbling edifice. Although the ultimate outcome had often been tragic, he did not wish to succumb before achieving vengeance. Many secrets remained unexplored from his human life, and he would not abandon them even as a venomous python. Even in the absence of hope, he would persevere. Steeling his resolve, Wu Hongyun prepared for a fight to the finish. Upon reflection, he realized he possessed an indelible venom. While the azure python's sole advantage lay in its size, surrendering was never in Wu Hongyun's nature. Without exerting every effort, he could never ascertain the outcome. The two serpents faced off, the azure python exuding a more commanding presence, its murderous aura instilling dread. Wu Hongyun coiled, readying his venom. If he could inject it into the azure python's body, perhaps there would be a chance for survival. While he might not be able to kill it immediately, he could weaken it significantly. However, upon observing the azure python's scales, he abandoned this thought, fearing he might break his fangs and, even if he survived, face a grim future. A venomous snake without fangs was akin to a human devoid of hands. Seizing the initiative, Wu Hongyun unleashed his venom, aiming directly for the python's mouth. Chapter 18. Collision. The venom traveled with remarkable speed, seemingly destined to strike true. A surge of exhilaration filled Wu Hongyun's heart. Destroying the azure python from within would simplify matters. However, he was unprepared for the python's agility despite its massive size. The moment the venom missed its mark, Wu Hongyun felt a pang of disappointment. Though lacking human intelligence, the azure python was not foolish enough to remain idle during an attack. With a hiss, the azure python flicked its tongue and charged at Wu Hongyun, crushing stones beneath its weight. The tremendous force behind it was evident. A mere touch could spell disaster for Wu Hongyun. Fortunately, his smaller size allowed him to engage in guerrilla tactics with relative ease. As the azure python closed in, Wu Hongyun struck its body with his tail. The impact nearly shattered his own bones, while the python remained unscathed. Having exhausted all viable attacks, Wu Hongyun found himself at a loss. In his weakened position, he resorted to relying on his agility to buy time. However, this was not a sustainable strategy. His stamina would soon wane, and he would ultimately meet his demise. With a crash, the azure python, irritated by prolonged movement, lashed its tail against the rock wall, sending debris flying. A few small stones struck Wu Hongyun, causing him sharp pain. He dared not enter the blood pool, knowing that the azure python had never braved it, let alone himself. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the ripples in the blood pool intensified. Moments later, the blood splashed onto Wu Hongyun's serpent body, inducing an excruciating sensation deep within. The once resilient scales shed several pieces, leaving him vulnerable. Wu Hongyun was in excruciating pain, darting around heedlessly, disregarding the pursuit of the Yulan Jumong. The Yulan Jumong, too, was in a dire state, teetering on the brink of the blood pool. As blood erupted, a significant portion of its serpentine body was engulfed in the crimson liquid. On this night of the full moon, upon spotting Wu Hongyun, it was consumed by hatred, momentarily forgetting the implications of approaching the blood pool. Time and again it had suffered from this folly, unable to endure the agony. The Yulan Jumong recklessly slammed against the stone walls, causing debris to rain down into the blood pool. The splattered blood also found its way onto Wu Hongyun. "You think I can't kill you?" Wu Hongyun gritted his teeth, fully grasping the corrosive nature of the blood. Enduring the searing pain, he stealthily approached the Yulan Jumong. If he could thrust the Yulan Jumong directly into the blood pool, its intense corrosiveness would surely spell its demise. Oddly, he had encountered no issues with the blood yesterday. Why was there such a drastic change today? Wu Hongyun was perplexed, unaware that a beam of moonlight had illuminated the blood pool as the Yulan Jumong descended. Years prior, it had suffered greatly until it comprehended the true nature of the blood pool, avoiding further mishaps. On nights of the full moon, one must keep a safe distance from the blood pool, as its corrosive properties persist until dawn. Wu Hongyun's movements were painfully slow, primarily due to the shedding of his scales, which scraped against the rough ground. It felt akin to a brush being dragged across an unhealed wound. Only 5 meters from the Yulan Jumong did he halt, wary of being harmed by the debris. After an indeterminate wait, the Yulan Jumong appeared utterly exhausted. Crucially, it remained by the blood pool, and Wu Hongyun could hardly contain his elation. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered his strength and charged towards the head of the Yulan Jumong at breakneck speed. With a resounding thud, a heavy sound reverberated through the cave, startling the bats outside. The Yulan Jumong could not withstand the impact, its upper body colliding with the blood pool. However, Wu Hongyun miscalculated his force, and due to inertia, he too was hurled into the blood pool. No way. How could I be so foolish? As he fell in, the blood water surged violently, but after a few seconds, it returned to a semblance of calm. In stark contrast, the Yulan Jumong, already drained of energy, was grotesquely corroded by the blood water. Its massive form writhed violently, further unsettling the water's surface. Moreover, at the moment its head submerged in the blood pool, a torrent of blood surged into the Yulan Jumong's innards. While the damage to its exterior could be mended with time, the blood water wreaked havoc within its abdomen, relentlessly destroying its vital organs. The pain was akin to having one's body carved open and scorched by flames. The Yulan Jumong became utterly frenzied, its colossal body slamming against the stone walls. Debris rained down in a cacophony, and it endured for nearly 2 hours before collapsing in a heap. Its 30-meter-long body was a grotesque sight, bloodied and battered, seemingly on the brink of death. At the moment Wu Hongyun fell into the blood pool, he felt as though he were being mercilessly ground in a meat grinder. As his 8-meter-long body plummeted, the sulfuric blood water corroded his form. Unable to withstand the excruciating pain, he ultimately lost consciousness. As time wore on, the blood water ceased its boiling. Meanwhile, Wu Hongyun, submerged at the bottom of the blood pool, seemed to be hanging by a thread. Suddenly, an unusual red glow erupted from the surface of the blood pool. For reasons unknown, the blood water began to seep through the gaps in his scales, slowly integrating into his body. It felt as though his entire serpentine form was merging with the blood pool, and remarkably, Wu Hongyun exhibited signs of evolution. The once calm blood water surged back into a furious boil. Steam thickened above the surface, while the blood water within the pool diminished at a visibly rapid rate. As the blood pool neared depletion, one could discern a colossal Jumong at the bottom, seemingly absorbing the blood water. At this rate, within 2 days, the blood pool would be completely drained. In his unconscious state, Wu Hongyun remained oblivious to the extraordinary occurrences around him. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Hongyun lingered in the blood pool for an entire month, while the forest beyond the mountain peak underwent rapid changes. With the blood pool dry, the surrounding flora began to wither and decay. In the eastern region, normal ecological conditions were restored following the demise of the Yulan Jumong. The bats that had nested within the cave, deprived of the blood pool, would soon meet their end as well. Ever since the blood pool was completely absorbed, Wu Hongyun had regained his peak condition. His body had evolved from 8 meters to 12 meters in length, and he had grown more robust than ever. The energy from the blood pool had also healed his injuries entirely. During this period, Wu Hongyun felt as though he had been drawn into an incredibly vivid dream. A man clad in a blood-red robe, seemingly drenched in blood, wandered through gruesome scenes of carnage, leaving desolation in his wake, as though he were the harbinger of hell on earth, until he encountered a man in blue, whose every gesture exuded an air of cunning and treachery. The two figures evoked within Wu Hongyun a sense of stark contrast. The chilling and the sanguinary intertwined. Suddenly, the man in the blood robe transformed into a massive blood dragon, while the man in blue emitted an aura of extreme cold, morphing into a hauntingly azure dragon. The vast expanse of land was ravaged by the ferocious clash of the two dragons. What astounded Wu Hongyun the most was that this transpired in an era long before humanity's emergence. The ground was teeming with legendary creatures, the most familiar to Wu Hongyun being the dinosaurs. Yet, before the might of the two dragons, these beings were as insignificant as ants, easily crushed. The battle raged on for days, ultimately culminating in the defeat of the blood dragon. The azure dragon tore the blood dragon asunder, extracting several crystalline blood-red orbs from its carcass and forcibly injecting them into grotesque serpentine creatures. Subsequently, the azure dragon transformed the entire land into a glacial expanse. Perhaps this act led to the gradual extinction of curious species among humanity. As time wore on, the glaciers began to melt, and the blood dragon's corpse began to decay, transforming into a vast blood lake. Natural disasters over millennia had considerably shrunk the blood lake. Eventually, in the aftermath of a cataclysmic earthquake, the mountains underwent a dramatic transformation, completely shrouding the blood lake within their embrace, thus creating the present-day blood pool. The emergence of these two dragons was the source of Wu Hongyun's astonishment and exhilaration. In this world, dragons indeed existed. With the blood pool fully absorbed by Wu Hongyun, he had effectively inherited the residual power of the blood dragon. Yet, a lingering sensation persisted within him, as if something vital was missing. Simultaneously, Wu Hongyun recalled the ancient myths passed down through generations, rich with the heritage of Huaxia civilization. For instance, ancient emperors were often referred to as true dragon sons, symbolizing the dragon itself. Wu Hongyun was uncertain how to transform into a dragon, believing that dreams were mere illusions unworthy of pursuit. Nevertheless, the appearance of the Yulan Jumong and the blood pool rendered this dream tangible. Wu Hongyun could now affirm the existence of dragons. His worldview was upended by the dream, igniting within him a fervent desire for growth. If a mere Yalan Jumong could achieve such heights, how much more was possible for him? As the dream reached its conclusion, Wu Hongyun awakened. Though much of the blood dragon's memory had faded, had he been able to grasp all the details, he would have stopped at nothing to attain such a pinnacle. However, gazing at the nearly 100-meter-deep blood pool, Wu Hongyun began to experience a throbbing headache. Without the aid of the sanguine waters, how could he possibly ascend such heights? When hunger struck, it could lead to dire consequences. The stone walls of the blood pool were not sloped like a cavern, making it seem impractical to climb. In his moment of desperation, Wu Hongyun became aware of his own transformation. His scales had grown remarkably tough, rendering ordinary firearms utterly ineffective against him. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had grown to an impressive length of 12 meters. The blood pool had indeed possessed extraordinary effects. Not only that, but even the potency of his venom had increased several-fold, qualifying it as a biochemical weapon. It seemed the time for vengeance had arrived. Wu Hongyun resolved to first eliminate the treacherous couple in Fenglin Shi, and then venture into the Devil's Rainforest. If an adult were to stand before him now, swallowing them whole would pose little challenge. After all, with his newfound length of 12 meters, the act of consumption was no longer the arduous task it once was. Merely half a year had passed since his transformation from a juvenile snake to a venomous python, which was quite remarkable. Though the blood pool was deep, Wu Hongyun had formulated a plan. His resilient body could not only provide formidable defense, but also serve as a means of destruction. With a swift motion, his serpentine tail struck the stone wall, puncturing it instantly and sending debris flying in all directions. Seeing the successful outcome, Wu Hongyun maneuvered through the opening he had created. However, it was indeed laborious, taking nearly an entire day to accomplish. Had it been the azure giant python attempting this feat, it might have become trapped within. This was the disparity of wisdom. At the edge of the blood pool, the azure giant python reappeared before Wu Hongyun. Regrettably, it had already met its demise, its corpse emanating a foul odor. What a wretched sight! Even in death you disgust me, Wu Hongyun thought bitterly, yet instead of departing, he approached the carcass in search of something valuable. Near the location of its gallbladder, Wu Hongyun raised his tail and sliced through the skin as if cutting through tofu. The most precious organ within a snake is undoubtedly its gallbladder. Humans often seek snake gall as a medicinal ingredient, particularly that of rare species, which holds even greater value. Had anyone been aware of the azure giant python's existence earlier, they would have likely gone to great lengths to hunt it down, albeit with a high chance of failure. Wu Hongyun considered himself fortunate, swiftly consuming the gallbladder and awaiting its digestion. Coincidentally, this night was a full moon, and a rift should appear above the blood pool. However, after nearly 2 days of waiting, there was still no sign of activity. It dawned upon Wu Hongyun that it must be due to the disappearance of the blood pool. The environment within the cavern had returned to normal, which caused him concern. With his size having grown to such an extent, he wondered if he could navigate his way back through the cave. As expected, he found the opening incompatible with his bulk and had to relinquish that idea. Attempting to squeeze through might result in being stuck, leading to a precarious situation. In a stroke of ingenuity, Wu Hongyun employed his sturdy tail once more to widen the opening. 3 hours later, he emerged once again into the forest. Relishing the fresh air and gentle sunlight, he vented the frustrations he had endured during his time below. Finally free, he resolved to confront that foolish bear. Months had passed, yet Wu Hongyun had not forgotten the humiliation he faced while fleeing from the brown bear. If he did not release this pent-up rage, he feared it would haunt his dreams. With the demise of the azure giant python, no creature in the forest could rival Wu Hongyun. Once he dealt with the brown bear, he would claim this forest as his own. Little did he know, absorbing the blood pool had altered not only his physique, but also his very cells. Perhaps having absorbed the essence of the blood dragon, his biological structure underwent significant changes. Originally based on the cells of a cobra, his growth rate was already rapid. The critical factor was that within his body resided not just one type of cell, but seemingly dozens. Regrettably, Wu Hongyun could not comprehend this yet, subconsciously believing that fate favored him, allowing him to survive after falling into the blood pool. Now possessing the bloodline of the blood dragon, understanding would come in due time. Eagerly, Wu Hongyun decided to prepare for a hunt to feast upon. He devoured 2 young deer, and as night fell, he preferred to refrain from excessive nocturnal activity, maintaining a routine akin to his human days. After all, the brown bear would not escape. Eliminating it now would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The snake gall he had consumed was yet to be digested. Having been nourished by the blood essence for over a decade, Wu Hongyun had underestimated the power contained within the gallbladder. assuming it would take merely 3 to 4 days for digestion. Days passed, and he realized that such a process could not be completed overnight. Since entering the cave, Wu Hongyun had not shed his skin for a considerable time. However, the essence absorbed from the blood pool had facilitated growth far surpassing that of a normal molt. Furthermore, Wu Hongyun felt as though he had gained an entirely new body. Occasionally, he experienced discomfort, but as time progressed, those sensations gradually faded, continuing to reside atop the mountain. He ventured out every 3 to 4 days. Thus, a month passed, and the snake gall was successfully absorbed by his body. Yet, Wu Hongyun noticed an unusual phenomenon. Despite the passage of time, there were no signs of shedding. This was likely due to the enhancements from the blood waters, eliminating the need to worry about the weakness that typically followed molting. During this period, Wu Hongyun's serpentine form had grown to 16 meters, not including the length of his head. Observing his increasingly robust physique, he felt a swelling pride within. After resting for so long, the time had come to settle the score with the foolish bear. Chapter 21. Ambush on the brown bear perched atop the mountain, Wu Hongyun surveyed the boundless forest below, akin to a sovereign overlooking a vast realm. The ground was carpeted with dry leaves, and the rustling sound reverberated through the trees, shattering the forest's tranquility. Pausing his movements, Wu Hongyun glanced around, noting the absence of any nearby creatures. Perhaps the animals sensed his presence and instinctively concealed themselves to survive. A 16-meter-long venomous python would deter anyone from approaching. As he returned to his territory, Wu Hongyun passed through the domain of some porcupines and contemplated slaughtering them. However, upon reflection, he deemed it a waste of effort to kill the young ones, as it would serve no purpose. Instead, he decided to nurture them for a while, allowing them to grow plump before the inevitable slaughter. His immediate focus was on eliminating the brown bear, but afterward, he intended to deal with the treacherous couple. Subsequently, he would venture into the Devil's rainforest to establish a new resource hub. Wu Hongyun's thoughts were clear, yet this endeavor would require significant time. The rapid increase in his power left him feeling somewhat unsteady. Thus, he resolved to take some time to solidify his foundation, planning to take action a month later. Upon returning to his old stronghold, Wu Hongyun conducted a thorough inspection, seeking any signs of intrusion by other species. No creature would permit another animal to trespass upon its territory, even if there was no immediate threat. Spotting a few wild wolves, he swiftly dispatched them before making his way toward the brown bear's territory. Now, Wu Hongyun's speed had improved considerably, rendering him unmatched among his kind. He could not afford to underestimate the brown bear. Despite his advantages, that foolish creature possessed remarkable strength. Little did he know that just days prior, a human had spotted the brown bear and reported it to the relevant authorities. Fortunately, the brown bear was a protected species, and as long as it posed no threat to humans, no one would intervene. However, in Wu Hongyun's eyes, the brown bear had nearly brought him to his demise. To him, the classification of a protected species was inconsequential. To kill, nothing could stand in Wu Hongyun's way except for the divine. Silently, Wu Hongyun moved through the forest, confident that as long as he concealed his murderous intent, he would remain undetected. Until he entered the territory of the brown bear, Wu Hongyun concealed himself upon the trunk of a towering tree. Shielded by the leaves and devoid of sunlight, he seemed to merge seamlessly with the great tree. Most serpents must exercise patience in their predation, often waiting for days in a single location. To catch them off guard is the essence of surprise. Were it any other creature, Wu Hongyun would have charged directly. However, the brown bear was different. Its tough hide and considerable speed rendered a direct assault a less viable option. The most effective approach was to lie in wait, as the sheer strength of the bear meant that even the most resilient scales could not withstand the impact of its weight. After nearly 20 hours of waiting, Wu Hongyun finally felt a surge of intent. Not far off, the seemingly docile brown bear lumbered closer, its size having increased significantly. Likely due to an abundance of food sources recently, the bear, unaware of the lurking danger in the shadows, continued its approach. However, when it was approximately 7 meters away, the bear suddenly became alert, halting its advance. Observing the bear's retreat, Wu Hongyun immediately unleashed his lethal intent. A shadow darted from the tree, heading straight for the bear. Despite its massive stature, the brown bear was capable of swift reactions, though this was anticipated by Wu Hongyun. The distance was considerable, and his descent from the tree consumed precious moments. Within mere seconds of hitting the ground, Wu Hongyun charged toward the bear once more. The bear's claws, rendered ineffective against his resilient scales, could not draw blood. Terror flickered in the bear's eyes. Its singular thought was escape. Yet, its misplaced pride as a ruler of the forest hindered its instinct for survival. Fear, however, is not easily conquered, and its movements grew erratic. In terms of sheer presence, the bear was already at a disadvantage. No matter how fiercely it roared, to Wu Hongyun, it was merely background noise. Wu Hongyun slowly flicked his tongue, curious about the bear's next decision. Even the slightest movement sent the bear into a panic. Repeatedly, the bear realized it was being toyed with. In a fit of rage overcoming its fear, it lunged directly at the venomous python. "Fool, if you seek death, I shall oblige." With a scoff in his heart, Wu Hongyun struck the bear forcefully with his tail. The bear was sent flying, blood oozing from its orifices. That strike could shatter stone, let alone a foolish bear. Grievously injured, the bear found itself incapable of escape. Suddenly, it entertained thoughts of a desperate last stand, preferring death to retreat. The dull claws of the bear shattered instantly against Wu Hongyun's scales, which bore only a minor scratch. Witnessing this, the bear was filled with despair. No amount of pride mattered more than survival. Wu Hongyun noted the bear's desire to flee and felt nothing but disdain. He initially believed the bear would not escape far. Yet within seconds, it had created a distance of 50 to 60 meters. Likewise, Wu Hongyun closed this gap in mere moments. His elongated, smooth body coiled around the bear, venomous fangs sinking into its neck. The outcome was sealed. The combination of constriction and venom posed a question. Who could withstand such an assault? The bear, ensnared and immobilized, succumbed within a minute. Given the bear's substantial size, Wu Hongyun abandoned any thought of consuming it. While he could force it down, the creature would undoubtedly prove more challenging to digest than the snake itself. Days of inactivity would significantly diminish his combat prowess, presenting a troublesome scenario if he encountered other ferocious beasts. Wu Hongyun, disinterested in the carcass, turned to hunt anew. Once his strength was fully restored, he would prepare to leave the forest, heading directly toward the dwelling of those treacherous humans. However, he was mindful that his conspicuous size would attract unwanted attention in the city. Should he draw the military's gaze, even 10 lives would not suffice to ensure his survival. Nonetheless, the desire for vengeance remained undiminished. He resolved to travel by night and rest by day, evading human detection. With the brown bear now deceased, Wu Hongyun was virtually invincible in the forest. After a night of rest, the cool morning air was ideal for hunting. If he delayed until midday, the scorching sun would sap his strength unnecessarily. In the absence of formidable foes, he hunted without restraint, feasting each time before retreating to a secluded spot for rest. Suddenly, at midday, the scent of humans wafted through the forest, piquing Wu Hongyun's curiosity. This region was a conservation area, rife with venomous snakes and insects. Who would dare venture here? 2 kilometers away, a group of individuals gathered, led by a middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding scholarly charm. A few young men wielding chopping axes cleared the path ahead, followed by several students. A girl with a youthful appearance, clad in simple casual attire, approached the middle-aged man. "Teacher, let me carry the bag for you," she offered. The man adjusted his glasses and chuckled lightly. "What is a young lady doing with such labor? I am not fatigued." This girl, named Lu Huan, was 22 years old and a student at Fengye University. Recently, numerous rare creatures had been discovered in this forest, prompting the university to dispatch students from the biology department to broaden their horizons. Fengye University had even invited the esteemed biologist Zhao Ruigwa from the province to lead the expedition, the very man before them. Zhao Ruigwa had dedicated his life to the study of biology. Upon hearing of the region's rich biodiversity, his interest was piqued. "Teacher, I heard this area can be quite dangerous," Lu Huan remarked awkwardly. "In the wild, danger is ever present. Keep a close eye on your footing to avoid snake bites." Zhao Ruigwa cautioned. Not long after, the group stumbled upon signs of the brown bear's activity. Zhao Ruigwa led the students in pursuit of the trail. Should the bear still be alive, this group would find themselves in grave danger. It had been nearly a decade since Zhao Ruigwa had encountered a wild brown bear. The prospect of seeing one in person filled him with excitement. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the students were preoccupied with academic research, oblivious to the environmental threats. Wu Hongyun had already set his sights on them, primarily concerned they might be drawn to his presence. Upon realizing they were here for research, he retreated to his habitat. Just as he began to circle back, a serious concern crossed his mind. If this group discovered the corpse of the brown bear, they would undoubtedly uncover his existence. Should he eliminate them? No. Without enmity, there was no need for slaughter. He would soon depart. Wu Hongyun quelled his murderous thoughts and resumed his rest. Time passed, and finally, Zhao Ruigwa arrived at the site of the brown bear's carcass. How could this be? He trembled. Lamenting the loss of a wild brown bear he had so painstakingly sought. His heart heavy with regret, Zhao Ruigwa felt helpless, Soon, a student raised a question. Their curiosity piqued regarding the bear's demise. Experienced, Zhao Ruigwa deduced that the bear had likely been strangled by a python. The crucial detail was that this area was not a true tropical jungle. Pythons should not inhabit it. Zhao Ruigwa noticed black pus oozing from the bear's ear and urgently called, "Quick, bring me a syringe." "Teacher, what have you discovered?" Lu Huan approached with the syringe. Noting Zhao Ruigwa's agitated demeanor, her curiosity growing. The student's lack of experience was understandable, but Zhao Ruigwa was intrigued by the notion of a python possessing venom, as it was well known that most pythons were non-venomous. The bear, towering nearly 5 meters, could only have been taken down by a serpent of considerable power. Certainly, Zhao Ruigwa has dedicated many years to the study of biology and is hesitant to assert the existence of venomous pythons in the world. It is also conceivable that the brown bear was bitten by a venomous snake before encountering the python and meeting its demise. Without a clear understanding of the situation, Zhao Ruigwa refrains from making any hasty conclusions. The most prudent course of action would be to collect blood samples from the brown bear and transport the carcass back to the research institute for analysis. Then, all mysteries will be unraveled. Zhao Ruigwa's thoughts are clear, and he quickly comes to a realization. If this wild brown bear could be attacked by a venomous snake, it would indeed be extraordinary. Based on the blood analysis, it is quite possible that it was a king cobra. However, one wonders how a king cobra could possess the strength to constrict a brown bear. Chapter 23. The search. Although it sounds somewhat absurd, Zhao Ruigwa remains oblivious to the dangers and insists on continuing the exploration. The carcass of the brown bear has been concealed by a group of individuals and treated with a preservative. If the king cobra is not found, they can retrieve the bear's body upon their return. The students do not object, but someone must remain to keep watch. A student named Li Wei volunteers, and Zhao Ruigwa casually agrees. Subsequently, more than a dozen individuals embark on the quest to locate the venomous snake. Meanwhile, Wu Hongyun is still resting, unaware that he has become the target of others. After walking for over 2 hours under the scorching sun, the students begin to struggle. In contrast, Zhao Ruigwa, accustomed to long periods of outdoor research, feels little discomfort. Observing the students panting with exhaustion, he suggests taking a brief respite. Suddenly, Lu Huan lets out a sharp scream, causing everyone to believe they are in imminent danger. Tension fills the air as heads swivel in all directions, creating a rather comical scene. Among the grass, numerous ghastly white bones emerge, still stained with remnants of flesh. These bones, mostly belonging to animals, have been left behind by the brown bear. The sight of a small mountain of bones is something Zhao Ruigwa has never encountered before. The students are so frightened that they dare not even breathe, let alone approach the site. Do not be afraid. This is likely the territory of the brown bear, and these bones are remnants of its meals, Zhao Ruigwa calmly analyzes. It appears that the brown bear has inhabited this area for nearly a decade. As the clock approaches 4 o'clock, they must find a safe place to rest before continuing their search. With the death of the brown bear, this region should pose no further threat, making it prudent to explore its den. The students are perplexed, wondering why they are diverting from their original mission to find the venomous snake. Zhao Ruigwa explains that time is running short, and continuing further may lead to danger. Visiting the brown bear's den is the wisest option. He possesses extensive knowledge of animal behavior, and following his lead is unlikely to result in missteps. Before long, the group arrives at the brown bear's den. Zhao Ruigwa leads the students inside, undeterred by the possibility of unforeseen events. Experience breeds confidence. After a few minutes of observation, they indeed find signs of the brown bear's habitation. Zhao Ruigwa discovers several items worthy of study and prepares to search for the venomous snake after regaining his strength. During the break, a group of male students eagerly vies for the attention of the campus belle, Lu Huan, displaying a rather sycophantic demeanor. Noting their energy, Zhao Ruigwa smiles and says, "Have you all recovered? Let's focus on finding the venomous snake." He is eager to meet Wu Hongyun, but wonders what will happen when they actually find him. Meanwhile, Wu Hongyun remains nestled in his territory, oblivious to the approach of others. The external temperature is exceedingly hot, but within the cave, it is refreshingly cool, an ideal habitat for snakes. In such a pleasant environment, Wu Hongyun maintains a vigilant disposition. He can sense any intruders within 100 meters. Suddenly, his crimson, menacing eyes emerge. "So, you have returned. Truly, you seek your own demise." Wu Hongyun despises this feeling and abhors being discovered. However, as long as the group does not find his lair, he has no intention of slaughtering them. Should they intrude upon his territory, however, he will not hesitate to unleash carnage. At this moment, Zhao Ruigwa is breathless. and the students are so weary that they can barely move their legs. Humans, after all, have spent most of their lives in cities, relying on transportation. Except for a few armed guards, nearly everyone else has nearly lost all strength. Many students cannot help but grumble, wishing they had never come to this wretched place. This old fellow is looking for a venomous snake. Does he not care for his own life? Yet Lu Huan remains patient, handing Zhao Ruigwa a bottle of water. Teacher, take a sip to catch your breath. Zhao Ruigwa beams with appreciation and replies, let us persevere. We have entered the realm of the venomous snake, which is likely in a cave nearby. We must continue our search. After allowing everyone a few minutes of rest, Zhao Ruigwa resumes the quest. As time wanes, they must complete their search within the limited daylight. After nearly 20 minutes of searching, Zhao Ruigwa finds himself increasingly close to Wu Hongyun's hiding place. A student named Su Kan, wielding a knife, clears away the thorns and underbrush. Though he outwardly appears diligent, internally, he curses Zhao Ruigwa's ancestors. Yet in front of Lu Huan, he refrains from expressing his anger. Unintentionally, Su Kan spots a cave not far away, instantly filled with hope. Teacher, there's a cave over here. Can we enter? Where? Zhao Ruigwa swiftly approaches, moving with surprising agility, entirely unlike someone buried in the earth. The entrance is obscured by thorns, yet the interior appears pristine, devoid of any debris. Zhao Ruigwa cautions everyone, be vigilant. This may be the lair of that enormous venomous snake. Prepare the antidote serum. It could save your lives in case of a bite. With that, Zhao Ruigwa takes the machete and clears the thorns from the cave entrance. The armed guards behind him are equally tense, cautiously following Zhao Ruigwa into the cave. Chapter 24. The hunter gazing inside. More than a dozen individuals widen their eyes, seemingly unable to believe the scene before them. Wu Hongyun, however, reveals his chilling gaze, and an aura of murderous intent fills the cave. The size of the king cobra shatters Zhao Ruigwa's previous conceptions. Is this truly a venomous snake? Its head resembles a branding iron, and the dark scales are interspersed with striking white patterns, rendering the creature even more fearsome. Its body, as thick as a tree trunk, coils ominously, with an estimated diameter of nearly 7 meters and a length of approximately 16 meters. At this moment, Zhao Ruigwa is filled with regret. This situation mirrors when Wu Hongyun ventured into the lair of the immense azure python. The venom of the king cobra is extraordinarily potent, and with such a colossal size, it is beyond the reach of humanity. Even with firearms, they would likely prove ineffective. Should they provoke this serpent, it could lead to the demise of them all. If Zhao Ruigwa were exploring alone, he would not fear, but the presence of these young students weighs heavily on him. They have futures to consider. He must find a way to ensure their safe exit. The students are so terrified that they collapse to the ground, wanting to flee, yet feeling utterly drained. Do not move. This snake is unlikely to attack us unless provoked. We must slowly retreat. Zhao Ruigwa's instincts tell him that as long as they do not harm the colossal venomous snake, they should be safe. Wu Hongyun contemplates that slaughtering this group would yield no benefit, especially considering they are merely scholars. Before leaving the forest, he wishes to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, provided they do not draw their weapons. Among the crowd, only Lu Huan exhibits little fear. Her deep, clear eyes lock onto Wu Hongyun's crimson, serpent gaze as if she perceives something unusual. The venomous snake seems to be in a state of contemplation. Simultaneously, an odd sensation washes over Wu Hongyun, compelling him to glance at the young woman. A sudden wave of irritation surged within him. He detested the way the girl was gazing at him. Were it not for Wu Hongyun's reluctance to exert himself, he would have already eradicated this group of people. As they gradually retreated from their refuge, Wu Hongyun repressed his murderous intent to signal that he harbored no desire to pursue them. Had the guards fired their weapons, the ground would have been littered with a dozen human corpses in that very moment. Upon reaching a secure location, Zhao Ruigwa finally felt a sense of relief, only to realize that his clothes were drenched in sweat. We must leave quickly. That massive venomous snake likely just had a meal, which is why it did not attack us. But in a few hours, who can tell? Zhao Ruigwa uttered these words, causing the students to instantly turn back in fright. Once back in the city, Zhao Ruigwa would promptly report to the higher authorities to capture the enormous venomous python. The fact that the king cobra could grow to such proportions is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Additionally, there was fear that it might leave the forest and encroach upon human habitation, which would spell trouble. Such a ticking time bomb must be eliminated without delay. Alas, Wu Hongyun had already resolved to depart soon, and he feared he would miss the opportunity. After meeting with Li Wei, Zhao Ruigwa hastily fled the area, their presence dissipating into the air. At dawn, The forest appeared shrouded in a layer of mist from a distance. The sun had yet to break through, and the dew-laden grass was in disarray. A silver wolf was chasing a hare, a sight not unusual in the woods. Every creature needs to hunt. Survival is paramount. Suddenly, the silver wolf lunged with force at the hare, commencing a brutal act of tearing. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed through the forest, and the silver wolf let out a horrid howl before collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Today's auspicious start was remarkable. Encountering a wild silver wolf would surely fetch a handsome sum. A gaunt, twisted-faced man emerged from the woods, wielding a crude firearm. Several assorted men followed him, each armed as well. The boss is quite fortunate. This silver wolf commands a high price on the black market, but we have yet to locate that bear. If we could find it, that would be splendid. Someone is offering 5 million. The emaciated man turned and asked, Lao Wu, this hardly seems like a place where a brown bear would roam. Rest assured, the information I received is accurate. Not only are there brown bears, but also a giant python. That is fantastic. If we can secure this deal, we brothers won't have to worry about food and clothing for years. The employer only required the bear's paw and gallbladder, while the bear's skin could be sold privately. The profits would far exceed 5 million. These men were professional hunters commissioned to capture protected animals for substantial fees. However, the sound of gunfire did not sit well with the ruler of the forest. Wu Hongyun, engaged in his own hunt, heard the gunshot and ascended a height to survey the area, faintly hearing the howling of the wolves. The gunfire seemed to emanate from the west. Could it be those scholars? It was also possible that new humans had entered the forest. The fury from yesterday had not yet subsided, and now there were intruders daring to trespass once more. Repeated violations of his territory would be intolerable for anyone, and especially so while slaughtering the forest-esque creatures. This was tantamount to declaring war on Wu Hongyun. These pests dared to disturb the sovereign of the woods. They were courting death. Chapter 25. Slaughter. This forest belonged to Wu Hongyun, serving as both his territory and resource. The indiscriminate slaughter of creatures by humans was, in his view, utterly outrageous. Consumed by rage, Wu Hongyun moved with astonishing speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. Upon reaching the source of the gunfire, he discovered the silver wolf lying in a pool of blood, its pelt flayed. You truly have the audacity. Wu Hongyun's fury intensified, and he swiftly followed the scent of humans. In the past, he could only track within a limited range, but the benefits of the blood pool had heightened his senses. As he relentlessly pursued, Wu Hongyun finally spotted the group, but refrained from attacking immediately. Initially, he had thought they were scholars, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were a different band. Each was armed with hunting rifles and equipped for wilderness survival, clearly prepared for their endeavors. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and yet another deer fell lifeless to the ground. Today is indeed fortunate. We have acquired a silver wolf pelt and taken down a deer. Lao Wu chuckled. Enough with the reckless shooting. We don't want to attract trouble. The thin leader admonished, and the others complied. Should they encounter the brown bear with insufficient ammunition, it would spell disaster. With you here, what do we have to fear from a bear? Someone remarked. Just then, Lao Wu was suddenly engulfed in darkness, searing pain coursing through his body. As the others realized what was happening, they saw a massive, obsidian python coiling around Lao Wu, crushing his bones in an instant. Wu Hongyun's speed was astonishing. From revealing himself to executing the kill took less than 10 seconds. The hunters stared in disbelief at Wu Hongyun. A snake. A venomous python. The leader regained his composure and shouted, "Load your bullets and find a place to shoot from." However, upon firing, their bullets merely produced a sharp metallic clink against Wu Hongyun's scales. He felt as though he was being tickled and promptly released the human he had just slain. Fools! You sought death, and I am merely fulfilling your wish. The air was thick with Wu Hongyun's chilling intent, his crimson, menacing eyes surveying the remaining men. They were gripped with fear, their hair standing on end, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, their hearts racing uncontrollably. The hunters realized this was no ordinary python, but the second most venomous snake in Huaxia, the king cobra. The sheer size was extraordinary. Even a python would struggle to reach such dimensions. Wu Hongyun was no longer inclined to show mercy, swiftly dispatching a second victim with his venom and using his tail to send another man flying. The stone wall buckled under the force of Wu Hongyun's strike, let alone mere humans. 7 remained, all utterly terrified, teetering on the brink of madness. Yet, the leader attempted to sneak away, having already covered several dozen meters. Since you've come this far, let us have some fun, Wu Hongyun thought with a cold smile, pursuing him relentlessly, leaving no chance for escape. Clang! The leader kept pulling the trigger, bullets sparking against Wu Hongyun's body, But alas, even an empty magazine failed to inflict harm. Get away, stay back. The leader hurled his rifle at Wu Hongyun and began to retreat in disarray, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Wu Hongyun chose not to kill him immediately, but instead swam languidly around him. Faced with such a scenario, the leader succumbed to faintness. Wu Hongyun was not inclined to waste time. His venomous fangs sank into the leader's neck before he turned his attention to the remaining survivors. Soon, all the hunters had been eradicated. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Wu Hongyun glanced at the human corpses with no appetite, suddenly recalling the skinless silver wolf. He approached and consumed it. After resting for nearly an hour, Wu Hongyun gazed toward the direction of Fenglin City. Just wait, I shall come to find you soon. Hatred burned in his scarlet serpent eyes. Not long after the sun rose, Wu Hongyun resolved to set forth immediately, planning to lie in wait at the forest's edge until nightfall before entering Fenglin City. His massive form was a weapon in the forest, but a menace in the city. Wu Hongyun felt a headache coming on at the thought, yet he could not allow such reasons to deter him. By evening, he finally reached the fringes and discovered signs of human activity. During the day, there may have been a presence, but at night, this area should be relatively deserted. After a day of relentless travel, Wu Hongyun was thoroughly famished. Nearby flowed a crystal-clear river, teeming with fish and shrimp to satiate one's hunger. Wu Hongyun dove into the water, where hunting was effortless and conserved much energy. He devoured nearly 30 crucian carp and countless river delicacies, only pausing when his belly felt sufficiently filled. Just as he prepared to rest at the riverbed, he discovered the water was nearly 10 meters deep. This depth alleviated any concern of being detected by humans, unless some fool decided to swim in the river at night. In such a case, Wu Hongyun would not hesitate to take another life. As he sought vengeance, he resolved to mercilessly eliminate anyone who obstructed his path. Humanity? Apologies, but I am a serpent. Chapter 26. The eve of revenge. The night enveloped the sky. The water's surface rippled, and Wu Hongyun's iron-like head emerged from the river, his inky body blending seamlessly with the darkness. Utilizing the cover of night, he swam downstream towards the outskirts of Fenglin City. Initially intending to traverse the land, he soon realized his sizable form would make him conspicuous. Concealing himself within the flowing water proved to be the wisest choice. He overlooked the clarity of the stream. Anyone walking along the shore would easily spot a dark silhouette beneath the surface. Nevertheless, he was already primed for slaughter, ready to strangle any human he encountered. Upon reaching the outskirts, the hour was late, with approximately 7 hours until dawn. The area still buzzed with the presence of several nocturnal youths. After much contemplation, he decided to wait until the early hours before entering the city. Having lived in the forest for so long, patience was a virtue he possessed in abundance. Seizing the moment, he admired the long-forgotten buildings and lights, fully aware that he might never again bask in their glow, as he was condemned to dwell in the shadows. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the flow of vehicles dwindled, and the foot traffic significantly lessened. Wu Hongyun sprang into action, darting from the underbrush across the road. Lingering in the shadows, by chance, he stumbled upon a couple engaged in a clandestine rendezvous, but just as the moment reached its peak, they heard a rustling in the bushes. What was that? Uncertain, they dismissed it, perhaps assuming it was merely a rat. Suddenly, the woman screamed as she beheld a serpent's head slowly emerging, its crimson eyes glowing like lanterns, accompanied by a long, menacing tongue. Their previously heated bodies turned icy with fear. The man instinctively released the woman, fleeing without a backward glance. Wu Hongyun, wishing to eliminate any potential future threats, swiftly pursued and strangled the man, then turned back to deal with the girl. Having taken 2 human lives, he felt no emotional upheaval. 2 hours later, he finally entered the city, halting beside a vast artificial lake. Unfortunately, the water quality was abysmal, reeking of noxious chemicals, rendering it unsuitable for habitation. Were it not for his thirst for revenge, he would gladly avoid human cities forever. Stimulated by the foul water, Wu Hongyun summoned all his speed to reach his destination. Within the hour, he arrived at his goal. Gazing upon the desolate ruins before him, rage surged within him. He had once lived in this place for nearly half his life, now reduced to crumbling walls. The flora he had once nurtured lay obliterated. Memories flooded back, awakening recollections of his parents, mercilessly slaughtered on that fateful night. In this moment, Wu Hongyun's heart could not be described by mere hatred. It felt as if every cell within him was ignited by a violent desire to kill. Fortunately, reason still prevailed. Death was inevitable, but a comprehensive plan was essential. As time slipped away, Wu Hongyun chose to take refuge in the remnants of the old house. He vaguely remembered a secret chamber beneath the dwelling. accessible only through a concealed mechanism. After searching for most of the day, he focused on a massive stone adorned with bizarre patterns. Originally a decorative piece in the estate, it had remained unscathed despite the destruction surrounding it. This stone held the key to the hidden chamber. With a swift strike of his tail, he struck the stone 7 times, causing the intricate patterns to coalesce into a new design. Suddenly, the ground trembled, indicating the mechanism was still functional. With newfound reassurance, Wu Hongyun activated the mechanism, retreating to the ruins to await the night. Within the secret chamber lay many undisclosed secrets, the nature of which remained unknown to Wu Hongyun. His father had warned him earnestly never to reveal the existence of this place. Thankfully, it had not been discovered. However, should anyone venture inside, they would likely meet a grim fate. After patiently waiting until 8 o'clock, Wu Hongyun could no longer resist his hunger. He slithered out from the ruins. The city offered little prey to hunt, the overwhelming majority being humans. Engaging in mass murder would be tantamount to inviting death, especially since he held no interest in humanity. He resolved to seek out a breeding farm instead. Left with no alternatives, Wu Hongyun resorted to his old methods for survival. Numerous breeding farms lay in proximity, and before entering, he destroyed all surveillance equipment to avoid another encounter with police dogs, as had occurred previously. However, should he be discovered again, the situation could become dire. A 16-meter-long venomous python posed a significant threat to human safety. If he attracted military attention, no amount of fortification could ensure his survival. Within the breeding farm, he consumed a substantial amount of chickens and ducks, but the commotion inevitably drew human attention. Wu Hongyun, moving with incredible speed, escaped the farm before being detected. Numerous hiding spots were available nearby, and he selected one to rest. As his meal digested, he set his sights on his target. His first objective, Wu Ji, the son of the provincial governor. All tragedies stemmed from this individual. Had he not orchestrated events from the shadows, the 2 detestable individuals would not have dared to act. Therefore, Wu Hongyun resolved to eliminate this scoundrel before addressing any subsequent matters. Chapter 27. The Chow family. After much toil, Wu Hongyun finally arrived near Wu Ji's residence. The opulent villa stood majestically, nestled amidst mountains and waters, with an air quality vastly superior to that of the city. Were he to reside there, his lifespan might well extend considerably. This scoundrel seemed to indulge in a life of luxury. Wu Hongyun scoffed internally, stopping 100 meters from the villa. The scent of dogs wafted through the air. He surmised there were several Tibetan mastiffs on guard. If he could slay bears, these insignificant creatures posed no threat. Nonetheless, Wu Hongyun concealed his murderous intent, opting to lurk in the grass 10 meters from the villa. The moment Wu Ji appeared, he was confident in his ability to strike swiftly. After nearly a week of waiting, save for the time spent hunting, Wu Hongyun remained vigilant. The following afternoon, a luxury vehicle pulled up at the villa's entrance. Finally, the driver opened the door, and a young man emerged. His delicate, feminine features were rivaled only by a sinister aura, undoubtedly a despicable character. Wu Ji, let us see how you evade me this time. As Wu Hongyun's fury ignited, a mysterious presence compelled him to suppress his murderous intentions. An elderly man, nearing his 60s, stepped out of the vehicle, clad in a simple Zhongshan suit, yet exuding an indescribable aura with every gesture. The old man surveyed his surroundings, muttering, "What is this murderous intent? It has vanished. Perhaps I am merely growing senile. Master Chow, you are too modest. You remain as formidable as ever, perhaps merely fatigued from travel," Wu Ji replied with a forced smile. The elder smiled faintly, then, welcomed by Wu Ji, entered the villa. Wu Hongyun, filled with astonishment, realized that while he could not ascertain the elder's true strength, one thing was certain. Should they come face to face, he would be effortlessly subdued by this venerable figure. No wonder Wu Ji was so obsequious and devoid of complaint. Wu Hongyun could tell from the aura the elderly man exuded that in all of China, there were only a handful of people who could rival him, let alone a mere snake. At that moment, the people around the villa were all dispersed, and even the Tibetan mastiffs were led away. Wu Hongyun was overjoyed. Without the Tibetan mastiffs, he could continue to approach without fear of being discovered. Although hatred burned fiercely in his heart, the rationality he retained stopped him from acting. With that elderly man present, killing Wu Ji would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Still, Wu Hongyun was curious. What kind of matter could have led Wu Ji to invite such a figure? Silently approaching the villa, he could faintly hear the conversation inside. Wu Ji sat upright on the sofa, respectfully pouring a cup of tea for the elderly man. "Master Chow, can you tell whether this map is genuine?" Wu Ji's voice was calm, careful not to disturb the old man. "The map is incomplete, but I am certain This is indeed a treasure of the Chow family. Master Chow's words were plain, yet they made Wu Ji feel immense pressure. As for what exactly the map concealed, Wu Ji hadn't yet managed to uncover it. His search through the Wu family's old residence had also been in vain, unless the complete map could be found. If this matter is leaked, you'll be in serious trouble. At Master Chow's words, Wu Ji's heart pounded wildly. Earlier, to keep the secret, Wu Ji had already erased all those who knew of it from the world. If it weren't for wanting to get closer to the Chow family, he would never have wanted to associate with such an old fossil. Wu Hongyun also heard every word of the conversation clearly, still finding it hard to believe. It seems that treacherous couple has already been killed. What a hateful shame. Not being able to take revenge with his own hands only deepened the resentment in Wu Hongyun's heart. A few minutes later, the conversation between the two in the villa once again reached Wu Hongyun's ears. Master Chow, about this junior's request to become your disciple, would you agree? Considering how diligently you've worked for me, I grant your request. Hearing this, Wu Ji immediately knelt on the floor, kowtowing 3 times before stopping. Disciple Wu Ji pledges to go through fire and water for you in the future. Without hesitation, in all of China, those with Master Chow's strength could be counted on one hand. Now that he had finally become his disciple, with such a powerful backer for protection, who in all of China would dare to provoke him? Seeing that Wu Ji still had more to say, Master Chow sharply rebuked, since you're my disciple, don't act like a timid woman. Speak directly if you have something to say. Then, Master, what exactly is the secret hidden in the map? Do you have the right to know? Master Chow's eyes were full of displeasure, frightening Wu Ji into slapping himself several times. Enough. Master Chow waved his hand impatiently. Anyway, you are my disciple. It's no harm telling you. My Chow family's lineage spans nearly 2,000 years. Did you know that? Boom. These words not only stunned Wu Ji on the spot, but also made Wu Hongyun outside the villa unable to believe it. Here, Master Chow's expression darkened as he continued. Do you know of Emperor Wu of Wei? Chow Chow, your disciple knows, a formidable hero. Emperor Wu was the ancestor of our Chow family. How can he merely be called a hero? In Master Chow's eyes, a trace of hatred even flickered. Chapter 28. Dragon Vein. In the long river of Chinese history, the Chow family's most prosperous period was from the late Eastern Han Dynasty to the Jin Dynasty. Initially, the head of the Chow family, Chow Chow, held the emperor hostage to command the nobles, laying the foundation for the tripartite division of the 3 kingdoms. In the mid-period, Emperor Wen of Wei, Chow Pai, replaced the Han with Wei, pushing the Chow family to new heights. Yet precisely because of this, the family gradually grasped the core position. One such family was the Sima family. The world believed it was the trend of the times, unaware that the Sima family consisted entirely of petty thieves. They stole the Chow family's heirloom map, destroyed the Chow family's dragon vein, leading to the downfall of Chow Wei. The most crucial part of the dragon vein was the dragon source. Master Chow had painstakingly searched for the map precisely to rediscover the dragon source, hoping to restore the Chow family to its peak prosperity. Dragon source? Wu Hongyun couldn't help but think of the blood pool atop the eastern mountain peak. Could it be the dragon source left behind when the blood dragon died? But after staying near the blood pool for several months, he had found no trace of the dragon source. Perhaps over time, the dragon source had been completely depleted. If he could find the dragon source, then Wu Hongyun might also have a chance to evolve into a true dragon. Otherwise, it might take a very long time. And even then, he couldn't guarantee his own immortality. Wu Hongyun forcibly suppressed his excitement. He absolutely could not be discovered by that old fossil. He needed to keep listening. Perhaps he could uncover even more secrets. Looking at the stunned Wu Ji, Master Chow smiled faintly. When my ancestors first recounted this, they were also amazed. How could dragon veins and true dragons exist in this world? But with generations of my Chow family's testimony, it is by no means a falsehood. Your disciple never imagined such miraculous things truly existed in the world. Wu Ji's heart stirred, and he even began to covet the dragon source himself. In a moment of thoughtlessness, Wu Ji eagerly asked, Master, when do you plan to search for the dragon source? As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Ji immediately regretted it, wishing he could slap himself. A flicker of vigilance passed through Master Chow's eyes, but he calmly replied, the dragon source contains unimaginable essence. It's not so easily found. But I already have a plan. How could Wu Ji's little schemes escape Master Chow's notice, especially concerning a matter as vital as the Chow family's rise? However, considering that Wu Ji's father was the provincial governor of the Southeast province, and his uncles and brothers also held high positions, they would still be useful later. The Chow family's strength was formidable enough to shake all of China. But given the gravity of the matter, if they stepped forward openly, it would inevitably attract covetous eyes. It was more appropriate to let Wu Ji handle it. This would prevent the matter of the dragon source from becoming widely known and possibly attracting many powerful figures. If that happened, who would end up with the dragon source was anyone's guess. Master Chow planned to set off for the eastern capital the next day and instructed, "Don't waste any more time. Remember, secrecy is paramount. Your disciple understands. I'll make preparations immediately." Watching Wu Ji slowly retreat, a mocking smile curled at the corner of Master Chow's lips. For generations, the Chow family had relied on clan relatives for stability. Even if outsiders were involved, they would never enter the core circle. Accepting Wu Ji as a disciple now had ulterior motives. If the dragon vein was found, he might just make that place Wu Ji's burial ground. The son of a mere provincial governor was not worthy of the Chow family's regard. If nothing went wrong, once the Chow family obtained the dragon source, they would stand at the pinnacle of all families. The eastern capital, anciently known as Luojing, was a millennia-old ancient capital where many dynasties had risen and fallen. After 1,000 years, the eastern capital had undergone countless changes. Vast and expansive, the city was now filled with modern facilities. It was also the location of the dragon vein that Master Chow and the others were searching for. The journey took nearly 18 hours before Master Chow and Wu Ji arrived at a remote mountain village in the eastern capital. With the changes of time, the mountain village had also built small Western-style houses, presenting a thriving appearance. "Young Master Wu, I am Su Yu. You contacted me yesterday." A short man approached, politely greeting Wu Ji. The three sat in a luxurious business vehicle and began their preliminary planning. Master Chow cleared his throat and asked, "Young man, do you know if there's a place here called Duanyu Slope?" "Of course I know. I used to live over there," Su Yu replied. "Good. It's too late now. We'll set off at 2 o'clock in the morning." Su Yu was puzzled. Wouldn't he trekking through mountains and forests at night be even more dangerous? But he was only in it for the money. As long as he was paid enough, he would go wherever the employer said. As night completely fell, shortly after Master Chow and the others left, a giant serpent appeared near the mountain village. Having traveled continuously for hundreds of kilometers, Wu Hongyun had pushed his physical limits and was now nearly exhausted. Thanks to his powerful sense of smell, he had been able to follow them all the way. The journey had also encountered many obstacles. After all, a venomous python couldn't exactly move openly everywhere. Wu Hongyun had no time to rest and slowly trailed behind, maintaining a considerable distance. As long as the target is visible, one must ensure that the old man does not perceive it. The journey from here to Duanyue requires traversing several great mountains, which serves as a favorable condition for Wu Hongyun, allowing him to hunt for wild game to satiate his hunger. However, for humans, it is fraught with obstacles. No one can guarantee that wild beasts do not roam the forests. Chapter 29. The Tomb of the Martial Emperor with Chow Lao by his side. No ferocious beast poses a threat to life. Yet, the insects in the woods are truly bothersome. Fortunately, Su Yu brought along a mugwort spray, which provided considerable relief. Moreover, this spray was mixed with realgar, a substance that snakes dread. The scent repulsed Wu Hongyun deeply. During their journey, Su Yu learned of Chow Lao and Wu Ji's identities as martial artists, but was not surprised. Having long mingled in ancient civilizations, he had seen much. Wu Ji casually remarked, "Brother, our journey to Duanyue is essentially for a tomb. I've heard you began your career in tomb raiding. If you can lead us inside, you shall not go unrewarded." "Young Master Wu, the perils of ancient tombs are well known. They are rife with traps. Why take such risks? Let us not waste words. I propose a flat rate of 5 million. In truth, Su Yu appreciated such straightforwardness. When the price was right, who cared for dignity? One's life could be discarded for the right sum. For Wu Ji, matters that could be resolved with money were never prolonged. 5 million to lead someone down a path of peril was indeed a lucrative deal. He was acutely aware that if he entered with Chow Lao alone, he would certainly meet his demise. Wu Hongyun followed closely behind, finding movement far easier than that of humans, and overheard their conversation. It must be said that Su Yu was a genuine tomb raider. After nearly 3 hours, the group finally reached Duanyue. Chow Lao surveyed the surrounding terrain and then produced a detailed map from his bag, handing it to Su Yu. "Young man, this is a detailed map of the tomb. Study it well, it may save our lives." "Understood." Su Yu accepted it with utmost respect and began to analyze it earnestly. The tomb was exceedingly peculiar, enveloped by mountains and guarded by rivers. How could such a terrain exist within an ancient tomb? Was it possible that Chow Lao had mistaken the map? Chow Lao cast a glance at Su Yu and replied coolly, "Do you think the tomb of my ancestor Chow Chow is akin to an ordinary ancient tomb? There are many factors beyond scientific explanation, such as feng shui, but that is not the most pressing concern. What worries me are the traps inside. Even advanced firearms may not suffice to neutralize them. Su Yu had deciphered numerous imperial tombs, yet he held no confidence regarding the tomb of the Wei martial emperor. At this moment, Su Yu's expression darkened. Had he known it would be like this, he would not have come even for 10 million. Yet, the aura emanating from Chao Lao instilled fear, and should he retract his agreement, he feared for his life. Wu Ji smiled faintly and said, "Brother, let us take this gamble. If successful, I will grant you 50 million. You will never earn such a sum in your lifetime. Think it over." The words were laced with a murderous intent, leaving Su Yu trembling with trepidation, compelled to acquiesce. "Very well, young Master Wu's generosity shall not go unheeded. I will give it my all." Subsequently, the three of them wound their way into a valley. The entrance was a 1-meter diameter cave, pitch black within. As though ink had been poured into the air, Chao Lao fixed his gaze on the cave entrance and stated, "Entering here will lead us to the tomb." "Old man, shouldn't we perform a ritual before entering the tomb?" Su Yu reminded him. "This is my Chao family's tomb. What need is there for such formalities? If it were not for the audacity of the Sima family, I would not have taken such risks." His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. But Su Yu dared not speak further and simply bent down to crawl inside. The powerful beam of a flashlight illuminated the cave's interior, yet in such a quiet environment, anyone would feel uneasy. After approximately half an hour, Wu Hongyun finally entered the cave. His purpose for following was naturally the Long Yuan. How could he forsake such a treasure? "If only I had the size of a vast azure python, perhaps I could contend with that old man." Even if he did, Wu Hongyun was not entirely confident in defeating Chao Lao. Following closely, Wu Hongyun arrived at the mountains within the tomb, only to discover it was an immense maze. Fortunately, he still had the map in his memory. However, he recalled it vaguely and was uncertain which path to take. The maze was laden with traps. A moment's inattention could lead to becoming a sacrifice alongside the Wei martial emperor. Of course, the three humans also encountered obstacles. Within the maze, Wu Ji halted, his expression grave. "What now? There are traps everywhere." "Indeed, even if we escape the maze, how shall we cross that vast river?" Su Yu remarked. Chao Lao remained unperturbed. "As long as we proceed with caution, we should manage to exit the maze. The river can be dealt with later. The issue is that this map is incomplete, and many parts are inaccurate. I cannot guarantee the final outcome." Unexpectedly, whenever they encountered a trap they could resolve, Chao Lao resorted to brute force to destroy it. Otherwise, even 10 lives would not suffice. After nearly 10 more hours, they finally arrived at the maze's end. Wu Hongyun found it far easier, with these three clearing the way. His movements were notably smooth. Now it was Chao Lao leading the way, but he abruptly stopped and whispered, "Do not move." Suddenly, a multitude of snakes appeared ahead. The light revealed that these snakes were entirely blood red, their bodies adorned with strange patterns. Chao Lao was taken aback. He knew these snakes were highly venomous, and a single bite without an antidote would result in instant death. Furthermore, given their sheer numbers, dealing with them would be quite challenging. Fortunately, blood snakes feared fire and bright light, daring not to approach. "Quickly move forward. If the flashlight dies or the torch burns out, they will attack us. We have little time." Chao Lao was capable of ensuring his own safety, but felt somewhat helpless regarding the two behind him. Wu Ji and Su Yu trembled in fear, only finding a semblance of safety by closely following Chao Lao. The blood snakes, wary of the flames, circled nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. As the distance closed, they finally discerned the number of blood snakes. Although each was less than a meter long, their writhing bodies made it appear as if the ground was drenched in blood. Su Yu's face drained of color. He had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. This was undoubtedly the most perilous tomb he had ever entered, without exception. Even Wu Ji was unsettled, anxiously asking, "Master, can you dispel these blood snakes? We must cross before the torch and flashlight extinguish, or we shall have no place to rest in death." Chao Lao replied in a low tone, "With so many blood snakes, I can no longer assure my own safety. No matter how strong one is, they cannot withstand the onslaught of so many venomous snakes." The two behind him suppressed their fear and cautiously followed Chao Lao as they advanced. The maze was merely the first layer of obstacles. The second layer was the river depicted on the map, and only at the end would the true visage of the tomb be revealed. Along the way, Wu Hongyun observed numerous human skeletons. They were likely those who had inadvertently intruded into the tomb and had met their fate within the maze. He hoped he would not become one of those bones. Chapter 30. Strange beasts. Sensing that the presence of humans had vanished, it indicated that the three had successfully navigated the maze. Wu Hongyun's mind immediately steadied. With that old man ahead, he had to restrain his breathing. Now, he was finally free from constraints. Though the environment was pitch black, it did not hinder Wu Hongyun's movements. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the end of the maze. Upon encountering the blood snakes, Wu Hongyun momentarily froze, yet he felt no fear. Was this not a divine reward for his toil, presenting him with such plentiful sustenance? With scales as tough as steel, these creatures would surely envy each other. But their end was nigh. The venomous fangs of the blood serpent could not penetrate Wu Hongyun's formidable physique, especially considering that the king cobra was nearly immune to all snake venoms. With a mere flick of its tail, it could easily take the life of a multitude of blood serpents. These blood serpents bore a strikingly different appearance compared to most serpents, their bodies scarcely thicker than chopsticks, rendering them mere cannon fodder despite their numbers. Observing the panicked retreat of the blood serpents, Wu Hongyun commenced a relentless hunt, consuming them with unyielding fervor. What appeared to be a troublesome creature to Wu Ji and others was treated as mere sustenance by Wu Hongyun. The natural order dictates that one being often overcomes another. Yet, it was also thanks to Wu Hongyun's robust defenses that he felt relatively untroubled by the serpentine horde. Hiss! The labyrinth's end was a scene of chaos, with blood serpents still attacking Wu Hongyun, but their efforts were futile. Within half an hour, their numbers dwindled to a mere fraction, and Wu Hongyun's previously emaciated belly began to swell. Subsequently, he followed the lingering scents, continuing his search. No matter what, he was determined to acquire the Long Yuan. That old coot, no matter how formidable, would not deter him from a confrontation. Filled with murderous intent, Wu Hongyun resembled a desperate outlaw in pursuit of a bank heist. Better to be shattered than to remain intact. The habitat of the blood serpents was unlike that of typical serpents, and Wu Hongyun found it difficult to acclimate in such a short span of time. The air was thick with the stench of decay, reminiscent of countless corpses rotting simultaneously. Boom! Suddenly, the ground cracked open with several fissures, and innumerable blood serpents surged forth from the crevices. The sight was akin to blood gushing from the earth. Damn! How could there be so many? Though he harbored no fear, he worried about his stamina giving out, fearing unforeseen complications. Wu Hongyun estimated there to be at least 10,000 blood serpents. Yet, why did those serpents not attack when the old coot passed by? At that moment, more blood serpents emerged from the ground, and they were considerably larger than the previous ones. Unfortunately, their venomous fangs were as ineffective against Wu Hongyun's scales as eggshells. Fortunately, that old coot had already ventured to the second level, otherwise, he might have detected Wu Hongyun's presence. Feeling fortunate, Wu Hongyun was nonetheless greatly annoyed by the incessant harassment of the blood serpents. With a powerful sweep of his massive tail, he dispatched hundreds of blood serpents in an instant. With their numbers swelling, Wu Hongyun grew disinterested in engaging them further and continued onward. However, the swarm of blood serpents, emboldened by their numerical advantage, relentlessly pursued him. This caused Wu Hongyun's anger to swell, and he coiled his serpentine body, commencing a ruthless slaughter. Then, gathering venom in his mouth, he unleashed it upon the serpentine horde. Hiss! The venom drenched the blood serpents, eliciting their pitiful screams as their bodies rapidly succumbed to its corrosive effects. Furthermore, some of the venom that splashed onto the ground formed a barrier that deterred the blood serpents from approaching. Almost forgotten was the fact that the Long Yuan was of utmost importance. Should that old coot claim it, trouble would surely ensue. Chow Lao's strength was formidable at that point. Seizing the Long Yuan would be a daunting task, let alone seeking vengeance. Passing through the labyrinth's terminus, Wu Hongyun entered the tomb's interior. He discovered numerous murals carved into the stone walls, depicting a fierce battle between two armies, culminating in victory for a swordsman. Was this the Battle of Guandu? Such historical knowledge was common knowledge. The outcome of the Battle of Guandu was a victory for Cao Cao, who subsequently gained control over the central plains of Huaxia. It was surprising that even during the burial, someone had taken the effort to carve murals in the tomb to commemorate his everlasting achievements. After admiring the artwork for a considerable time, the general layout of the map resurfaced in Wu Hongyun's mind. The entire tomb was shaped by mountains and rivers, the labyrinthine outer mountains resembling a hexagram, while the rivers acted as guardians from all directions. Thus, the central Inyang poles must undoubtedly lead to the main burial chamber. Wu Hongyun hastened to the river, intending to swim across, only to discover that it was not water, but a vast expanse of mercury. Had he jumped in without realizing, he would have been corroded from the inside out. Feeling fortunate, he noticed a familiar corpse floating on the mercury's surface. The dim light made it difficult to discern, but Wu Hongyun was certain it was the guide Suyu. Alongside Suyu's body were numerous bizarre and grotesque corpses of otherworldly beasts. What on earth? Wu Hongyun was perplexed, but he deduced that these beasts had been violently slain by human hands. Only that old coot with the surname Chow possessed the capability to achieve such a feat. Looking up, he observed a steel wire rope woven above, connecting both banks of the river. Presumably, those two miscreants had traversed the rope. Wu Hongyun was not surprised. If he could hardly withstand the corrosive nature of mercury, there was no way two humans could manage. Subsequently, Wu Hongyun dragged a massive stone with his tail and hurled it into the river. Bang! Mercury splashed everywhere, awakening the unknown creatures within the river. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently as several otherworldly beasts approached the shore. They were clad in armor, gleaming brightly, appearing even tougher than the scales of serpents. As expected, but how had these creatures survived in the mercury for so long? Wu Hongyun amassed more venom, ready to unleash it as the otherworldly beasts closed in. Howl! The venom struck true, hitting one beast's head, which let out a mournful cry as its body slowly sank into the mercury. The other beasts exhibited signs of fear, retreating several paces, indicating they possessed some degree of intelligence. Wu Hongyun felt a surge of pride, but at that moment, 7 or 8 more beasts emerged from the river, their appearance even more ferocious. They resembled tigers, but were as large as elephants, exuding an intensely chilling aura. However, their movements were sluggish, barely able to take steps every 3 to 4 seconds. It turned out they were not adept at traversing land, which alleviated Wu Hongyun's concerns. Witnessing the horde of otherworldly beasts charging toward him, Wu Hongyun coldly smirked, unperturbed as he advanced. He was eager to see whether these monsters were more formidable or if his own slaughter would prove superior. Chapter 31. The Crimson Coffin. A resounding crash echoed around the Mercury River. Wu Hongyun charged forward with great force, testing the beast's defenses. It seemed he had overestimated these creatures. Although their armor appeared resilient, it was as fragile as paper. Wu Hongyun felt fortunate, having soaked in the mercury for over 1,000 years. Even the strongest armor would have succumbed to corrosion. The armor was merely ornamental. After being attacked, the otherworldly beasts became frenzied, launching a wild assault on Wu Hongyun. However, their speed was no match for him. They couldn't even graze his skin. Their so-called intelligence was overshadowed by their rage. Dealing with these mindless creatures was child's play for Wu Hongyun. Though it required considerable effort, he unleashed his most ferocious lethality. In an instant, 8 otherworldly beasts were slaughtered, leaving the remaining ones with no choice but to retreat into the river for safety. These creatures were likely guardians of the imperial tomb, set to protect it after the burial of Wei Wudi. Wu Hongyun was not particularly curious about the nature of these beasts. After all, if legendary dragons existed, such beings were hardly surprising. The most pressing issue was how to cross this river. The ends of the steel rope were already showing signs of strain and could not possibly support Wu Hongyun's weight. His leaping ability was insufficient, given the river's width of over 20 meters. It was time to take a gamble. As long as he didn't allow mercury to enter his body, he should be fine. Time was of the essence. Any further hesitation might allow that old coot to seize the Lanyuan. With thoughts of the Lanyuan in mind, Wu Hongyun steeled himself and plunged into the river, feeling as though his body had gained several times its weight, as if encumbered by a massive stone. Wu Hongyun exerted all his strength to swim across the Mercury River and reach the riverbank. Mercury, notorious for its ability to infiltrate without a seam, managed to seep through the crevices of his scales. Yet, to Wu Hongyun's astonishment, his body not only exhibited immunity to other toxins, but also absorbed the very poison of mercury. In less than 20 minutes, he had completely absorbed it, unhindered in his movements. This revelation left Wu Hongyun quite surprised. He then continued to track the human presence, comparing it with the mental map in his mind. The assessment revealed minimal discrepancies, prompting Wu Hongyun to follow the trail. In less than a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the main tomb chamber. However, there was not just one door. Upon closer inspection, he counted 18 massive dark brown gates. Initially presumed to be crafted from stone, he soon discerned that they were, in fact, of a dark golden hue. This indicated that all 18 gates were forged from gold, albeit tarnished by the passage of time. The sheer cost of such craftsmanship left Wu Hongyun in awe, but what truly astonished him was the terrifying aura emanating from within the colossal doors. Neither the spectral azure python nor the ancient man, surnamed Chow, exuded such a presence. Fortunate was he to refrain from intruding, as the might of a king endures even a millennium after death. The residual essence of the two Chows made locating the correct stone door relatively straightforward. After entering, he traversed an indeterminate distance before spotting flickering flames ahead, presumably ignited by the duo's oil lamps in the tomb chamber. With this thought, Wu Hongyun quickened his pace, anxious to prevent the Chows from seizing the initiative. Upon reaching the entrance of the main tomb chamber, he stifled his presence to avoid detection by the ancient man. Concealing himself in the shadows, he observed the arrangement within the tomb chamber. It was indeed the renowned mausoleum of the Wei Wu Emperor. Contrary to popular belief that the Gao Ling in Anyang was the burial site of the Wei Wu Emperor, a moment's reflection reveals that a man stained with blood would undoubtedly evoke considerable hatred. Ancient people feared being exhumed posthumously, especially those of high status. Thus, it was likely that they entrusted their descendants to construct multiple false tombs to deceive the eyes of the world. Wu Hongyun's thoughts were shaped by the state of the tomb chamber. It appeared to span nearly 1,000 square meters, far surpassing the ordinary ancient tomb. Dozens of stone pillars supported the ceiling, each intricately carved with dragons that appeared to be spiraling around them. Moreover, in front of an unassuming stone coffin lay 5 2-meter-tall statues, seemingly guardians of the coffin. However, the focal point was the stone staircase at the center of the chamber. Suspended above it was another coffin, exuding a faint crimson glow. Within that coffin undoubtedly lay the dragon vein, seemingly emitting an aura that stirred Wu Hongyun's greed. Yet, the palpable sense of danger gradually instilled a sense of caution within him. Should he recklessly ascend the staircase, it would surely spell his demise. Therefore, it seemed prudent to allow the two to venture forth first, biding his time for the right moment. Wu Hongyun stealthily entered the tomb chamber, finding a suitable crevice to conceal himself. Regardless of how the situation unfolded, he had no intention of revealing himself. At that moment, Chao Lao and Wu Ji illuminated all the oil lamps within the chamber, also catching sight of the glowing coffin. While humans lack the acute senses of animals, Chao Lao, possessing profound strength, could sense the dangers concealed within the coffin, sufficient to doom both master and disciple. Master, the dragon source must be within that coffin. Shall I retrieve it for you? Wu Ji's avarice was even more pronounced than Wu Hongyun's. For the effects of the dragon source promised not only transformation, but also unexpected rewards. Chao Lao, embodying caution, admonished, do not act recklessly. Have you not suffered enough at the Mercury River? Wu Ji halted, curiosity etched across his face. Master, what exactly is that? It is said that Chao Pai, son of the Wei Wu Emperor, dispatched Sima Yi to capture and refine it in order to safeguard the dragon source. What? Sima Yi possessed such capabilities? The distance from the late Han dynasty felt too far, and Chao Lao had gleaned only fragments of information from family records. Yet, it was evident that Sima Yi was no ordinary figure, as he repeatedly repelled Zhuge Liang during the 6 expeditions to Qishan, not merely relying on military prowess. It is essential to remember that Zhuge Kongming was a celestial being, deeply versed in the art of deception. Having vanquished the Wei Wu Emperor's million-strong army with merely tens of thousands at the Battle of Chibi, Sima Yi was even more enigmatic. Legend spoke of him consuming a certain elixir to prolong his life, ultimately outlasting Zhuge Liang, and subsequently exhausting 3 generations of the Chao Wei emperors. Seizing this opportunity to enter the mausoleum of the Wei Wu Emperor, he aimed to alter the dragon vein, thus enabling the Sima clan to ascend to power. Nevertheless, the origins of the dragon vein warranted further investigation. Tales suggested it emerged from a battle between 2 divine dragons on this land, with one side ultimately transforming into the dragon vein. Anyone who obtained the dragon source would not merely enhance their strength, but could also alter their fate. Wu Hongyun, having heard these revelations, comprehended Chao Lao's profound intent. Acquiring the dragon source equated to seizing the world. Chapter 32, A Fortuitous Opportunity. After enduring such a lengthy ordeal, the potency of the dragon source had diminished significantly. Perhaps it could no longer alter one's fate, yet it was sufficient to amplify one's physical prowess manifold. Chao Lao yearned to obtain the dragon source immediately, and Wu Hongyun shared the same fervent desire. Witnessing the two ascend the stone staircase, Wu Hongyun's previously tranquil heart was suddenly stirred as if a stone had been cast into still waters. As Wu Ji stepped forward, placing his left foot upon the staircase, the tomb chamber abruptly began to tremble. Chao Lao presumed a mechanism had been triggered and promptly assumed a defensive stance. To his utter astonishment, a statue beside the coffin sprang to life, brandishing a 7-foot-long sharp blade. The statue charged forth, wielding its weapon directly at Wu Ji's crown. Chao Lao's expression mirrored his astonishment, but he quickly regained composure, delivering a powerful punch to the statue. What? In the shadows, Wu Hongyun marveled as the ancient man's strike shattered the statue into rubble. The statue crumbled into a heap of stone debris, while Chao Lao remained unfazed. Maintaining his calm demeanor, trembling with fear, Wu Ji stammered, "Master, there are 4 more statues. Will they all awaken?" "They likely will. These are statues of the 5 great generals, sculpted in the likeness of the warriors who accompanied the emperor to his burial. They were intended to intimidate intruders. However, I cannot ascertain why they have come to life. The depth of Huaxia civilization is unfathomable, filled with phenomena that modern science struggles to elucidate. Perhaps taking another step would trigger further mechanisms within the tomb chamber. Yet regrettably, Su Yu had perished in the Mercury River. Had he been present, he might have had a solution. Gazing at the blood-red coffin atop the stone staircase, Chao Lao dared not act recklessly, fearing that moving forward would lead to his demise. Wu Hongyun, too, could only wait. It was unthinkable to charge up the staircase in the presence of the ancient man. Disciple, I shall ascend to test the waters. You remain in a safe location and await my signal. Understood. Wu Ji was eager for this arrangement. Should Chao Lao trigger any mechanisms, he could effortlessly claim the dragon source afterward. As anticipated, upon ascending further, a barrage of blades shot forth from the stone walls. Chao Lao forcibly pried a large stone from the ground, positioning it before him and resolutely continuing upwards. Midway up the staircase, however, Chao Lao could no longer sustain himself and quickly retreated. Wu Ji feigned concern, asking, Master, are you unhurt? I am unharmed. The mechanism appears to have a flaw. I shall rest briefly, and then we shall ascend together. With that, Chao Lao seated himself on the ground, closing his eyes to recuperate. Wu Ji's expression darkened, but he had no choice but to comply with the ancient man's wishes and wait. A fortuitous opportunity had presented itself. Wu Hongyun observed that both individuals had closed their eyes. If he missed this opportunity, it might very well be his last. Gradually, Wu Hongyun approached the stone steps, now merely 100 meters from Chao Lao. Despite his well-concealed presence, he could not evade the old man's keen perception. Which beast is this? Chao Lao suddenly opened his eyes and rose to pursue Wu Hongyun. Unfortunately, there were too many stone statues obstructing his path, forcing Chao Lao to hurl a large stone in his direction. That old man possesses extraordinary strength. Wu Hongyun sensed impending danger and maximized his speed, ascending the stone steps without pause. Chao Lao initially suspected he was being followed by a person, only to discover it was a 16-meter-long python. Both men struggled to believe their eyes, having failed to notice the massive serpent following them all along. Wu Ji felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, though he was also curious as to why the python did not launch an attack. A murderous intent filled Chao Lao's aged face. Beast, do you still wish to seize the Longyuan? Realizing the python was about to trigger a mechanism, Chao Lao abandoned the pursuit. Wu Hongyun was somewhat surprised that the old man chose not to chase after him. However, he thought to himself that once he obtained the Longyuan, he would use both of them to satisfy his hunger. The python navigated the stone steps with ease, while the previously fierce mechanisms remained dormant. This was because Wu Hongyun possessed a complete map in his mind, allowing him to know how to evade the traps. What is going on with this beast? Why haven't the mechanisms activated? Is it possible they are designed solely for humans? Chao Lao felt quite vexed, but he could only stand at the bottom of the stone steps and watch. Having already exhausted much of his strength and burdened with a stone, he feared that a renewed pursuit would result in him being pierced by the blades shot from the traps. Could it be that this python possesses intelligence? Is it also after the Longyuan? Chao Lao recalled the myths from the Shanhai Jing, where snakes transform into pythons, then into jiaos, and ultimately evolve into dragons. If the giant python were to obtain the Longyuan, it would spell great trouble. Following Wu Hongyun's path, Chao Lao was astonished to find he had indeed evaded the traps. Upon reaching the middle of the stone steps again, he discovered the python was rapidly approaching the blood coffin, causing him to feel a surge of impatience. Unintentionally, he triggered several mechanisms. Although he managed to avoid them, he was left shaken. Wu Hongyun glanced back and secretly mocked. This old fellow is surprisingly clever. Just you wait. A mischievous thought crossed Wu Hongyun's mind as he unknowingly reached the summit, his focus not on the traps. Consequently, at the last moment, he triggered a mechanism, revealing numerous crossbow arrows from the stone wall. However, they were not arrows, but rather barrels of oil. Unfortunately, the proximity was too close for Wu Hongyun to evade. The oil barrels shattered upon impact, and the flammable liquid ignited upon contact with the air. Boom! Wu Hongyun was engulfed in flames, as if his very heart were being seared. Chao Lao, positioned in the middle of the stone steps, was filled with mockery, secretly rejoicing. Indeed, a beast remains a beast. Fortunately, I did not pursue, or I would have perished in the flames. Wu Hongyun writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. Despite his formidable scales, they could not withstand the scorching inferno. Thankfully, the flames gradually subsided, yet many of his scales had been burned away, and several spots were severely scorched. This disheveled appearance was unbearable even for Wu Hongyun himself. However, seeing the distance to the blood coffin diminish, he gritted his teeth against the pain. As long as he secured the Long Yuan, dealing with these two humans would pose no challenge. 50 meters. Wu Hongyun was capable of estimating the distance. Knowing it was not far off, the old man was frantic, wishing to quicken his pace, while fearing that he might trigger the traps and meet a swift demise. If a human was struck by an oil barrel, they would surely perish. What to do? If the giant python claimed the Long Yuan, its injuries would heal rapidly. And how could he withstand its retaliation then? Qiao Lao pondered, wondering about the origins of this giant python. Chapter 33. Revenge of blood animals possessing intelligence is not uncommon. However, this python exhibited an extraordinary level of sentience, truly a rarity in the world. Wu Hongyun's thoughts were solely focused on the Long Yuan within the blood coffin. Just a few more steps, and his mission would be accomplished. As he neared the blood coffin, the corpse began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The crimson glow emanating from the blood coffin was particularly blinding at this moment, seemingly resonating with the bloodline within Wu Hongyun. Standing at the summit, Wu Hongyun finally grasped the situation. The stone steps appeared endless, and being in this location felt akin to standing atop a mountain, surveying the entire tomb chamber. At this moment, his spirit began to surge, and the weight of his body seemed to diminish, allowing him to float in the air. Wu Hongyun finally understood why the blood coffin hung in midair instead of resting on the ground. It was undoubtedly the effect of the Long Yuan, which reduced gravity within a certain range at the top of the stone steps. The closer he got to the blood coffin, the lighter he felt. This sensation was akin to riding on clouds. To Qiao Lao and Wu Ji, the python now appeared as a blood dragon soaring through the air. Were an ordinary person to witness this, they might kneel in prayer for the dragon's protection, even though it seemed a harbinger of misfortune. The human inclination to revere dragons could not be suppressed. Qiao Lao snapped back to reality, his astonishment morphing into avarice. The Long Yuan. This is the power of the Long Yuan. Gazing at the python in the air and the blood coffin, Qiao Lao's heart raced with fervor. I would pay any price to obtain the Long Yuan. Wu Hongyun remained oblivious, advancing directly toward the blood coffin and effortlessly lifting the lid with his tail. Inside, a slender crimson thread coiled around his skeletal remains. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Hongyun absorbed the blood thread into his abdomen. Ahahaha, with the Long Yuan in hand, the world is mine. Wu Hongyun's heart swelled with elation. Acquiring the Long Yuan solidified his foundation. Evolving into a dragon was no longer mere fantasy. There was no time to contemplate the full extent of the Long Yuan's effects. As Wu Hongyun sensed a malevolent gaze fixated on him from below, Qiao Lao's face flushed red, his eyes filled with murderous intent, causing Wu Hongyun to feel a twinge of apprehension. Old man, I bear no grudge against you. Is such hostility necessary? Wu Hongyun felt a sense of unease. Yet with the Long Yuan now in his possession, he was not afraid of Qiao Lao. The two conflicting auras of killing intent intermingled, plunging the tomb chamber into an icy silence. In fact, Qiao Lao appeared considerably weaker. Wu Hongyun wished to avoid confrontation at that moment and noticed another stone step on the side, descending directly. Witnessing the python descend effortlessly, Qiao Lao seethed with rage, wishing to tear the giant serpent to shreds. Initially, Wu Hongyun had intended to escape directly, but upon seeing Wu Ji, he halted. Very well, since you are here, I shall avenge the blood feud today, to honor the spirits of the Wu family. Wu Hongyun's heart boiled with hatred. Memories of his parents and many clan members perishing flashing through his mind. This time, even if it cost him half his life, he must kill Wu Ji. At first, he was wary of Qiao Lao's presence, yet now the old man was trapped at the top of the stone steps, making it difficult for him to descend. A surge of murderous intent erupted from Wu Hongyun, startling even Qiao Lao. Seeing the python coming toward him, Wu Ji immediately collapsed in terror. Ah, master, save me. Wu Ji fled like a dog, his speed decent, but compared to Wu Hongyun, he was as sluggish as a turtle. Wu Hongyun no longer suppressed his hatred, his scarlet eyes fully exposed. Wu Ji felt the oppressive aura and seemed to plunge into an icy abyss, perhaps due to a lifetime of wrongdoing. Fate had utterly abandoned Wu Ji. In his flight, he was tripped by a loose stone. You wretch, now there is no escape for you. Wu Hongyun thought with a cold smirk, fixated on the frantically pleading Wu Ji. Unbeknownst to him, the master to whom Wu Ji had entrusted his life paid no heed to his fate. Although old Qiao had arrived at the base of the stone steps and wished to save Wu Ji, he found himself powerless. Disciple, do not blame your master for his lack of compassion, murmured old Qiao, secretly hoping that Wu Ji could hold the giant python at bay for a while longer. As long as the python remained within the tomb, he still had a chance to slay it and extract the long yuan from its belly. Wu Ji's anguished cries gradually diminished. He was ensnared tightly by Wu Hongyun, each second accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. His fair skin was reddened by blood until he was ultimately strangled to death by the python. Wu Hongyun had no intention of letting Wu Ji go, and with an open maw, he swallowed him whole. Revenge was achieved, yet a sense of exhilaration eluded him. His loved ones were gone, and his family had perished. This beautiful mirror shattered because of one man. Even in slaying him, the pieces could never be restored. Having lost the ideals of humanity, Wu Hongyun found himself engulfed in a state of confusion. Snake? Human? What truly separated the two? Wu Hongyun could not comprehend, but soon regained his composure. The Long Yuan was the foundation for transformation into a dragon. Having obtained it, why relinquish it? With revenge fulfilled, his next aspiration was to evolve into a dragon. Wu Hongyun felt a peculiar power coursing through him, a strength several times greater than before. A loud bang pulled him back to reality. Instinctively, Wu Hongyun dodged, spiraling to a safe location. The spot he had just vacated was struck by a massive rock, creating a deep pit. Old Chow had descended from the stone steps, seemingly unable to evade any longer. Possessing the Long Yuan, Wu Hongyun felt no fear in facing a formidable opponent like Old Chow. Rather, he was filled with a sense of exhilaration. Although his strength was diminished, Wu Hongyun relished the thrill of overcoming the strong with the weak. Old Chow, wielding a long knife procured from an unknown source, charged directly at Wu Hongyun. Unexpectedly, the python's might was overwhelming. A single sweep of its tail forced Old Chow to raise the hilt of his knife to defend himself. The force was so great that he staggered back several meters. His long knife shattered. The creature that had consumed the Long Yuan was indeed extraordinary. Blood trickled from the corner of Old Chow's mouth, likely a result of the injury inflicted by Wu Hongyun's strike. But is that all? Wu Hongyun sneered internally, spitting out venom. Old Chow picked up 2 stones and hurled them, which collided with the venom midair. So strong. Old Chow gasped in shock, realizing the venom could even corrode stone. Thankfully, the attack was neutralized. Had it splattered on him, even a formidable warrior would not have survived. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Hongyun swung his tail once more while Old Chow was still reeling. Old Chow evaded, only to find that his previous footing had been transformed into numerous deep craters by the python's strike. Had he not exhausted much of his energy climbing the stone steps, he might have been able to fully unleash his power. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be defeated by the beast. Chapter 34. On the brink of death as time dragged on, the situation grew increasingly unfavorable for Wu Hongyun. The injuries from the flames had not healed. Burdened by his wounds, his attacks consumed even more stamina. As a martial artist, Old Chow possessed the ability to recuperate, and if it dragged on to the end, he would certainly lose. He could no longer afford to waste time with the old fogey. Wu Hongyun gritted his teeth and endured several heavy blows from Old Chow, worsening the injuries to his serpentine form, but he still managed to escape. Strange, my scales are so resilient. Why can I not withstand this old man's attacks? Wu Hongyun pondered, ultimately opting for a swift retreat. Upon reaching the water galaxy, he dove in without hesitation, crossing to the opposite bank in less than 10 seconds. He had thought it impossible for a human to traverse the water galaxy with ease, but Old Chow, treading lightly on the water's surface, quickly pursued him. Damn, lightness skill? Wu Hongyun, too curious to dwell on it, continued swimming rapidly towards the labyrinth. The mountainous maze was rife with traps and mechanisms, guarded by blood serpents. Exploiting this could grant him a chance to evade his pursuer. Upon entering the labyrinth, Wu Hongyun recalled where the most traps were and deliberately headed towards that area. As expected, Old Chow only possessed a fragmented map, unable to discern the locations of the traps. Although he had spent nearly 8 hours wandering with the old man, he still had not shaken him off. Fortunately, he had managed to create a significant distance. Seizing this chance, Wu Hongyun hurriedly fled the maze. With little stamina left, he had to keep escaping, leaving no time for recovery. Wu Hongyun was unaware of Old Chow's recovery speed, and he might have already regained most of his strength. After nearly an entire day of fleeing, he estimated he had covered about 100 miles. Yet, Wu Hongyun did not feel at ease. He could distinctly sense Old Chow's position. As time passed, the distance between them gradually closed. At this rate, within 2 hours, Old Chow would undoubtedly catch up. Once a true confrontation occurred, Wu Hongyun had no confidence in his ability to prevail, nor could he guarantee his own survival. After all, Old Chow's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Even at his peak, Wu Hongyun had no chance of winning. With only half of his stamina remaining, if he were caught now, it would surely mean death. Wu Hongyun felt utterly helpless, unable to conceal his presence. He could only attempt to escape beyond the range of detection. However, Old Chow's speed was increasing, and in this ebb and flow, he had already closed the gap. Upon seeing Old Chow's figure, Wu Hongyun's heart raced with panic. Fight, and he would certainly die. Flee, and he would also meet his end. Once again, he found himself in a predicament. Wu Hongyun despised this awkward situation. It had been such a short time since obtaining the Long Yuan, yet must he face death once more? Suddenly, not far away, he beheld a vast river stretching endlessly before him. Haha, truly the heavens favor me. Once I enter the great river, that old fogey could never catch up. The distance to the river was merely about 300 meters. This season was the rainy season, and the recent days had seen abundant rainfall and strong winds. The river's waters surged with ferocity, and to Wu Hongyun, it felt as if the source of life had descended once more. Almost there, just a bit more effort. Wu Hongyun felt anxious, hearing Old Chow's furious roar behind him. You wretch, you shall not escape. Old Chow had caught up, and upon seeing the great river ahead, he thought inwardly, this is bad. Realizing he had regained most of his strength, Old Chow unleashed his most powerful technique. Baiyan Palm. Old Chow raised his palm. A profound aura surging from his entire being, as if the very essence of nature coalesced upon his hand. His palm transformed into a green blade, piercing directly towards Wu Hongyun, who was several dozen meters away. Wu Hongyun sensed the imminent threat of death, but dared not evade or look back. A moment's delay could cost him his life. With less than 5 meters to the water's surface, Wu Hongyun pushed his stamina to the limit. In moments of life and death, there often lies an opportunity to surpass one's limits. As Wu Hongyun plunged into the river, he felt as though his entire body were being struck by 1,000 hammers. Blood erupted from his mouth, mingling with the murky waters. Wu Hongyun vanished beneath the surface. On the riverbank, Old Chow's expression fluctuated between gloom and anger. After so much effort to locate the Long Yuan, he could only watch it be claimed by a snake. Yet even so, the old man refused to give up. He retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket and dialed an unknown number. Where are you people? Old Chow's tone brimmed with fury, prompting a sense of trepidation from the person on the other end, who cautiously inquired, Master, is everything going smoothly? If it were smooth, I wouldn't be calling you. Immediately send someone to monitor all movements along the Luojing-Huling River. Master, our family currently lacks sufficient manpower. Old Chow's anger erupted, bellowing. Who dares delay? Kill without mercy. In a state of compliance, the head of the family replied promptly. Yet the individual on the other end of the mobile device trembled with fear, hastily agreeing. After all, this venerable elder was the patriarch of the Chow family, whose methods were, in some respects, even more ruthless than those of the illustrious Wei Wu Di of the past. Chow Lao gazed intently at the water's surface and solemnly declared, a black giant python, shaped like a branding iron, measuring a length of 16 meters, must be located within a short time frame. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. This command mobilized the entire Chow household, not only summoning clan members for the search, but also deploying satellites to pinpoint Wu Hongyun's location. At this moment, Wu Hongyun was in dire straits. The strike of the Baiyan Palm had landed squarely, leaving him on the brink of death. Thankfully, he still retained some awareness within the confines of his mind. His serpentine body was riddled with internal injuries, and he marveled at the formidable power of the old man, who had nearly dealt him a fatal blow. Previously, he had believed he could evade danger, but he found himself as fragile as parchment. Moreover, the elder had not fully recovered, having only exerted 60% of his strength. Were he to unleash his full might, Wu Hongyun suspected his entire being would be shattered into oblivion. As Wu Hongyun's consciousness gradually waned, the severity of his injuries rendered him unable to remain alert. Minutes passed before he succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. The turbulent waters of the Huling River swept him downstream, leaving him unaware of his fate, possibly destined to become sustenance for some aquatic creature. The river, originally not named as such, had been rumored decades ago to be the true burial site of Wei Wu Di, with this very river serving as its guardian. Although few took the legend seriously, over time, the area became known as Huling River. Stretching nearly 200 kilometers, the river's source was the Huanghe, a river that has long been associated with the emergence of civilization in Huaxia. Throughout history, many have believed that the Huanghe was formed from the descent of a divine dragon. While this remains merely a legend, whether the river harbors some form of life remains an enigma. Chapter 35. Brocade. For nearly 3 days, Wu Hongyun lay submerged in the waters of Huling River, still unconscious. His massive form rested at the riverbed, yet the creatures of the water dared not approach, opting instead to navigate around him. Furthermore, Wu Hongyun was not dead. The aura emanating from him was sufficient to intimidate most aquatic life in the river. However, fortune does not arrive without misfortune. Suddenly, a swirling mass of mist began to move toward Wu Hongyun's location, causing fish and shrimp to burrow into sandy crevices to evade it, seemingly terrified of the fog. This phenomenon was caused by a swarm of piranhas congregating together, an overwhelming sight, commonly known as flesh-eating fish. Piranhas are characterized by their strikingly sharp teeth and their body size, which is 2 to 3 times larger than that of ordinary fish. They typically inhabit wide rivers or lakes and possess an extraordinarily ferocious nature. It was evident that the piranhas were intent on attacking Wu Hongyun. They swam around him for several seconds before surging forward to begin their frenzied biting. Piranhas, often referred to as the wolves of the water, pose little threat when solitary. But in numbers, they can tear an elephant to bones. Historical accounts exist of piranhas attacking humans, with 20 children devoured, leaving only bones behind when help arrived. Though the piranha's sharp teeth could not penetrate Wu Hongyun's scales, he nonetheless felt the pain. After nearly 10 minutes of torment, Wu Hongyun abruptly awakened from his unconscious state. Greeted by a sea of piranhas, instinctively, he lashed out with his tail in retaliation, scattering many of them. As Wu Hongyun's awareness sharpened, memories of his injury flooded back to him. That old man was indeed powerful. He had nearly met his end. Seeing the piranhas regrouping, Wu Hongyun dismissed them from his mind. However, when their teeth met his scales, waves of pain shot through his central nervous system, making him realize the ferocity of the piranhas. If they continued to bite, it was likely that his scales would eventually be breached. Initially, he intended to escape directly, but the relentless pursuit of the piranhas provoked him to unleash a spray of venom. The toxic fluid dispersed with the current, killing many of the piranhas, while the remaining ones dared not approach again. Although his injuries no longer posed a threat to his life, he still needed a place to recuperate. Wu Hongyun then swam towards the riverbank, but suddenly felt an overwhelming force pulling him in a specific direction. Turning to investigate, he discovered that the source of this force was a cavern at the riverbed. Was this a wind cave? Wu Hongyun felt an ominous foreboding. How could such a thing exist at the bottom of Huling River? He intended to swim with all his might towards the shore, but the force proved too strong, drawing even fish and shrimp from several meters away into its grasp. Unable to discern what lay within the cave, he could only endure until his strength faded, ultimately being forcibly drawn inside. After enduring several seconds of darkness, the pulling sensation abruptly ceased. Wu Hongyun cautiously sensed his surroundings, relieved to find no dangerous creatures present. He thought to himself, what a fright. I feared it was another monstrous beast. This appeared to be an ordinary cave. Yet the previous force had been so powerful that he dared not lower his guard. Upon further observation, he realized this was not merely a cave, but rather a sunken ship within the waters of Huling River. The so-called cave was merely an opening in the vessel, and the force was likely due to another breach within the ship. Caught in the swift current, it was not surprising that such an effect occurred. Unfortunately, Wu Hongyun's large size trapped him within the ship's confines. The structure of the vessel was unlike that of modern ships, with many areas approaching decay. Wu Hongyun forcefully struck his tail against a box, creating a brilliant opening just large enough for his serpentine body to pass through. Yet upon emerging, he was momentarily stunned. This was no ordinary ship. It was an ancient warship, towering 6 zhang and spanning 3 zhang in width, boasting 4 levels of compartments. With Wu Hongyun having been in the ship's lowest tier, being well-versed in history, he recognized this as a warship from the Han and Wei dynasties. Its bow intricately carved with a dragon's head. It must have belonged to some emperor, perhaps having sunk to the depths due to warfare. Wu Hongyun abandoned his initial plan to leave, instead yearning to explore the ship's hold for hidden treasures. Upon entering the hold on the 2nd level, he was met with a sight of piled wooden boxes. Expecting to open them with ease, he found them to be incredibly sturdy, resisting his attempts to pry them open without brute force. Striking his tail against a box, it shattered into pieces, revealing its contents, which primarily consisted of ancient weaponry. Remarkably, after a millennium, these weapons had not decayed, their quality likely surpassing that of modern iron goods by several fold. Wu Hongyun opened all the boxes, discovering a trove of weapons and antiques. While these artifacts held great value for humans, for a serpent, they were less practical than a mere fish. What a waste of my effort, he lamented, feeling quite disheartened, having anticipated the discovery of true treasures. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed 3 boxes in the corner of the ship's hold that differed significantly in appearance from the others. Sensing something unusual, he thought, it never hurts to investigate. With a single effort, he smashed open all 3 boxes, only to find a heap of mud and small fish. What a disappointment. Wu Hongyun sighed, preparing to turn away. However, as his tail inadvertently swept through the mud, he felt a texture distinct from wood. Wu Hongyun turned back to find a piece of brocade hidden within the mud. Clearing away the debris, he discovered it bore no inscriptions. Yet the brocade emanated a subtle allure, drawing him closer, and sensing no immediate danger, he approached. Inadvertently, a shard of iron cut into his still healing wound, causing blood to spill forth and mingle with the water, staining the brocade. The subsequent scene left Wu Hongyun utterly astonished. The blood was absorbed the moment it made contact with the silk fabric. Suddenly, a crimson light erupted from the silk, completely obscuring Wu Hongyun's vision. He felt his consciousness waning, yet in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he comprehended a profound truth. The silk seemed to harbor an extraordinary power, and his blood served to activate it. That crimson light was the most compelling evidence. Concurrently, during Wu Hongyun's unconsciousness, the silk incessantly transmitted information into his mind. This sensation was reminiscent of his previous experience in the blood pool, where he was compelled to receive memories not his own. However, this state lasted merely half an hour before Wu Hongyun regained consciousness. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he finally discerned the true nature of the blank silk. Though it appeared unremarkable on the surface, it was, in fact, a record of a martial arts mental technique. By Feng Yintian. Only the proud dragon can harness this technique for its legacy. This is, indeed, the Dianju. Chapter 36. Surveillance. The text within his mind primarily originated from the silk. Wu Hongyun discovered that many pieces of information were fragmented, yet fortunately, the Dianju remained intact. The essence of humanity's ability to become martial artists lies in the mental techniques they possess. Now, Wu Hongyun had acquired a similar technique, akin to a tiger gaining wings. Nevertheless, he harbored significant doubts regarding the silk. Upon closer inspection, it bore little distinction from ordinary fabric, save for a slightly superior texture. Just as the transmission of information concluded, the silk spontaneously combusted, rapidly reducing to ash. How could this be possible? Wu Hongyun struggled to comprehend the spectacle before him, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. The notion of something igniting underwater was beyond his understanding. As time passed, the information contained within the silk became increasingly lucid, filling in many of the gaps autonomously. Yet, the deeper meanings remained obscure, leaving Wu Hongyun at a loss for interpretation. It was more challenging than grappling with academic texts during his school days, but with the presence of Long Yuan and the enhancement of Dianju, the opportunity for transformation into a dragon had significantly increased. His initial astonishment was swiftly replaced by elation, prompting Wu Hongyun to exit the ship's storage, seeking a secluded area to meditate. Regrettably, after nearly 2 days, he had yet to grasp the profound meanings of the initial phase of Dianju, causing him to question his own intellect. In truth, the Dianju was exceedingly intricate. Even if an ordinary person obtained it, they might spend a lifetime without achievement. What could be accomplished in merely a day? Since sustaining his injuries and losing consciousness, Wu Hongyun had scarcely consumed any food, resulting in a noticeable decline in his physique. Fortunately, the depths of Huling River were teeming with aquatic life, abundant with fish and shrimp, including several hefty specimens weighing dozens of pounds. Wu Hongyun calculated that he had consumed nearly 200 fish, just managing to satiate his hunger. At least it would sustain him for a while. And with his strength replenished, Wu Hongyun resolved to decipher the essence of Dianju. Previously, he had a modicum of understanding regarding mental techniques. If cultivated to a sufficient level, they could amplify one's combat prowess several-fold and hasten physical recovery. Perhaps due to his solid foundation, Wu Hongyun comprehended the first pattern within 10 days. The Dianju comprises 3 total diagrams, each containing 18 patterns, resembling winding mountain paths, yet upon closer examination, they bore resemblance to the meridians within the human body. At that moment, Wu Hongyun felt an instantaneous surge in his strength, which more than doubled. He then located a massive boulder at the riverbed for experimentation. With a mere flick of his tail, the boulder, approximately 90 centimeters thick, was reduced to rubble. Had this strike been directed at a creature of similar stature, it would likely have been rendered to pulp. Should he continue to cultivate successfully, his physique would grow ever stronger, and it would not be long before he could confront that old man surnamed Chow. Indeed, there existed the possibility of annihilating him. In the following 2 months, Wu Hongyun hunted daily in the river to replenish his body while dedicating the remaining time to the study of Dianju. He finally understood why old Chow's Bai Yun Palm possessed such formidable lethality. During his study of the mental technique, Wu Hongyun sensed a surge of immense internal power within him. Should he combine this internal strength with his attacks, he could unleash effects beyond imagination. Having successfully cultivated the first total diagram, his combat capabilities had reached an unparalleled level. If he were to encounter old Chao again, defeating him was no longer an impossibility. Moreover, Wu Hongyun's physique had evolved to 22 meters in length. His serpent body was no longer frail, but had become more robust, darker, longer, and thicker. As dawn broke, Wu Hongyun awoke from his slumber, instinctively seeking to hunt. The Huling River was rich in resources, and for the time being, he need not worry about the scarcity of food. However, as his body continued to grow, the energy expenditure doubled, and the fish and shrimp no longer sufficed to satiate his appetite. Of course, even with prolonged fasting, his life was not in jeopardy. Yet, the gnawing sensation of hunger was unbearable, driven by primal instincts compelling him to hunt daily. His 20-meter-long serpentine form appeared truly terrifying, with scales more resilient than armor, constituting an absolute defense. Additionally, the crimson hue of his unique pupils added to his menacing appearance. At that moment, a school of piranhas swam nearby. The previous score had yet to be settled with them. Wu Hongyun smirked inwardly. He had grown weary of ordinary fish and welcomed a change in flavor. The aura he now exuded was exponentially stronger than it had been 2 months prior. The school of piranhas, terrified, fled in panic, yet in the water, Wu Hongyun's speed could easily surpass the limits of reason. He caught up to them in mere seconds, indulging himself without restraint. It must be said that the flesh of piranhas was far more delectable than that of common river fish, but their small size failed to satisfy Wu Hongyun's voracious appetite. Observing the remaining dozens of piranhas, he resolved to consume them all, inadvertently chasing them to the water's surface. However, he had already been marked. In the provincial military district, the Tianyan monitoring room, Ding Jie fixated on the dozens of surveillance screens mounted on the wall. 8 satellites had been monitoring the Huling River's every movement for the past 3 months. This order had been issued by the military district's leadership, determined not to overlook any trace of the colossal python. Ding Jie, puzzled, contemplated how such a creature could possibly exist in an inland river. Yet, he dared not inquire directly, as certain matters were beyond his purview. Certainly, if the python were located, the merit would suffice to elevate him 3 ranks. Initially, all monitoring teams were filled with anticipation, but prolonged silence left them puzzled regarding the higher-ups' intentions. Deploying satellites to locate a venomous python seemed reckless. Ding Jie silently grumbled. Having stared at the screens for so long, his already poor eyesight had deteriorated further. Alas, once this assignment concluded, he would need to get new glasses. With a sigh, Ding Jie suddenly spotted something on one of the screens. A 20-meter-long giant python swam rapidly through the water, resembling a train racing along its tracks. Its girth was comparable to that of a tree trunk, capable of swallowing a human whole. Ding Jie instinctively let out a scream, drawing the attention of his colleagues. Envy gleamed in their eyes, as the leadership had already stated that whoever first located the venomous python would earn a promotion of 3 ranks. Ding Jie's fortune was incredible. It felt as if not purchasing a lottery ticket would be a waste. Regaining composure, Ding Jie picked up the phone and called the commanding officer, promptly providing the precise location of the venomous python, eagerly awaiting orders from above. Chapter 37. Deep water bombs in the provincial military district's main conference room. Chao Zijie received a call from the monitoring room and promptly announced the dispersal of the meeting, intending to report the gathered information to Chao Lao. The subordinates had always perceived the chief military supervisor as composed and capable, rarely witnessing him lose his emotional restraint. Could it be that a promotion was imminent? No, Chao Zijie was already the top authority in the military district. There was little room for further advancement. His heart surged with excitement, having completed a task entrusted by his family over the span of 3 months. During this period, he bore immense pressure, especially since Chao Lao had previously stated that if the poisonous python was not found, he could very well return home to rest. At his prime age, returning to the family could potentially entail punishment. Chao Zijie managed to steady his emotions and dialed Chao Lao's number. Is there something amiss? Chao Lao's voice was cold, tinged with impatience. The prolonged absence of news regarding the poisonous python had left him in a state of frustration. Head of the family, the monitoring room has detected the python's trail. Chao Zijie was astute enough not to obfuscate the information. Angering the head of the family could lead to dire consequences. Immediately ascertain its precise location. I will head over at once. After waiting for so long, Chao Lao was finally met with good news. Remembering how the python had thwarted their plans at the last moment fueled his fury. Currently, the poisonous python was located upstream of Huling River. yet its size appeared to exceed 20 meters. Was there a miscalculation? Chao Zijia was puzzled. The head of the family had repeatedly mentioned that the serpent was only 16 meters long. How could it have grown so significantly? To Chao Lao, this was not unexpected. The python's growth rate had surged due to its consumption of long yuan, an outcome he had anticipated. However, this also ignited his desire to find the python and skin it alive. In truth, the rapid growth of Wu Hongyun was not solely attributed to long yuan, but rather the effects of the Di Yin Ju. Relying solely on long yuan, it would be nearly impossible to reach 22 meters in just 3 months. Given Wu Hongyun's current state, absorbing long yuan would require an extensive period, potentially over a century, even with relentless effort. Given that time frame, Wu Hongyun felt it more prudent to thoroughly comprehend the Di Yin Ju. By harmonizing the Di Yin Ju with long yuan, the time required for evolution would be significantly reduced. Initially, he believed that absorbing long yuan would enable him to evolve into a dragon. However, he recently discovered that after millennia of depletion, the power of long yuan had diminished considerably. Nevertheless, should long yuan merge with his body, it could provide substantial assistance in his quest for draconic evolution. Through the cleansing of long yuan, Wu Hongyun's genetic lineage would gradually align more closely with that of a dragon. At that time, the once unattainable goal would become within reach. Unbeknownst to him, the provincial military district had dispatched a naval team and mobilized a warship into Huling River, intending to utilize heavy weaponry to obliterate Wu Hongyun. Before setting off, Chao Zijia hesitantly inquired, "Head of the family, may I accompany you? Focus on your own responsibilities. This team is sufficient," Chao Lao replied. Thus, Chao Zijia, ever cautious in the presence of the head of the family, felt as though he walked on thin ice. After all, the Chao family was a prominent clan in Huaxia, and the head, Chao Lai, was an exceptionally rare powerhouse. Despite holding the highest position in the military district, Chao Zijia owed his status to this venerable elder. Moreover, the majority of the Chao family's direct line had entered officialdom, each holding significant positions, underscoring their profound background. The only advantage the Chao family possessed was these connections. Huaxia, vast and rich, revealed few visible powerhouses, yet it remained uncertain whether formidable figures lurked within the remote mountains and forests, capable of challenging the Chao family. The warship glided steadily along Huling River for an hour. Suddenly, the monitoring radar emitted an alarm. "Report, target locked. Shall we initiate the attack?" Without hesitation, Chao Lao issued the command to strike. The poisonous python was not to be underestimated. Engaging it in a physical confrontation could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, it was decided to deploy deep-sea bombs to eliminate it. Initially, capturing the python alive was the objective, but given the current circumstances, even retrieving its corpse would be a fortunate outcome. Subsequently, the warship's weaponry systems activated, the already turbulent waters becoming a maelstrom. Little did Chao Lao realize that the poisonous python had already sensed the presence of the warship. Wu Hongyun detected an ominous aura and, without a moment's contemplation, fled at top speed. Upon witnessing the deep-sea bomb, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Fortunately, his keen perception allowed him to escape. Had he delayed by even 10 seconds, he might have met his end at the river's bottom. Wu Hongyun darted through the murky waters like a fleeting shadow. Simultaneously, he understood who was orchestrating this assault. Apart from that old wretch, no one possessed the capability to deploy military vessels against a mere python. Having heard of the Chao family's background, with most of their kin holding high-ranking positions, he found it unsurprising. Now fortified by the Di Yin Ju, Wu Hongyun felt no fear in facing Chao Lao, but against destructive weaponry, he was utterly defenseless. Although deep-sea bombs had gradually fallen out of favor in contemporary warfare, their affordability and devastating power ensured their continued use. Numerous vessels throughout military history had succumbed to deep-sea bombs. Firearms might prove ineffective against Wu Hongyun. Yet deep-sea bombs were an entirely different matter, capable of obliterating flesh with their high explosives. Given additional time to mature, Wu Hongyun believed he could withstand the might of a deep-sea bomb, but only a single one. Deep-sea bombs possessed formidable anti-submarine capabilities, outpacing most underwater weaponry in performance. As the deep-sea bomb detonated, the entire Huling River trembled. Unfortunately, Wu Hongyun could not escape the blast radius, suffering further injury from the relentless shockwaves. "I truly wish to annihilate your entire family. Is it just a long yuan that necessitates such a grand display?" Wu Hongyun cursed the Chao family relentlessly in his mind, unable to comprehend why he was perpetually pursued. Repeated assaults had extinguished his goodwill toward humanity. The warship was a mere 3,000 meters away, though injured. He had no choice but to flee Huling River. Wu Hongyun was gambling, for Huling River was the longest in Luojing. No matter how audacious that old wretch was, he could not possibly overturn the entire river with heavy weaponry. Should word reach those in the capital, the Chao family would face dire repercussions. The higher one ascends in status, the more enemies one acquires. Wu Hongyun was acutely aware of this truth. Chapter 38. Qinling severely wounded. Wu Hongyun could not afford to contemplate anything else. His foremost priority was survival. As the warship drew nearer, his grave injuries compelled him to turn and flee. Wu Hongyun underestimated Chao Lao's determination. He cared not for the consequences. As long as he could acquire Long Yuan, any price was worth paying. Inside the warship's command cabin, Chao Lao observed Wu Hongyun's movements through the detection instruments, astonished by what he saw. The previously ineffective Biyun palm had failed to eliminate the poisonous python, revealing its increasingly formidable strength. Had Wu Hongyun approached alone, he might have perished in the water. Switched to anti-aircraft machine guns, target the python. Chao Lao, not blinded by greed, recognized that the collateral damage from the deep-sea bomb was significant and could alarm certain individuals. Regardless, the python had already sustained severe injuries, with a considerable portion of its scales shed, and the warship's anti-aircraft machine guns were not to be trifled with. They could easily obliterate an aircraft when aimed at the sky. After a prolonged silence, Wu Hongyun initially believed that the old man had given up. However, the incessant sound of bullets soon filled the air, sending chills down his spine. Suddenly, a rocket artillery shell plunged into the water. Its explosive force considerably weaker than that of a depth charge, yet Wu Hongyun still could not withstand the shockwave. His internal organs felt as though they were being shredded, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. This relentless old fool truly wishes to see me dead. Trembling with trepidation, Wu Hongyun glanced at the explosion site of the rocket artillery and noticed that the silt on the riverbed had been blasted into a large pit. Had he been struck, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. Old Chao was no saint either. Upon seeing that Wu Hongyun was still alive, he ordered the continued firing of the rocket artillery. The ship's heavy machine guns also remained active. In moments of life and death peril, Wu Hongyun could tap into an unprecedented reservoir of strength. Bullets entering the water would lose their impact velocity, and the same applied to the rockets. Wu Hongyun understood well that he had the advantage of terrain, allowing him to evade several rocket shells. He had been fleeing for over 80 hours. During this time, dozens of rockets had whizzed past him, as though the Grim Reaper were toying with his life. Wu Hongyun was filled with unrestrained fury. He loathed the feeling of being pursued. Yet, at this juncture, running was his only recourse. It must be said that the Huling River was indeed long. Wu Hongyun had yet to swim to safety. If he could reach the Yellow River sooner, his desperate situation would transform into a lifeline. Currently, the rainy season had rendered the Yellow River tumultuous, and this small warship lacked the capability to navigate its waters. Perhaps fate had intervened. The ship's firepower reserves were running low, and the machine guns were nearly out of ammunition. The rocket launchers had also sustained considerable damage and were currently inoperable. Old Chao's face flushed with anger as he demanded, "What other weapons remain on the ship?" "Report. There are 5 usable cruise torpedoes left. Launch 4 and keep 1 in reserve." The ensign in charge hesitated, perplexed. "Old Chao, do you mean to fire them all at once? Is that not clear? Did you not understand?" The ensign hastily moved to the control panel and ordered the launch of the torpedoes. However, he soon discovered that the poisonous python had escaped the ship's monitoring range, making it uncertain whether the torpedoes would hit their target. "Do not waste time. Fire them now." Old Chao gritted his teeth in frustration. Having lived for over 70 years, many formidable figures had fallen at his feet. Today, with the military district's advanced equipment at his disposal, he could not even capture a snake. If the old men back in the capital found out, they would surely laugh at him. When the ship unleashed its firepower, its speed would decrease by 40%. Wu Hongyun remembered this crucial detail and timed his movements perfectly, allowing him to extend the distance by approximately 700 meters each time. The crew aboard the ship felt a surge of anxiety as the poisonous python fled further away. Old Chao's expression oscillated between anger and despair, nearly losing control of his temper. Wu Hongyun increased his speed, suddenly sensing a change in the water flow, accompanied by a higher concentration of silt than that of the Huling River. He must have escaped the confines of Luojing, yet Old Chao remained relentless in his pursuit, leaving Wu Hongyun feeling utterly helpless. This tributary was known as the Wei River, the largest tributary of the Yellow River, primarily flowing through Longxi Province and the Guangzhou Plain. Observing the changing terrain, Old Chao turned to the ensign and coldly inquired, "Where are we now?" "Wei River. 80 miles ahead is the Qinling Range, surrounded by mountains. The satellite's effectiveness will likely diminish, and the warship may not be able to navigate through. If the poisonous python enters the Qinling, we may lose the ability to track it, replied the ensign. Old Chow suppressed his fury and commanded, we must kill it before it reaches the Qinling. Immediately pursue and unleash all remaining firepower, even if it turns to mincemeat. Understood. The Qinling, revered as the cradle of Huaxia civilization, stretches from the Kunlun Mountains in the west, traverses the Shaanxi and Gansu regions, and extends to the Debi Mountains in the east, serving as the watershed for both the Yangtze and Yellow rivers. Due to the significant differences in various factors across the Qinling, the line from the Qinling to the Huai River has also become a boundary between northern and southern Huaxia. In just under 4 days, both the warship and the poisonous python had traversed nearly 1,000 kilometers. Many had historically regarded the Qinling as the dragon vein. Although it was indeed a dragon vein long ago, after the Western Han dynasty was overthrown by Wang Mang of the Exine dynasty, the focal point of the dragon vein seemed to have shifted eastward without anyone noticing. This, however, was not the most critical aspect. The Qinling's treacherous terrain was home to numerous primeval forests, almost entirely surrounded by mountains, making it a coveted battleground throughout history. Even in modern times, few dared to venture into its depths, for once inside, they feared they might never return. The Wei River also contained many caverns. If the poisonous python were to burrow into one, even an aircraft carrier would be unable to extricate it. Contemplating these risks, Old Chow disregarded all caution and ordered the warship to accelerate, quickly closing in on Wu Hongyun. Report. We are only 3,700 meters away from the poisonous python, within the torpedo firing range. At this point, there was no need for further reports. They were to launch immediately. Old Chow barked an order, and the small warship sprang into action. In an instant, the mechanical roar echoed throughout the valleys flanking the Wei River. Wu Hongyun spotted a gorge in the water and intended to dive in when he sensed the impending firepower from behind. I wish your Chow family ascends to heaven soon. You dog. Exhausted and beleaguered, Wu Hongyun realized that even at this critical juncture, the relentless old man refused to relent. Resentment aside, the remaining firepower was sufficient to obliterate the Wei River. This stretch of water was even narrower than the Huling River, leaving Wu Hongyun with no means of escape. And he dared not recklessly venture into the mountains. The only refuge lay within the underwater gorge, where he could still find some semblance of safety. Chapter 39, Misfortune? Fortune? The explosive power of modern weaponry was terrifying. The rocks beneath the water shattered into fragments. Old Chow wore a smile, confident that such a formidable effect would be too much for the poisonous python to withstand. He was not concerned about the potential damage to the Longyuan, as that ancient artifact had survived for millennia and remained intact. As victory appeared imminent, Old Chow's grin widened. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the banks of the Wei River suddenly began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake were imminent. The river grew more turbulent than ever, causing the ship floating on its surface to sway precariously. What is happening? Old Chow exclaimed, turning to the crew. At that moment, a series of muffled roars emanated from the riverbed, overwhelming everyone's eardrums. Boom! Massive boulders tumbled down the mountainsides, many crashing onto the warship, injuring several crew members who could not evade in time. Old Chow had not anticipated that the combined might of all their weapons would alter the very landscape. The Wei River suddenly erupted with a formidable gravitational pull, possibly a consequence of the explosions. The seasoned soldiers appeared powerless, and the warship lost control, leaving them with no means of escape. Quick, activate the backup systems and leave the Wei River. The ensign's voice trembled with urgency. Implementing the backup plan would take time. The pull intensified with each passing moment, and through instruments, they discovered that an underground river had been blasted open. If this continued, the warship would be drawn into the subterranean river, and all aboard would perish. Old Chow could no longer smile. Despite his formidable strength, he felt as insignificant as an ant under the pressure of nature. Ultimately, humans are but mortals, incapable of altering the course of fate. Many present feared death, particularly Old Chow, who felt he had much left to achieve and was filled with resentment. Securing the Longyuan would not only enhance his power, but also potentially extend his lifespan by at least 30 years. Yet now, trapped in a life-and-death situation, Old Chow found himself utterly powerless to escape. The waters of the Weha River are inherently profound, once ensnared beneath its depths. The human body cannot withstand the relentless onslaught of water pressure. Furthermore, that subterranean river, with its allure, suggests it has existed for nearly 10 millennia. Now liberated by humanity, the natural forces it unveils are beyond human competition. Regardless of the struggles of those aboard the vessel, the warship was inexorably drawn into the underground river, disintegrating into mere shards of metal the moment it succumbed to the water pressure. Having lived for nearly 90 years, Lao Chao could never have anticipated such a fate. When the underground river erupted, Wu Hongyun was drawn in as well. Had it not been for Long Yuan's timely protection, his outcome would likely have mirrored that of the warship. The explosion of the firearms had brought Wu Hongyun to the brink of death, yet the crisis had not escalated to its utmost limit. This was entirely due to the latent power of Long Yuan. Otherwise, this 22-meter-long poisonous python might have been reduced to a mere heap of flesh. Utilizing the remnants of his consciousness, Wu Hongyun activated the Dianju, struggling to stabilize his injuries. At that moment, the serpent's body was drenched in blood, its spine completely shattered. Even the slightest movement elicited excruciating pain. Fortunately, the injuries gradually stabilized, though his awareness was still shrouded by agony and water pressure. Time became an elusive concept. Wu Hongyun could not discern how long had passed, yet he felt his injuries healing at a tranquil pace. Just then, Long Yuan ceased its healing efforts for Wu Hongyun. This was a devastating blow. Even when he attempted to respond, Long Yuan remained unresponsive. Fortunately, the serpent's body regained some mobility, though it had lost all combat capability, existing in a state of utter weakness. At the very least, his life was preserved. Alas, it was always this way. He could not discern whether this was fortune or misfortune. Wu Hongyun sighed, raising his eyes to survey the surroundings. The water was cold and murky, with numerous bifurcations, more intricate than the labyrinthine tomb of Wei Wudi. Unable to tolerate the oppressive environment, Wu Hongyun chose a seemingly promising passage to swim through. Remaining stationary would have been the wisest choice, yet he sought to recover swiftly, necessitating sustenance through prey. Unless Long Yuan willingly provided energy, Wu Hongyun could only rely on himself. After swimming over 20 kilometers, the water was filled with aquatic plants and stones, devoid of even the tiniest fish or shrimp. How unfortunate he felt. Lamenting the lack of any fish, Wu Hongyun was filled with frustration, but soon regained his composure. The absence of fish indicated that the entrance to the underground river must be sealed. Otherwise, aquatic life would infiltrate. The thought sent a jolt to his heart. The reason this river was called underground was that it was entirely isolated from the outside world. With the Dianju, he might endure for a time, but it was not a sustainable solution. Wu Hongyun, filled with resignation, began to spiral upward, relying on the Dianju to mend his body, intending to consider hunting later. Before he knew it, another month had elapsed. Without Long Yuan's assistance, he had only partially healed. Wu Hongyun's temperament grew impatient. Although he understood that recovery would accelerate in due time, it still required a lengthy duration. The lack of food in the underground river posed a troubling dilemma regarding his survival. Wu Hongyun had no choice but to search for an exit while hoping for a stroke of luck in finding sustenance. After swimming another 20 kilometers, he noticed changes in the surrounding terrain, believing he had reached the exit. Instead, he encountered 18 more tributaries. Had his injuries not hindered him, Wu Hongyun would have been tempted to overturn the underground river in frustration. Prolonging this state would only exacerbate the disparity between his energy expenditure and the recovery rate of the Dianju. Wu Hongyun pondered repeatedly. Waiting idly would lead to demise. So he resolved to trust himself once more and forge ahead. Subsequently, he entered a relatively broad tributary. Not long after, Wu Hongyun finally spotted a few fish and shrimp, suggesting he was nearing the exit. After consuming several grass carp, a mass of black mist suddenly appeared ahead. Undoubtedly, it was a school of piranhas. This time, Wu Hongyun's mood was not as buoyant. His scales had yet to fully develop, making him vulnerable to the piranha's bites. It is known that a piranha's bite force can easily sever steel wire. If there were too many, they could reduce an adult to bones within 30 seconds. Wu Hongyun charged forward, realizing there was nowhere to hide in this environment, compounded by the overwhelming temptation presented by the piranhas. Despite their lethal capabilities, their flesh was exquisitely delectable. A scrawny camel is larger than a horse. Moreover, he was far from dead. Chapter 40. Mutual destruction relying on the potency of his venom. Dispatching the piranhas was not a daunting task. After consuming around 100 piranhas, Wu Hongyun finally satiated his long-standing hunger. Regrettably, his body had not fully healed, and he sustained minor injuries while dealing with the piranhas. He remained stationed for an indeterminate time, resting before once again proceeding along the tributary. Being submerged in water rendered him unable to gauge the passage of time in the outside world. This sensation was akin to having one's eyes blindfolded, causing Wu Hongyun to feel slightly uneasy. Before long, he encountered another bifurcation. Emotionally, he had adapted, No amount of anger was worth the expenditure of energy. His desire was simply to escape this wretched place. After walking approximately 18 miles, Wu Hongyun noted an increase in the abundance of aquatic life and vegetation. Within him, hope ignited anew. Wu Hongyun fervently wished that this flame would not be extinguished by the frigid river waters. For several days, he drifted in the currents, occupied solely with hunting and navigating through darkness. Even though serpents typically thrive in dark environments, the prolonged duration would be intolerable for anyone. Moreover, Wu Hongyun was not accustomed to remaining submerged for extended periods. Had it been a few months prior, he might have perished long ago. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in the distance, gradually clarifying the murky waters. Wu Hongyun's spirit surged, but the light quickly dimmed. This also indicated he was nearing the exit. The prospect of escaping this desolate darkness filled him with immense excitement. At that moment, indistinct voices filled Wu Hongyun's ears. He was deep within the underground river, approximately 30 kilometers in, and any further descent might prove perilous. Since he was already here, he resolved to remain cautious. If one valued their life, they should retreat promptly. What kind of attitude is this? Even if one is taking risks, it shouldn't come at the cost of their life. Enough of your prattle. If you wish to return, no one is stopping you. Let us not quarrel. This underground river is a marvel of the ages. Let us not create discord on this rare occasion. Everyone understands their position. The voices grew increasingly indistinct, yet they still provided Wu Hongyun with a sense of direction for movement. If he did not exit soon, even the most resilient mentality would crumble. In less than 3 minutes, Wu Hongyun approached the group of people nearby, remaining non-threatening. This group was likely exploring the underground river. Equipped with safety gear, Wu Hongyun endeavored to conceal his presence, relying on these individuals to identify the precise exit. If discovered, their human psyche might cause them to perish on the spot. Wu Hongyun lurked behind them, maintaining a safe distance. After 3 hours, he finally breached the surface, allowing fresh air to flood his system. He had returned. The external world was shrouded in gloom. Utilizing the cover of night, Wu Hongyun stealthily distanced himself from the group's activities. A chilling wind swept across Wu Hongyun's still healing wounds, akin to blades incessantly slicing through flesh. Moreover, this was the northern region of the Qinling Mountains, where temperatures starkly contrasted with those in the south. The frigid climate rendered Wu Hongyun increasingly uncomfortable. Even the most resilient body could not withstand the relentless assault of wind and rain day and night. As the winter season approaches, the weather is bound to grow increasingly frigid. Wu Hongyun has come to realize that he finds himself within the majestic Qinling Mountains, where the search for a suitable refuge should not prove too arduous. This area appears to be a tourist attraction, with a considerable number of visitors, albeit obscured by the darkness of night. As the veil of night envelopes the sky, a massive black python swiftly slithers through the dense forest of the valley, ultimately entering a vast cavern. The cave is both moist and warm, presenting Wu Hongyun with an ideal sanctuary for recuperation. After nearly half a month of rest, during which his bodily functions entered a state of dormancy akin to the hibernation of animals, he understands that his foremost objective is to replenish his strength before embarking on a hunt within the valley. The peaks of the Qinling Mountains tower mightily, and to evade detection by humans, Wu Hongyun ventures deeper into the wilderness. This secluded area, devoid of human presence, serves as an excellent habitat for survival. Regrettably, in recent years, the ecological environment has deteriorated significantly, leading to a dramatic decline in the wildlife within these dense forests. Particularly in winter, most creatures have retreated into hiding, escalating the challenges of hunting. Alternatively, targeting those in hibernation is also a viable strategy. While this approach may seem somewhat unscrupulous, it has proven effective to some extent. Over the course of 10 days, Wu Hongyun managed to poison 2 young black bears, consuming one while concealing the other in his temporary lair. The abundance of squirrels and avian creatures is overwhelming, with the winter chill rendering the decay of carcasses inconsequential. Wu Hongyun accumulates the remains to sustain himself through the harsh season. Suddenly, Wu Hongyun awakens from his dormancy, sensing an ominous presence. Though his scales have fully developed and his damaged body has recovered significantly, his combat prowess has yet to reach its apex. Nevertheless, he is confident in his ability to confront ordinary adversaries. Concealing his presence, Wu Hongyun stealthily emerges from his resting place and cautiously approaches the source of the ominous aura. After half an hour, he finds himself coiled around a sturdy branch of a giant tree, observing the movements within the dense forest. Judging by the murderous intent, it appears to be another creature of his kind. Even in the face of an adversary of the size of a deep blue python, Wu Hongyun believes he possesses the capability to vanquish it. To his surprise, he encounters a 6-meter-long Zhoushan cobra. How audacious this little creature is to intrude upon my territory. A flicker of pity washes over Wu Hongyun. He contemplates allowing it to live, for a 6-meter-long Zhoushan cobra is indeed a rarity. Yet, he senses a familiar power coursing through the serpent, strikingly similar to that of Long Yuan. After observing the cobra for 2 days, Wu Hongyun notes that it has been hunting in a manner akin to his own, preying on animals in hibernation. What is more, it shows no fear of the cold. The limited resources of the Qinling Mountains stirred dissatisfaction within Wu Hongyun, and he resolves to eliminate this rival. In a sudden burst of speed, he lunges towards the Zhoushan cobra. Witnessing the stark disparity in size, Wu Hongyun finally comprehends the arrogance and disdain that characterized the deep blue python's attitude. Yet again, it is Wu Hongyun who claims the life of his kin. As he touches the serpent's lifeless body, he faintly perceives a substantial warmth emanating from it. How curious it is that this little creature possesses such strength. With a sense of intrigue, Wu Hongyun slices open the cobra's body, yet he finds no anomalies. The only peculiarity lies in its gallbladder, which seems to radiate a continuous wave of warmth. Wu Hongyun's instincts tell him that this gallbladder is a valuable treasure, prompting him to swallow it whole, along with the cobra's remains. The feeling of self-consumption somehow brings him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Time passes swiftly, and 1.5 years slips by in the blink of an eye. The Qinling mountain range stretches from north to south, resembling a colossal dragon spiraling through the earth. From the summit, one can truly appreciate the stunning beauty of this land, which conceals countless secrets unknown to humanity. To the world, the Qinling is merely a picturesque landscape. Du Yun has long yearned to visit the Qinling, and upon hearing rumors of mysterious creatures lurking in the valleys, his curiosity is further piqued. Envisioning the extraordinary wonders hidden within the mountains, the guide introduces them to the highest peak, Taibai Mountain. Throughout history, Taibai Mountain has been a renowned tourist destination, shrouded in countless tales of the extraordinary. During the Tang and Song dynasties, numerous poets and scholars ascended its heights, leaving behind a legacy of beautiful poetry and prose. These words spill forth from the guide's lips, yet it is what follows that truly captivates Du Yun's interest. In April of this year, sightings of a certain creature were reported on Taibai Mountain, with eyewitness accounts surfacing of another tourist group that recently observed the creature in motion. At this point, the guide intentionally leaves his statement unfinished. The crowd grows restless, having paid for a trip only to face frustration, and some even resort to expletives. The guide chuckles awkwardly, urging everyone not to fret, as it is said that the creature measures nearly 30 meters in length. Many suspect it to be a young dragon that has strayed from the dragon vein of the Qinling, and photographs have purportedly captured it. Adorned with scales as hard as steel and a prominent horn upon its head, closely resembling the legendary dragon. Should fortune favor them, they might just encounter this mysterious beast. Old Du, if it truly is a dragon, we might ascend to immortality, remarks a childhood friend jokingly, igniting a flicker of hope within Du Yun. The terrain of Taibai Mountain is intricate and rugged, presenting little amusement for the average person, yet these travelers are determined to appreciate the beauty of the valley. Along the way, they encounter various rare wildlife, with many eagerly capturing photographs on their phones or cameras. Upon reaching the lower mountainous region, some begin to feel overwhelmed, as the landscape starkly contrasts that of the base, characterized by a combination of yellow earth and rocky formations, with relatively minor elevation differences. Exposed bedrock and water flow frequently carve through the fractures, resulting in deep gorges. The scenery here is truly splendid. It seems my visit was not in vain. Du Yun exclaims. What fun is there? It's better to stay home and play games, grumbles his friend, who has just seated himself on the ground and is attempting to play a game on his phone, only to find the signal too weak to even load the screen. What a ridiculous place. If we get lost, I won't even be able to call for help. Observing his friend's complaints, Du Yun merely smiles faintly, his thoughts entirely absorbed in the scenery. The clouds and mist obscure the mountain rocks, creating an ethereal atmosphere, with birds circling gracefully through the fog. Alas, it is not the moment of the golden crow's birth, when the landscape is truly breathtaking. The tour group proceeds to the mid-mountain region, where the altitude surpasses 1,300 meters. The rugged rocks and colossal boulders, shaped by nature's hand, form a landscape imbued with character. Here, notable structures stand, such as the Dumu Palace and the remarkable peaks surrounding it. Gazing eastward, one can see the towering white stones atop the verdant pine ridges, known as Mai Jiaoshi. Upon reaching the Basian Tai at an elevation of 3,000 meters, they discover a naturally formed highland lake. At this juncture, The guide permits the group to rest freely, though they are strictly instructed not to venture into the depths of the forest. Du Yun and his friend amble around the enchanting lake, their legs weary, and they settle by the water's edge to admire the scenery. Suddenly, Du Yun's pupils constrict sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment. "That creature, it's the monster," he exclaims, pointing at the water's surface. Upon hearing his shout, nearby individuals quickly gather, and they behold a creature approximately 30 meters in length floating in the water, its body adorned with white patterns. Instantly, a crowd forms around the lake, many brandishing cameras to capture the moment. Recently, news outlets have reported sightings of the Taibai mountain creature, yet witnessing it firsthand is truly awe-inspiring. The air was filled with gasps of astonishment as Du Yun and his childhood friend were captivated by the appearance of the creature in the water. Could it possibly be a young dragon? The so-called young dragon, as documented in the Shanhai Jing, refers to the Jiao Long, the juvenile form of the divine dragon. Some believers, overwhelmed with reverence, knelt before the creature, perceiving it to possess unimaginable power. A few even began to make wishes to this monster. After several seconds, the creature vanished beneath the surface, retreating into the depths of the lake, transforming the earlier gasps into expressions of regret. Nonetheless, witnessing such a phenomenon was indeed a remarkable stroke of fortune. The following day, numerous esteemed news outlets reported extensively on the incident, with headlines across many foreign websites marveling at the Taibai mountain monster. Concurrently, many individuals prepared their belongings, eager to visit the Qinling Mountains in the hopes of encountering luck, thus attracting the attention of certain mysterious national departments. Wu Hongyun felt rather helpless. He merely sought a breath of fresh air, yet was unaware that this period coincided with a peak tourist season. The Taibai mountain was teeming with people, making it easy for him to be discovered if he did not conceal his tracks properly. Although the ecological environment of the Qinling Mountains was flourishing, the influx of tourists rendered it unsuitable for a creature of Wu Hongyun's size. Having fully recovered from his injuries, Wu Hongyun had grown from 22 meters to 29 meters in length, his strength having surged dramatically. Over the past year, many animals had vanished from Taibai Mountain, forced into hiding to sustain Wu Hongyun's presence. Remaining there any longer risked disrupting the natural order, which would inevitably attract investigation from the relevant authorities. Previously, a mere warship had nearly brought Wu Hongyun to the brink of death. Should the military be summoned, even his formidable size would not save him. Thus, Wu Hongyun resolved to venture into the Devil's Rainforest. He had already studied the second diagram of the Dianju and absorbed nearly half of the dragon source. However, the third diagram's intricacies proved exceedingly profound, with no progress made in 3 months. Nevertheless, his size now approached that of the once feared Yulan Juing, making it feasible for him to explore the Devil's Rainforest. Given enough time, Wu Hongyun believed he would eventually master the third diagram, leading to another significant increase in his size. Previously, Wu Hongyun had harbored an indelible fear of the Yulan Juing, yet now he found himself nearing its stature. His strength, far surpassing that of the Yulan Juing, instilled confidence within him. Should he encounter another creature of similar caliber, he would easily overpower it. On land, no creature could impede Wu Hongyun's advance, unless advanced military weaponry were employed. Of course, not all humans were foolish enough to provoke him. Chapter 42. The monster of Shuichuan animals are, after all, animals, and for a certain period, Wu Hongyun was still unable to withstand missiles or artillery. However, area effect weapons posed little threat to his life, at most inflicting minor injuries. Suddenly, the previously tranquil surface of the lake began to ripple, and a massive creature entered Wu Hongyun's perceptive range. After about half a minute, it burst from the water, emitting an extraordinarily shrill cry. In comparison to Wu Hongyun, this creature was indeed a true monster. Its appearance was not grotesque, but rather somewhat fearsome, exuding a sense of dominion. Wu Hongyun, having spent considerable time in serpentine form, gradually shifted from a human perspective to that of the animal kingdom, yet retained his superior intellect. To Wu Hongyun's eyes, the creature's form was rather appealing. Its body glistened like polished white jade, adorned with deep purple-black scales that filled him with envy. Upon discerning the creature's overall appearance, Wu Hongyun felt a stir of curiosity. It resembled the Qilin described in ancient texts, with horns sprouting from its head, robust limbs, and delicate whiskers by its mouth. Could this creature have inherited some ancient lineage? What was even more perplexing was that, despite its immense size of over 50 meters, Wu Hongyun's perception failed to detect its presence. The issue could not lie within himself, as he was capable of sensing the life signs of other creatures in the lake. The monster was not far from him, visible to his eyes, leading him to momentarily question his senses. It could possibly be a cold-blooded creature, making it unsurprising that he could not sense it. Should a confrontation arise, Wu Hongyun felt no fear. After all, his formidable strength rendered him unmatched on land. Suppressing any hostility, he approached the creature swiftly. However, the creature was highly vigilant and turned to bellow angrily in an attempt to intimidate Wu Hongyun. Upon realizing the size of the venomous python before it, a flicker of fear crossed its eyes, prompting it to retreat into the depths of the lake. Wu Hongyun had a keen understanding of his adversary's psyche and was not about to let this creature escape easily. Maintaining a distance of around 20 meters, he could have swiftly pursued and dispatched it, but he opted for a more strategic approach. 13 months prior, Wu Hongyun had taken refuge in this high-altitude lake, familiarizing himself with every corner of its depths, yet had never encountered this creature. Now that fate had brought them together, he was determined to uncover its true identity. Both colossal beings descended rapidly, reaching 400 meters beneath the lake in less than 10 minutes. Judging by their trajectory, they seemed to be heading towards the lake's bottom, perhaps seeking a lair within the Shuichuan. Wu Hongyun recalled that he had previously visited Shuichuan without detecting any signs of life. Regardless of the unknown dangers that lay ahead, Wu Hongyun was resolute in following the creature. Upon entering Shuichuan, he was flanked by thick rocks, their surfaces overgrown with dense aquatic plants and vines. A haven for those with a fear of confinement. The creature swam deeper, exerting itself, yet its speed paled in comparison to Wu Hongyun's. Had he chosen to strike, that creature would have already met its end. Deep within Shuichuan, a profound fissure appeared, into which the creature swiftly vanished. Wu Hongyun had no recollection of any fissure in this area. He had visited here numerous times and could confidently assert that it had not existed before. Recalling the peril he had faced in the underground river, he became cautious, observing the fissure for an extended period. Should he find himself trapped as he had before, fortune might not favor him again. Setting aside his predatory intentions, Wu Hongyun redirected his serpentine body towards the exit of Shuichuan. Suddenly, he was startled to discover another creature, resembling the previous one, nearby, albeit significantly smaller, standing at about 3 to 4 meters in height. Was this creature also a social being? He decided to capture one for further examination. With a swift curve of his body, Wu Hongyun propelled himself towards the creature, moving so quickly that only a blur remained. By the time the creature sensed the impending danger, it was too late. Having barely managed to flee 3 meters, Wu Hongyun ensnared it tightly. However, he refrained from utilizing all his strength, opting instead to meticulously observe its appearance. Despite its peculiar form, the creature's body lacked the aesthetic appeal of Wu Hongyun's own serpentine figure. With murderous intent, he swiftly constricted the creature to death. Employing venom for such a creature seemed excessively wasteful. The creature's shell proved resilient, prompting Wu Hongyun to abandon the idea of consuming it to avoid indigestion. Preserving one's health is essential for longevity. Wu Hongyun departed from the miraculous lake and, seizing the opportunity as the crowds dispersed, entered the forest within the valley. After several days of hunting, he noted that most animals had concealed themselves, and remaining any longer would likely disrupt the local ecosystem. Wu Hongyun was not driven by altruism, but rather a respect for the natural order. Those who defy nature seldom meet with favorable outcomes. Currently, Wu Hongyun's heart was set on the Devil's Rainforest, located thousands of miles away. Time was of the essence. Tonight presented the ideal moment to embark on his journey. The distance from Qinling to the Devil's Rainforest was considerable, and Wu Hongyun recalled the world map, recognizing only 2 possible routes to take. Firstly, one can traverse from the Qinling Mountains into the Weihua River, following the current to the Yellow River, then crossing 9 provinces to reach the Bohai Sea, and finally merging with the ocean currents into the Pacific, eventually arriving in South America and making one's way to Brazil, where the Amazon basin awaits. Alternatively, one could embark on a perilous journey through the northwestern land routes, traversing numerous tropical nations in Asia, a path fraught with far greater dangers than the first. After considerable contemplation, Wu Hongyun resolved to pursue the first route, as the majority of it consisted of waterways, affording him a natural advantage. As night fully enveloped the landscape, Wu Hongyun swiftly departed from the Qinling Mountains into the Weihua River, taking care to avoid unnecessary delays caused by humans. Having lingered within the Qinling region for over a year, a dozen individuals had met their demise beneath Wu Hongyun's fangs, reckless adventurers who believed that fortune favored the bold. Just as he was about to enter the Weihua River, an expedition team unexpectedly emerged nearby. Wu Hongyun felt a flicker of anger. He could sense that they were merely a few hundred meters away. If he carelessly plunged into the Weihua, he would undoubtedly be discovered by these humans, leading to potential peril. Glancing at the group, He noted that there were about 20 adventurers, each adorned with various weapons. They spoke of the legendary existence of a dragon in the Qinling Mountains, expressing hopes that capturing a scale from it would lead to riches. One boasted that perhaps it would bestow upon them divine power, making world domination a mere dream. Their words were laced with arrogant and blind laughter. They dare to covet my attention? Wu Hongyun decided to no longer conceal his murderous intent. Eliminating this foolish group would spare the world some air. Chapter 43. Heart of the rainforest by the banks of the Weha River, more than 10 corpses mysteriously appeared, secluded in a remote area. They were not discovered until half a month later, by which time the bodies had already begun to decompose. The police initially suspected that wild beasts were responsible for the deaths, yet they found themselves at a loss for leads. Furthermore, due to the plethora of recent legends surrounding the Qinling Mountains, they chose to keep the case under wraps to avoid societal unrest. Wu Hongyun had already entered the Yellow River Basin, taking 15 months to reach the treacherous Devil's Rainforest. As he spiraled through the currents of the Devil's River, he recalled the arduous journey with great emotion. His timeline had deviated significantly from his expectations. Lacking proficiency in geography, he nearly found himself veering into the Yangtze River Basin, wasting considerable time in central South China. Departing from the Weha, he traversed numerous treacherous mountain ranges and torrential rivers, engaging in numerous battles against the odds, yet ultimately succeeded in reaching the Devil's Rainforest. Those sacrifices were inconsequential. Wu Hongyun reminisced about two particularly perilous encounters. The first occurred in the Pacific, where he was confronted by a colossal blood shark, the species of which he could not identify. At that moment, the lingering memories of the blood dragon revealed to him that this was an ancient breed of shark, known for its ferocity and relentless pursuit of blood, striking down anything that bled unless it was slain first. Its speed far exceeded his own. During their clash, he grasped the strength of the blood shark's bite. Rocks were no more than eggshells in its jaws. With no other choice, Wu Hongyun resorted to his ultimate weapon, venom. It was only then that he managed to poison the blood shark. Otherwise, even the toughest scales would be reduced to mere shreds. Subsequently, he encountered formidable adversaries such as great white sharks, whales, and the electric eel, known as the high-voltage line of the water. Faced with these formidable foes, Wu Hongyun dared not engage recklessly. On another occasion, he stumbled upon a pod of blue whales, the largest of which approached 50 meters in length. Fortunately, blue whales do not exhibit strong aggression, yet they would retaliate if provoked. It was then that Wu Hongyun truly comprehended the meaning of the small sorcerer meets the great sorcerer. Though he could dominate on land, the vast oceans teemed with numerous unknown creatures. In a one-on-one confrontation, he held confidence, but these creatures often came in swarms, turning aggression into a near-suicidal endeavor. To evade danger, Wu Hongyun chose to operate at the ocean's surface, resting on uninhabited islands for 2 or 3 days, for while water did consume stamina, it was far less taxing than land. After a year and 3 months, Wu Hongyun finally reached the Devil's Rainforest, but shortly after entering, he encountered a fellow serpent. A 20-meter-long non-venomous python, robust enough to rival 2 tree trunks in girth, astonished him. Wu Hongyun was intrigued. Ordinary pythons rarely exceeded 15 meters in length. So how had this one grown to such proportions? Although the python recoiled at his presence, he dared not underestimate the creatures of the Devil's Rainforest. Known among humans as a haven for fierce beasts, numerous expedition teams had ventured here in search of rare wildlife, and indeed found some. Yet only a scant few emerged alive. If one were to witness a 30-meter-long king cobra facing off against a 20-meter-long python, many would eagerly await the outcome. However, the python was filled with trepidation, not daring to approach even a fraction closer. Wu Hongyun, however, would not instigate any conflict. His numerous encounters with danger in the ocean had imparted the wisdom of respecting the power of nature. The Devil's Rainforest was an environment that even human science could not decipher, and he had not yet reached the point of disregarding the forces of nature. He remained quietly at the riverbed for 3 days, consuming numerous fish. Once his strength was fully restored, Wu Hongyun truly ventured into the heart of the Devil's Rainforest. The fringe areas were predominantly forested, shrouded in darkness and humidity, creating an ideal habitat for snakes. Naturally, upon his entry, most of his fellow serpents fled in fear. A few days later, he finally penetrated deeper into the rainforest, where the foliage grew increasingly dense, sunlight obscured by leaves, and the climate arid. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed ahead. Wu Hongyun initially feared it to be another natural disaster, but upon closer inspection, he discovered a towering tree that had toppled due to decayed roots. It was not the rainy season, so it was unusual for such a large tree to rot. Upon investigation, he learned that the roots had been devoured by a swarm of termites. These small creatures possessed tremendous destructive power in human habitats. As long as they had space to thrive, not only trees, but even skyscrapers could collapse. After observing for a moment, Wu Hongyun continued onward, intent on finding a secure place to reside within the Devil's rainforest, with aspirations to claim this territory as his own. Half a month later, Wu Hongyun discovered a swamp deep within the rainforest. Though it was situated at a considerable distance, a pungent odor of decaying soil wafted through the air. Additionally, a group of creatures that disgusted Wu Hongyun inhabited the swamp, crocodiles. He had no desire to engage them, but having gone too long without a bath, he noticed a lake 2 kilometers ahead. To reach it, he would have to navigate through the swamp. At that time, Wu Hongyun's length had surpassed 30 meters. His robust body akin to the mouth of a well, his scales nearly the size of a human face, glinting brilliantly in the light. Adorned with white patterns that added to his allure, he exuded an aura that left the swamp's inhabitants trembling in fear, parting a path for the venomous serpent to pass. Upon reaching the edge of the lake, Wu Hongyun leaped in, and the surrounding 300 meters fell silent. The creatures that once roamed this territory vanished, paralyzed by the overwhelming brutality of his presence. In the water for approximately 6 hours, he washed away the foul odors clinging to him. As dusk approached, he prepared to leave the lake in search of a quieter place to rest. The formidable creatures of the Devil's rainforest were numerous, with resource-rich areas dominated by powerful beings. If Wu Hongyun has taken a liking to a certain place, then it is imperative to eliminate the ruler of that territory. This is the natural order. The victor claims the throne. The animal kingdom is undeniably brutal. Yet Wu Hongyun perceives that the world of humans is no different. The strong wield the power to command greater resources and subjugate the weak. However, as time progresses, the once powerful may gradually decline, while the weak may grow stronger. The relationship between Wu Hongyun and the Yuan Juma, a living testament to this truth, illustrates the disparity between intelligence and brute strength. Presently, endowed with the blessings of Long Yuan and Dianju, Wu Hongyun finds the endeavor of conquering the Devil's rainforest far from insurmountable. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the verdant canopy of the rainforest, awakening the dormant birds and beasts, restoring vitality to the once serene landscape. Along a secluded path, a serpent's head, the size of a basin, emerged from a shadowy nook, its crimson tongue unfurling to gauge the temperature and humidity. As the venomous python revealed its 30-meter-long body to the light, it became evident that Wu Hongyun had claimed a territory of 300 kilometers around himself since arriving in the Devil's rainforest nearly a quarter of a year ago. In this expanse, he emanated an aura of terror that compelled other creatures to submit. Indeed, he had become the true monarch of this realm. During this time, many fierce creatures had attempted to challenge his dominion, yet most met their demise at the hands of Wu Hongyun's strangulation and venom. 2 pumas, 7 5-meter-long giant pythons, and cheetahs capable of swiftly dispatching humans, all regarded by mankind as the rulers of the natural forest, fell victim to Wu Hongyun's grasp. The abundance of resources in this territory, with 3 wide rivers and an unending chain of mountains, attracted many covetous eyes. Recently, however, such intrusions had diminished significantly. While hunting his adversaries, Wu Hongyun also deliberately spared numerous animals, intending for them to spread news of his existence and instill fear among all creatures in the Devil's rainforest. Wu Hongyun's lair lay nestled between mountains and rivers, within a cave that offered a temperate refuge from the elements. Encompassing over 300 kilometers, such a vast domain was a dream for many animals, yet Wu Hongyun remained unsatisfied. It was still too small. He pondered how long it would take to claim the entirety of the Devil's rainforest. Deep within, he harbored aspirations that even humanity could not rival. Yet he refrained from voicing them. His immediate ambition was the Devil's rainforest, yet achieving this goal would not be a simple task. Occasionally, ominous presences would emerge from the depths of the rainforest, capable of contesting Wu Hongyun's authority. Initially, he contemplated confronting them directly, but he deemed it prudent to first consolidate and enhance his strength. With the advantages of time and environment at his disposal, Wu Hongyun's growth rate far surpassed that of any animal. He feared no terrestrial creature, opting instead for a more conservative approach. Until he attained overwhelming power, he would not provoke beings that posed a threat to him. His ability to overcome the strong by leveraging the weak also implied that other creatures could do the same. The natural order is an immutable law. Taking advantage of the cool morning climate, Wu Hongyun prepared to commence his hunt. After roaming his territory for a while, he finally set his sights on a black caiman lurking in the swamp. The Devil's Rainforest, vast and teeming with diverse life forms, housed nearly 3,000 aquatic species and approximately 2,000 avian varieties, including many animals that humans have never encountered in their lifetimes. Wu Hongyun's appetite had grown, and consuming the caiman would pose little difficulty. It merely required additional time for digestion. The population of black caimans was significant, and they ranked among the largest reptiles currently existing. Years prior, a foreign media outlet had reported an incident in which a black caiman had attacked humans, resulting in 8 fatalities and numerous injuries. Typically, black caimans measure between 2 and 5 meters in length, categorizing them as formidable creatures. Their tough black skin akin to wearing a suit of armor. Wu Hongyun halted 300 meters from the swamp and concealed himself in a nearby small lake. His considerable size posed challenges during the hunt, for it was difficult to find adequate cover. Even when coiled, he could obscure 7 to 8 meters of ground. The 10-meter diameter lake was just sufficient to accommodate his serpentine form. Any slight movement would attract attention. After waiting for roughly 20 minutes, he sensed the approach of 2 caimans and instantly readied himself to strike. Yet, caution prevailed, for the black caiman's lethality was formidable. Although Wu Hongyun was confident in his strength, he could not treat the black caiman as merely a juvenile creature. As he prepared to pounce, an unexpected presence caught his attention. An 8-meter-long python, a green anaconda, was stealthily approaching. While non-venomous, the strength of such serpentine creatures was well known. Wu Hongyun observed quietly. Oscillating between slaughter and predation had dulled the joy of existence. Transformed into a venomous serpent, he could only watch as other creatures vied for dominance to alleviate his boredom. At that moment, the green anaconda drew near the caiman, catching it unawares and swallowing a young caiman whole. Just as the green anaconda celebrated its success, a 6-meter-long black caiman surged from the swamp, evidently the leader of the group. In a fit of rage, the black caiman attacked the green anaconda, its massive jaws clamping down on the serpent's body. Clearly, the green anaconda, having consumed the young caiman, did not consider retreat, its demeanor overly relaxed, which led to its downfall. Wu Hongyun's gaze turned to one of surprise as the 8-meter-long anaconda was severed in 2 by the black caiman. The outcome of this clash between 2 cold-blooded predators was indeed unforeseen. Although he felt a pang of sympathy, he recognized that the green anaconda brought this fate upon itself. It could have simply fled after its meal, but succumbed to greed. Caimans are known for their ferocity, relying on their incredible bite force to maintain an advantage, complemented by their thick skin, which renders them resilient in confrontations with rivals of similar stature. Had Wu Hongyun seized the opportunity to strike earlier, not only would the green anaconda have perished, but the majority of the caiman group would have also met their end. Just as he resolved to act, a more astonishing scene unfolded. A dozen jaguars suddenly charged in from the south, their sharp fangs easily penetrating the tough skin of the black caiman. Wu Hongyun swiftly abandoned his plans to attack. If only 1 or 2 jaguars were present, he could have managed, but he estimated at least 15 were now in view. Unless he could eliminate them all in an instant, they would undoubtedly shift their focus onto him. Despite his formidable defenses, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of this pack. Wu Hongyun harbored a deep disdain for creatures capable of coordinated group action. They were exceedingly troublesome to deal with. Soon, the battle between the caimans and the jaguars erupted into chaos, blood splattering and flesh flying. Unfortunately for the caimans, their sluggishness rendered them increasingly vulnerable as the fight progressed. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a gang brawl. On land, Wu Hongyun was acutely aware that the jaguars likely held the advantage in speed, yet he still saw opportunities. If he did not eliminate this pack of jaguars now, they would pose a significant threat in the future. To achieve his goal, he recognized that he might have to pay a price. At this moment, the black caiman was on the verge of complete defeat, with most having lost their vital signs. Even those that remained would not endure long under the relentless gnashing of the jaguars. As the jaguar pack reveled in their feast, Wu Hongyun suddenly emerged from the lake, radiating an unprecedented aura of ferocity. Initially, Wu Hongyun had relinquished the notion of attacking, yet when confronted by a menacing adversary, he could not allow them to act with impunity. A king's territory cannot be trampled by such beasts. Faced with the unexpected appearance of the venomous python, the cougars felt a twinge of fear. They could distinctly sense the lethal intent and danger emanating from the python, prompting them to abandon their meal of crocodile flesh and slowly retreat. Hiss! Wu Hongyun's warning call echoed through the jungle, scattering many of the creatures within. The jaguars had long inhabited this region, reigning supreme until Wu Hongyun arrived in the Devil's Rainforest. Unfortunately, the tides of fate had shifted. For Wu Hongyun from the east was far more brutal than most creatures residing in the rainforest. Upon sensing his presence, they had retreated voluntarily. Yet, in other locales where resources were scarce, driven by avarice, they sought to risk another encounter here. However, upon facing Wu Hongyun again, they were consumed by boundless trepidation. The Devil's Rainforest was home to numerous serpents, including larger and more formidable venomous pythons. Yet instinct warned them that this 30-meter-long python harbored immeasurable strength, likely rivaling all the rulers of the rainforest. Perceiving that the jaguar pack's momentum was waning, Wu Hongyun felt a twinge of self-mockery. It seemed he had overestimated these feeble creatures, who were merely inconsequential. The jaguars understood they could not linger and, unleashing their utmost speed, fled into the jungle, scattering like birds and beasts. Observing this, Wu Hongyun felt a sense of ease. Should he engage with this pack of jaguars, he could merely expedite their departure. The remnants of crocodile limbs and flesh left behind were a boon for Wu Hongyun, sparing him the effort of dismantling a Haimenkai crocodile. He savored the crocodile meat until he was satiated before departing. Such instances were countless in the Devil's Rainforest. To survive here, strength was the only truth. The weak deserved neither respect nor sympathy in the natural order. If one was weak, one would inevitably become food for the strong. After all, resources were finite, and the struggle for survival birthed lethal confrontations, forming a biological hierarchy. Humans, too, were not exempt from this truth. Much like the world wars of 70 or 80 years ago, those without formidable military might were trampled by advanced nations. Ultimately, the powerful were defeated by another stronger force, which in turn provided protection to the weaker beings under its dominion. These realizations subtly transformed Wu Hongyun's worldview, extinguishing any remnants of compassion he once held as a human. The heart he possessed now was chillingly cold. With the season just having entered spring, Wu Hongyun found a relatively spacious area to spiral and bask in the sun's warmth. Reflecting on the myriad dangers he had faced since becoming a serpent, he realized that even a slight misstep could have resulted in a fate far different from the 30-meter python he now embodied. Wu Hongyun yearned for a stable life. Yet he understood that in such a place, if one did not offend others, others would surely offend him. In this leisurely environment, he did not wish to squander time and began to decipher the third diagram of the Dianjue. Although progress had been slow for quite some time, he refused to surrender. Only by maintaining a resolute spirit could one hope to attain greater strength. The Dianjue was notoriously obscure, especially the third diagram, which exhibited 18 dispersed patterns without discernible order, possibly concealing even greater secrets. Suddenly, immersed in the Dianjue, Wu Hongyun was jolted awake by the presence of a familiar aura nearby. The climate of the Devil's Rainforest was exceptionally conducive to the survival of serpents, and it was not uncommon to encounter them after walking just a few steps. However, this particular aura was overwhelmingly potent, as though a multitude of pythons had encroached upon Wu Hongyun's territory. The most vexatious thing for Wu Hongyun was to be disturbed during his moments of rest, and anger surged within him, compelling him to investigate. Having traveled less than 400 meters, he soon spotted a massive python approaching his direction. Utilizing thermal perception, Wu Hongyun discerned that this python was approximately 18 meters long, a rather ordinary water python. He was puzzled as to why a water python could grow so large. Considering the considerable effort he had exerted to reach 18 meters himself, this water python seemed to have been startled by something, moving swiftly, inadvertently trespassing into Wu Hongyun's domain. Upon noticing Wu Hongyun, it immediately lowered its head, emitting a faint, feeble sound. Wu Hongyun recognized its gesture of submission, likely hoping to pass through peacefully. Regarding such an insightful kin, Wu Hongyun could not be bothered to create trouble. He pretended not to notice and continued on his way. The gathering of pythons was estimated to number no less than 1,000. Wu Hongyun was curious about their intentions, whether they had congregated to attack him or for some ulterior motive. As the distance between them closed, Wu Hongyun finally beheld the assembly of pythons. Thousands, or perhaps tens of thousands. At a glance, the jungle was draped in a carpet of serpents, as if snake skin had been laid upon the ground. The variety of pythons intertwined created a unique aesthetic, adding an extraordinary hue to the monotonous forest. However, Wu Hongyun was greatly displeased and promptly obstructed their path. A fierce killing intent erupted from his crimson eyes, exuding a pressure that startled the python horde. Hiss! Wu Hongyun's furious, piercing cry reverberated through the serpentine throng, causing a commotion among them. Yet, this was merely a warning. Soon, the python swarm ceased their movements, most of them flattening against the ground, their eyes filled with terror. If this scene were observed by humans, it would surely send shockwaves across the world. Despite their numbers, in Wu Hongyun's eyes, they were but insignificant foes, akin to mere earthworms, seemingly reluctant to display any hostility. Wu Hongyun noted that leading the pack was a reticulated python. Yet its markings differed from those of other reticulated pythons. Its entire body was adorned with golden stripes, resembling a scarf draped upon its form, rendering it particularly striking. In Wu Hongyun's estimation, few serpents could be deemed worthy of the title giant. By his standards, none shorter than 15 meters deserved the appellation. This golden-patterned python measured an impressive 27 meters. Chapter 46. The golden-patterned python. The difference between them was a mere 3 meters. Yet it was often these seemingly trivial disparities that proved crucial. The golden-patterned python was acutely aware of Wu Hongyun's dreadfulness, lying still on the ground, its massive body trembling incessantly. Clearly, it was gripped by profound fear. It was noteworthy that the golden-patterned python was a ferocious creature of the Devil's Rainforest, capable of single-handedly confronting a Haimenkai crocodile. Yet now, it lay as meek as an earthworm, not daring to stir even slightly. Indeed, if Wu Hongyun were to attack, he could dispatch the golden-patterned python within 10 seconds. Instinct told the golden-patterned python that this formidable figure before it was even stronger than the leader of the Devil Python clan. Hiss! Wu Hongyun's shrill cry rang out, and the golden-patterned python felt as though its life might soon come to an end. However, Wu Hongyun had no intention of slaying it. Such naturally occurring giant pythons were exceedingly rare. There were likely only 100 throughout the entirety of the Devil's Rainforest, in a sprawling 650,000 square kilometers. Such a minuscule population was alarmingly inadequate. Wu Hongyun bore no significant malice towards a submissive kin, yet he was eager to ascertain why they had collectively intruded upon his territory. Extermination was less effective than strategic action. After careful consideration, Wu Hongyun decided to permit the python horde to pass, intending to quietly follow them and uncover the truth. The golden-patterned python, stripped of its courage, felt as if it had become mere debris. Upon seeing Wu Hongyun clear the path, it finally breathed a sigh of relief. They lacked the wisdom of Wu Hongyun, yet possess an understanding of communication among animals. After Wu Hongyun's complete disappearance, the golden-patterned giant python led the serpentine throng forward, causing other creatures in the vicinity to remain hidden. For 300 kilometers, the only sound that could be heard was the rustling of the pythons in motion. Wu Hongyun, somewhat agitated by this noise, was about to follow when he suddenly sensed another group of serpents at the fringes. It appeared that both groups were headed towards the same destination, igniting Wu Hongyun's curiosity. What could possibly be drawing such a multitude of pythons together? Was there another artifact emerging? Wu Hongyun quickly dismissed this thought, realizing that most pythons lacked profound intelligence, making such a phenomenon unlikely. Feeling the gentle warmth of the climate, he began to comprehend the situation. Spring, the season of rejuvenation, prompts most animals to become restless and seek to reproduce. However, the combined number of the two groups of pythons was around 20,000, and their movements were remarkably synchronized, suggesting their gathering was not solely for mating. Thus, Wu Hongyun's curiosity intensified, and unbeknownst to him, he trailed the serpents beyond his territory, crossing mountains and rivers. As he progressed, the scent of his kind grew stronger. Yet he could discern that it was the collective aroma of the serpentine assembly rather than that of any single individual, easing his concerns about encountering formidable foes. Eventually, Wu Hongyun arrived at a mountain range stretching nearly 200 miles, which, from a distance, resembled a colossal dragon that had descended into the Devil's Rainforest. The peaks rose and fell dramatically. While their complexity did not rival that of the Qinling Mountains, they stood majestically amidst the landscape. Several mountain ranges intertwined, and Wu Hongyun initially believed he faced a closed-off range, only to discover a canyon nestled within. The serpents sought passage through the mountains to enter the canyon. From his position at the bottom, Wu Hongyun could scarcely accept what he beheld within the canyon. It could only be described as a wonder of the world. Tens of thousands of pythons blanketed the canyon, more breathtaking than the scene in the rainforest. He suspected that the pythons from the Devil's Rainforest had congregated here. Had a human been present, it would have been an overwhelming sight. The vast mountains were nearly obscured by the pythons, leaving little room to land. As Wu Hongyun attempted to move forward, he noticed that most of the pythons were 3 to 4 meters long, with only a handful exceeding that size. The golden-patterned giant python that had previously intruded upon Wu Hongyun's territory blended into the mass, yet there seemed to be few exceeding 20 meters in length, merely 5 in total. At this moment, Wu Hongyun ceased to conceal his presence, and the 5 largest pythons turned their gaze towards him. Even so, they could not muster even a tenth of his imposing aura. The eyes of the golden-patterned python reflected unmistakable fear, as the shadow Wu Hongyun cast had not yet dissipated. Aware that he had been detected, Wu Hongyun chose not to enter the canyon directly, but instead proceeded alongside the python throng. As he drew nearer, the 5 largest pythons could distinctly sense the presence of this king cobra. Terror, bloodlust, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped the air. In the next instant, a shadow surged past, leaving the 5 pythons without a moment to adopt a defensive stance. Wu Hongyun had arrived before them. His considerable weight inadvertently crushed numerous pythons along the way. As his strength surged, Wu Hongyun's speed doubled, and even without fully exerting himself, he appeared as little more than a blur to the naked eye. In the entirety of the world, no serpent could rival such swiftness. Were he submerged in water, his speed would likely increase by 2 or 3-fold. However, the resulting effects would prevent him from unleashing his full combat potential. After all, Wu Hongyun had long dwelled on land and would not venture into water unless absolutely necessary, especially in the depths of the ocean, where his combat effectiveness would diminish significantly. Nevertheless, having traversed oceans to arrive at the Devil's Rainforest, Wu Hongyun had honed his adaptability to its utmost limits. As the 5 pythons hastily took defensive stances, attempting to resist before him, they emitted warning hisses. Wu Hongyun dismissed their sounds as mere background noise and continued forward. Expecting a confrontation, he was surprised to find these feeble creatures unable to withstand the aura of bloodlust, ultimately adopting submissive postures. Ascending to the mountain's peak took considerable time, and upon reaching the entrance to the canyon, he was met with an endless sea of pythons, which shattered his momentary tranquility. Wu Hongyun found himself perplexed. What could be the purpose of this gathering of serpents in the canyon? Was it truly for the sake of reproduction? The thought made him feel somewhat nauseated. Perhaps remnants of human thought lingered within him, for although his formidable strength could attract many serpent women, he felt a twinge of discomfort in his abdomen. Numerous pythons had already commenced mating rituals, devoid of reason, driven solely by the seasonal urge to propagate. Wu Hongyun understood this. Desire is inherent in all creatures. He observed a vast swamp deep within the canyon, yet the scene was chilling. In the swamp, pythons dominated the landscape, with those at the edges appearing even more astonishing. These were the true giants among pythons, numbering no fewer than 100. Wu Hongyun estimated that none of the pythons along the banks measured less than 15 meters in length. However, they seemed to be waiting for something. What exactly remained unknown. Within the swamp, the pythons were enmeshed in their reproductive activities, their bodies intertwining like human thighs. The once aesthetically pleasing forms of the serpents now appeared grotesque. Wu Hongyun had little interest in such a grand endeavor and made his way towards the group of giants. In the natural order, pythons are indeed the largest species of snakes, yet here they were, submitting to a mere king cobra, a sight that felt utterly incongruous. They too wondered how this creature had grown to such a colossal 30-meter length. Had it truly survived for millennia? As Wu Hongyun approached, the giant pythons lay prostrate, as if a grandson before his grandfather. Amidst the throng, Wu Hongyun stood as the most formidable among countless serpents, reveling in the submission of the weak. Those without strength deserve to be suppressed and dominated, for this world is steeped in brutality. The weak perish while the strong prevail. The hissing of the pythons was subdued, a mere indication of their submission. As Wu Hongyun reached the edge of the swamp, he had yet to make a move when the giants parted to allow him passage. Suddenly, a water python nearing 20 meters emitted a sharp cry, daring to attack Wu Hongyun. This water python, brazen in its defiance, sought to test its mettle against him. However, aspirations often clash with harsh realities. The attacking water python was sent sprawling by a single swipe of Wu Hongyun's tail, crashing into the ground and inadvertently crushing several smaller pythons. This strike shattered the water python's spine, leaving it weakened, likely unable to survive the day. Wu Hongyun's prowess dispelled any lingering malice harbored by the giant pythons. How dare such weaklings leap before him? The disdainful thoughts coursed through Wu Hongyun's mind, and the aura of menace he unconsciously exuded plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. Without the need for deliberate warnings, his mere presence was sufficient to instill fear in the giants. In the face of weakness, Wu Hongyun intended to demonstrate further displays of power. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated from above the mountains, slicing through the senses of the serpentine assembly like a blade, even able to rival the murderous aura of Wu Hongyun. A look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. He vaguely recalled that shortly after entering the Maguey Yulin, he sensed several intensely violent presences, indeed possessing the capability to contest him. Thus, the creatures atop the mountains may well be the reason the python horde has congregated here. As rocks gradually crumbled from the mountainside, it signified that the creature was about to make its appearance. Covered in dark purple patterns, its scales gleamed like polished mirrors. Boasting a serpentine form extending over 40 meters in length and an impressive girth of approximately 80 centimeters. Since its emergence, the massive python's bloodthirsty gaze remained fixed upon Wohongyun. Indeed, my conjecture was accurate. The pythons had gathered here to pay homage to this purple-patterned giant. Wohongyun felt no fear, merely lost in contemplation, having scarcely regarded the purple-patterned python as a threat. The pythons, once subservient to Wohongyun, had now shifted their allegiance to the purple-patterned giant. It was the true sovereign. Wohongyun felt a twinge of embarrassment just moments before. The pythons had been too terrified to move, and now they had switched masters. It felt like a stinging slap to his face. The adage of striking without hitting the face rang true. Although Wohongyun had transformed into a serpent, he could hardly endure such humiliation. Particularly, the betrayal of this group of pythons ignited his fury. To vent his wrath, he resolved to eliminate the purple-patterned giant and seize the throne from its grasp. The purple-patterned python had ruled over the snake horde for decades, and despite Wohongyun's formidable strength, it was challenging to undermine the immense prestige of such a colossal creature. The python's betrayal was somewhat understandable. They seemed quite adept at assessing the situation. Faced with an adversary significantly larger than himself, Wohongyun no longer contemplated retreat. As the king of the land, was there any notion of fleeing? Apart from missile weaponry, he truly felt no fear of any other arms, let alone those of his own kind. The purple-patterned python bore a distinct appearance compared to the other pythons. Yet the blood dragon memories Wohongyun inherited contained no records of such serpents. This indicated that the emergence of the purple-patterned python likely occurred after humans, having simply enjoyed a longer lifespan and seemingly fortuitous circumstances. Allow me to ascertain whether your fortune has been exhausted. Wohongyun raised his head and opened his gaping maw, emitting a sound laden with provocation. Should humans be present, they might question the intent of this venomous python. Yet the purple-patterned python and the horde understood all too well. He was mocking. If Wohongyun sought the title of king among pythons, he naturally had to issue a challenge and utterly dismantle the purple-patterned python's authority. Of course, the purple-patterned python could neither decline nor evade, as either choice would entail relinquishing the throne of the python king, allowing the venomous serpent to ascend as the new ruler. In the natural world, the supremacy of the strong is an undeniable truth. Boom! The purple-patterned python roared, its voice reminiscent of thunder. The sound bore a striking resemblance to that of the now reborn Yulan giant python, yet it belonged to the Boide family. Wohongyun envied the power of that voice, lamenting that as a member of the Illapity family, despite his grand size, he remained fundamentally an eyelash viper. Referred to as a venomous python, it was merely due to his size surpassing that of conventional pythons. At this moment, the purple-patterned python was seething with rage, its brown eyes gradually turning blood red. Unable to tolerate the provocation from an outsider, especially one of such mixed lineage, the purple-patterned python recognized that its adversary sought not merely to lead the snake horde, but to claim the throne of the python king. Every creature comprehends the significance of territory. For example, some humans aspire to expand their domains, while others wish to protect theirs, leading to severe conflicts between the two ideologies. The only resolution to such conflicts is through warfare, followed by pretense of negotiation. Wohongyun, however, would not grant the purple-patterned python a chance at survival, even if he were to slay it. The purple-patterned python harbored similar thoughts. As one of the most formidable rulers within the Magoe Yulan, its long-established pride forbade it from allowing outsiders to invade unchallenged. Thus, prepared for a life-and-death struggle, it confronted this venomous serpent's challenge. Chapter 48, A Desperate Battle. Bang! The two colossal pythons surged forward, colliding with one another in the most direct manner, only to be repelled backward by the force of gravity and inertia. Tumbling several meters away, the ground was instantly transformed into a scene of devastation, riddled with cracks. The observing horde of snakes, some unable to escape in time, faced near-fatal consequences, while the survivors awaited the final outcome. Would the purple-patterned python retain its title, or would the fearsome venomous python seize the throne? In their initial confrontation, Wohongyun sought to gauge his opponent's strength. The purple-patterned python, measuring 40 meters in length, held an undeniable advantage in raw power. However, Wohongyun, employing the Dianju, was able to gain a slight edge in strength. Furthermore, in terms of speed, the purple-patterned python could not match even half of Wohongyun's pace. Should a tactical engagement ensue, it would struggle to keep up with Wu Hongyun's tail. Meanwhile, Wu Hongyun began to accumulate venom in his mouth. He had not been forced to resort to his venomous capabilities in quite some time, leaving him uncertain of its potency. Against a formidable foe like the purple-patterned python, employing a touch of venom could prove advantageous. Bang! Wu Hongyun launched a probing attack, quickly realizing that the purple-patterned python was rather dull-witted. Its muscular strength was formidable, yet its speed was lamentably sluggish. Subsequently, Wu Hongyun exploited his advantages, skillfully evading and taunting the beast, aiming to wear down the purple-patterned python's stamina. Engaging the battle with intellect ensured victory. The purple-patterned python's recovery rate significantly lagged behind that of Wu Hongyun. After a series of futile attacks, it was evidently no longer in its prime condition. Coupled with its overly volatile temper, Wu Hongyun perceived its efforts as futile. In its furious attempts, the purple-patterned python smashed the mountains and ground, sending debris flying and creating a pockmarked landscape. Noon had arrived. The sun ascended high, and the temperature grew increasingly oppressive. Wu Hongyun no longer wished to prolong the encounter. Noticing yet another failed assault from the purple-patterned python, he seized a moment to catch his breath. Wu Hongyun coiled his body, preparing for the strike within seconds. In an instant, he surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, as if carrying the scent of impending carnage. The two colossal beings intertwined, each unleashing their distinct roars, simultaneously opening their gaping maws to bite at one another. In the throes of life and death, the stirred dust obscured the massive forms of both serpents. An oppressive atmosphere filled the mountains, causing the snake horde to scatter in fright, no longer daring to approach. Hiss! Suddenly, a massive bloodied hole appeared in the tail of the purple-patterned python, intense pain radiating through its core, sapping its strength. In the standoff, Wu Hongyun seized the opportunity to drive his resilient tail into the enemy's tail, forcing the purple-patterned python to release its grip. He then hurled it against the rocky wall. This decisive blow rendered the purple-patterned python a defeated foe. Yet, this was no mere sparring match, but a fight to the death. The vanquished must ultimately perish. Taking advantage of the purple-patterned python's inability to regain its footing, Wu Hongyun erupted forth at breakneck speed. His crimson maw opened wide, sharp and menacing fangs glistening with venom. He aimed to strike at the vital artery of the Yulan giant python. Die! As the venomous fangs pierced the purple-patterned python's flesh, the toxin rapidly coursed through its body. Wu Hongyun had no intention of relinquishing his hold. Instead, he ensnared the Yulan giant python. Crack! The two massive serpents intertwined once more, the sound of shattering bones resonating, sending shivers down one's spine. This scene could only be described with 4 words: profoundly shocking. As the venom infiltrated its flesh, the purple-patterned python found itself teetering on the brink of death, compounded by Wu Hongyun's increasing force, leaving it to linger at the precipice of demise. Suddenly, as the critically injured Zeben Jumong unleashed an uncontrollable surge of power, it surprisingly forced Wu Hongyun, who had been holding the upper hand, into a disadvantaged position. It seemed determined to fight against the odds. The Zeben Jumong was acutely aware that it had succumbed to lethal poison and could not escape the clutches of death. Yet its mindset mirrored that of Han Xin, the Marquis of Huayin. Fully cognizant of its dire predicament, it sought to expend its remaining strength for one final desperate struggle. Observing the signs of a last-ditch effort from the Zeben Jumong, Wu Hongyun quickly invoked the Di Yin Ju, channeling his long-accumulated internal energy to resist the onslaught. The venom injected reached an astonishing 1,000 milliliters. To put it into perspective, if an ordinary king cobra could unleash such a quantity of venom, it would suffice to eliminate 50 adult humans. As the potent toxin continued to erode its strength, the Zeben Jumong's power diminished rapidly. Within 30 seconds, Wu Hongyun would once again regain the upper hand, ultimately constricting the Zeben Jumong to its demise. While Han Xin's desperate stand was against an unthinking foe, the Zeben Jumong faced Wu Hongyun, a being of superior intelligence. Defeat and death were now inevitable. Sensing the Zeben Jumong's waning strength, Wu Hongyun erupted with all his might. The resulting sound of shattering bones was jarring, sending chills down the spine. As time progressed, Wu Hongyun's strength only grew, and the massive serpentine body of the Zeben Jumong began to contort grotesquely. With a heart-wrenching wail, the Zeben Jumong's cry starkly contrasted its previous shrieks. Once a ruler, it was now facing its twilight, leaving many of its kin in a state of lamentation. Wu Hongyun let out a powerful shriek, akin to a sharp blade, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. The Zeben Jumong glanced at the multitude of snakes lurking in the shadows, as well as the towering mountains and dense forests. Its once fierce gaze softened in its final moments. In its last throes, the cold, dark eyes of the sovereign transformed, imbued with newfound light. In this world, every living entity faces the inevitability of death. The Zeben Jumong's eyes brimmed with envy, then turned towards Wu Hongyun, releasing a prolonged, resonant howl. The sound resonated deeply, as if imparting its final words to the new ruler before it. You are formidable, and I hope you remain so. I shall depart first and await you on the other side. Should you endure to the end, I wish for you to elucidate the difference between this departure and the one that awaits you later. The howl reverberated within Wu Hongyun's mind, miraculously transforming into coherent speech. In the next moment, the Zeben Jumong collapsed beside Wu Hongyun, marking the conclusion of their fierce encounter. Wu Hongyun gradually released the lifeless body of the Zeben Jumong, straightening his slightly sore form as he gazed down at the trembling serpents. The natural world is indeed cruel, governed by the principles of survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme. Wu Hongyun let out another long howl, echoing through the canyon. The aura he radiated seemed to alter the very fabric of the heavens, as if the universe itself were celebrating his victory. At that moment, Wu Hongyun truly became the sovereign of a species within the treacherous rainforests, exuding an aura so formidable that none could rival him across the vast expanse of the forest. One day, he would undoubtedly fulfill his ambition of commanding all. In Chapter 49, Rare Treasures, the serpents gathered once more, their formation now orderly rather than chaotic. Their bodies stood erect, heads bowed, paying homage to their newly anointed king. Wu Hongyun emitted a low growl, the force behind it akin to a mountain pressing down. His blood-red eyes surveyed the assembly, and none among the serpents dared to raise their gaze to meet their rulers. This exemplified true authority, accepting the submission of the serpents. Wu Hongyun's attention was drawn to the corpse of the Zeben Jumong. He understood well that the gallbladder of a serpent is a prized medicinal ingredient for humans, especially when derived from rare species. The previous Yulan Jumong was merely over 30 meters in length, while the Zeben Jumong exceeded all expectations, growing to over 40 meters. Thus, its gallbladder was undoubtedly a treasure of exceptional quality. During the battle, Wu Hongyun had little opportunity to ponder such matters. But now he was curious about how the Zeben Jumong had achieved such growth and whether any undisclosed factors contributed to its remarkable size. The Yulan Jumong thrived in a blood pool, and the Zeben Jumong surpassed it. Surely, there must be something even more potent than a blood pool? Wu Hongyun pondered, realizing that aside from their unusual appearance and size, these two serpents bore little distinction from ordinary pythons. It was not surprising that the Yulan Jumong grew to over 30 meters utilizing the blood pool. Yet the Zeben Jumong reaching over 40 meters in the Devil's Rainforest was nothing short of miraculous. The disparity between the two was vast, and Wu Hongyun was certain that something within the Devil's Rainforest facilitated rapid growth among serpents. Regardless of where it may be hidden, he was determined to unearth it, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. The mere thought ignited excitement within him. The prospect of discovering what could instigate such extraordinary transformations in serpents was incredibly tantalizing. If he were to acquire it, what heights could he achieve? 50 meters? 100 meters? Or something beyond imagination? Initially, Wu Hongyun contemplated inquiring with the serpents, but he quickly remembered their lack of higher intelligence, rendering meaningful communication impossible. At that moment, he found himself grappling with the enigmatic words of the Zeben Jumong from its dying moments. It was not the content that baffled him, but rather how the call had transformed into comprehensible language within his mind. If it were due to the Long Yuan or the Dianju, then other serpents should also possess the ability to communicate. However, after conducting experiments, he found none succeeded. Thus, he could ascertain that the Zeben Jumong possessed unique traits not found in ordinary pythons. Wu Hongyun did not dwell on this matter, as he could hardly afford to waste time training such dim-witted serpents. If they had even a modicum of intelligence, they would not have allowed so many rare species to be hunted to the brink of extinction by humans. Raising his tail, Wu Hongyun drove it like a sword into the location of the Zeben Jumong's gallbladder. Its defenses were no different from those of ordinary serpents, and he easily carved a long incision. As the blood drained away, he uncovered a gallbladder the size of an ashtray nestled within the flesh. While the gallbladder was comparatively small next to the giant serpent's body, in terms of value, it was far more significant than the entirety of the serpent itself. Wu Hongyun carefully extracted the gallbladder, aware of its fragility. Any misstep could lead to damage, thus diminishing its worth. Since becoming a venomous serpent, he had slain no fewer than 80 of his kind. Although most were smaller serpents, he always ensured to extract their gallbladders post-mortem. His actions had become second nature, and he deftly avoided damaging the gallbladder. Wu Hongyun tossed the gallbladder into his mouth with his tail, swallowing it whole as he prepared to refine it in place. The remaining giant serpents, seeing Wu Hongyun resting, hesitated to leave, fearing they might disturb him, so they lay quietly on the ground, awaiting their king's awakening. This group of serpents displayed a surprising degree of discernment. Wu Hongyun appreciated their respect and began to absorb the gallbladder earnestly. However, he ultimately felt profound disappointment. The gallbladder of the Ziban Jumong yielded no more than 40% of the effects of that of the Yulan Jumong. Clearly, the essence of the two was not on the same level. This was hardly surprising, as the blood pool was the concentrated essence left by the blood dragon, a unique phenomenon in the world. After all, the Yulan Jumong had thrived near the blood pool for decades, far surpassing any item that could aid the Ziban Jumong in breaking its limits. Currently, there was truly nothing in the world that could rival the blood pool in terms of natural formation. Even the Long Yuan within Wu Hongyun could not compare. Certainly, if the Long Yuan possessed a significant portion of its power, then overcoming the bloodline of the blood dragon would be feasible. Once Wu Hongyun had thoroughly absorbed the gallbladder, it merely solidified the foundation of his strength without contributing to any growth. Wu Hongyun now aspires to break through to 35 meters and decipher the third grand diagram of the Di Yinju. However, he currently finds himself in a bottleneck period. And enduring this challenge is no simple feat. He feels a deep sense of regret for having wasted a giant python's gallbladder, lamenting that it was a squandered opportunity. Although this gallbladder is not classified among rare treasures and its effects are significantly diminished, its consumption feels like a tragic waste. It is said that true rare treasures can substantially enhance one's strength, and some even claim they can prolong life. Wu Hongyun harbors considerable skepticism regarding the latter throughout history. Many have sought to defy fate, yet they ultimately met with failure. To survive long-term, one merely needs to enhance the vitality of their body. Every living being faces the inevitability of decline, and when that time comes, even the most precious treasures may prove futile. Wu Hongyun does not doubt the existence of life-prolonging treasures in the world, but finding one is akin to winning a multi-million-dollar lottery, an incredibly slim chance. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. For now, he must first locate something that will enable the Ziban Jumong to surpass its growth limit. While it still possesses the energy for refinement, only then will the possibility of breaking through the bottleneck arise. Wu Hongyun is resolute that he will find such a treasure by any means necessary. The Devil's Rainforest has existed for countless years, and it is the only place where rare treasures can be discovered. Gazing towards the distant ocean, Wu Hongyun knows that within those waters lie even more powerful treasures. Yet such places are far too challenging for him. Firstly, the marine creatures are more than enough for him to contend with. Attempting to invade the ocean as a solitary serpent is akin to daydreaming. Furthermore, the vastness of each oceanic region renders aimless exploration a futile endeavor. Understanding these realities instantly doused the flames of passion within Wu Hongyun, leaving him utterly disheartened. He raised his serpentine body, surveying the multitude of giant pythons a dozen meters away. There could have been an additional 20-meter water python, but that foolish creature, unaware of its limits, was struck down by Wu Hongyun's tail and met its demise here 6 hours prior. Upon noticing Wu Hongyun's awakening, the serpents bowed in submission. However, their eyes subtly revealed a glimmer of greed. Chapter 50. The white bianhua flower, a species of living beings worshipping a supreme power, is only appropriate for the strongest among them. It is evident that Wu Hongyun is that strongest entity. With a hiss, he signaled for them to disperse. While the gathering was impressive, it had not yet fully settled. Wu Hongyun was clear on some simple commands, and for now, that sufficed. Upon receiving Wu Hongyun's command, the serpents immediately scattered. As they had more pressing matters to attend to, such as reproduction, the 100 giant pythons chose not to partake, and their actions following the worship gave rise to further questions in Wu Hongyun's mind. The giant pythons congregated, climbing towards the steep cliff, seemingly targeting the white flowers growing upon it. As Wu Hongyun surmised, upon approaching the white flowers, the giant pythons extended their heads and consumed the blossoms. The pythons were taken aback. Traditionally, it was the king who would consume the sacred objects before allowing them to feast. The smaller creatures below could only watch enviously, fortunate if they could catch a few falling petals. The flowers on the cliff only bloom a little over 300 times a year, with the Ziban Jumong typically distributing them fairly. It would consume 200 to 250 blossoms, leaving the remainder for the pythons to compete over. However, the new king, Wu Hongyun, was unaware of the flower's significance, allowing the 100 pythons to gorge themselves. These flowers, entirely snow-white in color, bore a resemblance to the legendary Huangquan Bianhua, though that flower was blood red. Wu Hongyun recalled that a white Bianhua flower did indeed exist in the world, albeit extremely rare, symbolizing blossoms that bloom for heaven, representing eternity. The 100 pythons, each exceeding 15 meters in length, were mostly ordinary pythons, under normal circumstances. They could never grow to such a size. Thus, the most probable explanation is that, like the Zibanju Mang, they had consumed a treasure that allowed them to break through their limits. The white Bianhua flowers growing on the cliff must be the key. Wu Hongyun suddenly realized this and roared to make the pythons halt their consumption, turning their attention back to their king. The sharp hissing filled with fury and warning conveyed to the pythons that their king was displeased. Reluctantly, the pythons descended the cliff. Yet Wu Hongyun's heart ached as he observed the meager few flowers left, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. The once abundant Bianhua flowers had dwindled to around 30 in less than 10 minutes. Initially, he had wasted the Zibanju Mang's gallbladder, and now, due to a moment of negligence, he allowed the treasures before his eyes to be devoured by these beasts. Had he had companions, Wu Hongyun might have begun to pound his chest in despair. Regret washed over him, for he had never felt such remorse in any previous situation. Unfortunately, regret was now useless. It was impossible to vent his frustration by slaughtering the pythons. Possessing an unparalleled rationality unmatched by his kin, Wu Hongyun recognized that the Bianhua flowers would bloom again each year. A mere year's wait was still bearable. Subsequently, Wu Hongyun ascended the cliff, where not only the Bianhua flowers grew, but also many unfamiliar plants and flowers. The fragrant aroma was somewhat pungent, yet it did not repel him. Upon reaching a sturdy branch, Wu Hongyun slowly approached the white Bianhua flowers. Once within reach, he unhesitatingly opened his mouth to consume them. The scene resembled a demonic entity ravaging a budding flower, devoid of artistic beauty. However, Wu Hongyun remained uncertain of the white Bianhua flower's effects, rumored to grant longevity. Of course, such claims might be exaggerated, but it could indeed stimulate cellular vitality within living beings, enhancing their survival rate. The white Bianhua flower is a true rarity, an exceedingly rare plant or medicinal herb in the natural world, capable of effects beyond imagination. For instance, the Bianhua flower can enhance a creature's physical quality. And abundant consumption can allow ordinary pythons to surpass their limits significantly, as exemplified by the Zibanju Mang. Such treasures might have been more prevalent centuries ago. But now, only the Devil's rainforest and other primal forests retain a few. This scarcity is due to the rampant destruction of the natural environment by certain extremist humans. And ultimately, they will undoubtedly face severe consequences. After consuming the Bianhua flower, a warm sensation spread through Wu Hongyun's abdomen, gradually radiating through his bones and flesh. As time progressed, the warmth began to dissipate, likely vanishing completely within half an hour. Once fully absorbed, Wu Hongyun noticed subtle changes occurring within him. The white Bianhua flower transformed into energy, prompting rapid cellular division and regeneration, a sign of impending growth. Wu Hongyun's heart raced with excitement. It seemed this was indeed a genuine treasure. With the aid of the white Bianhua flower, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly grow to over 40 meters within a year and fortify his internal power. Not only could he expand his size, but it might also provide significant assistance in deciphering the Dianju. Wu Hongyun gazed at the remaining 27 white Bianhua flowers, feeling as though his insides were twisting with regret. After some time, he consumed all the remaining flowers. The subsequent effects were even more astonishing, yet they required time to settle and digest. Wu Hongyun well understood that biological entities could never experience instantaneous growth. Upon reaching the ground, Wu Hongyun cast a resentful glance at the giant python, then dispersed them to their respective homes, as if each were searching for its own mother. However, this group of beasts likely lacked maternal figures. To return to the main topic, had Wu Hongyun issued a summoning command, he could have recalled many giant pythons in an instant, though he could not gather them all at once. The pythons would relay information to one another in their instinct for survival, thus conserving considerable energy. After all, the Devil's rainforest was vast, and Wu Hongyun had yet to master the art of transmitting sound over great distances. Observing the smaller pythons in the marsh, some had grown to over 10 meters in length, yet they were insufficient to warrant his attention. It was the 100 or so giant pythons exceeding 15 meters that truly mattered. For the moment, he could not command them, but their utility might be realized in the future. Otherwise, once they devoured the Bianhua, they would perish under Wu Hongyun's assault. Wu Hongyun aspired to be a king, but not a tyrant, primarily because these giant pythons possessed a modicum of intelligence, capable at least of comprehending his commands. Although verbal communication was unattainable, they were, at least, obedient followers. In the future, he would rely on them to charge into battle. Chapter 51. The process of quantity and quality. Having dispersed the python horde, Wu Hongyun eagerly returned to his territory, his thoughts consumed with how to assimilate the white Bianhua. As long as he could facilitate further growth, he could interpret the initial segment of the third diagram of the Di Yanju through his profound inner energy. Every beginning is arduous, yet with a smooth start. Complete comprehension would merely be a matter of time. Concealed within a cave, Wu Hongyun reveled in the comfort bestowed by the white Bianhua, akin to warm water flowing through his body, providing a full body massage. Suddenly, the sensation of warmth transformed into an itch, reminiscent of the feeling accompanying the healing of external wounds, as if countless tiny insects were crawling and biting. Wu Hongyun could distinctly perceive that his cells were in a heightened state of activity, a clear sign of impending growth. As he activated the Di Yanju, and under the persistent stimulation of the white Bianhua, his inner energy became increasingly refined, its circulation accelerating dramatically. The saying "more haste, less speed" rang true, as Wu Hongyun had not anticipated the white Bianhua's potent stimulation, which led to a subtle pain in his body. At this moment, the inner energy relentlessly surged within him, even affecting Wu Hongyun's foundational strength. Unable to control the inner energy, he contemplated the worst outcome: explosive demise. Fortunately, Wu Hongyun's physique was exceedingly robust, capable of temporarily withstanding the onslaught of inner energy, though a time limit loomed. Thus, he had to absorb the essence of the white Bianhua completely within this time frame. The essence began to merge with his inner energy, penetrating both bones and flesh. While some inner energy coiled around Wu Hongyun's dantian, catalyzed by his bodily functions. At this juncture, his inner strength became immensely dense and heavy, rendering Wu Hongyun somewhat breathless. He understood that this was not a calamity, merely a momentary adjustment period. In such critical moments, he needed to stabilize his mind. Agitation could lead to a perilous state. Wu Hongyun had yet to fully grasp the principles of the Di Yanju, but he was certain that each diagram within the grand design aligned with various acupoints in his body. With over 800 diagrams, deciphering them in a short time was utterly unfeasible. The Di Yanju, inherited since ancient times, diverged greatly from ordinary martial arts. It was not merely a method to cultivate energy, but a means to fuse inner strength with one's acupoints, unlocking latent power. Furthermore, the conditions demanded by the diagrams were numerous: celestial timing, geographical advantages, and human harmony. None could be neglected. Even though Wu Hongyun was no longer human, he still possessed a life force similar to that of humans, along with lively cells. This connection allowed him to evoke a certain power, enabling the dormant diagrams and forces to resonate, thereby achieving the effect of release. Awaiting the complete liberation of the diagrams and their fusion with his acupoints would not only amplify his inner strength, but also render his physical form even more formidable. The growth of his inner energy was visibly rapid, swelling to more than tenfold its usual strength, and Wu Hongyun could distinctly feel the power within his acupoints being unleashed. One should not assume that serpents lack acupoints. Rather, they are more intricately concealed than those of humans, which complicates their release. The rapid increase in strength was astonishing. Would he be able to endure it? Wu Hongyun was currently concerned that his resilience might not withstand the power of the Di Yanju. Yet he was on the brink of breaking through this bottleneck. The collision of inner energy with flesh was extremely uncomfortable. He did not wish to suppress it, but rather sought to expedite its flow. Days passed, and on the 7th day, Wu Hongyun finally sensed the changes within him. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds reverberated within him, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, all his acupoints suddenly connected, facilitating a transformation from quantity to quality in his inner energy. The inner energy surged within him like a torrential river, morphing from a pristine white to a crimson hue. It seemed to manifest as a tangible entity rather than an ethereal one. Wu Hongyun recalled the Baiyun palm employed by Old Chow during their initial confrontation, a sensation that transformed inner energy into a physical blade, creating immense lethality. Wu Hongyun finally comprehended how to wield his inner power. He could use the Di Yanju as a medium to control his inner strength for offensive or defensive purposes. Although the quantity had diminished significantly, the quality had amplified 100-fold. Old Chow's inner strength, which was less than 1/10 of Wu Hongyun's, had still compelled him to retreat in panic, illustrating the disparity between quality and quantity. This was akin to the Battle of Guandu during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, where historical records indicate that Cao Cao, then merely a minister, commanded an army of over 20,000, while his adversary Yuan Shao boasted over 100,000 yet faced defeat, leading to his demise and the fall of his state. It is not the number of troops, but the precision that matters. It is not the ferocity of the general, but the strategy that counts. Mastering celestial timing, geographic advantages, and human harmony equates to seizing victory. Thus, the importance of quality far surpasses that of quantity. Wu Hongyun opened his eyes, feeling his vision sharpen, able to observe the movement of a single speck of dust. This newfound strength had increased exponentially. Not only that, but Wu Hongyun directed his inner energy to his tail and struck a rock with great force. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the valley, startling creatures miles away. Simultaneously, the cave began to collapse. Alas, he would need to relocate once more. Wu Hongyun felt an urge to chastise himself, but reconsidered, fearing he might inflict harm upon himself. Having understood the application of inner strength, Wu Hongyun now grasped why old Chao had relentlessly pursued him for nearly 100 miles. The body's natural recovery ability was incomparable to that prompted by inner power. The latter could open and close pores to absorb the essence of the world for replenishment. Though Wu Hongyun was a serpent, he could adeptly control the opening and closing of his scales, akin to the function of human pores. However, with each contraction, inner energy would erupt from the gaps between his scales with the force of arrows, shattering nearby trees. Even more astonishing was that inner energy could form a barrier outside his body, offering greater protection than his scales. This significant increase in strength lifted Wu Hongyun's spirits. After 7 days without sustenance, he planned to feast in the forest and subsequently find a new place to solidify his strength, forcefully deciphering the first diagram. If all went smoothly, the interpretation of the remaining diagrams would be considerably simpler. Of course, as the king of pythons, he need not hunt personally. Wu Hongyun let out a roar towards the sky, and within half an hour, over 20 giant pythons arrived, entwined around their prey, dutifully presenting the offerings before him. It is no wonder that humanity is so enamored with the supreme throne. Indeed, this sensation is truly intoxicating. Wu Hongyun mused internally, savoring the offerings presented by the colossal pythons. During the period of absorbing the white Bianhua, Wu Hongyun experienced considerable mental strain. And once he had satiated his hunger and thirst, a singular thought occupied his mind: sleep. Chapter 52. The Gathering of 10,000 Snakes. The vast devil's rainforest resembled a masterpiece crafted by the heavens, with the flora within intricately adding a plethora of colors to this artistic creation. Shades of forgiving green assaulted the eyes, while branches intertwined with verdant leaves, revealing a complex tapestry of textures. This canvas could be deemed the epitome of perfection. The forest lay in hushed silence, with withered leaves and vines entwined. Each passing creature stirred a cacophony of rustling sounds. The midday sun illuminated the forest, dissipating much of the damp odor, refreshing the air. However, an unusual stillness enveloped the forest, a departure from the norm. Such a phenomenon is rare, unless a creature capable of instilling dread in most animals lurks nearby. Sure enough, a massive python coiled around a tree trunk, its enormous head swaying gently in the air, and its crimson tongue occasionally flicked out to gauge the temperature of the atmosphere. At that moment, a wild boar stumbled into this perilous vicinity, effectively reaching the end of its life. The python's fierce gaze betrayed its murderous intent, its scales glistening like polished marble. The serpent's body, defying its colossal size, moved with astonishing speed, reaching the ground in approximately 5 seconds, revealing its terrifying form in full. This was a python 37 meters long, with a girth nearing 90 centimeters. Had one not glimpsed its visage, they might have mistaken it for a dragon materializing from the ether. Most fearsome were the python's blood-red eyes, perpetually exuding an aura of ferocity, as though it were a demon risen from the depths of hell. What set this python apart from its kin was a blunt, rounded horn atop its head. Upon descending to the forest floor, the python swiftly dispatched the wild boar, swallowing it whole. It is noteworthy that a frenzied wild boar could intimidate even a tiger. Yet now, it stood no chance against the python. With a casual yet resonant belch echoing through the wilderness, reminiscent of a beast's roar, the python seemed to exhibit an air of grandeur, a testament to its newfound strength. After indulging in its feast, Wu Hongyun felt significantly uplifted. Having immersed himself in a state of cultivation for half a year, he craved the fresh air to alleviate the pent-up tension within him. During this time, he had seldom ventured out to hunt, relying instead on the pythons to procure sustenance, which saved him considerable time and allowed him to successfully decipher the first pattern of the third grand diagram, solidifying his strength. As his physique continued to expand, Wu Hongyun's internal power had reached a magnitude at least 15 times that of an average human, a gap that would only widen in the future. Upon merging the first pattern with his acupoints, his defensive capabilities had significantly enhanced. With the addition of an internal energy barrier, it was estimated that he could withstand a missile strike without sustaining any harm. Moreover, the rounded horn atop his head brought him immense joy. This blunt horn had been present since his juvenile phase, yet it had remained largely unchanged until recently, when it began to exhibit remarkable growth. Reflecting on the content of the Shanhai Jing, Wu Hongyun felt further convinced. This was undoubtedly a characteristic of the Jiaolong. Regrettably, his strength had yet to reach a cataclysmic level, but the emergence of these initial signs filled him with confidence. As his power grew, so too did the intimidating aura surrounding Wu Hongyun. If he did not reign in his presence, no creature within a 3-kilometer radius dared approach him. Wu Hongyun had previously contemplated precisely calculating the number of serpents, but ultimately abandoned the endeavor, as the vast majority of snakes lacked higher intelligence. Counting them would be a tedious task. The serpent population within the Devil's Rainforest numbered no fewer than 80,000, if not more. The rainforest's climate, perpetually hot and humid, with minimal temperature variation between day and night, coupled with abundant water and food resources, fostered an alarming rate of reproduction among the snakes. Nevertheless, young snakes faced numerous dangers, as many creatures could easily overpower ordinary serpents. Whether it be fierce birds of prey or wildcats, snakes often found themselves at a disadvantage. Of course, exceptions existed, such as the extraordinary Wu Hongyun. Perhaps due to his presence, the survival challenges faced by the serpents had diminished significantly. With the king's increasing strength, it was likely that no creature in the entire Devil's Rainforest could rival him. Even if the original Zeben Jumong had not perished, Wu Hongyun could have vanquished it effortlessly. With his strength and internal energy stabilized, Wu Hongyun began to entertain an audacious notion to invade and annex the territories of other races. To accomplish this, he would need to confront the concealed behemoths. The 100 or so giant pythons of the serpent clan stood at the apex of the food chain, yet they were unlikely to contend with those formidable creatures. Upon his initial arrival in the Devil's Rainforest, Wu Hongyun had sensed several presences capable of matching his own. One of them, the Zeben Jumong, had already met its demise. This indicated that the remaining creatures were not far behind in strength. To seize control of the entire Devil's Rainforest, Wu Hongyun resolved to take matters into his own hands. Before embarking on this campaign, he returned to his territory and ascended a towering peak. A sharp, resonant howl erupted, reverberating through the forest and the heavens. While it may not have traveled 1,000 miles, it was distinctly audible within a 100-mile radius. This was a signal to summon the serpent horde. Wu Hongyun was determined to lead the serpent clan to conquer the Devil's Rainforest and eliminate those so-called enemies of the snakes. Unfortunately, the serpents proved too dim-witted. It took nearly 20 days for the horde to assemble. Initially, Wu Hongyun sought to determine the precise number of serpents, a necessary preparation for external conquest. The expanse of the Devil's Rainforest was vast, and some serpents may still have been en route, lacking the patience to wait any longer. Wu Hongyun deemed that the assembled multitude of over 100,000 serpents was sufficient to instill reverence in the entire rainforest. The foremost objective was to eradicate those races that posed a threat to the serpents. Standing atop the mountain, Wu Hongyun surveyed the throng of snakes, observing waves of serpentine bodies converging upon him, covering nearly 100 miles of mountainous terrain. The sight was more awe-inspiring than the torrents stirred by the Yangtze or Yellow rivers. With such a multitude of serpents, not only could they dominate the Devil's Rainforest, but if they collectively advanced toward human settlements, they could indeed disrupt the tranquility of human existence. The cacophony of hissing from 10,000 serpents reverberated within a 100-mile radius, a sound both thrilling and deafening. With a commanding cry, Wu Hongyun silenced the serpents, who promptly lay prostrate on the ground, awaiting their king's command. 3 targets were discernible. Which one should they strike first? Chapter 53. The War of Snakes and Crocodiles. Wu Hongyun could faintly sense the presence of those 3 creatures, dispersed across different locations. The Devil's Rainforest was larger than certain countries in Europe, and the north-south distance was considerable. To waste time on preliminary preparations was impractical. Wu Hongyun resolved to head southward first, intending to eliminate that creature before addressing the others. SSSSS. Wu Hongyun flicked his tongue, emitting hisses of varying frequencies, signaling the serpent horde to follow. The 100 pythons conveyed their king's command, and all the serpents moved in unison, advancing toward the south with great momentum. The serpents surged forth like a river, sending all creatures within a few hundred miles into a frenzied flight. In the vast expanse of the world, apart from apex-level creatures. It is unlikely that any being would dare confront the entire snake clan face to face. To speak of nothing else. The venomous fangs of the snakes alone possessed the capability to drown their adversaries. Wu Hongyun lamented the inability to command these subjects with agility. Otherwise, he would be an unstoppable force, slaying any deity or Buddha that dared to oppose him. After traversing several mountain ranges, a tributary obstructed the path of the snake clan. Wu Hongyun was the first to plunge into the waters. The aquatic snakes could easily navigate the tributary, while their terrestrial counterparts had to traverse along its edges. This tributary, though less forceful than the Weha River of the Qinling Mountains, was still formidable. Were it the rainy season, it could swell into a torrent, inundating the surrounding forests. Wu Hongyun had witnessed such a spectacle before, and he was grateful for the favorable weather. Otherwise, their journey might have been delayed. As he swam through the water, Wu Hongyun moved like a dragon, creating tumultuous waves within the tributary. 100 massive pythons followed closely behind, nearly engulfing the entire river in their presence. An awe-inspiring sight, indeed. Beneath the surface thrived a species familiar to Wu Hongyun, the piranha. However, these piranhas were different from the ones he encountered in the underground river. They moved in coordinated groups, led by a leader. When a species unites towards a common goal, the resultant lethality is incalculable. As the leader of the snake clan, Wu Hongyun understood the laws governing the biological realm. Today, the snake clan stood as one of the most fearsome and ruthless species within the Devil's Rainforest. But Wu Hongyun aimed to elevate them to singular supremacy, the sole powerful race. The piranhas, being wise, sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Wu Hongyun and the multitude of pythons, which deterred them from provoking an encounter. Along their journey, the snake clan encountered no biological impediments, and after nearly 10 days of meandering through the tributary, they finally reached dry land. The treacherous mountains and mighty currents could not obstruct the path of his heart's desire. Wu Hongyun was undeterred by the lengthy journey. Regardless of the challenges faced, he resolved to confront them with a smile. After nearly half a month, the snake clan arrived at their destination, a vast swamp, comparable in scale to the wondrous lakes atop Mount Taibai. It was Wu Hongyun's first glimpse of such an expansive marshland since arriving in the Devil's Rainforest. Upon estimation, it spanned over 20 square kilometers. While extensive swamps within primitive forests were not uncommon, the creatures inhabiting it were enough to instill terror. Countless crocodiles populated the swamp, their figures visible everywhere. Many crocodiles basked on the surface, while others lurked beneath, waiting for unsuspecting prey to wander too close. However, upon the snake clan's arrival, the crocodiles immediately became vigilant. With a series of guttural warnings, they instinctively sensed the threat posed by the snake clan. Wu Hongyun let out a series of sharp hisses, commanding the entire snake clan to attack. Naturally, he was the first to dive into the swamp, intent on locating and eliminating the crocodile leader. Failure to do so could result in significant casualties among the snake clan. Nevertheless, with thousands of crocodiles present, some had to be eradicated to prevent them from diminishing the resources available in the forest. Wu Hongyun was aware of the snake clan's high reproductive rates, but low survival rates, as juvenile snakes were fragile and could be severely injured by even a wild chicken. Without the protection of adult pythons, many young snakes fell prey to other predators. Crocodiles, in particular, favored hunting juvenile snakes. Although Wu Hongyun had slain numerous creatures of his kind, he could not bear to witness the snake clan suffer at the hands of such beasts. As a king, he must uphold the dignity of the snake clan. Given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to annihilate the entire crocodile race. Wu Hongyun refused to show mercy. To do so would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. These creatures belonged to the cold-blooded realm, incapable of understanding concepts such as gratitude. If spared, they would only return to harm the snake clan. Total extermination was the best choice. Wu Hongyun's ambitions extended beyond merely the crocodile race. Any threat to the survival of the snake clan warranted obliteration. Even if complete eradication was unattainable, he aimed to suppress them to the extent that they could not rise again for at least 20 years. Ecological concerns? Such notions were pertinent only to humanity. Wu Hongyun was a snake, not a seemingly benevolent human with a heart full of cunning. The future of the snake clan was of utmost importance in his eyes. The existence of other species was irrelevant to him. As Wu Hongyun entered the swamp, 100,000 pythons sprang into action. This scene was more gruesome than any epic battle fought by humanity. In an instant, the black, muddy waters of the swamp were stained crimson, and the air reeked of the metallic scent of blood. A massive python swiftly ensnared a crocodile, showcasing its astonishing suffocating power. The crocodile could only emit a few pitiful cries before succumbing, its body contorted by the force. The crocodile populace, unprepared for the assault, suffered significant losses, with many young crocodiles torn apart and killed by the pythons. Conversely, the snake clan also faced heavy casualties. The surface of the muck was littered with severed snake bodies, which, after floating for a while, sank into the swamp. Fortunately, with 100 massive pythons, they faced the crocodiles with unmatched prowess. No crocodile could withstand their might. Each encounter resulted in rapid strangulation. Adult crocodiles, due to their resilience, merely became deformed after being constricted, while the more fragile young crocodiles were not only killed but reduced to mere scraps of flesh. The battle raged on for an indeterminate duration, with both races incurring substantial losses. The 20-plus kilometers of swamp were strewn with corpses, the remains of crocodiles and giant snakes piled high. Flesh and blood mingled with the mud, ultimately transforming into a thick sludge. The victorious snake clan feasted on the remnants of flesh, a grotesque yet exhilarating experience. Deep within the swamp, Wu Hongyun pressed onward until he soon reached the water's depths. There, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the bottom. Killers, ferocity, bloodlust, and dominance. These four sensations seemed to originate from a single being, which brought a sense of relief to Wu Hongyun. Should there be for crocodile leaders, the only prudent choice would be to flee. Chapter 54, Bloodshed. Judging from the aura, it bore little resemblance to the crocodiles above the swamp. Yet it was undoubtedly no ordinary creature, perhaps a remnant from the ancient era. Despite its improbability, Wu Hongyun remained on high alert. Indeed, upon reaching the water's depths, he encountered the source of the aura, an 18-meter-long giant crocodile, the Bayou crocodile. This species had been extinct in Huaxiao for a millennium and was on the brink of total extinction. Its presence here was astonishing. In the 1940s, during the Battle of Lonely Island, the Bayou crocodile had claimed the lives of hundreds of human soldiers. Although it was not as terrifying as the tyrant crocodile from the early late Cretaceous period, the Bayou crocodile could effortlessly crush the shells of sea turtles, highlighting its formidable bite force. The saline-rich waters beneath the swamp were particularly conducive to the survival of the Bayou crocodile, yet they presented immense discomfort to Wu Hongyun. The sheer size of this Bayou crocodile surpassed that of the documented tyrant crocodile by several meters, possessing an undeniable power. An 18-meter-long Bayou crocodile was a lethal weapon in the water. It would not hesitate to confront a shark. The Bayou crocodile, clearly aware of the massive black python over 100 meters away, felt an intense sense of threat, potentially lethal. With a gurgle, the Bayou crocodile's brownish-green eyes fixated on Wu Hongyun, issuing a roar. Underwater, the sounds were muffled, but a series of bubbles erupted from its gaping maw. The Bayou crocodile exhibited an exceptionally strong territorial instinct. Wu Hongyun's intrusion was akin to provoking its most vulnerable spot. Wu Hongyun sensed the Bayou crocodile's overwhelming fury. In the biological realm, territory sometimes held greater significance than life itself. The merciless laws of the natural world compel living beings to vie for supremacy, with only the strongest capable of claiming prime resource territories or realms of dominion. Without such a territory, a creature is destined for demise. Wu Hongyun unleashed his full momentum. As the sovereign of the serpent clan, he could not bow to any other being. Although the bay crocodile possessed immense strength, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to slay it. Unlike most crocodiles, the bay crocodile lacks protective scales around its neck, earning it the moniker necklace crocodile. Injecting venom at this juncture to dismantle the bay crocodile's mobility from within would be the most prudent course of action. Moreover, Wu Hongyun had no intention of utilizing venom. He sought to test the true efficacy of converting inner energy into an offensive force. In his eyes, the bay crocodile, which appeared to be a lethal weapon to the average observer, was merely a subject for experimentation. The irritable bay crocodile was easily provoked by Wu Hongyun. Residing in this aquatic domain for nearly 50 years, no creature had dared to trespass until now. How could it not be enraged to be mocked by an alien being? After all, the bay crocodile was also a monarch of its kind. In a fit of rage, the bay crocodile launched an attack, its gaping maw capable of swallowing a tiger whole. Faced with the ferocity of the bay crocodile, Wu Hongyun remained unfazed. The disparity in their strengths was vast. The sheer size of the creature was intimidating, yet it did not ignite Wu Hongyun's fighting spirit. Before the bay crocodile could close the distance, Wu Hongyun raised his tail, inner energy gradually converging at the sharp tip. Within moments, arrows of inner energy formed and shot forth with blinding speed. The water could scarcely withstand the force of this impact, sending ripples across the surface. The arrows, imbued with a destructive aura, cleaved through the water, heading straight for the bay crocodile. Though the bay crocodile's intellect did not match Wu Hongyun's, it instinctively recognized the peril posed by the arrows and attempted to evade. Alas, its massive size hindered its agility, and the arrow pierced through its tail, cleaving it in two. Blood slowly permeated the water, and only when the arrows dissipated did the pain reach its central nervous system. Enduring excruciating agony, the bay crocodile's mind was thrown into chaos. A mere exchange of blows had made it acutely aware of the chasm between itself and this venomous serpent. Anger dissipated, replaced by a singular thought: escape. The bay crocodile turned to flee, yet Wu Hongyun would not allow it to slip away unchallenged. In a frantic chase, the two colossal beings swiftly vacated the swampy waters and entered a tributary. Wu Hongyun despised the act of pursuit, and with determination, he summoned the majority of his inner energy, amplifying it several-fold through the Di Yinju before opening his gaping maw. At that moment, a formidable gravitational pull emanated from his mouth. The water was drawn into a whirlpool, forcibly reeling in the bay crocodile's massive form. The creature was already in disarray, its turquoise-brown eyes filled with dread. The outcome of their confrontation had been predetermined, and the bay crocodile's fear would not alter the result. Seeing the bay crocodile drawn back, Wu Hongyun opened his mouth once more, unleashing a beam of crimson light. This sanguine radiance, akin to an indomitable blade, cleaved through the water, creating a gaping fissure upon the surface. The moment the blood light struck the bay crocodile, a deafening thud resonated beneath the surface, and the creature's body was shredded into fragments, its soul departing for the afterlife. It was unlikely that any crocodile of such size would ever again roam this world. This sanguine light was a recently discovered ability of Wu Hongyun, and it was precisely this power that emboldened him to confront the crocodile clan. Wu Hongyun now possessed an array of formidable techniques. First among them was the ever-enhancing scales, complemented by an inner energy barrier, capable of flawlessly withstanding destructive weaponry. Secondly, his colossal physique bestowed upon him unimaginable strength and profound inner energy. Thirdly, he wielded a vast quantity of lethal venom. Lastly, there was the bloodlight he had just unleashed, perhaps due to the fusion of the blood dragon's bloodline with the Di Yinju. Its nature bore resemblance to the techniques of the blood dragon. Earlier in his cultivation, Wu Hongyun had sensed a faint blood essence within him, mistaking it for a sign of ruptured blood vessels. However, once his power had stabilized, this blood essence materialized, enabling him to project it from his mouth, far surpassing the potency of the inner energy arrows. After absorbing the blood dragon's memories, Wu Hongyun understood that every dragon possessed unique traits, with varying effects based on their physical forms. He was certain that the full manifestation of that blood light could rend the earth asunder. Unfortunately, submerged in the water, its power was somewhat restrained. The information gleaned from the blood dragon's memories indicated that, leveraging the dragon source alongside his own strength, he could significantly amplify the bloodlight's potency. This meant that as he enhanced his own abilities, the effectiveness of the bloodlight would likewise escalate. Wu Hongyun remained vexed. The absorption rate of the dragon source was agonizingly slow, and he had only assimilated half of it thus far. To fully absorb the dragon source would likely require around 5 years, perhaps even 10. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight pierced through Wu Hongyun's contemplations. Observing the remnants of the bay crocodile, he noted that many of its organs remained intact, despite the dismemberment. Among these, the heart and lungs piqued his appetite. The water was saturated with the metallic scent of spilled blood, particularly emanating from these two organs, which exuded an exceptionally pungent aroma. To Wu Hongyun's delight, the vitality contained within these organs was formidable, surpassing that of the Zeben Jumong's serpent gallbladder several-fold. In an instant, Wu Hongyun comprehended the magnitude of power accumulated within such a colossal being over decades. Whether it was the previous Zeben Jumong or the present bay crocodile, their organs were treasures of immense value. Even his own serpent gallbladder was a rare and precious resource. Should a human warrior lay claim to his gallbladder, they would find it exceedingly easy to transcend their current prowess. Upon reflection, it became evident that many creatures harbored valuable organs. From the most common cattle and swine to the most powerful humans controlling the world, not to mention beings of Wu Hongyun's caliber. With the heart and lungs still pulsating, Wu Hongyun glided over, opening his mouth to swallow these two organs, spiraling beneath the surface to commence absorption. As he transformed these organs into energy, he utilized this newfound strength to decipher the second glyph in the third grand diagram. At this moment, the integration of the glyph with the acupoints was markedly faster than before. He estimated that it would only take around 20 hours to complete. Typically, To decipher and release a glyph, Wu Hongyun required at least 10 days, but now he could achieve results in less than a day. A pang of regret washed over him. Had he known that the essence organs of these colossal beasts held such power, he would have made better use of the Zeben Jumon's gallbladder rather than hastily digesting it. However, the Devil's Rainforest still housed two other giant beasts. Should he successfully vanquish them, he could redeem the waste of the gallbladder. Thus, he resolved to utilize these two creatures to assuage his feelings of regret. Wu Hongyun's primary objective was to dominate the Devil's Rainforest. Gathering resources for growth was merely a secondary pursuit, serving as a source of motivation. After all, the essence organs of colossal beasts were exceedingly rare, and for the time being, it was prudent to let them reside within their bodies. During the process of absorbing the bay crocodile's organs, Wu Hongyun suddenly sensed a vast school of fish approaching. Electric eels? Gazing at the nearby school, he recalled the lethal prowess of these aquatic creatures. The fauna of the tropical rainforest was notably more exotic and formidable than those found in inland rivers, with electric eels being regarded as one of the deadly predators of the waters. The remaining three included the thorny catfish, piranhas, and crocodiles. Both of the previous creatures had been effortlessly subdued by Wu Hongyun and posed no significant threat. However, the electric eel presented a more formidable challenge. In the past, while navigating the waters, Wu Hongyun had nearly met his demise at the hands of an electric eel, which had nearly electrocuted him. If there were only a few in number, they would not be a grave concern, but upon glancing around, he estimated there were likely over 1,000. Should they all release their electric charge simultaneously, the voltage could easily exceed 1,000 volts. Wu Hongyun, having experienced such a sensation before, was not keen to repeat it. Fortunately, with the protection of his internal energy barrier, the electric eel did not pose a substantial threat to him at present. The school of electric eels seemed devoid of aggressive intent, merely swimming past him, which he chose to ignore. Just as the previous group departed, another swarm of piranhas approached. Their objective was the carcass of the bay crocodile. They voraciously gnawed at the remains with their razor-sharp teeth, capable of severing chunks of flesh up to 10 centimeters in a single bite. These little creatures were likely drawn by the scent of blood. Known as the wolves of the water, piranhas, when in large numbers, can decimate all other creatures in a river within a short span of time. Nature, however, does not permit such occurrences. Even the most ferocious piranha will encounter natural adversaries, and fish eggs during spawning are easily consumed by other aquatic life, preventing their overpopulation. Take rats, for instance. They reproduce more prolifically than snakes, and an excessive population can lead to plagues, yet they can be easily controlled by humans. Hence, no matter how formidable piranhas may be, they cannot dominate a river, as numerous natural factors restrict their survival. As Wu Hongyun pondered these thoughts, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as yet another large group of electric eels approached. While they were not particularly fearsome, after his intense battle with the bay crocodile, his internal energy had been significantly depleted, and he could not rely on the energy barrier for long. The electric eels could effortlessly unleash a current of 650 volts, especially in water, where evasion was nearly impossible. If he were to provoke the previous group of electric eels, nearly 2,000 could unleash their charge simultaneously, an ordeal that would be arduous for Wu Hongyun to withstand. The internal energy barrier lasts a brief period, and he decided against testing his luck. Who would volunteer for an electric therapy session? The electric eels, measuring 2 meters in length, were relatively lengthy compared to common fish, with flesh even more delectable than that of piranhas. Had he not been engaged in deciphering the patterns of acupoints, Wu Hongyun would have been tempted to sample the electric eel's flavor. In a preemptive strike, he could have easily dispatched the electric eels in an instant, but the timing was not yet right. Unlike the piranhas, electric eels were not carnivorous. They merely sought to pass by, and upon sensing a terrifying presence, they chose to alter their course. 12 hours later, Wu Hongyun fully digested the vital organs, successfully merging the second pattern of the third total diagram with the acupoints. The effects of this enhancement were known only to him. His strength had increased by about a layer, and most importantly, his internal energy had become increasingly refined. Having dealt with the bay crocodile, only 2 beasts of similar strength remained, and Wu Hongyun decided to rest for half a month before addressing them together. Although he did not feel fatigued, the snake population had surely suffered losses, and adopting a strategy of recuperation was the optimal choice. Wu Hongyun swam upstream to the surface of the swamp, where the snakes remained resting in various locations, having not received any orders from their leader. Upon seeing Wu Hongyun, the snakes collectively hissed. After a brief acknowledgement, he summoned 100 giant pythons. The ordinary snakes could afford to rest, but the pythons could not. During the respite, the 100 pythons were tasked with eliminating creatures in the forest that posed threats to the young snakes. While total annihilation was not required, the beasts must feel the dominance of the serpent clan. After leading the snakes back to their territory, Wu Hongyun commenced his expedition to sweep through the Devil Rainforest after a half-month of rest. First, he needed to locate the precise whereabouts of the two colossal beasts before proceeding to eliminate them. The presence of the two giants was faint, and despite Wu Hongyun's formidable perception, it was not precise enough to rival that of a satellite. It was likely that they differed significantly from the bay crocodile, possibly having dominated multiple species. Relying on their essence, Wu Hongyun hesitated to make any hasty conclusions. Chapter 56. Blood Ape. A sudden surge of energy erupted in the southwestern region, albeit only for a fleeting moment, prompting Wu Hongyun to swim towards it. The terrain of the southwestern mountains was far more intricate compared to other areas, with mountains interspersed with wide rivers, rendering the landscape utterly chaotic, akin to the labyrinth of the Wei Wu Emperor's tomb. After traversing several mountain ranges, Wu Hongyun entered a swift current and navigated through the waters for 5 days before reaching the forest. He was eager to discover what entity could rival the bay crocodile and the purple-spotted giant python. Upon entering the forest, he was astonished to find that the creature was a red-haired orangutan. Towering at 4 meters tall, the orangutan's fur exhibited a conspicuous difference from its counterparts. Appearing as if drenched in blood, its thunderous roar emanated a force that could almost match Wu Hongyun's own. The red-haired orangutan glared at Wu Hongyun, continuously roaring in an attempt to intimidate him. Sensing immense danger from the giant python, it was aware that as one of the closest relatives to humans, its intelligence surpassed that of many other animals. In response to the blood ape's warning, Wu Hongyun exhibited no signs of retreat, maintaining a respectable distance while his crimson serpent eyes fixed on the blood ape. The limbs of the blood ape were robust and elongated, with claws comparable to steel daggers. A single blow could likely rend the hide of a fierce tiger. However, the blood ape's intelligence and combat experience were significantly inferior to Wu Hongyun's. 2 arrows shot forth from his serpentine tail. One was easily evaded, while the other obliterated a large tree with ease. The arrow transformed into internal energy, shredding the roots from within and ultimately pulverizing the trunk into sawdust. The blood ape was utterly stunned by this spectacle, its attention diverted entirely to the collapsing tree. In that moment, Wu Hongyun demonstrated astonishing speed, leaping several dozen meters in an instant. By the time the blood ape reacted, it realized the poisonous python had coiled around it, exerting terrifying constriction. Within a minute, without Wu Hongyun even employing venom, the blood ape was on the verge of death, merely struggling in its final moments. Creatures ensnared by Wu Hongyun rarely escaped, for unless they possessed extraordinary strength, death was the only outcome. As the life signs of the blood ape abruptly ceased, it signified the demise of this forest ruler. Wu Hongyun then released his grip and proceeded to consume the blood ape's carcass. However, due to its enormous size, the act of swallowing proved quite laborious, causing his abdomen to swell. Under normal circumstances, Wu Hongyun would never engage in such folly, as excessive consumption could hinder movement and diminish combat prowess. The blood ape may have lived for over 50 years, possessing a spiritual essence uncommon among ordinary animals. Such beings, regardless of their organs, harbor immeasurable power within their flesh and blood. The previous purple-spotted giant python and bay crocodile were prime examples, sharing similar characteristics, being significantly larger than typical creatures and exhibiting rare intelligence. However, intelligence is primarily innate. Beings like Wu Hongyun retain the advanced wisdom of humanity. Ordinary creatures may also possess intelligence, provided they live long enough to accumulate experience, akin to what humans refer to as life experience. Having consumed the blood ape's body, Wu Hongyun felt confident in unleashing the third pattern. The intricate patterns of the third grand diagram are numerous, estimated to exceed 70. However, each release merges with multiple acupoints. Otherwise, the sheer quantity of the patterns would undoubtedly cause Wu Hongyun considerable distress. For humans or other beings, transcending one's capabilities requires not only opportunities, but also substantial resources. In contrast, Wu Hongyun, endowed with the Imperial Flame Technique, Dianzu, and the Dragon Source, Longyuan, enhancement, finds his cultivation remarkably efficient. Coupled with the treasures and colossal beast carcasses he recently consumed, his rate of breakthrough accelerates significantly. Creatures like the blood-haired gorilla, Shui Mao Xing Xing, for instance, harbor an immense essence within, likely exceeding centuries of vitality. In the realm of humanity, Even their scales and fur could be deemed priceless treasures, let alone their organs and flesh. After nearly 30 hours, Wu Hongyun successfully absorbed the blood-haired gorilla's body, bringing him immense joy as he inadvertently released 2 additional patterns, resulting in a further surge of power. At that moment, his exhilaration surpassed the thrill he once felt while witnessing soaring stock prices in his previous life. Yet it did not cloud his rationality. Every situation possesses dual aspects. While a significant increase in strength is undoubtedly advantageous, it equally risks destabilizing one's foundation. The foundation is merely the amalgamation of internal breath and energy, interconnected with the body's meridians, acupoints, and brain. Wu Hongyun intends to rest here for a month to stabilize his foundation. Otherwise, prolonged neglect could lead to minor losses in strength. But if his physical form were to be compromised, it could result in dire consequences. The remaining giant beast will not vacate the Devil Rainforest, and he can eliminate it once his foundation is secure. Time passed swiftly. Over the month, Wu Hongyun engaged in minimal activities, with food provided by the giant pythons that hunted and delivered it to him, maximizing his time. During this period of stabilizing his foundation, he faced no interruptions. Most of the giant pythons ventured out to hunt, leaving over 20 to guard the vicinity. The imposing presence emanating from the multitude of pythons was enough to deter any malicious creatures from approaching. The next objective lay in the northern part of the forest. Without hesitation, Wu Hongyun swiftly set forth, plunging into a nearby tributary. The tributaries within the Devil Rainforest are interconnected, alleviating concerns of losing his way while conserving energy. Currently, the rainforest is in the mid-autumn season, with prolonged drought rendering the air humid and stifling, and the terrain far from comfortable. The distance from the southwestern region to the north is not great, akin to traversing 5 or 6 cities in Huaxiao on foot. After more than a month, Wu Hongyun finally reached his destination. As the season transitioned into winter, temperatures plummeted significantly, yet it had little effect on him. Contemplating the upcoming spring, when the white ghost flower, by Bianhua, would bloom once more, Wu Hongyun had already devised a plan. Each blooming would yield over 300 flowers, from which he would allocate 120 to the giant pythons and those with slightly stronger combat foundations, reserving the remainder for himself. The remaining 200 flowers would suffice for Wu Hongyun to achieve another substantial breakthrough. The northern terrain is considerably more open than the southwestern region, with fewer mountains and a smaller forest expanse, although the underbrush has grown to heights of 2 to 3 meters. Many of the plants he encountered were familiar yet unseen, such as the carnivorous flower, Shirenhua, and other perilous flora. After a brief observation, Wu Hongyun ascended to the peak of a mountain, drawn by the roar and scent of a colossal beast. Deep within the forest, he discovered a massive nest nestled in a deep pit, filled with the pelts and remains of wild beasts. The resident creature was the nemesis of serpents, the griffin vulture, Wu Ying. Upon closer inspection, this griffin vulture spread its wings, measuring at least 20 meters, with a head and long neck adorned with strands of white and greenish feathers, while its back and tail feathers shimmered in a dark golden hue, an appearance that, while discordant, did not detract from its regal aura. Its somber eyes fixated on Wu Hongyun, fully aware of the animosity directed towards it. A year prior, this griffin vulture would have posed a formidable threat to Wu Hongyun. However, now it struggles to inflict harm upon him. With indomitable defense and venomous, bloodlight attacks, it is more than capable of withstanding battles against most creatures. Even fierce avian predators like the griffin vulture would find themselves outmatched on land. Furthermore, Wu Hongyun observed that this griffin vulture was currently in a postnatal weakness phase, a fortuitous opportunity. If the griffin vulture could not take flight, defeating it would be a matter of mere moments. The distance remained too great for Wu Hongyun to accurately assess the griffin vulture's condition. Should its stamina still permit flight, he would be left longing from the ground. Estimating the distance at approximately 30 meters, he knew he could not deliver a fatal blow upon the vulture's ascent. To discern the reality, he cautiously advanced 3 meters, prompting the griffin vulture to emit a sharp cry. Clearly frightened, it sought to intimidate the approaching giant. Concluding that its state was compromised, Wu Hongyun sprang into action, swiftly darting towards the griffin vulture. The innate predator-prey dynamic is undeniable. A creature as colossal as the griffin vulture exhibiting fear towards a venomous python signifies its inability to engage in combat. As expected, the griffin vulture's wings flailed ineffectively, failing to lift it into the air, and it could only screech in terror from its nest. Delighted, Wu Hongyun realized that once he vanquished the griffin vulture, the serpent clan's dominion over the Devil Rainforest would merely be a matter of time. He would emerge as the sole king of this forest, The distance between them continued to diminish, and even if the griffin vulture managed to take flight, Wu Hongyun held immense confidence in his ability to eliminate it within the hesitation. The griffin vulture grew increasingly panicked, its horrifying cries echoing around. With scythe-like talons and a hooked beak, it was poised to launch an attack against Wu Hongyun. In its prime, the griffin vulture reigned supreme in the skies of the Devil Rainforest, unmatched by any avian adversary. Even if it could not subdue the venomous python on land, it would not sustain a single injury. Alas, in its weakened state, even flight proved arduous, and the likely outcome was becoming nourishment for the python. Wu Hongyun opened his maw wide, lunging for the griffin vulture. Though it reacted swiftly, its weakened condition drastically diminished its speed. Fortunately, it evaded capture. Yet its talons merely grazed Wu Hongyun's scales, producing sparks upon contact. Now was the moment. Wu Hongyun intentionally exposed a vulnerability. Knowing that the griffin vulture lacked the strength to penetrate his scales, allowing it to strike was inconsequential. Simultaneously, the griffin vulture revealed its own weakness, albeit with fatal consequences. Wu Hongyun swung his tail, propelling the griffin vulture away. As it soared through the air, blood spilled forth, and it recognized that further cries were futile. To blame, one could point to fate not favoring it. Wu Hongyun's speed ranks among the apex in the animal kingdom. With full acceleration, he outpaced the griffin vulture's descent. Upon the vulture's landing, Wu Hongyun revealed his venomous fangs, plunging them deep into the vulture's flesh while swiftly ensnaring it, until the griffin vulture succumbed to death. Its defeat was sealed. Whether human or beast, seizing the initiative invariably hinges upon the convergence of favorable timing, location, and human endeavor. Lacking any one of these elements results in a precarious predicament. The griffin vulture stands as a quintessential example. Before its demise, the griffin vulture's gaze remained fixed on the unhatched eggs within the nest, filled with helplessness and resentment. Alas, without the vulture's guardianship, these hatchlings would likely become prey for other creatures, even upon breaking free from their shells. Once the griffin vulture breathed its last, Wu Hongyun noticed a dozen unhatched eggs and obliterated them with a sweep of his tail, reducing them to mere ashes. The act of extermination may appear cruel, yet one must recognize that over the decades, the number of serpents falling victim to the talons of the vulture has reached figures not less than 8,000, if not 10,000. Moreover, this vulture resembles a creature of otherworldly origin. Allowing its progeny to mature would be akin to sharpening the knife for one's own demise. Such foolishly excessive compassion ought to be extinguished. With the demise of the vulture, the path for Wu Hongyun to dominate the Devil's Rainforest becomes increasingly unimpeded, necessitating merely a fraction of time for 100 giant pythons to handle the task. Subsequently, Wu Hongyun consumed the vulture's carcass, absorbing its essence on the spot. Within 20 hours, the vulture's body was entirely refined, successfully unleashing the fifth sigil. However, this time it bestowed upon Wu Hongyun an entirely different sensation. As the sigil was released, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. His vision was abruptly shrouded, and his awareness gradually dulled. Wu Hongyun found himself unable to command his own body. His massive form lay coiled upon the ground, motionless as a lifeless object, rendering the vicinity eerily silent. This was merely a trick of his senses. At that moment, Wu Hongyun furrowed his brow, as memories were incessantly washed over by an unseen force, and he sought to break free from this grip, only to find his consciousness firmly restrained. A thunderous wave struck his mind, miraculously shattering the confines of his awareness. In that instant, his mental power surged dramatically, even altering Wu Hongyun's perceptions. A series of chaotic images replaced his consciousness, overwhelming his mind with a torrent of information that was impossible to contain. The agonizing ache in his head felt like relentless waves of a river crashing one after another. Yet, despite the myriad of pains, Wu Hongyun did not succumb to unconsciousness. Rather, his clarity intensified. Gradually, he became aware of the distant calls of birds and beasts, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Suddenly, Wu Hongyun discovered he could regain control over himself, but the previous sensation felt as though his consciousness had detached from his body, interacting with the external world and bringing back sensations that felt incredibly real. Could it be an out-of-body experience? Wu Hongyun pondered, subsequently realizing he could comprehend the calls of the animals on a deeper level. This newfound ability felt as if his sensitivity had been magnified by his mental power, becoming grander in scale. However, the effect proved to be inefficient. As he moved beyond a certain distance, this newly acquired mental power would automatically dissipate, rendering it less effective than his innate sensitivity. Fortunately, possessing a multitude of skills may yet prove advantageous in the future. The release of the fifth sigil elevated Wu Hongyun's spirits, as long as he continued to decode its mysteries. Ascending to a higher echelon of strength would be well within reach. After nearly a month, Wu Hongyun returned to his domain, summoning 100 giant pythons to his side. With all threats eliminated, it was time to rule the Devil's Rainforest. Chapter 58. The Feathered Serpent Tribe. After several days of anticipation, the giant pythons arrived in succession. And within 2 months, serpents exceeding 5 meters in length gathered in the Devil's Rainforest. A rough tally revealed that among the 100 pythons, 4 exceeded 20 meters in length, while the others were no less than 15 meters. Additionally, there were over 1,000 pythons longer than 10 meters, with countless others around 5 meters. Hissing. Standing atop the mountain peak, Wu Hongyun issued commands to the giant pythons, yet they were so dim-witted that they could not grasp his instructions. Just as the moment of truth approached, this group of imbeciles faltered. The greater the number, the more complex the coordination became, leaving Wu Hongyun to watch them in bewilderment. Suddenly, he recalled the mental power he had gained from consuming the vulture. Since mental power could comprehend the actions and behaviors of other creatures within a certain range, perhaps dispersing it could yield control. Wu Hongyun resolved to attempt this, deeming it more prudent than succumbing to despair. Concentrating his consciousness, Wu Hongyun projected his mental energy in a subtle arc towards a giant python, infusing its awareness with his command. Coiling. Under Wu Hongyun's directive, the python obediently complied. Go fetch a branch. Catch a fish. The complexity of his commands increased, yet the python still comprehended and executed them flawlessly. After several trials, Wu Hongyun finally grasped the functionality of his mental power. It was as though his essence acted as a terminal system, using mental energy as a medium to transmit commands into their consciousness. Wu Hongyun breathed a sigh of relief. Henceforth, commanding the giant pythons would require considerably less effort. He subsequently deployed his mental power to instruct the 4 largest pythons, each leading 20 others along with a varying number of snakes to disperse in all 4 directions of the forest. Now, having sent the 4 colossal beasts of the forest to their demise, no creature within the Devil's Rainforest could rival these 4 pythons. Aside from food resources, Wu Hongyun had no intention of obliterating all life. He did not wish to transform this natural treasure into a desolate wasteland. His goal was merely to dominate the Devil's Rainforest, seeking a better environment for survival, while also preventing human intrusion. Should humans venture into his territory, Wu Hongyun could remain hidden, commanding the serpents to eliminate them. A 30-meter python would be enough to instill fear, and should Wu Hongyun grow to 50 meters or more, being discovered by humans would pose significant complications. Having once been human, Wu Hongyun understood the thoughts of mankind all too well. No matter how benevolent they might be, they would not permit a dangerous species to exist on Earth and would seek to eradicate it by any means necessary. The task of occupying strongholds fell upon the giant pythons, leaving Wu Hongyun in a state of utter boredom. The enhancement of power from the breakthrough of the 5 sigils had long since stabilized. Considering he had not rested in quite some time, he decided to take a reprieve, allowing himself to thoroughly appreciate the wonders of the Devil's Rainforest. The rainforest was vast, and many areas remained unexplored by Wu Hongyun. Thus, seizing this rare opportunity to find some joy in his otherwise monotonous existence seemed entirely justified. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Hongyun arrived at the western edge of the rainforest. It was said that this region was home to several primitive tribes, who, despite being genuine humans, had minimal contact with the advanced world outside. These individuals relied on their ignorant beliefs to sustain their meager lives. According to memory, the primitive people belonged to a tribe known as the Yusha tribe, venerating the feathered serpent god as their lifelong faith. The feathered serpent god, originating from Central American civilizations, is a widely revered deity, typically depicted as a serpentine figure adorned with feathers. This is easily understandable, yet it conceals many myths that Wu Hongyun could hardly recall in detail. Shifting his gaze to the members of the Yusha tribe, they survived through hunting, subsisting on the flesh and blood of wild beasts, using pelts for clothing, and employing the larger bones as weapons. All were enchanted by the legends of the feathered serpent god, believing themselves to be descendants of this deity. And some even erected a statue of the feathered serpent god at the center of their tribe. Rumors claimed that this statue could grant prayers to the serpent god. Such primitive humans, relying on their insignificant beliefs, had procreated for over 1,000 years. Many tales of the feathered serpent god had been buried by time. Yet they steadfastly adhered to their faith, convinced that worshipping the feathered serpent god was the ultimate sanctuary. Of course, many tribe members yearned for the outside world, betraying their faith to leave the tribe for that wretched realm. Yet those who escaped were branded as snake people by the so-called normal humans, a term laden with scorn and rejection. Because the Yusha tribe possessed an innate affinity for serpents, they could communicate effortlessly with them, transforming into street performers in the outside world. For instance, they would entwine snakes around their bodies, using musical instruments to guide the serpent's movements. However, this was not the most astonishing aspect. When a newborn entered the world, members of the Yusha tribe would drip the venom of a highly toxic snake upon the infant's body. In the worldview of the feathered serpent tribe, the venom of a snake is regarded as a divine gift bestowed upon infants, enabling them to cultivate amicable relations with serpents and enhance their immunity. Moreover, the feathered serpent tribe observes a peculiar coming-of-age ritual, wherein both boys and girls must venture into the mountains to capture a snake. In the eyes of the feathered serpent people, those who fail to catch a snake are eternally barred from procreation rights, thus preventing them from marrying and having children. For most humans, this is a source of profound anguish, particularly for these primal beings who are driven solely by faith and desire. Each spring, the feathered serpent tribe scours the fringes in search of serpents, capturing them not for harm, but for sustenance, releasing them after a designated period. The feathered serpent deity is the singular divine figure of the tribe, and at the year's end, they conduct a sacrificial ceremony. Under the guidance of their leader, Kiza, the tribe prepares offerings by night, which consist primarily of the natural enemies of snakes and exotic tropical fruits. Observing these proceedings from the shadows, Wu Hongyun finds the scene astonishing, yet he is also inclined to play tricks on these humans. The legendary feathered serpent god has long been deceased for millennia, yet their fervent faith stirs Wu Hongyun's emotions. Though he currently lacks the power to command the winds and rain like the feathered serpent god, he contemplates temporarily fulfilling the beliefs of these primitive folk. As night descends, the tribal square is illuminated by torches. On the sacrificial altar before the stone effigy of the feathered serpent deity lie 3 roasted wild bulls and a dozen golden eagles. Kiza leads the tribe in worship, dancing gracefully around the stone effigy, which encapsulates the cultural heritage of the feathered serpent tribe. To Wu Hongyun, this resembles a chaotic dance of spirits. Of course, what this group of primitive people perceives as a magical dance is merely their sacred ritual, a means of expressing their devotion to the feathered serpent deity. After the ceremony, it is time for Kiza to perform alone. For a millennium, no one from the feathered serpent tribe has been able to genuinely communicate with the serpent god. Yet the tribe persists in their annual rituals, seeking the deity's protection. This bears a resemblance to the ancestral rites of Huaxia, aimed at ensuring the continuity and peace of their lineage. As the newly appointed leader, Kiza approaches the stone effigy for the first time and touches it with his skin. In the eyes of the tribe, the feathered serpent god is a sacred entity unworthy of desecration. Only the leader is deemed worthy to touch it. Placing his hands on the cold stone, he seems to declare that the prayer has officially commenced. "Oh, all-powerful deity, your humble servant prays, hoping for your benevolence to once again bestow rain and blessings upon your people for generations to come." Suddenly, Kiza kneels, his face aglow with excitement. This is unrelated to the ceremony. Rather, a wondrous voice surges into his mind. "As you wish." Kiza's eyes brim with fervor as he gazes at the stone. His voice trembling, "Serpent God, you have truly descended, and we know you shall not forsake your people." A torrent of flattering words spills from Kiza's lips. And at that moment, a colossal black python coils around the stone effigy, its massive head suspended in the air, accompanied by a crisp hissing sound. Its scarlet eyes, akin to lanterns, scrutinize the ignorant crowd below. Yet, instead of fear, the tribe is filled with exhilaration, prostrating themselves and murmuring fervent prayers. The faith of the feathered serpent tribe, unwavering through the ages, compels them to risk life and limb for their serpent god. Remember, prepare a portion of this offering every day. Every person present hears the voice of the serpent god and hastily begins to bow and pray. The command of the serpent god is akin to a royal edict from ancient emperors, and they dare not defy it, feeling a profound honor in serving the serpent god. Once the great python departs, the tribe continues to pray, and more members gather. The following day, the tribe prepares food according to the serpent god's wishes, which resembles the previous day's offerings. The so-called serpent god descends amidst the expectations of the primitive people, consuming the offerings before retreating back into the forest. The serpent god has a voracious appetite, having devoured 5 roasted bulls, yet still unsatisfied. Without waiting for a direct command from the serpent god, the feathered serpent tribe swiftly enters a hunting frenzy, without a day's respite. Hunting animals in the forest proves arduous, yet to appease the serpent god, they tirelessly provide vast quantities of wild boars and buffaloes as offerings. due to limited resources. The tribe ventures 100 miles away to capture 2 wild boars and 1 buffalo. Under the relentless onslaught, animals have begun to vacate the area. The tribe trembles as they beseech the serpent god for forgiveness. The serpent god does not chastise them, further solidifying their unshakable faith. It is precisely due to this faith that the feathered serpent tribe experiences unexpected fortune. In the days to come, a giant python delivers sustenance daily, indicating that they need not hunt anymore. The python brings fierce creatures from the forest, including plentiful wild boars, and at times even tigers, leopards, and wolves. The tribe kneels before the serpent god, tears streaming down their faces, understanding that this is a blessing from the serpent god, a testament to their faith. The serpent god is, in fact, Wu Hongyun. After a period of observation, Wu Hongyun has come to fully comprehend the habits of these humans. They regard the feathered serpent god as their life as faith and possess the ability to coexist harmoniously with serpents. However, it is not solely due to faith. Rather, Wu Hongyun's profound love for cooked food has prompted him to serve as a vessel for their beliefs. The offerings are indeed delivered by Wu Hongyun, functioning as a token of gratitude. Time passes swiftly, and with less than half a month until the blooming of the white vine flower, Wu Hongyun relinquishes his desire for delectable cooked food. After all, sustenance only satiates hunger, far less important than enhancing his strength. Before departing, Wu Hongyun indulges in a hearty meal at the feathered serpent tribe, temporarily quelling his appetite. After spending 6 or 7 days, he returns to the canyon where the white vine flowers bloom. Wu Hongyun plans to wait here for several days until all the flowers bloom, to prevent them from being stolen by other creatures. Should mishaps occur while traversing the mountains, he would indeed feel compelled to bang his head against a wall. With time aplenty, Wu Hongyun is not lacking in patience. After 2 days of waiting, the white vine flowers gradually reveal their buds, and it appears that within 3 days, they will all be in full bloom. During this period, the giant python continues to deliver prey. Though the taste is notably inferior to cooked food, perhaps due to his refined palate. However, Wu Hongyun does not mind. He still finds a certain fondness for these bloody offerings. For a long time, he has suspected that this phenomenon stems from the blood dragon lineage, but soon dismisses the notion. Reflecting on his time at the breeding farm, when he had yet to encounter the blood pool, he was equally enamored with bloody food. It is likely a matter of innate disposition. Wu Hongyun enjoys remaining in a dormant state, as it subconsciously makes time seem to pass more swiftly. Before he knows it, an entire morning has slipped away. At this moment, as he spirals above the ground, a sudden unease washes over him. Initially believing a formidable foe approaches, he instinctively surveys his surroundings, yet detects no signs of danger. Could it be beneath? Wu Hongyun releases his spiritual energy, clearly sensing a seismic disturbance emanating from the depths. While imperceptible on the surface, he discerns that high-energy heat is surging upward from deep within the earth. This omen signifies an impending earthquake. The thermal energy is likely 50 kilometers below the surface, undetectable by ordinary animals, yet Wu Hongyun, with his heightened sensitivity, perceives even the slightest movement. Wu Hongyun's mind was somewhat in disarray. He feared no formidable adversary, yet how could one resist a natural disaster such as an earthquake with mere strength? To confront an earthquake unprepared would surely result in grave consequences, if not death. Humanity has calculated the might of earthquakes. A magnitude 7 quake unleashes a natural energy equivalent to that of 20 atomic bombs. Imagining the devastation wrought by the simultaneous detonation of 20 atomic bombs in a confined area is beyond comprehension. Prior to an earthquake, various abnormal phenomena occur. For instance, animals flee in droves, fish and shrimp thrash about in the rivers, and birds behave erratically. Such occurrences began to manifest before Wu Hongyun, confirming that an earthquake was imminent. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed upon the stone wall. He could not bring himself to leave, for his heart was tethered to the hundreds of white vine flowers awaiting bloom. Chapter 60. The earthquake. Those pristine flower buds represented Wu Hongyun's hope for the future. Should the earthquake reach a magnitude of 7 or higher, these yet-to-bloom blossoms would be ruthlessly obliterated by nature, perhaps vanishing forever from the world. This is precisely why Wu Hongyun was reluctant to depart. Regardless of the risk, he felt compelled to gamble, not on the magnitude of the earthquake, but on his own fortune to endure this calamity. Even if he could not preserve these white vine flowers, he hoped to salvage some seeds. Even the faintest glimmer of hope could, under his guardianship, blossom into a resplendent meadow. While the power of a magnitude 7 earthquake appears formidable, it is not sufficient to claim Wu Hongyun's life. History recounts numerous earthquakes that have left humanity in despair. The most potent earthquake recorded to date occurred in South America, a magnitude 9.5 quake in Chile, resulting in tens of thousands of fatalities and millions rendered homeless. Moreover, the subsequent catastrophic tsunami nearly obliterated over a dozen cities. In the southwestern region of his homeland, Huaxia, 3 significant earthquakes have also transpired. The first struck in the late 1970s, claiming over 200,000 lives and injuring countless others. However, this was the devastation caused by a magnitude 7.8 earthquake. The second occurred a decade ago, with an 8-magnitude quake burying 70,000 under rubble, injuring nearly 400,000, with the missing numbering in the thousands. A historical earthquake in the northwest region of Haiyuan County registered at 8.5, but that was in the 1920s, and Wu Hongyun was not well versed in the specific details. The death toll remains incalculable. Wu Hongyun felt profound sorrow for such natural disasters, having experienced their devastation firsthand. 6 hours later, he found himself the sole creature within a 100-mile radius. It has begun. Wu Hongyun swiftly moved from his position. The moment he stirred, the canyon and mountains commenced a frenzied tremor, with boulders cascading every few seconds. The intensity escalated, and the ground fissured, revealing jagged black crevices. Given these signs, the earthquake's magnitude was assuredly no less than 7.5. The number of tumbling rocks increased, and the river churned as if boiling, with fish and shrimp flipping onto their backs. The lofty peaks, once proud, began to fracture and crumble. Fully aware of the impending peril, Wu Hongyun approached the stone wall to guard the unbloomed flower buds. As boulders descended, his serpentine tail deflected them with ease. Yet, even with his formidable strength, it was finite. Many flower buds were inevitably destroyed. From over 300, only around 200 remained intact, and the earthquake showed no signs of abating. Relying on his instincts, Wu Hongyun estimated that the tremors would persist for at least 3 to 5 minutes. How many of the Bayan flower buds would survive by the time it concluded? As the earthquake commenced, dust and debris filled the air, darkness enveloped the land, and the once vibrant forest succumbed to an eerie silence. The earth, which nurtured all life, bore the scars of devastation. Spring typically brings gentle breezes. Yet this time nature's fury unleashed a violent tempest. The howling winds whipped up clouds of dust, obscuring the forest. A perilous situation, as inhaling such particles poses severe risks to life. The once mighty mountains lay in ruins, towering trees collapsing like a row of dominoes. The ground was riddled with black fissures, resembling a spider's web sprawled across the landscape. Nature seemed displeased with this scene, as aftershocks claimed countless animal lives in brutal fashion. The ground was a gruesome amalgamation of flesh and dust, resembling a hellscape. Fortunately, the earthquake's epicenter lay in the Demon Rainforest, where some flora and fauna on the outskirts managed to survive. Otherwise, countless species would have faced extinction. The earthquake lasted 4 minutes and 53 seconds, closely aligning with Wu Hongyun's prediction. With over 100 white Bayan flowers still standing, he contemplated claiming them all for himself. If only the earthquake had arrived at a more opportune time, just a few days later would have sufficed. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Otherwise, he would have been forced to flee with barely a remnant of the flowers. Wu Hongyun marveled at his fortune and ascended to the mountain's peak. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the Demon Rainforest, his heart stirred with profound astonishment. Trees lay toppled, mountains cleaved asunder, and a veil of dust obscured all signs of life for miles around. A massive rift had split a nearby mountain, as if cleaved in two. The fissures created by the earthquake were now veiled by tributaries, transformed into new watercourses. The marshlands had morphed into a colossal sinkhole, broader than Chihu Lake. This natural catastrophe had entirely reshaped the topography of the Demon Rainforest. The wrath of nature is indeed insurmountable. Wu Hongyun felt a flicker of relief. His decision to disperse the Serpent clan across various regions proved wise. His current area was undoubtedly a disaster zone, yet the serpents should have sustained minimal damage, possessing an inherent ability to sense impending disasters. As for the 100 giant pythons, their formidable strength provided protection, augmented by intelligence and instinct beyond their kin, ensuring their survival, or at worst, only sustaining serious injuries. At that moment, Wu Hongyun sensed a surge of power emanating from the sinkhole. This force felt pure, seemingly in harmony with nature, and remarkably potent. It must be some hidden treasure lying beneath the earth, unexpectedly encountered. Though he had suffered the loss of many white Bayan flowers, his spirits had lifted considerably. Natural treasures are rare and fortuitous. Even if the sinkhole did not conceal anything extraordinary, it would still prove beneficial to him. The white Bayan flowers demanded a significant investment of time, serving a singular purpose: to stimulate cellular vitality. As his strength continued to grow, the efficacy of the flowers would diminish. Feeling the energy surging from the sinkhole, Wu Hongyun was certain it would aid him in transcending his current capabilities. If he could decipher a few more pictographs or symbols, it would be an invaluable gain. Approaching the edge of the sinkhole, he observed its depth to be nearly 1,000 meters, the former marsh and sludge having vanished. Given Wu Hongyun's physique, descending would require utmost caution. A moment's inattention could lead to a fall. Though he might not perish, he certainly wished to avoid injury over such matters. With the earthquake just having ceased, aftershocks could still ravage the area, and the swirling dust stirred by the winds posed a significant threat to local fauna. Before descending, Wu Hongyun noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Several small stones hovered above the sinkhole's rim, seemingly defying gravity, with no inclination to fall. Wu Hongyun, while not an expert in the deeper intricacies of natural phenomena, was intrigued but did not dwell on it. As the saying goes, when the unexpected occurs, there is bound to be something amiss. To humans, or any other beings, the more unfathomable the situation, the greater the inherent danger. However, Wu Hongyun is an exception. He yearns to witness such extraordinary occurrences every day. As long as he can attain what he desires, even the greatest dangers are worth the risk. Chapter 61. Wanyan Shirlu. Upon truly entering the Tianqing, he realized that the reason stones do not fall is not due to any supernatural phenomenon, but rather because a powerful airflow within the cave generates a white mist that obscures visibility when it interacts with the external air. After an earthquake, the landscape undergoes alterations, significantly deviating from its original state, which is a rather normal natural response. The walls of the Tianqing are adorned with numerous uneven rocks, making the descent relatively effortless. However, upon reaching a depth of approximately 400 meters, Wu Hongyun discovered a patch of vegetation that had never been seen in the outside world. Yet, having endured the earthquake, it was now mostly deceased. How peculiar! What kind of plants could survive underground? Moreover, these plants differ from those above ground. While the latter grow upwards, these delve downwards, seemingly disregarding the necessity of photosynthesis. Wu Hongyun was perplexed, yet he did not concern himself too much with such matters. His primary objective was to ascertain whether there were any treasures within the Tianqing. If not, it would be a fruitless journey. Utilizing the roots and branches of the underground trees, Wu Hongyun swiftly arrived at the bottom of the Tianqing. At this moment, through his keen perception, he distinctly sensed the location of the treasures he sought. The depths of the Tianqing are interconnected with numerous passageways, and ultimately, Wu Hongyun chose the leftmost route. As he proceeded, he noticed water droplets seeping from the stone walls, accompanied by various strange plants. As he ventured deeper, the temperature suddenly plummeted. A bone-chilling cold that pierced his very core, even overwhelming Wu Hongyun's cold-resistant physique. It was evident that the temperature here was likely lower than that of a refrigeration unit. The wind at the bottom of the pit grew increasingly fierce, turning the chill into blades. Although it inflicted no physical harm on Wu Hongyun, it tormented his spirit unbearably. As he drew nearer, he felt the energy becoming increasingly palpable, prompting him to endure and continue forward. Drip. Water slowly fell from the stone wall, and following the sound, he beheld sharp stone pillars jutting out from above. A natural instinct for caution surged within him. After all, this eerie place had likely been devoid of life for an extended period, making it uncertain whether dangers lurked within. The sound of dripping water combined with the wind created a rather vexing noise. Wu Hongyun remained unfazed, maximizing his perception while maintaining his stride. By chance, a droplet fell precisely upon his head. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma, seemingly emanating from those droplets. This was no ordinary water, it was Shirlu. Wu Hongyun's heart soared with joy. No wonder after such a long journey. He could sense the presence of treasures, yet could not pinpoint their exact location. What he had encountered were the Shirlu dripping from the stone wall. The conditions for the formation of Shirlu are exceedingly complex, typically found deep within the Earth's rocks and requiring vast amounts of time to develop. In modern times, humanity has employed technological means to discover many relics, among which they found the fabled Zhongru Cave, where Shirlu also forms. But it is likely far inferior to what Wu Hongyun had uncovered. He could be certain that these Shirlu were undoubtedly over 10,000 years old and could be deemed treasures. If he were to consume all the Shirlu, he could harness their power to decipher patterns while simultaneously enhancing his inner energy and strength. Drip. The further he ventured, the more resounding the sound of Shirlu falling became. All converging in a small stone pit, the rich fragrance wafted into Wu Hongyun's senses, invigorating his spirit. As he drew closer, he saw that the stone pit was nearly filled with Shirlu, with a faint blue glow suspended above. My heavens, could it be that my senses have deceived me? Wu Hongyun's exhilaration swiftly transformed into astonishment, but not due to any misfortune. Upon reaching the edge of the stone pit, he realized that the Shirlu contained an unprecedented power, capable of aiding him in deciphering at least 7 patterns. It is known that 4 layers of patterns can lead to an explosive enhancement of Wu Hongyun's strength. One can only imagine the extent to which 7 patterns would elevate him. Breathing in the intoxicating aroma, Wu Hongyun inhaled deeply, discovering that his inner energy began to resonate with the Shirlu. Truly, a natural treasure. Wu Hongyun marveled, but after a few seconds, his joy intensified. Within the pit lay a small bowl formed from stone, appearing to be naturally sculpted. And the energy emanating from the Shirlu within was dozens of times more potent than that in the pit. Based on the scent, Wu Hongyun confidently deduced that the Shirlu in this bowl was over 100,000 years old. While 10,000-year-old Shirlu can indeed be classified as natural treasures, a specimen aged over 100,000 years cannot merely be described as such. A single drop of this Shirlu is sufficient to transform an ordinary person entirely. Indeed, it could even bring one back from the brink of death. Throughout history, many have misconstrued the concept of resurrection. Some believe it is possible to use a certain object to revive a deceased individual, yet that is not the case. If Wu Hongyun were gravely injured and on the verge of death, a single drop of 100,000-year-old Shirlu could restore him to his prime within mere seconds. After estimating, he concluded that such an effect could rival that of the blood pool from earlier, though regrettably, the quantity remained insufficient. In comparison to the lost white Bianhua, the appearance of the Shirlu instantly alleviated Wu Hongyun's previous gloom. Judging solely by the energy contained, a drop of 100,000-year-old Shirlu is equivalent to 300 Bianhua. This time, he had profited immensely. Wu Hongyun cherished the white Bianhua from the depths of his heart, for the more of these treasures, the better. Lamentably, they had been ruthlessly destroyed by the earthquake. However, consuming the 100,000-year-old Shirlu posed no difficulty for Wu Hongyun. Contemplating the abundance of Shirlu aged over 100,000 years, he felt conflicted, as he could only absorb approximately 20 grams at a time, amounting to about 10 drops. Should he attempt to consume it all at once, that energy would inevitably be wasted as excretion. Even with continuous consumption, it would take Wu Hongyun at least a year to fully absorb such a substantial amount of Shirlu, yet he could hardly endure the solitude any longer. After careful consideration, he decided to summon all the giant pythons to guard the Shirlu. After consuming around 10 drops of the 100,000-year-old Shirlu, Wu Hongyun emerged from the Tianqing in high spirits. He climbed to a high mountain peak, slowly opened his mouth wide, and emitted a resonant roar. Roar! This piercing cry could be heard throughout the forest for 300 miles. Shortly after the earthquake, most of the giant pythons were still in a state of panic. However, upon hearing the call of their king, they quickly steadied themselves and rushed over, for the Serpent King represented absolute power, and any who defied him would meet their demise. Chapter 62. Revival. Once all the giant pythons had gathered, some time was still needed. Seizing the moment, Wu Hongyun returned to the edge of the Tianqing, circling in place to refine the Shirlu within him. Merely 10 drops made him feel his physical strength gradually surging forth, akin to a basin of cold water boiling upon contact with hot water. This Shirlu could rival the snake gall from the purple-spotted giant python, though its effectiveness was only on par with 4 layers. If he were to consume all the 100,000-year-old Shirlu slowly, one could only wonder what terrifying effects might emerge. One snake gall enabled Wu Hongyun to decipher a single pattern, while the natural energy within the Shirlu equated to dozens of times that of the gall. However, Wu Hongyun did not hold overly high hopes, for the resources required for the Di Yanju would increase exponentially in later stages, making it difficult for even 100,000-year-old Shirlu to suffice, let alone 200,000 years. To truly attain the status of a deity, an immense amount of energy is required. Unbeknownst to me, 2 days have swiftly passed. At this moment, a multitude of colossal pythons has arrived, yet the stone milk within Wu Hongyun's abdomen has not been fully absorbed. It is possible that the serpents sensed the imminent blooming of the white Bian flower and hastened here after the tremors ceased, spurred on by Wu Hongyun's command. Curiously, the energy contained within those stone milks is inferior to that of the purple-spotted snake gall. The gall was absorbed in about a day, whereas the stone milk has taken considerably longer. Initially, Wu Hongyun doubted his own digestive capabilities, but gradually realized that the stone milk was rife with impurities. The purification and refining process of the Di Yanju also requires time, which has extended the absorption period considerably. Wu Hongyun straightened up, his icy crimson serpent eyes fixating on the colossal pythons. exuding an aura of regal authority that compelled them to cower in fear and await his next command. Wu Hongyun did not intend to display his dominance. Rather, he understood that in the animal kingdom, eternal loyalty is a myth. If it were not, the purple-spotted giant python would have received assistance from its kin during its demise. Therefore, Wu Hongyun aimed to solidify his rule by thoroughly instilling fear and obedience in the pythons, ensuring they would not dare entertain treachery. Loyalty, in this context, appears to be a mere jest, a term concocted by interest groups to blind the masses. Once the intimidation subsided, Wu Hongyun released his spiritual energy and issued commands to the serpents. Their task was straightforward: to guard the entrance of the celestial pit, preventing any creature from entering. The pythons complied obediently, encircling the pit's edge. This scene was haunting. Not only could other creatures sense the terrifying aura from several dozen miles away, but they also dared not approach. At this moment, Wu Hongyun's gaze was drawn to the white bind flower on the stone wall, his expression turning astonished. There were signs of regeneration. During the earthquake, most of the bind flower buds were destroyed, yet Wu Hongyun overlooked one crucial detail: the roots had remained alive. In some respects, plants exhibit a resilience that surpasses that of animals. Even when severed, they can regenerate with time. Unfortunately, the flowers had yet to fully bloom. Once the stone milk's refining process concluded, they should blossom in full. Wu Hongyun had contemplated sharing some stone milk with the pythons, but they were too foolish to even adjust their internal energy, rendering it a waste. Perhaps in the future, he could teach them, but for now, it was unnecessary. In the heart of M Country, Manhattan, New York, lies the world's financial epicenter, a place coveted by people from all nations. In a luxurious five-star hotel's presidential suite, a group of individuals convened for a meeting. Fraud, demon, worthless. Anthony, a supporter, exclaimed furiously. You promised us you would develop a cancer-resistant drug within 3 years. We invested $3 billion in your endeavor, yet there has been no progress. What is your true intention? Please grant us a bit more time. After all, cancer is a formidable challenge for humanity. I will succeed, Dr. Zoe replied awkwardly. I'm afraid, Dr. Zoe, my trust in you has reached its end, and so will the funding. Anthony's tone was resolute, clearly unwilling to continue the discussion. Seeing this, Zoe glanced helplessly at her assistant, who promptly activated the projector. The image displayed a plant with pristine white petals and pale greenish-white stems, resembling a delicate maiden poised to bloom, inciting a sense of greed. The assistant explained, Ladies and gentlemen, we previously introduced the white bind flower, which possesses unimaginable power capable of stimulating cellular vitality. Be quiet. Dear Zoe, I believe we should end this discussion. My trust has already dissipated, Anthony impatiently interrupted. Zoe had no choice but to reclaim the floor, stating, Gentlemen, if you wish to profit, please allow me just a minute to finish my explanation. Very well. This is your last chance. I hope you do not mock us. With Anthony calmed, Zoe smiled slightly and continued, 3 years ago, our research institute dispatched an exploration team, which encountered a swarm of pythons in the Devil's Rainforest, resulting in the loss of most members. Only 3 returned, and regrettably, they brought back but a single white bind flower. After years of research, we have developed a novel drug based on the white bind flower, capable of effectively eliminating cancer cells. As she concluded, Zoe gestured for her assistant to present a box of the drug to Anthony. Due to insufficient data, this medication is only suitable for early to mid-stage cancer. In late stages, it merely delays the onset. Therefore, I implore you to devise a plan, as the pythons are beyond the Institute's capacity to handle, and I ask for your assistance. Can you guarantee this drug is truly effective? Anthony inquired skeptically. Oh, my God. Please do not question the fruits of our labor. Zoe replied, slightly irked. You may take the drug to test it on a patient, but remember, there is only one box, and without the white bind flower, mass production is impossible. Anthony, a shrewd businessman, understood that many would be interested in such a drug. With capital backing, if the endeavor succeeded, profit would be a modest goal. Furthermore, this drug could grant a dominant position in the global arena. According to the World Medical Data Center, nearly 10 million cancer patients succumb annually, amidst a global population of only 7 billion. This figure is utterly staggering. It grips the lifeblood of those seeking survival, or even the lifeblood of entire nations. Chapter 63. The Holy Judgment Mercenary Group. Cancer is a demon feared by many. Conventional treatments typically involve chemotherapy, yet many patients, post-treatment, resemble the living dead. However, with the presence of the white bind flower, utilizing its rare and exceptional medicinal properties, coupled with minimal side effects akin to chemotherapy, It could be priced at $10,000 or more and still find eager buyers. Should mass production become feasible in the future, it would equate to controlling the very essence of human life. Contemplating such a prospect, a bold idea surfaced in Anthony's mind. Of course, the primary objective is to locate the white vine flower and return with it for large-scale cultivation. Gentlemen, I must remind you, the white vine flower will bloom soon, and its blooming period is limited, so please expedite your efforts. Zoe cautioned. You need not worry about that. I will enlist the strongest mercenary groups from Europe and North America, ensuring the white vine flower is secured within the allotted time. For the sake of the flower, Anthony was willing to pay any price, as mere money was inconsequential. Before departing, Anthony paused, turning back with a smile. Dr. Zoe, I hope your words prove true. Should there be any discrepancies, terminating sponsorship will be the least of your concerns. Your life shall be forfeit. I swear to God, I would never deceive you. I hope so. 3 days later, in the gradually reviving Devil's Rainforest, a small team of humans emerged. This group was equipped with various firearms and cold weapons, including a burly man carrying a rocket launcher, appearing quite exaggerated. The tropical jungle's concealed terrain and narrow spaces rendered many firearms ineffective, necessitating the use of cold weapons when the situation demanded. In large-scale warfare, firearms are preferred, yet in smaller skirmishes, cold weapons are often more advantageous. A mere dagger can greatly enhance a team member's chance of survival. Regarding these commonplace details, the members of the formidable mercenary group, Shinkai, have etched them deeply in their minds. Shinkai ranks among the world's premier mercenary organizations, and they have accepted a commission from the renowned Heisen Chemical Group of New York to venture into the Devil's Rainforest in search of the legendary white beehive flower. Humanity harbors a profound reverence for the Devil's Rainforest. As its very name suggests, it is a realm inhabited by demons, not to mention the ferocious beasts. Even the most inconspicuous plants can prove fatal. A moment's carelessness could indeed lead to a grave demise, leaving no trace behind. Yet, as the adage goes, for wealth, a man will risk his life. Heisen Group has offered a staggering sum of $100 million. The trees are colossal. Mercenary groups share a common trait. They do not fight for ideals, but for profit. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, money can make the devil push the millstone. And these individuals embody this principle to its fullest extent. Once the monetary goal is met, what value does life hold? The allure of $100 million proved irresistible to Shinkai, and after extensive negotiations, they raised the price to $120 million. To this end, they dispatched their most elite team, consisting of 20 individuals currently present in this treacherous jungle. Carlos, a former veteran of a special operations unit from the United States, had participated in numerous large-scale foreign campaigns before joining Shinkai. His motivation was also financial, as being a mercenary is far more comfortable than serving in the military. Upon accepting the mission from Shinkai, Carlos was the first to volunteer, and today he finally arrived at the Devil's Rainforest. Carlos led the advance, tasked with clearing the path. In any situation, the Pathfinder is the most susceptible to peril, especially in such a complex and dangerous natural environment. Should a venomous snake emerge, Carlos would be the first to fall. Damn it, Captain, had I known it would be like this, we should not have come. Perhaps we ought to consider retreating. Carlos lamented. The captain, codenamed Scorpion, lived up to his name with his acerbic demeanor. Fool, endure a little longer. If we complete the mission, we'll be millionaires. Do you still need to take such risks? As a member of Shinkai, Carlos's suggestion to retreat was seen as cowardly. Of course, if you wish to leave. We won't stop you. Haha. His comrades jeered. Carlos shot an angry glare at Nalanda. Idiot. Wait until you're bitten by a snake before mocking me. As they advanced deeper, the dangers became increasingly apparent. The team encountered several black caimans, piranhas, fiercely aggressive hawks, and water pythons stretching nearly 10 meters in length. Peril lurked everywhere, and Carlos unwittingly fulfilled the prophecy of his fate, being bitten by a tricolor pit viper. Fortunately, he had brought anti-venom, which saved his life just in time. Nalanda, who had previously mocked Carlos, suffered his own retribution when struck by a Mexican jumping viper, managing to survive only thanks to the antidote. At this moment, all members of the team felt a surge of regret, wishing they had never ventured to such a place. The terrain was treacherous, with countless ferocious beasts and venomous insects, alongside an array of toxic plants. This area rightfully earned its title as the Devil's Rainforest. It was as if demons lurked in every shadow, appearing far more terrifying than the enemies encountered on the battlefield. After all, in combat, dangers can be confronted. Here, threats arise silently. The underbrush and foliage concealed numerous snakes and poisonous creatures, seemingly camouflaging them within the vibrant wilderness. The team spent nearly 3 days navigating the rainforest before finally reaching a tributary, where they paused to rest. Each individual bore immense pressure and fatigue, yet their survival instincts remained commendable. In the midst of their waning spirits, they continued to advance methodically. Nayland cursed, "Damn it, we've been blocked by a river. We should have brought boats." Carlos retorted, "Fool, do you think you could carry such heavy gear? Besides, wasn't there an inflatable boat?" Captain Scorpion intervened, "Enough. Given our current predicament, retreat is no longer an option. Let us prepare the inflatable boats and proceed along the designated route. Once we cross this tributary and scale 5 mountains, we will reach our destination. Come on, everyone, let us give it our all. Success is within our grasp." The 5 inflatable boats were inflated, and the 20 individuals boarded one after another to cross the river. The waters were calm, and they encountered a few piranhas, which, rather than attacking indiscriminately, were merely sensitive to blood. Suddenly, Captain Scorpion recalled that the Devil's Rainforest is one of the last pristine areas on Earth, still inhabited by many indigenous tribes. These natives rely on ancient methods for survival. If they could locate them, it might provide significant assistance in navigating their course. Many team members expressed their support, as it would help avoid numerous wrong turns and hazardous obstacles. The map provided by Heisengroup was not precise, only indicating a rough route. Finding a local guide would be the best option. Hours later, following the river, they reached the opposite bank. They disembarked, leaving one person behind to deflate the inflatable boats for convenience. Suddenly, one team member noticed a fruit tree along the riverbank and approached to shake its branches, causing clusters of red berries to fall into the water. "Haha, these berries look delicious," the team member exclaimed, quickly wading into the water to scoop them up. The berries were a vibrant red, resembling the color of Fuji apples, enticing enough to take a bite. "Stop, those fruits may be poisonous," Captain Scorpion instinctively warned. But it was too late. The team member sheepishly responded, "Surely they can't be toxic." The berries proved harmless. Yet as the team member submerged his hand into the water, he unwittingly attracted a pack of piranhas. In an instant, a swarm of fish leaped from the water, their serrated teeth ravenously biting at the team member's arm and thigh submerged in the water. "Ah, help me." The agonizing cries echoed as nearby teammates were startled, some attempting to leap in to save him, but were halted by Scorpion's command. Scorpion frowned. "Those are piranhas. If he were on shore, it might be manageable. But in the water, he is beyond saving. We don't even know how many piranhas are lurking beneath. Going in would only lead to further casualties." The team member's pain screams lasted less than a minute before his entire body was submerged, ultimately becoming nothing more than a skeleton, carried away by the current. The gruesome ordeal of the piranhas consuming him took less than 3 minutes. "Oh God, I think it's best we turn back." Thankfully, the boat did not capsize. Had they fallen in, it could have been fatal. Death is a commonplace occurrence for mercenaries. Upon entering the Devil's Rainforest, they had already mentally prepared for such an outcome. After all, every mission carries a likelihood of death, and if luck is not on their side, they could have perished countless times. Yet, in the face of substantial monetary rewards, they still willingly embraced the danger. Death among comrades had become a routine occurrence, and the remaining team members quickly composed themselves, raising their vigilance to the highest level. Captain Scorpion declared, "All right, team, let us stay alert. As long as we can find those white flowers soon, we can escape this hellish place, and there are generous rewards awaiting us." After organizing their gear, the team resumed their march forward. Unbeknownst to them, at the onset of their journey into the Devil's Rainforest, they had already caught the attention of a certain creature lurking within the forest. Humans lack the perceptive abilities of animals, and they continued to curse the higher-ups of their organization and the hellish forest around them. Perhaps only upon encountering a creature over 30 meters long would they truly experience regret. Death is a terrifying concept for ordinary individuals. However, for those who tread the fine line between life and death, it pales in comparison to the myriad of horrors that exist in this world, horrors they can never withstand. After nearly 6 days of arduous travel, the team finally approached their destination, having sought in vain for primitive tribes along the way. Fortunately, the aftershocks of the recent earthquake had subsided. The mercenary known as Duxie surveyed the ravaged mountains and forests, analyzing the desolation with a keen eye. "Oh God, when will we be able to return?" Nayland gazed skyward with a flicker of hope. "Captain, this area has been affected by the earthquake. We should navigate through the left side of the mountain to reach our goal," suggested Carlos. "I refuse," Nayland retorted sharply. "Carlos is a fool. Taking a detour will only consume more time. The employer has allotted us a mere half-month, and we have already squandered most of it. You are correct. We must traverse through the earthquake zone directly to our destination, Duxie decisively declared, putting an end to further discussion. Each team member displayed a sense of resignation. However, reflecting upon their backgrounds as elite soldiers from various specialized forces in M country, they possessed physical capabilities and intellect beyond the reach of ordinary men, coupled with an indomitable will, rendering them a formidable force in the West. Yet, in terms of ground combat, they fell short compared to certain elite units from Huaxia, the true pioneers of land warfare. Observing the team's relatively stable morale, Duxie called out, "Let us set forth, brothers." The group navigated the treacherous earthquake zone, contending with deep ravines, countless fallen trees, and boulders that occasionally tumbled down from the mountains, all of which significantly delayed their progress. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the mountain's base, only to be stunned by the scene before them. The once continuous mountain range had been violently fractured by the earthquake, revealing shadowy, profound fissures that resembled gateways to hell. In the face of nature's might, humanity appeared insignificant. They could ascertain that the quake must have registered above a magnitude of 7. Duxie inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. "Brothers, we must descend." The cliffs were perilously steep, but armed with climbing ropes and grappling hooks, the mercenaries were well equipped for the descent. Duxie approached the cliff's edge, securing the rope to a massive boulder in preparation for their descent. Suddenly, a hissing sound pierced the air, causing every hair on Duxie's body to stand on end. Instinctively, he peeked over the edge. Oh my God! Panic surged within him, and he instinctively recoiled, sitting on the ground while gasping for breath. The other team members, witnessing their captain's reaction, grew curious and leaned over to glimpse what lay at the bottom of the cliff. The sound that followed was not that of a snake, but rather the collective intake of breath from the humans. Heaven help us, we should never have ventured into this devil's abode. The sight revealed a mass of enormous pythons, each potentially measuring over 10 meters in length, capable of swallowing them whole. The Shunkai mercenary group, established in the last century, had participated in numerous large-scale battles and witnessed the chaos of warfare, yet they had never encountered such a paralyzing sight. Below the cliff lay tens of thousands of pythons writhing in a terrifying display, far more grotesque than any snake farm. The mercenaries turned pale, struggling to comprehend the sheer number of giant serpents. Duxie suppressed his fear, cautiously surveying the cliffside. Above, hundreds of white flowers bloomed, exuding an ethereal purity reminiscent of youthful innocence. White flowers. Bianhua. Duxie quickly retrieved a photograph for comparison, confirming his suspicions and feeling a wave of regret wash over him. At that moment, one of the team members accidentally dislodged a small stone, sending it tumbling down the cliff. Chapter 65, surrounded on all sides. Instinctively, everyone held their breath, fearing it might provoke the serpents below, perhaps by divine favor. The stone's descent went unnoticed by the snake swarm. Swallowing hard and wiping the sweat from his brow, Duxie managed to steady his nerves. "Be cautious with your movements. We cannot afford any more accidents," he whispered urgently. The other team members were visibly shaken, their faces devoid of color, some even trembling, their breaths becoming rapid. Once he regained his composure, Duxie turned to Carlos and said, "The white flowers on the cliff are our objective. If we retrieve them, our mission will be accomplished. Carlos will be responsible for descending and collecting the flowers, and upon success, he will receive a greater share of the reward. Is that agreeable to everyone?" No. The team unanimously expressed their reluctance to undertake such a perilous task, fearing for their lives. Carlos, unconcerned with the prospect of extra compensation, shook his head vigorously. "Absolutely not. Apart from the height of the cliff, if we disturbed the snake swarm below, I would meet my end, dragging all of you down with me." While the team was equipped with firearms, they knew ammunition would eventually run out, and the sheer number of serpents below promised certain death for all. Duxie, unable to contain his frustration, hissed, "Coward. You must understand that we have but one chance. Time is of the essence. Any further delay will lead to our failure, and that $100,200,000 will slip away. Are you willing to let that happen? With such a substantial sum at stake, why not take the risk? The organization only takes 25%, the remainder belongs to us. Even if divided equally, each person would receive 3 to 4 million, allowing us to escape this perilous lifestyle. Surely, it is worth the gamble." Duxie's ruthless ambition for profit was beyond ordinary comprehension. He would not relinquish this golden opportunity in the face of such enticing rewards. "Foolish. I will not descend to collect the flowers. Even if I succeed, how will we escape?" Carlos remained obstinate. "Let me go," volunteered another team member. In light of this, Duxie turned to Carlos and said, "You have disappointed me. Once we return, You need not remain with my team. Feel free to leave. The higher-ups will handle it fairly. Carlos appeared indifferent. But no one paid heed to his words. The chosen team member, following Duxie's instructions, carefully approached the cliff's edge, securing the rope before beginning his descent. The rest of the team remained tense, their palms slick with sweat as they gripped the rocky surface, fearing an unforeseen accident. As he descended, the team member inadvertently dislodged some loose stones. Fortunately, the snake swarm remained undisturbed. Upon successfully reaching the first Billionaire, Duxie felt a flicker of hope. His gaze was filled with anxiety as he silently prayed for the team member's safety. Suddenly, the team member let out a startled cry as his foot slipped, instinctively grasping a nearby vine. Although the rope would prevent him from falling, this very action triggered a disaster. The vine he clutched began to sway perilously, and the other end unexpectedly detached from the rock. They could only watch in horror as a large chunk of rock plummeted to the ground. Boom! The rock struck the earth with a resounding crash. My heavens! Gasps erupted from everyone. At that moment, the snake swarm finally reacted, raising their menacing eyes towards the suspended human, their lethal instincts igniting. Captain, quickly, pull me up. The team member dangled in midair, panicked and pleading for help. Reel in the rope. Duxie commanded swiftly. Once the team member was safely retrieved, they would need to escape immediately, or else the serpents would launch their deadly assault. Meanwhile, the hundreds of giant pythons circling the sinkhole sensed the disturbance, their vibrant scales twisting as their brown eyes glimmered ominously. The giant pythons no longer hesitated, acutely aware of the presence of intruders. How could the king's territory allow other creatures to tread upon it? As the pythons ascended the cliffs, the scorpion, true to its name, displayed resolute tactics, urging, "Stop dragging your feet. We must flee quickly, or we will all perish." Fool! Scorpion! Your entire family shall be slain by Satan. A team member screamed in a fit of rage, but alas, no one paid him any heed. Hurry, increase your pace. Brothers, we must move swiftly. The pythons are fast. It seems we cannot escape. We should find a hiding place first. The members of the Shunkai mercenary group were all elite, and although they were currently flustered, their retreat showed no signs of disarray. If they could secure a favorable position before the pythons caught up, perhaps they could retaliate with their firearms. The sound of bullets slicing through the air pierced the silence, striking several of the pythons at the front. However, they lacked the formidable defenses of the king, and crimson blood immediately oozed from their skin, hissing in fury at the sight of their wounded comrades. The pythons did not charge forward. Instead, they formed a tight encirclement, leaving no escape for the human team. All creatures possess a degree of intelligence and a hint of spirituality. Under the king's training, they had become more orderly and would, in the future, develop even more refined tactics. Even the king of beasts would feel a twinge of fear under such encirclement, let alone the humans who were known for their cowardice. Oh heavens, this group of pythons has surrounded us. What shall we do next? Carlos quivered as he asked. Do not act rashly. Let us rest and understand the python's intentions before making any moves. With firearms in hand, they will not dare to approach us, replied the scorpion. The scorpion possessed some knowledge of animals. When unable to eliminate their prey, they often opted for a war of attrition, exhausting their quarry before launching a final attack. Unfortunately for these humans, their misfortune lay in the fact that they were not pursued by a single python, but rather 100 or more, each measuring over 10 or even 20 meters long. Suddenly, the pythons emitted a series of piercing shrieks, their voices echoing from all directions. At this moment, the scorpion realized that he and his team were trapped in a dire situation. But then, another sound sent chills down their spines. The thunderous roar echoed like a mighty storm, as if heavy machinery were being operated in the forest, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing down. The scorpion felt an ominous premonition and shouted with all his might, "Brothers, prepare yourselves for a desperate fight. Let us battle for Shunkai." In truth, the team members had already readied themselves for combat, loading their magazines and ensuring they had spare ammunition at the ready. The pythons hissed violently, poised to welcome the imminent arrival of the king. All the humans present were filled with dread, pondering what manner of creature could command such massive pythons to yield. They regretted embarking on this mission. The Devil's Rainforest was indeed not a realm meant for humanity. The once formidable Shunkai mercenary group now found itself bereft of its former bravado. With a roar that seemed capable of piercing the heavens, the atmosphere trembled throughout the jungle. The pythons joined in the cacophony, heightening the terror of the king's roar. A massive black python, swift as a shadow, appeared before the humans before they could even react. Its scales glistened in the sunlight, measuring over a meter in thickness and 37 meters in length. Most astonishingly, a fleshy horn protruded from its forehead, resembling a grotesque tumor in the eyes of humans. The black python coiled around a nearby tree, its blood-red eyes fixed intently upon the humans, every pore emanating an aura of lethal intent. As seasoned mercenaries accustomed to confronting death, they could instinctively sense the profound menace radiating from the creature. The remaining 18 members of the team were paralyzed by fear, their minds unraveling as terror and astonishment consumed their thoughts. How could such a colossal python exist in this world? The black python's gaze was laced with mockery and derision, intensifying the humans' dread. Could it be that this 30-meter-long python possessed intelligence? As one, they swallowed hard, unwilling to lower their guard, yet too fearful to fire their weapons, lest they provoke the beast. Their hands trembled, causing their firearms to quiver, as they clung to the hope that their modern weaponry might offer a means of escape. Just a flicker of hope. To the oblivious humans, the murderous intent emanating from Wu Hongyun was palpable. How dare they covet the white bind flower? They must be weary of life itself. The white bind flower was something Wu Hongyun had risked his life to protect during the earthquake. It was his inverse scale, and he could not allow humans to defile it. Any creature daring enough to trespass would meet only death. Recently, Wu Hongyun had consumed a white bind flower and was still in the process of absorbing its essence when he sensed the presence of humans, confirming they were heading towards the location of the flower. Having been disturbed by humans multiple times before, Wu Hongyun harbored an irrepressible aversion towards them. This time, their audacity to encroach upon the white bind flower enraged him to the core. To Wu Hongyun, firearms were mere metal blocks, ineffectual against him. Even if they wielded rocket launchers, the outcome would remain unchanged. Nowadays, he could withstand incoming missiles, let alone such trivial weapons. Of course, a single missile could be endured, but a multitude might prove overwhelming. Humanity's ingenuity was indeed formidable. While they had created things that might benefit nature, most were merely products driven by self-interest, leading humanity down the path of degeneration. Consider the firearms in the hands of these humans. How many lives had been extinguished by such devices? As Wu Hongyun contemplated their fate, one of the humans suddenly snapped, pulling the trigger and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The others, startled, instinctively followed suit, squeezing their triggers in a frenzy. The cacophony of bullets discharging irritated Wu Hongyun. He opted not to resist, but instead swung his tail, knocking the airborne bullets to the ground. This was only a fraction, as many bullets struck his body, creating sparks and the sound of metal colliding. A roar reverberated across the mountains and fields, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that shattered nearby trees and rocks. Observing the faint marks left by the bullets upon his scales, a surge of rage flooded Wu Hongyun's being. Originally, the humans had been cowed by his overwhelming presence, but now, one had broken ranks, robbing him of the opportunity to strike first. Wu Hongyun abhorred being passive. The fact that a group of humans had seized the initiative left him profoundly vexed. Waves of oppressive force emanated from him, pinning the humans down as if gravity had intensified, threatening to crush their very bones. Presently, Wu Hongyun's inner energy could coalesce into a tangible form, yet it could not extinguish life through mere pressure. However, it could exert a significant influence over such minuscule beings as humans. Suddenly, the humans felt as though their nerves were being constricted, and even the slightest movement became an arduous task. Under such a terrifying aura, the renowned scorpion of the mercenary world felt a sense of despair. Wu Hongyun channeled his inner energy, unleashing an invisible yet tangible force that radiated outward from his center. This energy, like a circular blade, shattered everything in its path. With several individuals being violently torn apart, their organs ruptured, while the remaining humans fared little better. The optic nerve was utterly devastated by the internal energy, with the meridians severed and signs of bone fractures evident. Wu Hongyun had no intention of sparing them. He began to channel the Di Yen Ju, augmenting his internal energy, preparing to obliterate this group of individuals. The range of his internal energy was modest, spanning merely 300 meters. Yet the explosive force generated was more than sufficient to eliminate several humans. The mercenaries were gravely injured, with 6 succumbing to the relentless torment of the internal energy, while the remaining members fainted under the pressure. Recently, Wu Hongyun had refined 10,000 years' worth of stone milk, forming a unique pattern, which subsequently amplified the potency of his internal energy. As one progresses, breakthroughs become increasingly challenging. However, the rewards are astonishing once achieved. What astonished Wu Hongyun the most was that the piercing shriek had transformed into a roar, now imbued with offensive capability. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, It could shatter leaves in normal conditions, and when enhanced by the Di-Yanju and propelled by internal energy, its attacking force would multiply several times. Seeing the entire group sprawled on the ground, Wu Hongyun shifted his focus. His primary objective was to refine the white bind flower he had consumed. The white bind flower had fully bloomed just days prior, totaling only 300 blossoms. After Wu Hongyun had devoured the majority, merely 70 remained. Following his departure, the giant pythons prepared to treat the humans as food. A few regained consciousness and instinctively struggled, only to be mercilessly constricted and killed by the pythons. In their hunger, the pythons nearly turned on one another, with the unfortunate humans paying the ultimate price. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs and viscera, which had been reduced to a pulpy mess, rendering them inedible. Thus, the elite squad of the Holy Judgment mercenary group was entirely annihilated. Chapter 67. A new realm as long as the Serpent clan existed within the Devil's Rainforest. The refined merchants of the Haishan group would forever be deprived of their coveted white bind flower. They might send emissaries in the future, but who could predict what lay ahead? This time, a 37-meter giant python appeared. Next time it could be 40 meters or even beyond comprehension. Upon reaching the mountain's edge, Wu Hongyun discovered that one of the white bind flowers was missing, and a human was suspended in midair. Cursed wretch! These flowers had been guarded at the cost of his life, and now one was snatched away by this human, igniting his fury. The human was desperately climbing upward when he suddenly felt a chilling, murderous intent piercing through him, instinctively glancing down the cliff. In disbelief, he witnessed a serpent of unimaginable size. No, upon closer inspection, it was an extraordinarily large king cobra. Even more terrifying was the giant snake's crimson eyes, fixated upon him. Its anger unmistakably evident. This sensation was palpably real, as if the serpent would leap forth at any moment. Damn scorpion! If I escape, I will ensure your entire family meets their end. In his extreme terror, he was unaware that the scorpion he cursed had long since become a restless spirit in the wilderness. Wu Hongyun concentrated his internal energy, swiftly cleaving the suspended human in two. The body plummeted to the ground, shattered beyond recognition. The white bind flower, plucked from the human's grasp, slowly descended, and Wu Hongyun, with no inclination to waste, devoured it before diving into the forest, intent on fully absorbing the flower's energy. Having consumed a considerable quantity of white bind flowers previously, Wu Hongyun felt little change, save for a significant elevation in strength to a new tier. Once the absorption was complete, he planned to swallow the remaining white bind flowers in one go, for time was of the essence. Delay would lead to wilting. It was the perfect opportunity to test the limits of the white bind flower. After spiraling through the depths of the forest for nearly 2 days, he finally absorbed all the energy, yet still felt unsatisfied, sensing he had not reached his limits. Returning to the stone wall, he consumed all that remained, continuing his absorption in the forest. The remaining 100 or so flowers gradually transformed into a crimson energy, prompting a strong shift within Wu Hongyun's body. It felt as though molten lava coursed through his veins, bestowing immense power upon every cell, while simultaneously stimulating rapid cellular division. Not only that, but his internal energy began to grow even without the Di-Yanju in operation, spurred on by the potency of the white bind flowers. At this critical juncture, Wu Hongyun seized the opportunity to activate the Di-Yanju, prepared to decode the remaining patterns. 20 hours swiftly elapsed. Boom. 2 patterns were deciphered, and his internal energy surged in tandem, the snake's body visibly elongating at a remarkable rate. After 6 hours, his strength stabilized, and his serpentine form had astonishingly grown to 39 meters. In comparison to before, this was a tremendous breakthrough. The energy from the white bind flowers had not yet been fully expended, and Wu Hongyun sensed an impending rapid growth efficiency. He reminisced about his early days as a snake. His current efficiency was almost indistinguishable from those initial days. To further his training, Wu Hongyun summoned the pythons, commanding them to guard the Devil's Rainforest for an extended period. The pythons were perplexed, as their king rarely vanished. Surely something significant had transpired? In truth, Wu Hongyun sought to solidify his power, far simpler than the pythons imagined. Over the next 3 years, apart from emerging once a year during the blooming of the white bind flowers, he remained in a concealed location. In the first year, he devoured 200 flowers entirely. In the second year, he consumed over 300 flowers, granting a portion to the pythons while the remainder filled his belly. In the third year, facing yet another bottleneck, he devoured 400 out of 500 flowers, distributing the rest among the pythons. In just 3 years, Wu Hongyun underwent remarkable transformation. Now, he boasted a serpentine length of 46 meters, with a girth nearing 2 meters, and the pronounced bony protrusion on his forehead was ever more evident. With scales the size of 2 palms. Most terrifying was his venom. To test its potency, Wu Hongyun injected it into a 3-square-kilometer lake, resulting in the immediate poisoning and death of all aquatic life. His mental control had become second nature, extending to a range of 2 kilometers, meaning nothing within that distance could escape his grasp. Even the fall of a single leaf could be distinctly perceived. The patterns of the Di Yanju had reached the 10th level, and the density of his internal energy was likely unparalleled. His defensive capabilities rivaled 10 layers of steel, the extent of their strength still beyond estimation. Wu Hongyun predicted he could withstand 2 missiles without difficulty. The power emanating from his body was undeniably greater than before, though its lethality had not significantly increased. However, the range of its influence had expanded considerably. Within 3,000 meters, all ordinary creatures would feel its effects. Within 500 meters, it could stifle their movements, and within 100 meters, it could obliterate their internal organs and bones. Most unexpectedly, the potency of his bloodlight had explosively amplified, serving as the very weapon that had felled the bay crocodile. Wherever the bloodlight reached, flora and fauna within 100 meters were annihilated in an instant, leaving behind a massive pit several meters deep. Faintly, signs of incineration could be detected. Wu Hongyun contemplated the continuous rise of his power. If he were to cultivate the bloodlight to its pinnacle, he might very well incinerate all things in existence. Due to Wu Hongyun's experimentation, the bloodlight can effortlessly shatter a massive boulder, with the heat it generates capable of melting stone. At the moment of merging the 10th pattern with the acupoint, Wu Hongyun's strength reached an unparalleled level, one that humanity could not achieve in 3 centuries. The only lament is that the white Bianhua lost its efficacy on Wu Hongyun. Unless consumed in a quantity of 2,000, significant changes are unlikely. The 10,000-year stalactite in the pit had long been devoured. Otherwise, relying solely on the white Bianhua over 3 years would not have allowed Wu Hongyun to grow to such a stature. Although the 10,000-year stalactite offered little assistance, he decided to keep it, thinking he could share it with the giant pythons if necessary. Now that Wu Hongyun has reached a new realm, this bottleneck period proves to be the most challenging stage to transcend. In Chapter 68, The Monkey Horde, without any unforeseen events, Wu Hongyun roamed the rainforest, admiring the scenery. However, he adhered to a strict principle. Any encounter with animals in their breeding phase must not be disturbed. This principle applied only to non-threatening creatures to the serpent clan, such as eagles and leopards, which he would undoubtedly choose to drive away or eliminate given the opportunity. Wu Hongyun did not elaborate on this matter, but over time, the serpent clan began to adhere to this guideline. Regarding the feathered serpent tribe, Wu Hongyun occasionally visited them for a change of taste. The faith of the feathered serpent tribe in Wu Hongyun had reached an unbreakable level. They were willing to give everything for this serpent deity. Wu Hongyun did not merely take. He also sent giant pythons to deliver prey to the feathered serpent tribe, alleviating their hunting burdens. One day, Wu Hongyun spiraled above an open meadow, basking in the warmth of the sun. This location lay at the periphery of the Devil Rainforest, upstream of the Devil River, featuring a broad lawn characterized by tranquility, devoid of the sounds of birds or beasts. Wu Hongyun occasionally retreated here to nurture his leisure. The sole irritant was the peculiar weather. One moment the sky was clear, and the next, a torrential downpour could ensue, repeatedly disrupting his serenity. The place where Wu Hongyun currently resided could hardly be considered a true periphery, merely classified as such due to the vastness of the Devil Rainforest, where no humans dared to tread. Yet, circumstances often caught Wu Hongyun off guard. Just as he had finally entered a state of slumber, he was abruptly awakened. How could there be humans again? Did they not value their lives? Wu Hongyun felt an immense anger and distinctly sensed a group of unfamiliar presences, accompanied by a string of English words. Simultaneously, he was puzzled. With his current sensory acuity, misjudgment was impossible. The essence he sensed did not resemble that of humans. Yet they spoke English. Driven by curiosity, Wu Hongyun resolved to investigate the matter. Quick! As long as we enter the Devil Rainforest, those humans won't dare pursue us. The leader exclaimed. Our kin have suffered heavy casualties. Must we really escape like this? We cannot let those damned humans go, but the time is not right. We are unarmed, and most of our kin possess low intelligence, incapable of utilizing weapons. Our priority now is to elevate our kin's intelligence and teach them human knowledge. However, we lack the necessary substances. No need for that. Our goal is to cultivate those who have awakened and impart new knowledge to them. The leader insisted. Can we not rest for a moment? We have been fleeing for 3 to 4 days, and our strength is waning. Very well. The humans' aircraft and artillery pose no threat in the forest, but we must remain vigilant. Our kin must maintain a tight defense, and we should arrange for some of our kin to hunt rabbits and similar creatures to stave off hunger. I will attend to it immediately. Wu Hongyun observed with great interest, astonished and intrigued by these entities that resembled neither human nor beast. They were, in fact, a multitude of hairy monkeys, with their numbers estimated at around 70,000. Although monkeys are primates, how could they possess intelligence akin to that of humans? Wu Hongyun pondered this conundrum, developing a keen interest in capturing the leader of the monkeys for interrogation. Currently, he had to consider the monkey's numbers. The so-called leader bore no distinct features, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack if he were to infiltrate the group. Thus, he decided to summon the Python clan to encircle the monkey horde, using the lives of the monkeys to coerce the leader into revealing himself. Additionally, their conversation mentioned a substance known as TC-002. This drug seemed to be the source of the monkey's intelligence. If Wu Hongyun could procure TC-002 for himself, granting wisdom to the giant pythons, then the serpent clan would undoubtedly secure an invincible position. In that case, a true serpent kingdom could be established, a race capable of standing toe-to-toe with humanity. Contemplating the future realm, Wu Hongyun felt a renewed sense of urgency. The blooming quantity of white bianhua would increase annually, providing a continuous supply that could elevate the serpent clan to unimaginable heights, allowing them to venture into the seas. After all, embarking alone posed considerable dangers. In nature, no matter how powerful one may be, challenging an entire race is impossible. Even if one survives, they would at least suffer grievous injuries. Furthermore, beings capable of forming races have survived countless trials, and in battle, a group assault can overwhelm even the strongest. As the saying goes, even a fierce tiger fears a pack of wolves. The sea was a place Wu Hongyun had long yearned for in recent years. Yet humanity's technology had yet to fully explore it. Conquering the seas in the short term seemed impossible. Fortunately, the Devil Rainforest is also a rare and primitive area on Earth. Although Wu Hongyun had thoroughly surveyed the surface forest, the underground may still conceal secrets. If he could not uncover these, the depletion of forest resources would bring great trouble. The foremost reason for this is that the sea remains impervious to human destruction, harboring countless natural treasures. To transform into a divine dragon, one cannot rely solely on cultivation. Who knows how much time it would take? It is possible that by the end of one's lifespan, one may still not become a true dragon. Thus, to augment the strength of the serpent clan, Wu Hongyun resolved to obtain TC-002. With a resounding roar reverberating through the forest's edge, akin to thunder, Wu Hongyun wondered what had produced such a sound. Startled, he thought, could it be the king of the Devil Rainforest? The leader scoffed, and so what? They are merely a bunch of mindless beasts. In the eyes of the monkey leader, possessing superior intelligence allowed him to command 70,000 monkeys in battle against the foe. Most creatures surviving in the forest were reptiles, and by leveraging the terrain and human tactics, they could certainly secure territory in the short term. However, aspirations are often grand, while reality is stark. The monkey horde trembled in fear at the roar, feeling a sense of terror emanating from it. However, not all monkeys possessed high intelligence. Among the 70,000, only a few dozen were on par with human intellect, while the majority resembled beasts in capability. The leader believed the Devil Rainforest would be the new habitat for the monkey clan, a place to utilize against humanity. Little did he know that the roar heralded their doom. In Chapter 69, Matong, the leader of the monkey horde, was named Matong, with origins tracing back over a decade to Washington. 12 years prior, biologist Ma Chioli Jieding developed a special drug capable of treating human neurodegeneration, effective against most mental disorders. During the initial research phase, the drug was injected into monkeys, yielding astonishing data conclusions. The effects of the drug significantly enhanced the intelligence of the monkey, bringing it alarmingly close to human levels. This indicated the research had achieved perfection, yet subsequently, the monkey gave birth to an infant, leading to a series of unforeseen events. Animals inherently possess a strong maternal instinct, and this was even truer for an intelligent monkey. The staff intended to relocate the infant monkey for breeding purposes, but were violently attacked by the mother, resulting in serious injuries. And the guards were left with no choice but to resort to lethal force. Following this incident, all test subjects in the research were exterminated, and their cells were destroyed, bringing the study to an abrupt halt. However, the distinguished biologist Jieding, unable to bear the loss, made every effort to adopt the infant monkey, naming it Matong. Matong inherited the genetic lineage of its mother, displaying remarkable intelligence from a young age. Under Jieding's meticulous guidance, it exhibited tendencies of surpassing human intellect. Witnessing this, Jiden injected the same drug into his mentally ill father, restoring him to a semblance of normalcy in his advanced age. Yet, contrary to Jiden's hopes, years later, he discovered a strong rejection of the drug within the human body, causing his father's condition to relapse. After reporting the situation to his superior, Jiden requested the use of even more potent materials for research. Meanwhile, under the caring watch of the kind-hearted Jiden, Moding grew safely and acquired a name that sounded remarkably cool. Moding. Perhaps driven by its nature, Moding increasingly resented the constraints of captivity during its growth, yearning for freedom. This was quite understandable. As a primate, even with human-like intelligence, the innate instincts could not be eradicated. According to human age categorization, Moding was in its adolescent phase, grappling with suppressed emotions, which ultimately served as a catalyst for its actions. One fateful day, Moding attacked a neighboring human who had been overly arrogant, and in a fit of uncontrolled emotion, lashed out at Jiden's elderly and deranged father. This was the first time it expressed anger towards a human. This behavior drew the ire of the neighbors, and it must be acknowledged that the species which truly governs social order is humanity. Faced with such a dangerous creature, the inevitable outcome was Moding being confined to a prison for observation. The prison was devoid of light, where Moding suffered numerous humiliations at the hands of humans, gradually filling its mind with resentment, with humanity as the target of its ire. Possessing intelligence surpassing that of some humans, Moding found itself cornered by the pressures exerted by humans. Finally, an opportunity arose, and seizing this critical moment, Moding escaped from prison, returning to Jiden's home to steal the drug, intending to bring it back to the prison for the other monkeys. The drug worked effectively, enhancing the intelligence of its companions. Subsequently, Moding orchestrated a revolt that humanity never anticipated, achieving freedom through such extreme measures. In the end, it attained its desire, but at a heavy cost. To gain freedom, one must either endure or pay the price in blood. During the uprising, Moding led the monkey clan to liberate primates from the zoo and successfully resisted human pursuit, seeking refuge in the forest. However, the hunt by humans persisted, forcing Moding to evade capture for years, resulting in countless casualties among the monkey clan. If they were ordinary humans, even with firearms, they would not be overly passive, but those pursuing them were not merely ordinary humans. To this day, Moding led the monkey clan to the Devil's Rainforest, where they finally found temporary stability. Habitually, Moding ascended a high peak, wishing to survey the terrain to facilitate the establishment of their territory. Mere seconds later, Moding's pupils constricted sharply. What was that? The other monkeys hurried to join, gazing into the distance from the summit. The sight that unfolded before them left them all utterly astonished. A massive throng of snakes surged forth, filling the woods, mountains, and rivers with serpents, with no visible source. Countless serpents were advancing in their direction, seemingly intent on confronting the monkey clan. Moding felt an overwhelming sense of dread. If a battle with these serpents ensued, there was a 90% chance the monkey clan would face total annihilation. Yet, it could not alter the grim reality, only hoping that the serpents would merely pass through. Certainly, that was a laughable notion. Moding immediately commanded, all units, enter a state of heightened alert. Regardless of whether the serpent's target was the monkey clan, Moding dared not lower its guard. The final outcome shattered Moding's remaining hopes, as an uncountable number of serpents surrounded 70,000 monkeys, leaving no escape. To Moding's surprise, the serpents did not immediately attack upon encircling the monkey clan. In its thoughts, Moding struggled to comprehend the serpent's intentions. Friends, to intrude upon the territory of another without so much as a greeting is a breach of decorum, is it not? Suddenly, a voice echoed within the minds of the monkeys, leaving them bewildered, questioning whether they were experiencing a hallucination. Only Moding understood that this voice did not travel through auditory means, but directly infiltrated their consciousness. Who are you? Moding questioned, filled with trepidation. The serpents parted to reveal a path, and a 46-meter-long king cobra came into view. The length of 46 meters was equivalent to a dozen stories in a human city. This meant that if Wu Hanyun stood upright, he could easily match the height of a building. Greetings, my friend from afar. I am the king of the serpent clan. The words transmitted into Moding's mind were filled with mirth, sounding rather amicable. Yet, to Moding, this was astonishing, and upon glancing at the creature's fearsome appearance, the supposed friendliness felt chilling. My God, this venomous serpent possesses intelligence. Moding exclaimed instinctively. Is intelligence a privilege exclusive to your monkey clan? This rhetorical question invaded Moding's mind, causing it to hurriedly apologize. I apologize. Esteemed King Cobra, please forgive my indiscretion. Mind your words, I shall reiterate. I am the king of the Serpent Clan. A powerful pressure emanated from Wu Hongyun's position, causing nearby boulders to develop fine cracks and leaves to drop under the force. Since becoming king, the notion of a monarch from Huaxia had unconsciously influenced Wu Hongyun to refer to himself as I, a traditional self-reference of ancient Chinese rulers. Chapter 70. Coercion. In Wu Hongyun's eyes, equality between the two species was an illusion. Only strength and weakness existed. Even though he coveted the TC-002 drug possessed by the Monkey Clan, as the mightiest king of the Serpent Clan, he felt compelled to assert dominance over them. Under the intimidation of his formidable presence, Wu Hongyun forced Mauding to recount its experiences, which took nearly 2 hours. Mauding, pursued by humans with no escape, had sought refuge in the Devil's Rainforest. Are you unaware that the entire Devil's Rainforest is my domain? What reason do you have to exist within the territory I have established? Wu Hongyun's anger was evident, though it was primarily a display of kingly authority. Your Majesty, I believe the Monkey Clan occupies little space and resources, and I hope you can forgive us. In a passive position, Mauding had no choice but to adopt a posture of weakness. If facing unarmed humans, the Monkey Clan could exhibit considerable fighting prowess, but witnessing the congregated serpents around them, especially those massive pythons extending over 10 meters, Mauding felt a sense of panic. If I wished to annihilate the Monkey Clan, it wouldn't take me more than a few hours, Wu Hongyun stated calmly. However, I have a significant interest in the TC-002 drug. Do you have a means to procure it for me? Realizing Wu Hongyun's true intentions left Mauding in a dilemma. The TC-002 drug had already been depleted, and the only way to obtain more would be to venture into human cities. Doing so would be akin to seeking its own demise. His Royal Serpent. Our supply of medicine has run out. If we wish to procure more, we must once again venture into the human city, which would spell disaster for our Monkey Clan. Mo Tung expressed his predicament. I find myself at a loss, yet you can see my stature. Entering the human city would make me exceedingly conspicuous. Wu Hongyun feigned helplessness, then remarked, I surmise you likely possess a solution, do you not? As he spoke, his crimson serpent eyes scanned the monkey horde. Should Mo Tung utter words that contradicted Wu Hongyun's desires, calamity would swiftly befall their clan. Thus, Mo Tung had no choice but to acquiesce. Your Highness, I implore you to grant me some time. I shall select our elite monkeys to venture into the human city and retrieve the TC-002 medicine for you. But I hope you might be lenient towards our clan and grant us a small piece of land for our survival, Mo Tung tentatively inquired. To secure a chance for the Monkey Clan to thrive, Mo Tung was willing to sacrifice anything. Although the TC-002 medicine was temporarily out of reach, the human territory lay just beyond the Devil's Rainforest, where there were plans to eradicate the entire Monkey Clan. Yet, the serpent monarch before him was even more formidable than humans. Thus, it was prudent to stabilize his favor and seek respite, with hopes of resisting in the future as the Monkey Clan grew stronger. Wu Hongyun was not blindly powerful. A sudden cold smile graced his lips, strikingly remarkable. From this day forth, you have 30 days. Within this time, I must see a viable plan, or else the Monkey Clan will utterly vanish from the Devil's Rainforest. Upon hearing Wu Hongyun's words, Mo Tung's heart raced. He understood the venomous serpent's words were unequivocally true. A glance revealed that the Serpent Clan likely numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and this was merely a fraction. Annihilating the Monkey Clan would be child's play. It was well known that the Devil's Rainforest harbored many unknown terrors, and the Serpent Clan, under this monarch's command, had turned the entire rainforest into an independent kingdom, revealing their unfathomable strength. Furthermore, the Serpent Monarch's words seemed to resonate directly within Mo Tung's mind, indicating that his uniqueness extended beyond mere size. Your Highness, I vow not to disappoint your expectations. Mo Tung would risk everything for the survival of his clan, even if it meant entering perilous territory once more. Upon Mo Tung's agreement, Wu Hongyun's demeanor shifted to a more congenial tone. I await your good news. Before you retrieve the medicine, I shall grant your Monkey Clan a territory spanning 700 miles for the time being. Thank you, Your Highness, for your gracious gift. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. I must lay down 3 stipulations. The Monkey Clan must not harm any serpents in the forest, otherwise, should a single serpent fall at the hands of your clan, I shall take my wrath out on 100 monkeys. His tone turned sharp, nearly causing Mo Tung to kneel in fear. Your Highness, rest assured, the Monkey Clan will remain peaceful. However, I must inform you that a special task force from M Country is searching for traces of the Monkey Clan on the outskirts of the Devil's Rainforest. You may need to prepare. Mo Tung now considered being under the Serpent Clan's protection might not be a bad thing. with such a formidable monarch safeguarding them. The monkey clan would likely remain unharmed for a time. Wu Hongyun casually replied, "You need not worry about this matter, whatever the task force. I will ensure they regret entering the Devil's rainforest." His tone was calm and unperturbed, yet the underlying menace sent chills through the monkey clan. What if the humans employ firearms? We cannot withstand that. Mo Tung remained concerned. Missiles and nuclear weapons, perhaps? Wu Hongyun mused softly. Mo Tung was taken aback, pondering how he could possibly know of such human weaponry. Had he ventured into the human city? Wu Hongyun was untroubled by the prospect of humans launching missiles, for they understood that while the Devil's rainforest was perilous, it was one of the few colossal green lungs left on Earth. Should it be destroyed, even their own living environment would suffer catastrophic repercussions. Of course, given the brutality of certain humans, once they learned of the terrifying species inhabiting the Devil's rainforest, they might entertain thoughts of mutual destruction and bombard the forest with missiles. Wu Hongyun could comprehend such a mentality, as he often employed lethal means, albeit to ensure a more stable existence for the Serpent clan. Thus, preparations were necessary. Humans would not strike indiscriminately. The Devil's rainforest is the largest rainforest in the world. Its obliteration would lead to a rapid increase in carbon dioxide levels, consequently triggering global warming. When the glaciers melt and wildfires rage, the consequences would be unbearable for humanity. Wu Hongyun conveyed his personal considerations to Mo Tung, but withheld certain details. Mo Tung's intellect did not match Wu Hongyun's agility. After careful contemplation, he could only perceive the superficial situation, growing more apprehensive of the serpent monarch. A rather peculiar thought crossed his mind. Could this serpent be a transformed human? Naturally, Mo Tung's reasoning was not far off, yet he dared not question Wu Hongyun. Should he provoke this venomous serpent? How could the monkey clan possibly maintain their foothold in the Devil's rainforest? After their conversation concluded, Wu Hongyun commanded the serpent horde to retreat, cautioning them. "Do not forget your mission, though if you do, rest assured, once I have exterminated the monkey clan, I shall retrieve it myself." The serpent clan is not lacking in capability. While the serpents appeared to have withdrawn, Wu Hongyun remained vigilant, leaving behind a contingent of 50,000 serpents and 50 giant pythons, ordering them to lie in wait 200 miles from the monkey clan's habitat. Should the monkey clan exhibit any signs of unusual behavior, they were to be eliminated. Chapter 71. Perfect absorption. After arranging matters for the monkey clan, Wu Hongyun entered the forest to commence his cultivation. Over the years, his strength had surged, while the acquisition of rare treasures played a significant role. It was equally attributable to his unwavering dedication and lack of complacency. In the span of 3 years, his absorption of the Long Yuan had reached its final stages, and Wu Hongyun intended to focus his efforts on it in the near future. Fully absorbing the Long Yuan was no simple feat. He originally anticipated completion 2 years prior. Yet the process had only grown more arduous. Since then, progress had been minimal. With only 1% of the Long Yuan remaining, he was tantalizingly close to complete absorption. The white othershore flower had minimal effect on Wu Hongyun now. It was improbable that thousands of blossoms would bloom in the short term. And the 10,000-year-old stone milk had long since been consumed, with the efficacy of the 10,000-year stone milk being comparable to that of the othershore flower. However, should he succeed in absorbing the Long Yuan, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger for Wu Hongyun. The Long Yuan gathered inscrutable natural essence. Even a mere trace of energy could refine his bloodline, resulting in a tremendous breakthrough in power. What weighed heavily on Wu Hongyun's mind was the TC-002 medicine. Mo Tung had agreed to assist, yet he could not harbor overly optimistic expectations. The TC-002 medicine was something Wu Hongyun was determined to obtain. If it could endow the giant pythons with intelligence akin to that of humans, he could teach them to cultivate. And with the aid of the stone milk from the sinkhole, their cultivation speed would not be sluggish. After all, allowing the stone milk to languish unused would be wasteful. Better to teach them to fish, thus empowering the entire serpent clan. Subsequently, they would advance into the ocean, allowing the serpent clan to reign supreme in the vast seas. The ocean has yet to be significantly tainted by humanity, so the treasures of nature in the deep sea would undoubtedly be plentiful. Regardless of the creature, all beings require abundant natural treasures to aid their cultivation. Humans can utilize their wealth to procure these treasures, while animals must rely solely on their innate strength to seek them out. Wu Hongyun contemplated this, leading him to consider exploring the ocean. However, before that, he must strengthen the serpent clan. Otherwise, relying solely on himself to enter the ocean would likely yield little success. It is not that Wu Hongyun fears certain creatures of the sea, but rather that the expanse of the ocean is vast. All plans must be predicated upon acquiring the TC-002 medication before they can be flawlessly executed. Long Yuan slowly began to undergo refinement. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. A peculiar sensation suddenly arose within Wu Hongyun as he realized that Long Yuan, previously isolated by internal energy, was finally beginning to stir, exhibiting signs of being completely absorbed. Faster. Wu Hongyun became uncontrollably anxious, channeling his internal energy with all his might. A tremendous force enveloped Long Yuan, and the absorption intensity gradually increased. Heaven does not forsake those who are diligent. Harnessing all his internal energy was akin to playing with fire. A moment's carelessness could lead to his own demise, yet Long Yuan was wholly absorbed by Wu Hongyun. Boom. Wu Hongyun felt a tremendous oscillation emanate from the dragon pearl after its complete absorption, causing the serpent's body to tremble. The frequency of the oscillation intensified, filling Wu Hongyun with a sensation of numbness. Yet this was not a negative experience. Having long existed in a state of survival, even with formidable digestive capabilities, Wu Hongyun could not expel the impurities from his body. The tremors generated by Long Yuan expelled all the filth from within Wu Hongyun, rejuvenating his circulatory system. To his astonishment, such an effect existed. Wu Hongyun secretly rejoiced. Long Yuan had entirely transformed into energy, and Wu Hongyun eagerly activated the Di Yin Ju, beginning to voraciously consume the energy of Long Yuan. Boom. Suddenly, Long Yuan resisted Wu Hongyun's consumption, exhibiting fierce struggle. What is happening? Initially believing an unforeseen circumstance had arisen, Wu Hongyun soon realized that Long Yuan possessed individual consciousness. Nevertheless, he continued to employ the Di Yin Ju, maximizing his consumption force. Every element within the world possesses some form of spirit, let alone Long Yuan, a divine entity with a lineage spanning millions of years. In its prime, it could dictate the rise and fall of empires, and now, reduced to being consumed, its resistance was entirely expected. At the final stage, Long Yuan still did not relinquish its struggle. Wu Hongyun exerted all his internal energy to suppress Long Yuan, which soon fell silent. In that moment, Long Yuan resembled a young girl oppressed by Wu Hongyun, fully aware of its inability to resist, yet still maintaining a coy demeanor. Subsequently, Wu Hongyun consumed without any hindrance as Long Yuan fully surrendered its struggle. Fortunately, having accepted the bloodline of the blood dragon initially, otherwise, fully absorbing Long Yuan would have been a mere fantasy. The energy released by Long Yuan was gradually embraced by Wu Hongyun, causing his internal energy to surge at an astonishing rate. Furthermore, the serpent's length of 46 meters visibly expanded at an alarming pace. 5 days passed, and Wu Hongyun's serpent body reached 50 meters. Not only that, but leveraging the energy of Long Yuan, he broke through the bottleneck of the Di Yin Ju once more, successfully unlocking the 11th pattern and ascending to a new level of power. Wu Hongyun's physique underwent earth-shattering transformations. His internal energy was now several times more formidable than at its peak, and his already fearsome defensive capabilities became unfathomable. Most astonishingly, Wu Hongyun experienced a significant breakthrough in his bloodlight. Originally capable of affecting a radius of 100 meters, it could now extend to at least 1,000 meters. If he deliberately narrowed the range, he could render the area devoid of life. The bloodlight, initially impervious, upon release could not only annihilate everything within sight, but also obliterate all living beings in its vicinity. Even the roots of the most humble grass could be incinerated entirely. It seemed that heaven truly favored Wu Hongyun. He had thought that after being poisoned by that treacherous couple, he would meet his ancestors. Yet here he was, endowed with such a formidable body, venturing into the devil's rainforest to seize the white other shore flower, encountering the millennia-old stone milk during an earthquake, and absorbing Long Yuan in his most dire state. Wu Hongyun was overjoyed, but he quickly quelled those chaotic thoughts, calming his mind to continue absorbing the energy of Long Yuan. Although Long Yuan had completely transformed into energy, this energy was overwhelmingly vast. At the current pace, it would take several years to fully digest. Half a month later, Wu Hongyun deciphered another pattern, and his serpent body grew again, reaching 55 meters. Boom. At this moment, the energy of Long Yuan began to stir within Wu Hongyun's body. Seemingly on the verge of madness, Wu Hongyun's heart raced. Given the intimate connection between Long Yuan and his flesh, any anomaly with Long Yuan could cost him dearly. Upon careful perception, Wu Hongyun felt a surge of despair. The energy of Long Yuan was incessantly stimulating the serpent's gallbladder, threatening a self-destructive outcome. Chapter 72. Memories within Long Yuan. The serpent's gallbladder housed the majority of Wu Hongyun's essence. Any mishap could lead to irrevocable regret. As time passed, the oscillation of the gallbladder matched the energy of Long Yuan, only to suddenly come to a halt. At that moment, Wu Hongyun felt as if he had been sentenced to death, spending 10 seconds acutely attuned to the gallbladder's condition. Those 10 seconds rendered Wu Hongyun acutely aware of an unprecedented agony. Suddenly, the gallbladder detached from his body, akin to a ripe fruit falling from its branch. Wu Hongyun was engulfed in despair. The gallbladder's detachment birthed suicidal thoughts within him. Losing the gallbladder would not only strip him of his power, but also threaten his very life. He had never heard of a serpent surviving without its gallbladder. Despite being unlike ordinary serpents, he was, at his core, still a serpent. In the depths of despair, the gallbladder began to stir slowly. Wu Hongyun perceived a glimmer of hope. Through his senses, he confirmed that the gallbladder was moving within him. While the energy of Long Yuan formed a sphere that gravitated towards the gallbladder's position, it resembled the process of two magnets attracting each other. After approximately 3 minutes, the energy of Long Yuan finally made contact with the gallbladder. In that instant, an incredibly powerful energy wave surged within him, bringing immense pressure. This sensation was strikingly familiar, akin to the experience of receiving the memories of the blood dragon. At that moment, his consciousness began to blur, and inevitably, he was about to faint. When Wu Hongyun regained consciousness, he immediately sensed the changes within his body, for the gallbladder was his lifeline. What happened? Where are my gallbladder and Long Yuan? Wu Hongyun felt as though he had been struck by lightning, as he sensed for a long time without detecting the presence of the gallbladder and Long Yuan. However, upon closer examination, he discovered a spherical entity in his abdomen. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Long Yuan, yet also resembled the gallbladder. Could it be that Long Yuan and the gallbladder had fused? What on earth is this? Wu Hongyun was bewildered, yet a new memory began to surface in his mind, prompting him to scrutinize it closely. Eventually, Wu Hongyun confirmed that this was a memory belonging to the blood dragon. Yet it differed significantly from the one acquired in the blood pool. Hence, it was highly probable that Long Yuan was the source of this memory. This was because the memory was intact, unlike the fragmented one he had previously encountered. What? Is this a cultivation technique? Wu Hongyun's spirit was instantly uplifted by the content of the memory. The blood dragon memory received in the blood pool was largely ineffectual, merely a reflection of the blood dragon's consciousness, with only a fraction of the information being useful. Wu Hongyun had felt some regret back then, yet now, discovering that Long Yuan also contained a cultivation method illuminated the connection between the two. In addition to dozens of incomplete techniques, it preserved 4 complete techniques and several crucial pieces of information. Among the 4 heart techniques, the most valuable ones are the Yuling Ju and the Jingshan Ju. These 2 techniques are either derived from the blood dragon's heritage within the dragon clan, or they are among the primary heart techniques cultivated by it. As the name suggests, Yuling Ju enables the mastery over spiritual energy, also known as natural energy. This technique allows one to absorb various forms of natural energy from the world, with the exception of certain obscure and unique energies, making it possible to utilize 99% of the known energies in the world. On the other hand, the Jingshan Ju specializes in the cultivation of the physical body, essentially strengthening the external scales through continuous practice of the technique, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. Suddenly, Wu Hongyun discovered an astonishing truth. The Dianju was actually a derivative of the Jingshan Ju's preliminary version. Filled with confusion and astonishment, Wu Hongyun pondered whether the being that initially cultivated the Dianju was human or dragon, but he was certain that it possessed the bloodline of a divine dragon. Otherwise, the preliminary version of the Jingshan Ju alone could not have rendered the Dianju so flawless. Wu Hongyun understood that the Dianju involved interpreting patterns to release acupoints, integrating with natural energy to fortify defensive strength and significantly enhance the efficiency of the practitioner's progression. However, there were numerous differences between the Jingshan Ju and the Dianju. The former did not require the interpretation of patterns, as its essence lay in the foundation of the physical body, hence the term Jingshan. Upon meticulous examination, Wu Hongyun became increasingly convinced that the Dianju must indeed be a derivative of the Jingshan Ju. It appeared that a shift in heart technique was imperative. Wu Hongyun felt a sense of helplessness, having transitioned from the Wu family's techniques to the Dianju. He now faced the necessity of adapting to the Jingshan Ju while also preparing to cultivate the Yuling Ju. This thought brought him both joy and frustration. The energy required for such transitions was immense, yet to disregard a more powerful heart technique was akin to succumbing to mediocrity. Beyond the techniques, the legacy within the Long Yuan also encompassed the true laws of the world. It revealed the existence of strict hierarchical divisions in the cultivation process. Wu Hongyun had erroneously placed size above all, believing that larger beings possessed greater strength. Should he ever reach that realm, he would undoubtedly face ridicule. As individual strength was categorized into numerous levels, fully articulated within the records of Long Yuan. While humans typically subdivide strength into various stages, their understanding is quite superficial. Those hailed as peak powerhouses are but mere specks of dust in the grand scheme of existence. Alas, it seemed he had overestimated himself within their realm. He was akin to a mere earthworm, and not even the pinnacle of one at that. Of course, the earthworm was merely a metaphor on Earth. Wu Hongyun regarded other serpents as similar to earthworms, illustrating a shared principle. In a moment of self-deprecation, Wu Hongyun acknowledged that his innate pride would not permit him to succumb to weakness. Though he felt insignificant in the present, he remained hopeful for the future. Wu Hongyun did not believe he would forever linger in the realm of the mundane. Moreover, cultivation required a gradual approach. One must not be overly impetuous. He firmly believed that one day, even the true deities would find themselves aligned with him on the same plane. Numerous challenges would arise along the way. But having transformed into a venomous serpent for so long, he had survived countless life-threatening moments. The azure giant python by the blood pool, the porcupine, the brown bear, and the crocodile in the forest were all once genuine threats to his life. In the ocean, he encountered many perilous creatures, and the same held true in the devilish rainforest. Yet, in the end, he remained the sole survivor. As long as he could maintain his existence, opportunities would inevitably present themselves. If 10 years proved insufficient, then 20. If 20 failed, then 50. And if 50 were inadequate, even a century or a millennium would be worth the attempt. Chapter 73. Divine Source. After regaining his composure, Wu Hongyun began to reflect quietly. The Yuling Ju and Jingshan Ju promised to provide immense assistance for the future. He must, by all means, abandon his previous heart techniques. Furthermore, the information in his memory included not only these two techniques, but also two others that had yet to be explored. Upon thorough examination, Wu Hongyun felt a sense of disappointment. These two offensive techniques were comparatively feeble, perhaps top tier on Earth, but insignificant in the grander context of the world. Wu Hongyun's understanding of the world extended beyond Earth, encompassing realms and beings beyond its confines. The true hierarchy of strength was designated by those entities beyond Earth, and these heart technique levels were their creations. Initially, he had assumed that the Dian Ju sounded magnificent, but in strict terms, it could only be classified as elementary. The Yunyao secret technique and the Yinggu Ju recorded in his memory were also merely rudimentary, whereas the Yuling Ju and Jingshan Ju occupied a higher echelon. Wu Hongyun then recalled the intricate classification of power levels, each phase encompassing a summary. The first stage was the refinement of essence into qi, the second, the refinement of qi into spirit, the third, the refinement of spirit into void, the fourth, the refinement of void into Tao, and the fifth, the refinement of Tao into divinity. Each of these 5 stages further subdivided into 10 or more minor realms, corresponding to what ordinary people perceive as bottlenecks. Wu Hongyun had been puzzled that one could access the divine realm in the second stage, but he quickly realized the distinction. The former referred to essence, qi, and spirit, while the latter denoted the true divine body. However, considering he was still in the stage of refinement of essence into qi, pondering excessively would only serve to increase his worries, even as he yearned infinitely for the divine body. With the support of a more potent heart technique, it signified a promising beginning. First, he needed to discard the Dian Ju. If he could successfully transition to the 2 heart techniques, although he would lose some cultivation time, the subsequent speed of advancement would be incomparable to that of the Dian Ju. Wu Hongyun was not one to procrastinate. Once he resolved to undertake a task, he acted immediately, albeit with prior contemplation. The only thing that eluded him was the circular entity within his abdomen, whose nature remained a mystery, disrupting his thoughts. Wu Hongyun scoured the Longyuan memory for information on this matter, but unfortunately, he found none. Fortunately, the Longyuan memory could supplement the Blood Dragon's memories. Although the volume of memories was vast, Wu Hongyun had nearly absorbed them all over the years. Now, he needed to organize the memory fragments and simultaneously search for information regarding the circular entity. He resolved to discard the dross from the memory and retain only the valuable information. Typically, a biological brain would not possess such a function, yet Wu Hongyun was exceptional. Even in his human form, he possessed an extraordinary ability to remember everything at a glance and categorize memories systematically. After transforming into a serpent, this innate ability persisted. Regrettably, The sheer volume of memories was overwhelming. It took him nearly a month to organize most of the memory fragments, during which he uncovered many intriguing details. For instance, the Dragon Clan is one of the 8 strongest races in the world. Additionally, there exists a realm where extraordinary beings survive, being either human-faced beasts or beast-faced humans, as defined by the blood dragon. 2 months later, Wu Hongyun finally located accurate information about the circular entity within his memories and understood what it truly was. Divine Source. This term is universally recognized, though many races have their own interpretations. As the name implies, the Divine Source is the fountain of divine power. When the physical body and strength reach a certain realm, resonating with natural energy until they merge into one, a special essence is condensed. Beings that produce this essence are typically at the stage of refining qi into spirit, and upon generating the essence, their vitality becomes exceptionally robust, with a lifespan extending at least 1,000 years. If they belong to a certain special race, they may even attain lifespans of 10,000 years. Wu Hongyun, on the other hand, fortuitously absorbed the Long Yuan, allowing him to condense the divine source even before reaching the refinement of essence into qi stage. Regrettably, Wu Hongyun is yet to master the control of the divine source, but merely extending his lifespan is sufficient to evoke envy among all living beings on Earth. Upon unraveling the origins and implications of the spherical entity, Wu Hongyun finally exhaled in relief, initially fearing he was afflicted with a malignant tumor. Although he cannot harness the divine source, the considerable increase in his lifespan signifies that he is but a step away from transcending to the realm of qi refinement and divine transformation. With a lifespan extending over a millennium, Wu Hongyun firmly believes that with his understanding, a breakthrough is within reach. A swift glance around him reignites his astonishment. During his unconscious state, the serpent's body has astonishingly grown to 55 meters. To hasten his advancement to qi refinement and divine transformation, consuming natural treasures is the optimal choice. However, the natural treasures on land are nearly extinct. To acquire a substantial quantity, only the ocean still harbors remnants. Yet, to venture into the ocean, the serpent tribe requires the TC-002 potion to awaken their intellect. Otherwise, relying solely on Wu Hongyun's solitary search amidst the vastness of the ocean could take centuries without guaranteeing success. If the entire serpent tribe could be mobilized, surveying a section of the ocean would take merely a few months, and within approximately 15 years, they could thoroughly explore all the oceans of the Earth. While quality must certainly be prioritized, quantity cannot be overlooked, for an abundance of resources can indeed overpower quality. Wu Hongyun intends to seek out Ma Ting, and the agreed-upon time has long passed. The Serpent King's tolerance for the monkey tribe's survival in the demonic rainforest is already considerable. Wu Hongyun harbors no aversion towards these furry creatures. Were it not for the monkey's potential value, he would not exhibit such mercy. Subsequently, Wu Hongyun exits the forest, heading directly towards the monkey's habitat. With a roar, he refrains from entering directly and instead summons Ma Ting from the periphery. Ma Ting, well acquainted with the voice of the Serpent King, hurriedly abandons his task to come forth. Although this is not their first encounter, Ma Ting is utterly astounded by Wu Hongyun's size, having grown from 45 meters to 55 meters in just 3 short months. Is this still a creature of Earth? Or a deity? Before the Serpent King, Ma Ting appears minuscule, akin to a flea that could be crushed with a simple flick of the tail. Uncertain of how long the 30-day deadline has elapsed, Ma Ting continues to live leisurely in the forest, provoking Wu Hongyun's ire. As anger surges, the temperature within a 500-meter radius abruptly plummets, sending shivers through all creatures present. Ma Ting, are you mocking me? 3 months have passed, and you have made no progress whatsoever. The murderous intent in Wu Hongyun's words pierces Ma Ting's heart like a sharpened blade. He is convinced that should this venomous python summon the serpents, the monkey tribe would undoubtedly be obliterated within half an hour. Just then, the previously concealed army of 50,000 serpents and 50 colossal pythons stealthily approaches. Chapter 74. The final 30 days. Upon witnessing Ma Ting's troubled expression, Wu Hongyun's tone shifts from one of fury to a chilling coldness. What is it? Are you concocting some nefarious scheme? My Serpent King, I would never dare harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards you. It's merely that humans are exceedingly difficult to contend with, and I am utterly incapable of opposing them. Thus, Ma Ting trembles as he gazes at the Serpent King, fearful that a single misstep could provoke the wrath of this terrifying creature. Should he perish, it would be unfortunate, but the repercussions would extend to the entirety of the monkey tribe. The king's anger could lead to bloodshed. Speak plainly. Do not feign innocence before me. Wu Hongyun expresses his impatience. Ma Ting hastily replies, I believe I require an assistant, specifically a human. A human? Very well. I shall trust you once more. Follow me. With that, Wu Hongyun turns and glides away, with Ma Ting trailing behind. Should he manage to enlist human assistance? While he cannot guarantee the successful theft of the potion, the prospects are significantly brighter. Upon reaching the edge of the demonic rainforest, they encounter numerous primitive tribes, among which is the Feathered Serpent tribe. In recent years, the Feathered Serpent tribe has prospered, their food abundant, all due to the favor of the serpent deity. What touches the hearts of the tribe members most is the serpent deity's regular dispatch of colossal pythons bearing prey for their sustenance, thus reducing the dangers associated with hunting. This has engendered deep gratitude among the tribe. Utilizing the serpent deity's prestige, the Feathered Serpent tribe has waged war against rival tribes, annihilating adversaries, particularly the Gu tribe. The Feathered Serpent tribe harbors a deep-seated desire to flay and dismember the Gu tribe, primarily due to their frequent provocations and the gruesome act of using tribe members as food. Following their conquest of the Gu tribe, the Feathered Serpent tribe has emerged as the most formidable tribe within the demonic rainforest, commanding respect and compliance from all other primitive tribes. This feeling of supremacy is one that the Feathered Serpent tribe had never dared to dream of, yet now, having tasted it, many members find themselves entranced. As the saying goes, one must not forget the well digger when drinking water. All their glory is bestowed by the great serpent deity. Today, the tribe members gather before the serpent deity statue, fervently praying for the deity's presence. Suddenly, the peaceful tranquility of the tribal encampment is shattered by a roar, sending waves of excitement through the Feathered Serpent tribe. At that moment, regardless of their prior activities, the tribe members hastily converge upon the plaza and kneel before the stone statue of the serpent deity, offering their prayers. Their faces are alight with fervor as they chant words of reverence for the serpent deity. Wu Hongyun has long since arrived, and only after all the tribe members have gathered does he make his presence known. A 55-meter-long venomous python approaches the statue, followed closely by a furry monkey. Under the guidance of the tribe leader, Kiza, the members begin to bow and prostrate themselves. Can these humans assist you? Wu Hongyun's words resonate within Ma Ting's mind, though he himself harbors doubts about the capabilities of the Feathered Serpent tribe. After all, the tribe remains entrenched in a primitive way of life. Even if they possess human intelligence, they lack the means to utilize it effectively. One could argue that they are even less capable than Ma Ting himself. Ma Ting observes the Feathered Serpent tribe closely. Their attire is peculiar, with each member draped in the pelts of wild beasts, much skin exposed to the elements, adorned with various patterns, and bearing a fierce serpentine symbol on their foreheads. This is undeniably a group of primitives untouched by the outside world. To enlist their assistance would be fortunate if it merely does not exacerbate the situation. Ma Ting's spirits plummet. Your Majesty, the Serpent King, these individuals seem devoid of intellect. Before he can finish, Wu Hongyun interrupts coldly. Devoid of intellect? Your definition is quite nuanced. Are you aware of the boundary between civilization and barbarism? Civilization is a product of an era. Do you equate civilized individuals with those clad in suits, brimming with scholarly airs, while labeling savages as those who consume raw flesh and engage in rampant slaughter? When faced with survival crises, how do civilized individuals respond? Do they not resort to cunning schemes to eliminate threats, thus creating rivers of blood and mountains of corpses? Are not all major wars on Earth instigated by those who prioritize their self-interests? The so-called distinctions between civilization and barbarism are mere fig leaves crafted by humanity. Once pierced, the blood they shed is invariably crimson. Ma Ting's eyes widen in shock, unable to refute these words. How could such a fierce python possess such profound insights into civilization? Each word resonates with truth. Will they understand English? No. The living standards of these tribes are far too primitive, but they have their own language system, hence you must teach them English. Wu Hongyun's tone is exceedingly authoritative, granting Ma Ting no opportunity for refusal. Ma Ting's face was etched with a deep frown, and he forced a smile, saying, Very well. I shall select 10 individuals from among these people, and through a rigorous assessment, we will pick 4 to assist me in completing this mission. As you wish. Wu Hongyun replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, Wu Hongyun communicated his intentions through mental energy, designating Ma Ting as his divine envoy, with all subsequent matters falling under the purview of this peculiar monkey. Initially, the Yusha tribe members were perplexed as to why the serpent god would be accompanied by a monkey. However, upon hearing the serpent god's explanation, admiration and envy filled their gazes toward Ma Ting. To truly become a servant of the serpent god was indeed a stroke of fortune. The Yusha tribe vowed to face any peril for the serpent god without hesitation. Even sacrificing their lives for the serpent god would be an everlasting honor. Esteemed divine envoy, I hope you will take me with you. I am willing to do anything for the serpent god, even if it means being shattered into pieces. As a servant of the serpent god, I bear no grievances. Such words seemed out of character for the Yusha tribe, as they were not known for their eloquent speech. Rather, their words were translated into a more refined language by the mental energy that entered Wu Hongyun's mind. In essence, mental energy served as a natural translator. However, Ma Ding lacked this ability and found himself quite troubled, relying solely on the body language of the Yusha tribe for superficial comprehension. With a look of helplessness, Ma Ding glanced at Wu Hongyun, only to find that this proud serpent king had turned away, preparing to depart. Well then, I will grant you one final opportunity. You have 30 days to teach them the proper etiquette and language of humans. After 30 days, you must set forth, otherwise, it will mark the last 30 days for your monkey tribe. After speaking, Wu Hongyun departed without acknowledging Ma Ding, who was internally tormented. In Huaxiao, there is a saying, things rarely happen more than 3 times. The first 30 days had already left Ma Ding in a state of anxiety, and now, with a second 30-day deadline looming, he fervently hoped that the Yusha tribe would not prove to be too dim-witted. Otherwise, it would indeed become their final 30 days. Chapter 75, Transformation of Heart Techniques. Wu Hongyun left the Yusha tribe and made his way toward the outskirts of the Moguyuan. The 55-meter serpentine form appeared imposing even amidst the vast expanse of the forest. As he traversed the path, the damp earth was slightly indented beneath his weight, and stones were crushed to dust. Moreover, within a 2,000-meter radius of his presence, no creature dared approach. Even the birds in the sky opted to take a detour. This was due to the overwhelming aura that Wu Hongyun exuded, which seemed to cause the entire forest to tremble in his wake. At this moment, Wu Hongyun wished to observe the outer fringes of the forest. Initially, Ma Ding had mentioned that a special M-country task force was pursuing the monkey tribe and had subsequently stationed themselves at the forest's outskirts. Wu Hongyun intended to ascertain whether that force had withdrawn. Should they remain, the threat posed by a well-equipped unit armed with advanced weaponry, including individuals akin to that Chao Lao, was significant. While the serpent tribe enjoyed a geographical advantage and could retreat deeper into the forest if necessary, this was Wu Hongyun's domain, and he could not allow outsiders to trample upon it. Upon reaching the forest's periphery, he encountered fallen branches, withered leaves, and remnants of food packages used by humans, evidence that the task force had indeed retreated. It seemed they had not carried additional supplies and were preparing to return. Yet the possibility of their return loomed large. In the eyes of humanity, a group of intelligent primates posed a grave threat to society. Wu Hongyun had never held a favorable opinion of M-country, had it not been for the fear of revealing his own identity. He would have long ago eradicated this task force. Uncertain whether military satellites were surveilling the forest's canopy, he recognized that even if he successfully eliminated the unit, exposing his own location would be unwise. The people of M-country prided themselves on being meticulous egoists, willing to employ extreme measures for their own benefit. Within the Moguyuan, they might hesitate to deploy large-scale weaponry against this colossal python, as the forest provided the oxygen necessary for human survival. However, the power to decide remained in the hands of M-country, a reality Wu Hongyun found distasteful. He disliked relinquishing his fate to others. Since the task force had already retreated, Wu Hongyun abandoned the notion of pursuing them, recognizing that it could lead to a mutually destructive outcome. Once he ventured beyond the rainforest, he would inevitably be detected by satellites, and the enemy could become aware of his presence before he even approached them. After surveying the perimeter, Wu Hongyun returned to the forest's depths. Now, he could only await Ma Ding's progress. Once he had successfully educated the Yusha tribe, they could proceed to procure the TC-002 pharmaceutical. Only by acquiring this drug could Wu Hongyun actualize the grand vision he harbored within. He aspired to be a true king, not merely an inhabitant of the wilderness, in pursuit of genuine enlightenment. This matter could not be rushed. The task of obtaining the TC-002 pharmaceutical was entrusted to Ma Ding, and whether or not he succeeded remained to be seen. The most pressing concern was to master the Yuling Ju and the Jinshin Ju, as the urgency of cultivation surpassed that of procuring the TC-002 pharmaceutical. Every plan must be founded upon the unassailable strength of Wu Hongyun as the Serpent King. Wu Hongyun contemplated that to cultivate the Jinshin Ju, he must first abandon the Diyin Ju. However, the two heart techniques bore a striking resemblance, making the transition relatively manageable. With this thought, Wu Hongyun felt a sense of relief. Had it been any other heart technique, achieving such a level of power would have made the transition exceedingly challenging. The spherical entity within him began to rotate slowly, emanating a pearlescent glow that enhanced Wu Hongyun's entire physique. He attempted to control the divine source, harboring a glimmer of hope. Move, will you? Move. I truly feel like I bought a watch last year. Unfortunately, the divine source remained unresponsive, continuing its self-sustaining operation. Wu Hongyun felt as though he were a captivating beauty languishing on a bed, teasing his heart, yet remaining out of reach. His spirit was heavily burdened. It seemed that to control the divine source, he needed to attain the realm of refining qi into divinity. While Wu Hongyun steeled himself for this endeavor, he could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment at the outcome. Temporarily setting aside the notion of controlling the divine source, Wu Hongyun resolved to first relinquish the Diyin Ju and shift his focus to the Jinshin Ju. He also intended to cultivate the Yuling Ju. But he understood that one cannot achieve greatness all at once. He must first solidify his mastery of the Jinshin Ju before advancing further. After all, one must proceed step by step. The essence and key of the Jinshin Ju lay within its name, promising a more refined efficacy than the Diyin Ju, capable of infinitely enhancing external defenses. As he activated the Diyin Ju, the patterns and acupoints he deciphered began to gradually separate. Wu Hongyun's thoughts surged as he commenced the disassembly of these patterns. As the patterns disintegrated, his mental energy and consciousness clashed violently, disrupting Wu Hongyun's inner equilibrium. He exerted every ounce of strength to suppress the adverse effects, for transitioning heart techniques was a perilous endeavor. The higher one's power, the greater the risk. This process could not be left to chance. If allowed to run amok, the energy released could utterly obliterate his foundations. After nearly half a month, all patterns were finally disassembled, transforming into a fusion of natural energy and inner qi. Sensing the immense inner qi within him, Wu Hongyun felt a sense of trepidation. The current volume of inner qi was overwhelming and exceedingly difficult to control. Following the teachings of the Jin Shinju from memory, the vast inner qi began to diminish. Wu Hongyun could perceive the inner qi adhering to his flesh, and even the scales began to absorb it. As 1/10 of the inner qi was absorbed, the surface scales exhibited a peculiar transformation. The once jet-black scales now revealed bizarre, silver-white patterns. It appears as though it has been sketched by a pen, exuding a peculiar and eerie sensation. Wu Hongyun remains unperturbed, regardless of any physical transformations occurring. As long as he can fully assimilate the internal energy through the Jinshin Ju, a significant breakthrough is certain. As time progresses, silvery white patterns emerge on each scale. Once the internal energy has entirely dissipated, the silver patterns finally coalesce. Upon a cursory glance, 11 distinct lines appear on the scales, yet their arrangement lacks any discernible pattern, nearly suffusing the entire serpent's body with a silvery hue. However, it is evident that these patterns are still in their nascent stage. Wu Hongyun, initially perplexed, wonders why the mental technique is termed Jinshin Ju if it manifests as silver lines. It is only now that he understands it is merely an indication of the advancement in appearance, not yet having truly touched upon the essence of the Jinshin Ju. The transition of mental techniques has finally succeeded. It is time to ascertain the efficacy. Wu Hongyun raises his serpent body, and with a powerful sweep of his robust tail, a resounding boom reverberates across the mountains and fields, leaving even Wu Hongyun himself in disbelief. Chapter 76. For men and a monkey, Wu Hongyun had been concerned that the transformation of his internal energy into silver stripes might diminish his strength. Although his defense may be formidable, relying on a singular approach to confront danger is perilous. However, witnessing the aftermath of the tail sweep was utterly terrifying. As he executed the sweep, a heavy surge of energy coursed through his body into the tail, and following the explosive sound, a chasm appeared in the earth. This fissure spanned 100 meters in length and was unfathomably deep. This display of power belonged to an entirely different dimension. It seemed not to be internal energy, but rather an unfamiliar force. Wu Hongyun mused, although he could not ascertain the origin of this power. He was certain it was not internal energy. The effects made it clear that this force was far more potent. Could it be the power of the Shuilong bloodline? No. The potency of inherited power would be even more formidable. What on earth is the source of this power? Wu Hongyun found himself utterly bewildered. But he decided to dismiss his thoughts. After all, it was undeniably stronger than his previous abilities. At this moment, the serpent god still predominantly bore a deep black hue. Yet the scales were adorned with silvery stripes, creating a striking visual incongruity. Just then, Wu Hongyun subtly shifted his focus, causing the patterns on the scales to gradually fade, concealing themselves within. The successful transition to the Jin Shinju was now complete, and the next step was to cultivate the Yulingju. The Yulingju is specifically designed to absorb the natural energies of the world. Fundamentally, it works in tandem with the Jin Shinju. The Yulingju absorbs energy for replenishment, which is then transformed into usable power for defense or attack through the Jin Shinju. While it may seem that the Yulingju is somewhat superfluous, in reality, it holds immense potential. Natural energies in the world are diverse, but the recorded categories in memory are rather limited, with a more formal classification known as Yuan Qi, due to Earth's constraints on nature. All mental techniques must rely on Yuan Qi for cultivation. This is not to say that other natural energies do not exist on Earth, but Yuan Qi is predominant in quantity and quality. Furthermore, the so-called warriors on Earth primarily cultivate through Yuan Qi. As time has progressed, humanity has gradually shifted its focus toward technology, leading to a sharp decline in Yuan Qi. Presently, the Yulingju indeed possesses its drawbacks on Earth. It is tasteless yet too precious to discard. However, this may not hold true in the future. Following the cultivation of the Yulingju according to the information in his memory, Wu Hongyun felt as though he had become a colossal vessel, voraciously absorbing the natural energies that floated in the external environment. The absorption rate was more than tenfold compared to before, which also implied that his cultivation speed had accelerated by a similar factor. Suddenly, Wu Hongyun felt his body begin to tremble, as a strange force emerged from within the divine source, rapidly consuming the energies hidden throughout nature, thereby augmenting its strength. The energy surged within the divine source, subsequently being absorbed by the Jin Shinju, enhancing the resilience of both the scales and his physique. Such results unequivocally indicated the successful cultivation of both mental techniques. Wu Hongyun, however, did not cease his efforts but instead continued to consolidate the power within. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and it was only then that Wu Hongyun managed to stabilize his mental techniques. From beginning to end, nearly 30 days had elapsed. He wondered how Mo Tung was faring. He hoped for a smooth progression, for if not, even if the Serpent clan suffered heavy casualties, he would have no choice but to fight with his back against the wall. Atop the mountain, Wu Hongyun gazed up at the azure sky, his resolve unwavering. California, located in the western region of the United States, bordered by Mexico to the south and the Pacific Ocean to the west, boasts an economic stature that has even surpassed that of the former empire on which the sun never set. Los Angeles, home to the International Hotel of Bowie, is situated in the city center, surrounded by skyscrapers that resemble a forest of steel. The hotel's exterior rivals that of a palace, and its interior dazzles with opulence, complemented by the presence of graceful hostesses with azure eyes, skin as smooth as cream, and the distinctive allure of Western femininity. Any man passing by cannot help but gaze with longing. "Welcome, gentlemen, please come in." At the entrance of the hotel stood 4 men of varying statures, dressed in peculiar attire that seemed out of place in the modern world. The 2 hostesses smiled warmly, their curiosity piqued by these strange visitors. Where could they possibly be from? The 4 men resembled wandering snake charmers from a carnival, yet they carried no snakes, instead leading a small monkey by a leash. Soon after, a waiter escorted the 4 men into the hotel. The evening was well advanced, and the dazzling lights of the hotel lobby intrigued these newcomers. "Divine messenger, do not speak, we shall discuss later." The waiter, with a signature smile, introduced, "Gentlemen, our hotel offers the finest environment in Los Angeles, with a complete array of facilities, serving cuisine from around the world, including specialties from Huaxiao, allowing you to indulge in global culinary delights right here. Thank you, but we wish to dine in peace," interjected a burly man with dark skin, interrupting the waiter's speech. "Very well, please follow me," replied the waiter, maintaining a serene smile despite the interruption, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right. Once seated, the dark-skinned man ordered some renowned Huaxia dishes along with fruit juices. The waiter swiftly brought the dishes, smiling as he announced, "Gentlemen, your dishes and juices are ready. Enjoy your meal." The burly man nodded slightly. "Thank you, we have matters to discuss. Could you please leave us alone?" "Of course, do not hesitate to call me if you need anything," the waiter replied as he gradually departed. With no outsiders nearby, the burly man suddenly whispered, "Divine messenger, we have been here for 3 days. The serpent god has given orders. Should we not act soon?" Beside him, the monkey sat obediently on the ground, its neck tethered, yet its master displayed an air of utmost respect, creating a jarring contrast. If anyone were to witness the ensuing scene, they might find their jaws dropping in astonishment. The monkey suddenly opened its mouth and whispered, "You have yet to familiarize yourselves with the terrain, why the haste?" With that, the The monkey pointed to a 200-meter-tall building outside the window. That is the Pharmaceutical Research Center, and the drugs are located within that very building. The priority now is to understand the layout before making any moves. The burly man appeared somewhat troubled and expressed concern. But the serpent god has only given us a month. Will we have enough time? Do not worry. The top floor of the building was where I was previously imprisoned. If we enter through the main entrance, we risk being discovered. Thus, the best course of action is to climb up and descend from the rooftop. As the fingers of Mao Hosey gestured, the gazes of the four men turned towards him, their Adam's apples involuntarily bobbing. The towering building, over 200 meters high, appeared to have at least 40 or 50 stories. A misstep here would certainly result in a catastrophic fall. The men felt a twinge of trepidation, yet Mao Hosey decisively proclaimed, "There is no time to waste. We shall attempt this tonight." The group, comprising 4 men and 1 monkey, was none other than Mo Tung and his companions. Chapter 77. Enhanced Pharmaceuticals. Originally, Wu Hongyun had allotted 30 days. However, time was of the essence. After expending considerable effort to educate the Yushi clan, Mo Tung realized the outcome was less than satisfactory and nervously approached Wu Hongyun again. After an additional 10 days, he managed to select 4 individuals from the preliminary roster. The Yushi tribe's leader, Kiza, along with Mo Han, Xian Xian, and Lei Ku. Their command of English was rudimentary at best, sufficient for basic communication, albeit lacking fluency. Once the conditions were met, Mo Tung led his quartet to Los Angeles. En route, they raided several households, securing some cash and a few sets of human clothing, before arriving near the research center to observe. The research center was situated in the most bustling area of the city, its exterior resembling many glass skyscrapers, yet it soared to an impressive 50 stories, making it the tallest building in Los Angeles. After deliberation, the group decided to rest in a hotel while awaiting the fall of night. The night, shrouded in an almost nightmarish darkness, gradually enveloped the sky, providing them the cover needed to stealthily approach the building. The commercial district remained ablaze with lights, and the 4 members of the Yushi tribe were almost entranced, having never before experienced the outside world. Mo Tung reminded them, "Stop dawdling. We must act swiftly." Arriving at the base of the towering edifice, the Yushi clan could not suppress their nervous gulps as they gazed upward at the sky-reaching pinnacle. "Divine Messenger, are you certain we must ascend?" one inquired. "Nonsense. We must reach the top," came the emphatic reply. "But it is exceedingly high. No matter how high, we shall ascend." No, you misunderstand. I mean, we cannot climb it." Kiza felt a bit embarrassed. Ultimately, the Yushi tribe was composed of humans, lacking the agile capabilities of the monkey clan. Climbing trees was manageable, but scaling such a skyscraper was a daunting prospect. "Then find a way to infiltrate. I shall await you on the rooftop." With that, Mo Tung leaped onto the building's exterior wall, seemingly possessing adhesive abilities. Through a series of deft jumps, he grasped windows and crevices, reaching the 20th floor in under a minute. Kiza and the others below stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. "We need to devise a method to enter," Kiza suggested. "How shall we accomplish this, Chief?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in Kiza's eyes as he proposed. "What if we set a fire to create chaos and then slip inside?" The others considered this and found it a plausible strategy. In the United States, regulations regarding firearms and explosives were quite lax, and it was not uncommon for ordinary citizens to possess a gun. However, the control over flammable and explosive materials was exceedingly stringent. Locating a substantial quantity of combustibles in a metropolis like Los Angeles was no simple task. Even if they succeeded, they would also need to identify the right locations. While nighttime operations were advantageous, it was not as easy as merely finding dry kindling and gasoline to incinerate a skyscraper. After all, the Yushi tribe lacked the capability of the once feared organization that wreaked havoc in the United States. Meanwhile, Mo Tung finally reached the rooftop. Retrieving tools he had prepared in advance to silently remove a pane of glass and stealthily enter the building. The familiar surroundings evoked memories as if the past had occurred merely yesterday. "I have returned," he muttered, his words laced with profound resentment and fury. Raised by humans, he harbored complex emotions towards his human foster parent, feeling an inexpressible mix of attachment and betrayal. Once desperate to integrate into human society, he had been treated as an outcast and adversary. In his youth, Mo Tung, like many others, feared the devil. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that despite his fears, the devil had never harmed him, while humans had inflicted continuous pain. After being imprisoned in a dark cell and experiencing various injustices, Mo Tung's initial goodness transformed into anger through hatred and darkness, evolving from a mere monkey into the leader of his kind. In reality, Tung understood how to rally other monkeys and exert his intellect to subdue them, ultimately ascending to the position of leadership. As he surveyed the scene, hatred surged within him, for his mother had also perished here, shot by humans while attempting to protect him. Regaining his composure, Tung fluidly entered the building's interior. His memory vaguely recalled that the pharmaceuticals were located in the 47th floor isolation research room. Lost in thought, Tung suddenly halted, his gaze drawn to a man in a white coat, seemingly in his 40s, hurriedly arriving at the research room door. The man's demeanor was peculiar as he retrieved his identification and inserted it into a card slot, prompting the door to automatically open. Upon reaching the entrance to Laboratory 101, the man impatiently pushed the door open, speaking rapidly. "How is it, Kasha? What is the status of the research?" "Dr. Shinda, the research data conclusions have been finalized," responded a blonde woman in a white coat, handing him a top-secret dossier. This individual was biologist Dr. Shinda, currently overseeing the study of a highly confidential pharmaceutical. Upon reviewing the research data, an uncontrollable excitement washed over Shinda. The TC series of enhanced pharmaceuticals has finally been developed. "What a stroke of luck," he exclaimed. "Dr. Shinda, the effects of the enhanced pharmaceuticals are remarkably pronounced, holding immense potential for treating mental illnesses." Kasha echoed, equally exhilarated, though a hint of concern shadowed her face. "However, there are uncontrollable factors. This drug is not only effective on humans, but also on a wide range of known animal species. That could pose problems. But what does that have to do with us? We are merely responsible for the research, understand?" Shinda dismissively replied, disregarding any negative implications. Motivated solely by the promise of substantial economic profit. Years prior, the uprising of the monkey clan had left many traumatized, leading the U.S. government to ban such pharmaceutical research. Yet, insatiable greed drove capitalists to pursue profit at any cost. Although the government claimed the monkey clan had been eradicated, those oblivious humans would never realize that remnants still existed, having retreated into the demon jungle. Furthermore, unbeknownst to them, a terrifying giant python thrived in that forbidden territory. After deliberation, Shinda and Kasha resolved to apply for stringent controls over the drug to prevent another uprising, drawing from their own harrowing experiences, which felt akin to the end of the world. Outside the research room, Tung remained torn, contemplating whether to storm in and seize the pharmaceuticals. Such an action would undoubtedly attract significant attention, potentially leading to a perilous situation. Just as he wrestled with indecision, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Chapter 78. Success. As Tung racked his brain for a way to steal the pharmaceuticals, he suddenly detected the unmistakable scent of smoke wafting through the air. His mind quickly grasped the implications, and elation surged within him. A fire had broken out, presenting an unexpected opportunity. Was this divine providence? Unbeknownst to him, this was the result of Kiza and his companion's actions. The smoke thickened below, and Tung concealed himself in the shadows near the research room, blending seamlessly with the darkness. Once the occupants realized the fire, chaos would inevitably ensue, providing him the perfect moment to strike. As anticipated, within 10 minutes, the entire building was engulfed in alarms. Panic erupted among the researchers, accompanied by a cacophony of frantic shouts. Dr. Shinda and over a dozen individuals, primarily security personnel accompanied by elite researchers, burst forth from the laboratory. What had transpired? Dr. Shinda inquired. "Doctor, please evacuate quickly. A fire has erupted in the building, and the flames are spreading rapidly. I repeat, evacuate immediately." The urgent voice of a security officer from the ground floor crackled through the intercom, underscoring the dire situation. Dr. Shinda cursed under his breath and promptly instructed, "Kasha, we must retrieve the data. Even if this building is reduced to ashes, we cannot allow the data to be compromised, otherwise a decade's worth of effort will be in vain. Rest assured, Doctor, the data has been backed up in the cloud subsystem. But I believe we should still recover the existing materials," Kasha replied. "Hurry." Dr. Shinda, reassured about the data's safety, began organizing the personnel for evacuation. Shortly thereafter, Kasha emerged from the laboratory with 3 external hard drives, each filled with pharmaceutical research data. Upon securing the materials, Dr. Shinda wasted no time and urged, "Now that we have the data, let us leave quickly. We are the only ones left in this building." "What about the finished pharmaceuticals?" Kasha asked. "It matters not. As long as the data remains intact, we can always implement recovery measures later." Dr. Shinda gestured dismissively. The flames grew more ferocious, prompting Dr. Shinda and Kasha to hastily depart. Lingering any longer could mean being trapped by the fire or suffocated by smoke. As the last 2 figures exited, Mauding re-emerged from the shadows, approaching the laboratory door, and inserted an identification card into the access slot, causing the door to swing open. This card had been opportunistically acquired amidst the chaos of the fire. Once inside the laboratory, Mauding surveyed the area. The laboratory was modestly sized, approximately 50 to 60 square meters, equipped with cutting-edge biotechnological apparatus. The fire raged intensely, leaving Mauding little time to ponder the equipment and instead focus on locating the TC-002 pharmaceuticals. Suddenly, his gaze became fixated. The countertop displayed an array of meticulously arranged vials. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the labels identified them as part of the enhancement series, TC-003. A surge of excitement coursed through Mauding. After much effort, he had finally located the pharmaceuticals, essential for the survival of the Monkey Clan in the Devil's Rainforest. Although their fate lay in the hands of the Serpent Clan, retrieving the pharmaceuticals would alleviate all crises. Conversely, failure would lead to the annihilation of the Monkey Clan at the hands of the venomous python. Mauding dared not speculate on the serpent's intentions. Its formidable presence and murderous aura were akin to a demon emerging from hell. To assess the pharmaceutical's efficacy, Mauding retrieved a vial and removed the stopper. Instantly, a dense white smoke wafted from the bottle, resembling the mist of the forest. As he absorbed the effects of the potion, Mauding slowly closed his eyes. Indeed, this was the very pharmaceutical he sought, and its potency surpassed previous iterations. It was verifiably an enhancement drug. With joy illuminating his expression, Mauding opened his eyes. The TC series of pharmaceuticals had originally been developed by Mauding's human father. However, they bore significant side effects for humans, ranging from insanity to fatality. Yet, through multiple trials, Mauding was confident in its authenticity. Unbeknownst to him, he overlooked a critical detail. Previously, TC-002 had only been effective on primates, while the Serpent Clan did not belong to that category. Coincidentally, the drug had evolved into the TC-003 series, if it had not upgraded, even if Mauding succeeded in obtaining it. The wrath of the giant python upon discovering its ineffectiveness would be enough to obliterate the entire Monkey Clan. Mauding procured 2 boxes and filled them with the hundreds of vials, then dragged the heavy boxes out of the laboratory. Outside, the flames continued to rage uncontrollably. Mauding opted not to take the elevator. After all, using it during a fire would be tantamount to courting death. Having lived in the human world, Mauding understood this fundamental truth. Just as he stepped into the safe stairwell, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Though his senses were not as acute as the venomous python's, his hearing was keen enough to detect someone climbing up from below. Curious, who would dare ascend amidst such a blaze? The smoke stirred by the flames obscured visibility, rendering the situation below unclear. Fearing the worst, Mauding chose to conceal himself in the corridor. Should anyone attempt to enter, he would have no choice but to resort to lethal measures. As the footsteps drew nearer, Mauding finally recognized the faces of several humans. The murderous intent in his eyes transformed into joy as he stepped out from the corridor, calling out, "Kiza, over here." The newcomers were none other than Kiza, the leader of the Feathered Serpent tribe. "Divine Messenger, are you unharmed? We were nearly terrified to death." Kiza's reaction mirrored Mauding's initial relief. During the chaos instigated by Mohan, Shinxian, and like, Kiza had seized the opportunity to infiltrate the building, scaling up from the first floor amidst the panic, fearing that the fire would affect Mauding. Thankfully, it appeared that all was well. However, the height of the floors left Kiza panting heavily. "Kiza, the fire is too severe. We must leave with the pharmaceuticals at once." Mauding indicated the 2 large boxes beside him, grateful for Kiza's timely arrival. Otherwise, they would have wasted precious time. "We set the fire ourselves to infiltrate the building," Kiza declared proudly. "Fool," Mauding scolded, "do you truly believe the LAPD to be inept? You've essentially thrown them into the furnace." The LAPD, abbreviated for the Los Angeles Police Department, had demonstrated their capabilities to Mauding. "What? Is there a problem? Time is of the essence. We can discuss this later. The flames are escalating, and the building is enclosed. If we do not leave soon, we may truly perish here." Kiza harbored grave concerns. Yet for the sake of the Serpent God, even death in battle would bring immeasurable honor. Life itself was of little consequence. Quietly, Mauding and Kiza slipped away, opting to evade or eliminate anyone they encountered along the way, employing ruthless and decisive tactics. Chapter 79, Trapped and Tormented by Humans. Mauding harbored endless resentment towards this species, showing no mercy in his actions. Kiza, too, was even more ruthless. The Feathered Serpent clan remained oblivious to the outside world, existing in stark contrast to the advanced society of humans. Compared to Mauding, who had been raised by humans, Kize appeared even more savage. Upon reaching the ground floor, they seized the opportunity presented by the chaos of the fire, hastily vanishing with the boxes without arousing any suspicion. Once the flames were extinguished, the others might realize what had transpired, but by then, it would be too late. Modding and his companions would have long since fled. And even if the entirety of Los Angeles was sealed off, they would be impossible to locate. Subsequently, Modding commandeered a vehicle, stowing the boxes inside, and soon disappeared without a trace. With the mission accomplished, Modding felt no lingering trepidation, unafraid of potential human retribution. His primary objective was to escape Los Angeles. Meanwhile, Mohan and his companions were enduring their own trials, surrounded by police and trapped in a shop adjacent to the building, unable to escape. Mohan, what shall we do now? These humans are armed, and we are defenseless. Xianxian expressed deep concern. Wait a moment. The surrounding roads were cordoned off by police, with numerous patrol cars parked nearby, and even the sound of helicopter blades whirring overhead. What is the situation? Report. The arsonists are barricaded inside the shop, and we plan to take forced action. Do not harm anyone. We must capture them alive. Understood. With the explicit orders from their superiors, the police proceeded without hesitation. At present, it can be ascertained that the criminals are unarmed, and there are only 3 of them, making their capture a simple matter. A squad of police officers, armed with tranquilizer guns, rushed forward, and by the time Mohan realized what was happening, it was already too late. Upon regaining consciousness, Mohan felt a heavy fog clouding his mind, as if his head were burdened by a stone. Where am I? He shook his head and slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in darkness, with not a glimmer of light in sight. It was a confined space, unmistakably a secret room, indicating that he had been captured by humans. Before losing consciousness, Mohan could only recall having been shot, and everything that followed remained a blank. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the room as the lights flickered on, causing Mohan's eyes to sting painfully from the brightness. He instinctively raised his hands to shield his eyes, only to discover that his limbs were tightly bound by a length of rope. After several moments, his eyes adjusted to the light, revealing that he was secured to an iron chair with 2 shadowy figures lurking nearby. As he pondered his escape, a voice broke the silence. What is your name? Faced with the inquiry, Mohan chose to remain silent, fully aware that being captured by humans seldom ended well. His only concern was whether the leader and the deity had completed their mission. The command of the snake god outweighed all else. If the leader and the deity succeeded, Mohan would willingly face death without hesitation. In this place, silence is not your prerogative. You must cooperate with our investigation. Are you not concerned about your 2 companions? The interrogator warned that stubbornness could lead to dire consequences. Why did you steal the TC pharmaceuticals? Was that monkey that entered the building named Modding? Seeing that Mohan remained unyielding, Jylans displayed remarkable patience. He had encountered many such criminals throughout his career in law enforcement, but most had ultimately broken. As an FBI investigator, part of one of the most renowned intelligence agencies in the United States, he was well aware of the chaos caused by the monkey incident. Despite the government's relentless pursuit, regrettably, the monkey troop had managed to escape into the Devil's Rainforest. The troops, unprepared for the dense wilderness, had to retreat and await further orders. However, those in Washington would not relent. They had dispatched a special operations unit, determined to eradicate the monkeys, irrespective of the chaos that might ensue. At that moment, the unit was preparing to venture into the Devil's Rainforest, but the FBI had received news that the monkey tribe's leader, Modding, was spotted in Los Angeles. Their greatest concern was that Modding aimed to steal the TC series pharmaceuticals. Unfortunately, it was too late. Although they had discovered a trail, Modding had already departed from the United States. In the interrogation room, Jylans sat calmly in his chair, a friendly smile gracing his face. I believe we should have a serious discussion. Mohan remained obstinately silent, prompting Jylans to persist. Are you truly unconcerned about the safety of your 2 companions? Ignoring the silence, Jylans instructed his subordinates, bring them in. Yes, sir. Shortly thereafter, Xianxian and Like were brought into the interrogation room, similarly bound, and placed beside Mohan. Jylans flashed a grin, drawing a steel dagger from his waist without any flourish, and approached the trio. Xuanxian's face twisted in anger, but Jylans remained unfazed, continuing to question Mohan. What is your name? Mohan maintained a defiant demeanor, disregarding the inquiry entirely. Unexpectedly, without further ado, Jylans slashed a deep gash across Xuanxian's arm, causing blood to spurt from the wound. The agonized scream echoed within the confines of the small interrogation room. Gag him, Jylans commanded his subordinate. The officer produced a grimy cloth and stuffed it into Xuanxian's mouth. You see this? I hope you will answer my questions honestly. Should you deceive me or remain silent, I will make it my practice to bestow my dagger upon him each time. The congenial smile vanished from Jylenz's face, replaced by a chilling demeanor. If you wish to kill, then do so. Why all this unnecessary talk? Mohan bellowed. Alas, Jylenz sighed, rubbing his forehead. I am not inquiring about your secrets. I merely wish to know your name. His words, though seemingly benign, were a tactic to dismantle Mohan's psychological defenses and draw him into his line of reasoning. Simultaneously, he pressed his fingers into Xuanqian's wound with brutal force. Xuanqian's face contorted in agony, but with his mouth gagged, he could emit only faint whimpers. This suffering was palpable to Mohan. As Jylenz prepared to strike again, Mohan hastily exclaimed, Stop! I will speak. Xuanqian's expression shifted drastically, shaking his head frantically. He would rather perish in this cursed place than betray the snake god. If his words compelled Mohan to divulge forbidden information, he would have no face to return to the tribe and confront the snake god, even if he survived. Mohan, too, would never choose to betray. Witnessing Mohan's resolve, Jylenz finally allowed his subordinate to take Xianxian out to staunch the bleeding. An ancient Chinese adage states that the best military strategy is to win without fighting, targeting the heart and mind. Clearly, Jylenz had identified Mohan's vulnerability. Now, can you tell me your name? Jylenz fixed his gaze upon Mohan, inquiring further. Mohan, came the response. What a peculiar name. Where do you hail from? The English he spoke was more akin to that of rural denizens, suggesting he might not be a citizen, as no identification information could be found. Could it be that he was an undocumented immigrant? Jylenz pondered, while Mohan fell silent once more. However, instead of resorting to extreme measures, Jylenz adopted a conversational tone, smiling as he continued, My name is Jylenz, an American. I merely wish to clarify something. Mauding evaded capture by retreating into the Devil's Rainforest, and you appeared alongside him in Los Angeles, participating in the theft. This implies that you likely knew one another within the depths of that rainforest. You must be a member of an indigenous tribe, correct? Faced with Jylenz's astute deductions, Mohan desperately averted his gaze. This subtle detail solidified Jylenz's suspicions. Regrettably, time was of the essence. Otherwise, he would have employed certain tactics. The higher-ups had allotted only 24 hours, necessitating the extraction of vital information within this time frame to avoid delaying the unit's mission to the Devil's Rainforest. Discuss your tribe's relationship with modding. Did you steal the TC pharmaceuticals to grant intelligence to the monkey tribe? What benefit do you hope to gain from this? If you refuse to answer, I shall have no choice but to resort to inhumane methods. At this juncture, Jylenz felt utterly powerless. If only he had 3 days. He could surely compel the criminal to cooperate. Now, Jylenz had completely lost patience. A cold, cruel smile spread across his once gentle face. Let the torture commence. Until he speaks, he shall not meet his maker, including the one beside him. I shall return this afternoon. Yes, sir. Mohan let out a harrowing scream as electric shocks coursed through his body, the pain akin to being torn apart by blades. Will you speak? If death is your desire, why play such games? Very well, do not cease. Continue. The methods of interrogation intensified, while Jylenz returned to his office, seated himself, and retrieved his phone to dial a number. When the call connected, he adopted a respectful tone. Captain, this is Jylenz. Jylenz, how is your mission progressing? Sir, the criminals refuse to divulge any information, and time is of the essence. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in bringing those individuals here. The voice on the phone fell silent for several seconds before responding coolly. Very well, but you must understand that the hypnotists are affiliated with the Yinlang unit, and we at the FBI have no authority to mobilize them. However, I can negotiate, and they should arrive by this afternoon. Thank you, sir, Jylenz replied. Remember, this mission cannot afford any failures. The call ended, and Jylenz finally felt a sense of relief. As long as those hypnotists were involved, no matter how formidable the psychological training of the criminals, they would inevitably submit to manipulation. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jylenz returned to the interrogation room. Throughout the morning, Mohan, and Xianxian remained silent, refusing to provide any information even when threatened with their lives. Jylenz understood that they intended to keep their secrets buried. After returning to his office and waiting nearly 50 minutes, Jylenz finally welcomed the arrival of the dispatched hypnotist. The hypnotist standing before Jylenz was a robust middle-aged man with slightly curled facial hair and a naturally friendly smile. Jylenz recognized him as a man who concealed a dagger behind that smile. Greetings, Mr. Jylenz. I am your assisting hypnotist, Friedrich Clark. Good day, Mr. Friedrich. It is an honor to collaborate with you, Jylenz smiled. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Jylenz, not in haste, inquired, Would you like some coffee? Thank you for the kind offer, but unfortunately, time is of the essence. I hope to enjoy your coffee next time. The unit is departing tomorrow, and our time is limited. We must prioritize the task at hand, Friedrich replied with a smile. Very well, please follow me. Soon, the two entered the interrogation room, where Jalun's subordinates reported, the criminals are unconscious. You may leave. I will handle this from here, Jalun's instructed. Yes, sir. Once the subordinates exited the room, Jalun's turned to Friedrich. Mr. Friedrich, the floor is yours. Just a moment. Friedrich, brimming with confidence, was a member of the elite guide team of the Yinling unit and held more power than the average individual. For instance, although Jalun's held a higher military rank as a lieutenant colonel in charge of the Los Angeles division, he was in a position to converse with Jalun's as an equal. The guide team consisted entirely of hypnotists, and they were vastly different from ordinary hypnotists. Most people associate hypnotists with the realm of psychologists, primarily alleviating psychological or physical stress for patients. Many high-ranking individuals have their own hypnotists, but traditional methods require a high level of mutual trust. In contrast, individuals like Friedrich could impose hypnosis and control targets to achieve their desired outcomes. With all three criminals unconscious, Jalun's asked, Mr. Friedrich, shall we awaken them? Proceed. Friedrich nodded slightly. Jalun's then splashed a bucket of ice water over the three. Mohan and the others immediately awoke, their mouths gagged, glaring angrily at Jalun's. Extracting useful information was merely a matter of Friedrich's will. I am about to begin. Please step back and take notes. Understood. Jalun stepped back, and Friedrich slowly closed his eyes. After 5 seconds, he suddenly opened them. Look into my eyes. Friedrich's voice, contrasting with his appearance, was gentle and delicate, exuding an irresistible allure. Despite knowing he was no benevolent figure, the three criminals found it hard to resist. Under the influence of this strange voice, their expressions grew dazed, and signs of struggle emerged. Odd, they possessed such strong resistance. Friedrich furrowed his brow slightly, and without anyone noticing, a flash of red light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, the red light penetrated the eyes of the three men. At that moment, they ceased their struggles and gradually fell into silence. Jalun's, with his notebook ready, prepared to record. What are your names? Mohan. Shinxian. Like. Good. Where are you from? We are tribesmen of the Yusha tribe in the Devil's Rainforest. What is your relationship with modding? Why did you steal the pharmaceuticals from the research center? Modding is a divine messenger. The serpent god sent him to lead us in stealing the TC series drugs. No, I cannot say. Upon mentioning the serpent god, the three men exhibited extreme emotional reactions, as if their minds were thrown into disarray. They were on the verge of breaking free from Friedrich's control. Unfortunately, Friedrich's eyes emitted another flash of red light, stabilizing their control. As the three men were completely hypnotized, they spoke freely, revealing information that utterly overturned Friedrich's and Jalun's understanding of the world's biology. The Devil's Rainforest is truly terrifying. In Chapter 81, the Yinling unit, a tribe of monkeys exists within the rainforest, surpassing human imagination. However, what astonished them most was that modding was teaching the Yusha tribe English. Such intelligence exceeds that of certain humans. Even more unfathomable was the multitude of pythons in the rainforest, with some measuring over 10 meters, becoming the average length of the snake population. Moreover, the Yusha tribe, who worshipped the serpent god, numbered nearly 1,000 individuals, ready to forsake anything, including their lives, for their deity. The most shocking revelation was that the serpent god was not merely a code name for an individual, but rather a massive python over 50 meters long. Friedrich and Jalun's exchanged wide-eyed glances, both unable to conceal their astonishment. Jalun's, I must report to our superiors immediately, otherwise, we risk a catastrophic disaster. Friedrich urged urgently. Very well, I will finalize the notes and transmit the documents to the officials at once. Jalun's, still in shock, nearly forgot about the recording, quickly compensating with audio and reporting the findings. It was not that the two lacked courage or resolve, but rather the situation was utterly beyond reason, far removed from human comprehension. Were it not for the criminals being in a hypnotic state, they would never have believed such claims. They would sooner believe that the sun rose in the west than accept the existence of the serpent god. Upon receiving Jalun's compiled documents, several individuals within the FBI were equally astonished, unable to believe the revelations, and promptly convened an emergency meeting. In the large conference room, all high-ranking officials of the FBI were present. Chi Lucy, Sina, and Shilian and Friedrich, among others, were in attendance. Most of these individuals were top figures within the FBI, wielding control over all internal and external intelligence. In simple terms, should they conspire to incite any turmoil, they could upheave the entire nation of M. At this moment, however, they were embroiled in endless disputes, and the conference room was filled with noise. Sina argued, the monkey tribe and giant pythons in the Devil's Rainforest must be eradicated, regardless of the cost, for it concerns the prosperity and decline of humanity. And countered directly, don't be insane. The Devil's Rainforest is one of the last remaining green lungs on Earth. Any attempt at violent disruption would yield catastrophic consequences, and it must be sanctioned by the president, along with half of the cabinet members. Sina appeared anxious. These two species possess intelligence. Are we to allow them to develop unchecked? We must report to the president and determine whether to deploy nuclear weapons. Fool, be quiet. Even if the White House approves. Do you not fear international disputes arising from such a commotion? I believe many understand that allowing the monkey tribe and giant pythons to survive would spell disaster for the entire world. The two held firm to their positions, creating an irreconcilable standoff. As the dispute intensified, Khaleesi suddenly interjected, let's take a moment of silence. This matter must be reported to Washington immediately for a vote by the White House. After all, we lack the authority to decide on this issue. Our duty is to thoroughly investigate the authenticity of this incident. Despite being a woman in a position of power as the head of the FBI, Khaleesi commanded enough respect to compel obedience from those around her. Following her directive, the others could only express their agreement. Soon, Khaleesi dialed the president of M country. The president, who was resting, was startled by the ringing of his phone and swiped the screen. Khaleesi, how is the situation progressing? Mr. President, I am about to brief you on this matter. Khaleesi sent a document containing the recorded information to the president's email, succinctly summarizing the details. The president, visibly shocked, repeatedly inquired, is the information clear? Absolutely no errors. That is indeed troubling. After pondering for a few moments, the president instructed his secretary, gather all cabinet members at the White House. Khaleesi, you must come as well. Understood. Watching the screen of her phone go dark, Khaleesi turned to the others and said, did you all hear that? I need to hurry to the White House. You must closely monitor any developments in the Devil's Rainforest, and we will make decisions after the meeting concludes. The other senior officials of the FBI nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the White House, Khaleesi walked directly into the conference room. A considerable number of attendees had already arrived, and she nodded to acknowledge them. Although Khaleesi was a significant figure, none of the officials present were to be underestimated. Particularly, those with real power were not to be trifled with, and even Khaleesi lacked the audacity to offend them. Of course, offending intelligence personnel could lead to those who appeared powerful making headlines, even if they had merely socialized with a few women the night before. After about half an hour, most cabinet members were present. The president, seated at the head of the table, spoke calmly, everyone. This meeting is convened to discuss a singular matter. You are all aware of the events surrounding the monkey tribe riots from a year ago. Today's discussion is related to that very incident. He then turned the floor over to Khaleesi for a detailed briefing. Without unnecessary preamble, Khaleesi recounted the facts with precision. After absorbing the information, the cabinet members were left in a state of shock, which was only to be expected. Having lived in a stable and peaceful society, the sudden emergence of such extraordinary events was nothing short of a paradigm shift. Many expressed skepticism, secretly hoping that the meeting was merely a jest. But such hopes were fleeting. Khaleesi asserted solemnly, I have verified multiple times. The information and intelligence are unequivocally accurate. Instantly, the room fell silent, but after a few seconds, it erupted into chaos and contention. Cersweir, the head of external defense, proposed, in my opinion, we should directly launch missiles to eradicate those creatures. I disagree, vehemently countered Pixie, the head of environmental protection. The Devil's Rainforest is the largest tropical rainforest on Earth, absorbing vast amounts of waste gases produced annually. If the natural environment were to be compromised, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Earthquakes, tsunamis, plagues, fires, and other natural disasters would ensue as a result of the rainforest destruction. More alarmingly, it would contribute to global warming and rising sea levels. Furthermore, the very foundation of human survival, oxygen, would diminish significantly, projected to decrease by 1/3. At that moment, Linda, the head of the think tank, leaned in to whisper to the president. All eyes turned to him, noticing his grave demeanor as he fell deep into thought. After a brief pause, the president stood and addressed the assembly, saying, I have decided to deploy the Silver Wolf Unit. What? The Silver Wolf Unit? I don't believe there is a special unit by that designation in the military. Many cabinet members were unfamiliar with the existence of the Silver Wolf Unit, although a few within certain circles were aware of its legendary status. The senior military officers in the room appeared momentarily dazed, but after a few seconds, their expressions changed dramatically. Some officers had heard of the Silver Wolf unit, but had dismissed it as mere rumor. Now, with the president openly declaring the deployment of the Silver Wolf unit, it fundamentally confirmed the unit's existence. The astonishment and confusion among the subordinates did not escape the president's notice, prompting him to clarify. The Silver Wolf unit is a special department of our nation, not under military jurisdiction, but directly overseen by the current president. Subsequently, with the president's consent, Linda activated the conference room projector, connecting it to a computer to play a video. The video displayed a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, who suddenly let out a furious roar. Accompanied by the sound of his bellowing, the man's physique inflated like a human-shaped balloon, his muscles visibly bulging at an astonishing rate. The fabric of his clothing tore apart, leaving remnants scattered beneath his feet. The once imposing soldier, now devoid of his uniform, was exposed to the air. However, this was not the most astonishing aspect. What left the assembly in disbelief was the thick layer of silver fur that rapidly sprouted from his skin as he expanded. The cabinet's seasoned strategists could hardly believe their eyes as the next scene unfolded, revealing the man's head morphing into that of a wolf. Could this be the fabled Beastman? The primal and feral silver fur evoked trepidation, yet the wolf's head instilled a deeper sense of fear. What in the world is this monstrosity? This cannot be real. Today is not April Fool's Day. The officials in the conference room were left utterly astonished upon witnessing the creature in the video. The footage continued, revealing the beast approaching a bulldozer and effortlessly lifting it before slamming it to the ground. Was this the strength of an ordinary creature? No, this was anything but conventional. The conference room fell into a stunned silence. In reality, this was a bioweapon created using scientific methods. The process of creating bioweapons is exceptionally intricate. It begins with cultivating the genetic chains of fierce animal cells, which are then suppressed within an ordinary human body, utilizing specific drugs to ensure minimal side effects. This process grants individuals with inherent intelligence the capacity to harness extraordinarily savage power. However, there remain flaws, as illustrated by the man in the video, who struggles to fully control the fierce animal strength. Country is not the only nation researching bioweapons, but it has a head start in technological foundations and currently leads the scientific biological field, making the formation of such a unit feasible. The video continued to play, but the scene shifted. Oh no, is he going to engage the wolf pack? The speculation of the attendees proved accurate. The creature indeed clashed with a pack of wolves. It is well known that wolves are among the fiercest pack animals, capable of easily overpowering armed humans. However, this scene was truly shocking. The wolf pack was brutally torn apart, flesh scattered, and intestines strewn across the ground. It is entirely due to the monstrous entities depicted in the video. Until its conclusion, the president remarked with a calm demeanor, "This is the culmination of our nation's years of research into biosoldiers. We have invested considerable economic resources and effort to achieve this success. Although their numbers are limited, as you have all witnessed, their formidable combat prowess is evident before us. Therefore, I propose to increase the military budget for biosoldier research by an additional 10%. Upon concluding his statement, the president turned to Linda, who quickly grasped the underlying implications. He then approached the podium and declared, according to the Constitution, the executive power is vested in the president of country, and the total vote is entitled to nomination. The president intends to augment the annual funding for bioresearch, and all present here possess voting rights. Thus it is time to make a decision." Half an hour later, the results of the vote were announced, with nearly 80% supporting the president's proposal. The principle of majority rule prevailed, as is customary in a voting system. The main reason for this overwhelming support was the undeniable strength of the biosoldiers, which indeed warrants continued investment of resources. Those opposed leaned towards the side of peace, arguing that such research contravenes the natural principles of human existence and could jeopardize the current state of peace. Humanity's trajectory appears to be relentlessly oriented towards scientific advancement, particularly in the realm of cellular biology. While the application of biological sciences can save many lives, it is imperative to recognize that every coin has two sides. Where there is good, there is also potential for adverse outcomes. Internationally, there is significant opposition to human modification, advocating instead for enhancement through conventional means rather than resorting to such extreme measures. Despite the fact that many nations signed the Convention on Biological Weapons over a decade ago, in the eyes of certain countries, it is merely a piece of paper. Dignity? Principles? Such notions hold little weight in the eyes of interest groups. Having achieved his objective, the president subsequently ordered the deployment of the Silver Wolf Brigade's bio team to the Devil's Rainforest, with the imperative to annihilate the monkey tribes and giant pythons. General Smith, As the commander of the Silver Wolf Brigade, you are responsible for this operation. What do you say? Although it was an order, the president's tone was gentle and carried an air of consultation, a departure from his usual demeanor that rarely afforded subordinates such opportunities for discussion. General Smith, appearing to be in his 40s, yet in reality significantly older than the president, who was in his 50s, sat in an inconspicuous corner. Yet at that moment became the focal point of the meeting. Very well, Smith responded readily. The meeting was subsequently adjourned, leaving the president to privately discuss the details of the forthcoming operation with Smith. Not only was Smith the commanding officer of the Silver Wolf Brigade, but he was also the most formidable warrior in M country, unmatched by any other. His status, second only to the president, was unassailable. Within the White House, there were few who recognized that Smith had reached the pinnacle of refining energy into essence, yet those close to the president were well aware of his capabilities. After all, in the realm of human understanding, a master of refining energy into essence is considered a mobile weapon of mass destruction. And even the president would not dare to act disrespectfully in his presence, given that M country is the world's foremost superpower. The existence of only one such formidable individual is indicative of how precious a peak warrior in the realm of energy refinement truly is. Chapter 83. The Imminent Danger. The White House, officially named by the 26th president of M country in 1902, has since been revered as one of the 5 great palaces of the world, sprawling over more than 730,000 square meters, comprising a main building and 2 wings. The president of M country entered his office alongside General Smith. General Smith, please have a seat. Thank you, Mr. President. As a peak warrior in the realm of refining energy into essence, Smith appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, yet in truth, he was 40 years older than the president before him. Out of loyalty to the nation, Smith maintained his decorum towards the president. After they both sat down, the president personally poured 2 glasses of red wine and placed them before each of them, smiling. General, you are indeed my elder. You have dedicated nearly 60 years to our free nation, even founding the Silver Wolf Brigade, providing remarkable military strength. Today, with this fine wine, I raise a toast to you. The president's politeness elicited a response from Smith, who remarked, as human beings, we must fulfill our duties, and among all the presidents, how many are as exceptional as you? Smith engaged in some pleasantries, his tone casual. However, in a meeting, it was essential to maintain decorum. For the president is the face of a nation. For nearly 60 years, Smith held the rank of general, yet few knew of his identity. Even within the White House, officials would only occasionally glimpse him during meetings, and most were unaware of his true nature, as most internal officials were replaced with each election, leaving few incumbents. Thus, Smith's identity remained shrouded in mystery, further compounded by the enigma of the Silver Wolf Brigade. Fundamentally, the Silver Wolf Brigade cannot be entirely classified as a military unit. Rather, it functions as a special faction dedicated to serving the White House, primarily tasked with ensuring the safety of the president and cabinet officials, as well as handling specific missions. The Silver Wolf Brigade is not limited to Western warriors. In recent years, it has incorporated bio-soldiers, significantly enhancing its overall strength. However, the cultural chasm between the West and East encompasses vast differences, including methodologies of cultivation. The East tends to emphasize spiritual cultivation, focusing on the essence of energy, while the West relentlessly pursues brute strength, akin to constructing towering edifices from the ground up. Had it not been for the presence of the Silver Wolf Brigade, the presidents of M country would have faced untold threats to their lives. Among those Smith feared the most were certain martial artists from the East, particularly the Huaxia warriors. Over the past decade, the Silver Wolf Brigade has thwarted numerous assassination attempts by Eastern martial artists, especially against the current president, who has been targeted most frequently due to his penchant for provoking Eastern nations, much to Smith's chagrin. Reflecting on those Eastern warriors, Smith felt a twinge of apprehension, particularly as several peak warriors had attempted assassination, costing the Silver Wolf Brigade dearly in their defense. However, in recent years, there were reports that several peak warriors from Huaxia had mysteriously vanished. This was fortuitous for Smith, yet he dared not become complacent, having suffered too many setbacks. The two engaged in some casual conversation before the president shifted directly to the matter at hand. General, how confident are you about the upcoming expedition to the Devil's Rainforest? Smith pondered briefly before responding. I plan to mobilize the elite forces of the Silver Wolf Brigade, and I will personally lead the charge. Accompanied by 2 bio-soldiers of comparable strength to myself, 30 mid-stage warriors in the realm of energy refinement, and 70 gene bio-soldiers. With this force, I am confident we can effectively deal with the beasts in the rainforest. Upon hearing this, the president's spirits were lifted, and he praised, "Excellent. I entrust this mission to you. If those monkeys and giant pythons are not eradicated, it poses a calamity for all humanity. This endeavor not only pertains to the interests of country, but also to the future of humanity on this planet. General Smith, I count on you. While the monkeys may pose a significant threat, the giant pythons should not be a cause for concern. No matter how strong they are, they cannot threaten humanity," Smith replied. A hint of confusion flickered across the president's face as Smith elaborated, although the giant pythons undoubtedly possess a degree of intelligence. As this world is not solely inhabited by humans who cultivate, certain animals may also attain enlightenment, thereby acquiring intelligence comparable to that of humans, akin to natural treasures. Such assertions may have sounded far-fetched, yet they piqued the president's curiosity. Regardless, all threats to humanity's supremacy must be eliminated. With a grave intensity, Smith assured, "Rest assured, Mr. President, I will slay that giant python to prevent future calamities." At that moment, Smith's thoughts extended beyond mere concerns. Any animal that attains sentience is a treasure trove in its entirety. Take the giant python of the rainforest, for instance. Its skin could be crafted into impenetrable armor. Its bones could serve as materials for medicines or weaponry, and its flesh is a potent nourishment, offering immense benefits to warriors, rendering it a treasure of immeasurable worth. However, Smith coveted the serpent's gall. Should he manage to ingest it, it would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance in transcending the legendary realm of refining chi into divinity. Contemplating this, a glimmer of avarice flickered in Smith's astute eyes. Exhibiting impatience, he addressed the president. "Mr. President, time is of the essence. I must take my leave now to prepare for my departure tomorrow." The president replied, "Very well. May our invincible general return triumphantly soon. I shall arrange a grand banquet in your honor." Both men exchanged knowing smiles. Unbeknownst to Wu Hongyun, who was ensconced in the Devil's Rainforest, danger loomed on the horizon. At that moment, he was engrossed in absorbing the essence of moonlight. Indeed, he was harnessing the moonlight's ethereal energy. Ever since Wu Hongyun condensed his divine source and practiced the spirit control technique, he discovered that on nights of the full moon, he could absorb the energy radiated by the moon with astonishing speed. Initially, he estimated it would take around 3 years to manifest 15 silver stripes. Yet with the aid of moonlight essence, he was on the verge of success in merely 2 months. Such rapid progression was beyond Wu Hongyun's wildest imaginings, surpassing his previous speed by 10-fold, even 20-fold. The concept of 20 times may be elusive to many. What once required 5 years of cultivation could now be achieved in just 2 months. This remarkable pace invigorated Wu Hongyun, who scarcely rested at night. Diligently training under the moon's glow, he was on the brink of condensing the 15th silver stripe. According to the lunar calendar, tonight marked the 15th day, a time when, according to Chinese tradition, the moon exudes a richer essence than usual. Wu Hongyun had confirmed, through experimentation, that this was indeed the optimal time for cultivation. Thus, he resolved to fully release the 15th stripe tonight, harnessing the energy of the moonlight. Perched atop the mountain, Wu Hongyun activated the golden body technique and the spirit control technique, his divine source resonating with them, generating a wondrous force. This force surged within his divine source, creating a powerful attraction that drew the moonlight essence entirely into his being. Gradually, it was absorbed and refined by his divine source. Chapter 84. Essence of Sun and Moon to Humanity. Moonlight essence may appear as an elusive phenomenon, yet it was this very power that instigated profound transformations within Wu Hongyun. Although the volume of moonlight essence was not vast, its accumulation over time resulted in a significant quantity, and the energy contained within was exceedingly pure, readily usable upon slight refinement. After absorbing this moonlight essence, Wu Hongyun radiated a faint silver glow. As time elapsed, the silver threads coursing over his scales multiplied, slowly coalescing into intricate silver stripes. Upon successfully condensing the 15th silver stripe, Wu Hongyun was elated. At last, he had triumphed. With joy swelling in his heart, he concealed the silver stripe within his scales. Simultaneously, he sensed a notable increase in his physical strength. Though peculiarly, there seemed to be no energy within his body, nonetheless. During combat, an immense power could surge forth. For instance, when he swept his tail, the invisible force could alter the terrain itself. With a roar, Wu Hongyun released his exuberance, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, sweeping through the surrounding forest into silence. His roar was not a deliberate act. Rather, it was an instinctive release of pent-up frustration following his breakthrough. Despite the commotion, The Devil's Rainforest belonged to Wu Hongyun. In his domain, he need not heed others' judgments. Now, with 15 silver stripes condensed, his strength equated to the mid-stage of refining qi into divinity. To achieve another breakthrough would require no less than 4 months, and possibly up to 6 months. Wu Hongyun pondered deeply, recognizing that the greater his strength, the more formidable the challenges of further advancement would become. Yet, he harbored no insatiable desires. Every step must be taken with diligence and patience. Should any opportunity to enhance his power present itself, he would seize it without hesitation. After a night of solidifying his strength, Wu Hongyun stabilized his newfound power. Morning arrived, and each day a giant python would deliver sustenance to him, never daring to delay, regardless of the circumstances. Hearing the hissing of the serpent kin, Wu Hongyun turned and growled, signaling the python to depart. The python felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered it breathless, its body trembling involuntarily. After depositing the food, it hastily retreated. Today's breakfast was a departure from the norm, consisting of several monkeys. Wu Hongyun felt somewhat helpless. Should Mo Tung discover this, he would surely seek retribution from the giant python. Nevertheless, food should never be wasted, and Wu Hongyun had never turned away from an opportunity to feast. According to the jungle's law, the strong prey on the weak, a reality devoid of the false virtues upheld by humanity. During the day, Wu Hongyun continued his training, occasionally venturing out to refresh his spirit. As night fell, having consumed the prey delivered by the python, he awaited the moonlight atop the mountain. Although last night was the 15th, tonight was the 16th. While the moonlight essence was not as potent, it still offered a superior opportunity for cultivation compared to other nights. Wu Hongyun had encountered similar situations before. Despite the diminished potency, he could still absorb the moonlight essence using the spirit control technique, albeit with significantly reduced effectiveness. As the moon emerged from behind the clouds, Wu Hongyun indulged in absorption throughout the night. The speed was indeed slower than the previous evening, but it was better than nothing. He reassured himself, sensing a subtle enhancement in his divine source. Time pressed on, and the sky gradually brightened, revealing a dim yellow light at the horizon. The morning's dawn always bestowed a sense of ethereal beauty upon Wu Hongyun. In that moment, his gaze sharpened, and a singular thought crystallized in his mind: the essence of sun and moon. Indeed, if I can utilize the spirit control technique to absorb moonlight essence, then surely the sun's rays can also be harnessed. With this realization, Wu Hongyun's determination solidified. In the Qin dynasty, a period marked by the flourishing of martial artists in Huaxia, he had once encountered a passage in an ancient text stating that practitioners could harness the cycles of the sun and moon for cultivation, achieving remarkable speeds. However, the text lacked detailed information, and over time, this ability waned among martial artists, leading to a scarcity of formidable cultivators in the present day. Nevertheless, society revered the sun and moon as divine entities, with a belief that they constituted the essence of life itself. Upon further contemplation, it became evident that all life forms, whether animal or plant, were inextricably linked to the existence of the sun and moon. There was even a legend suggesting that any living being could absorb the essence of heaven and earth, transforming into human form and attaining consciousness. As for the truth of such claims, Wu Hongyun chose not to delve deeply at this moment. Without delay, he began to channel the spirit control technique, attempting to absorb the energy from the dawning light. As he activated the technique, his divine source stirred, unleashing a powerful attraction that began drawing in the sun's rays from the surrounding space. Suddenly, Wu Hongyun felt an overwhelming heat surge into his body, a searing sensation coursing through his flesh. This agony threatened to dismantle his mental defenses. In a panic, he severed his connection with the divine source and urgently attempted to refine the sun's essence using the spirit control technique. However, to his astonishment, the sun's essence actively eluded his attempts at refinement. The essence of Ri-Mang flowed through the body, its contained energy wreaking havoc on Wu Hongyun's flesh, causing damage within. In astonishment, Wu Hongyun exerted all his strength to gain control over the essence, narrowly escaping what could have been a fatal encounter with this chaotic energy. Filled with rage, he began to mend his body while simultaneously refining the Ri-Mang essence. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. What was happening? How had he only managed to refine 1/10? Wu Hongyun marveled inwardly, recalling that just an hour ago, he had absorbed a minuscule amount of Ri-Mang essence, not exceeding 5 seconds. Had he lingered for even 5 more seconds, he would have likely been scorched beyond recognition. The reckless absorption of Ri-Mang essence inflicted unbearable pain upon him, yet he bore no regrets. This was merely an experiment. At least he had discovered that the Ri-Meng essence resonated with the Yu-Ling-Ju. Unfortunately, the essence was far too volatile. Absorbing just a trace nearly cost him his life, and he had no confidence in enduring further absorption. However, such a hefty price yielded significant rewards. Wu Hongyun realized that the small amount of Ri-Meng essence he absorbed was comparable to an entire night of moonlight essence. Most astonishingly, the Ri-Meng essence proved to be even more refined. Of course, it was a double-edged sword. Chapter 85. The Return of Mo Tong. There is no such thing as a free lunch. To embrace new energy, one must inevitably endure the accompanying pain. Wu Hongyun disregarded the pain in his body, knowing that from now on, he would absorb moonlight essence at night and a single trace of Ri-Meng essence during the day. Initially, a breakthrough would take about 4 months, but at this rate, he could condense the 16th silver pattern in no more than 2 months. With this thought, Wu Hongyun could not help but laugh heartily. In high spirits, he basked in the gentle sunlight atop the mountain, treating it as a moment of relaxation. After all, a string that is too tightly wound will snap. Mo Tong and the Yusha clan had been on their journey for several months, and Wu Hongyun could only wonder whether they had succeeded in acquiring the medicine. If they had failed, he would have no choice but to mobilize the Shi clan and the Ho clan, even if it meant paying a bloody price. He was determined to obtain the TC-002 medicine. Should the outcome align with Wu Hongyun's expectations, he would soon lead the entire Shi clan to Los Angeles. Even if humanity attempted to launch missiles, it would be better to enter the sea rather than return to the Devil's Rainforest. In that case, the Americans would be unable to harm the foundation of the Shi clan, even with extreme measures. Entering the sea was only a matter of time. After all, the Devil's Rainforest belonged to the land, and ordinary humans would perish if they ventured in. Yet it was difficult to guarantee that certain powerful humans would not stray from the path. Wu Hongyun feared that humans might act impulsively and launch missile strikes on the Devil's Rainforest. Thus, he continued to conceal his presence within the forest, avoiding detection by humans. However, should he manage to enter the vast sea, the current technological capabilities of humanity would not pose a threat to him. Until the final moment, Wu Hongyun would not venture into human cities. His massive size made concealment utterly impossible, and he could only place his hopes in Mo Tong. If Mo Tong failed to complete the mission, then he would have no reason to exist. As Wu Hongyun pondered these thoughts, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura encroaching upon his territory, originating from within 100 miles. Yet, instead of feeling joy, a hint of murderous intent flickered in his blood-red pupils. This was because he heard the sound of helicopter rotors, and not just one. It appeared that not only Mo Tong had entered the forest, but also a human army. Damn it, they actually led humans into the forest. Wu Hongyun's fury surged within his mind, wishing he could strike down that wretched Mo Tong with a single whip of his tail. After a few seconds, Wu Hongyun finally processed the situation. Mo Tong was being pursued by humans. It was likely that he had successfully acquired the TC-002 medicine, for otherwise, the humans would not have taken such great risks to chase him into the Devil's Rainforest. Wu Hongyun was indifferent to Mo Tong's fate. But the TC-002 medicine absolutely could not be compromised. If the prize he was about to claim were to slip away on his own territory, it would be better for him to end his own life. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Hongyun's serpentine body swiftly moved, racing towards the source of Mo Tong's aura. His scales, tougher than metal, intertwined with the air, producing a series of muffled sounds. His rapid movement created vibrations that resonated for miles around. At this moment, to obtain the TC-002 medicine, Wu Hongyun cast aside all concerns. Unbeknownst to him, his existence had already been exposed, yet the humans did not know his exact location. Taking the initiative to strike could prove beneficial. Quickly, do not dawdle. Mo Tong urged Kuai Jia. Although they were already moving swiftly, they still lagged far behind the helicopters soaring through the sky. As a human, Kuai Jia possessed physical qualities far superior to those of an ordinary person. But compared to Mo Tong, he was significantly lacking. Boom. As the man and monkey desperately fled, they suddenly heard a commotion ahead. They exchanged glances and saw trees in the forest slowly toppling, as if a bulldozer was recklessly plowing through. As they drew closer, even the ground began to tremble slightly, akin to an earthquake. The serpent god has arrived. Hope ignited within Kuai Jia's heart, as he uttered a slew of exaggerated praises and prayers. Beside him, Mo Tong felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite his own shock, 6 helicopters were still in pursuit. The forest of the Devil's Rainforest was dense, making it impossible for the helicopters to land. While the towering trees served as cover for Mo Tong, the humans would not catch them in the short term. Human intentions were unpredictable, They might be attempting to use Mo Tongue to locate the hiding place of the Ho clan. After all, the Devil's Rainforest spanned a greater area than the landmass of most European countries, making the search laborious. Oh my god, what is that thing? Is it a giant python? No, wait. The shape of the snake's head resembles that of a king cobra. Impossible. How could a king cobra grow to nearly 60 meters in length? This could not be the human world. A chorus of astonished exclamations echoed from the 6 helicopters. Despite flying at a considerable height, they could still discern the enormity of the python in the forest. Their astonishment stemmed from the revelation that this monstrous serpent was indeed a king cobra, completely overturning their preconceived notions of biology. Currently, Wu Hongyun's length had not yet reached 60 meters, but over the past 2 months, it had grown to 58 meters. The high-ranking officials in the White House in Washington were equally shocked. They could not fathom how such a colossal king cobra could exist in the world. It was nothing short of a miracle on Earth. The president and 25 cabinet members could hardly maintain their composure, muttering in disbelief. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Quickly calculate the length of this king cobra. The head of the FBI was the first to regain his senses, urgently instructing his staff to get to work. He was equally astounded, but was particularly interested in the specific data regarding this king cobra. After 30 seconds, the staff reported, "Report. The measurement results indicate that the king cobra's length is no less than 56 meters and does not exceed 59 meters. What? So long? Could this be the king cobra referred to in the intelligence, worshipped by primitive people as the serpent god? It should not be called a giant python. It should be called a venomous python." The cabinet officials in the White House could no longer maintain their composure, as this matter was simply too astonishing. If one had not witnessed it with their own eyes, even if someone were to inform them of such an extraordinarily lengthy giant python existing in the devilish rainforest, they would merely chuckle dismissively and inwardly scorningly mutter, "Idiot." At this moment, Smith, a peak practitioner of refining essence into chi aboard the aircraft, was equally astounded. Although he had envisioned the python's formidable size, he had never anticipated it to exceed human comprehension. Smith sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the venomous python, instilling a profound sense of trepidation within him. Yet, as thoughts of the python's snake gall crossed his mind, his gaze was momentarily veiled by insatiable greed. Chapter 86. Desperation. Human greed knows no bounds. Had Smith been aware that the python's gall had merged with another treasure, transforming into a divine source, it could have induced a heart attack from sheer excitement. "Descend," he commanded urgently, his anxiety palpable as he instructed the aircraft to land, disregarding the jungle below. Despite the inherent dangers, the potential damage to the helicopter posed no threat to someone of Smith's caliber. Perhaps it was mere misfortune. Suddenly, a fierce wind struck as they descended. In open air, it might have been inconsequential, but within the confines of the jungle, a slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophe. Reluctantly, Smith had no choice but to leap from the aircraft with his subordinates, reasoning that additional helicopters could be dispatched later. The value of a single aircraft to a nation pales in comparison to the significance of that python. Should the precious prize escape, Smith would be enraged to the point of wishing to meet his maker. Wu Hongyun, sensing Smith's orders, felt elated upon witnessing the completion of the mission by Mo Tongue and Kuei-jia. He promptly instructed them to find a place to hide while he remained to negotiate with the humans, intending to seize an opportunity to annihilate them all. The only issue was that Wu Hongyun did not possess the ability to traverse the skies like Sun Wukong and was momentarily unable to deal with those aboard the aircraft. Just as Wu Hongyun found himself in a tricky situation, the humans unexpectedly chose to land, only to encounter a fierce gust that nearly resulted in disaster. A wave of joy surged within Wu Hongyun. They had essentially invited their own demise, leaving him no guilt about the impending slaughter. This choice was akin to audaciously knocking on the door of a demon. Observing the group of humans descending from the sky, Wu Hongyun's blood-red serpent eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Thunderous crashes ensued as 6 helicopters lost human control, plummeting into the forest, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Wu Hongyun felt a pang of regret. The humans had jumped down, necessitating him to exert additional effort. However, it was fortuitous that these humans, based on their aura, were not ordinary beings, merely a chance to stretch his limbs. 10 minutes prior, Wu Hongyun had already discerned from their aura that they were among the most mysterious and formidable martial artists in the world. Among them were 3 or 4 practitioners at the late stage of refining essence into qi, while the majority remained inconsequential at the early stage, hardly a cause for concern. In Wu Hongyun's view, they were more insignificant than ants, easily disposed of even by a peak practitioner, let alone these wretched beings. As the humans entered his attack range, Wu Hongyun, without a moment's hesitation, surged forth like a dragon, transforming into a shadowy streak as he launched his assault. One of the humans, alarmed to see the venomous python charging toward him, was seized by panic. Being airborne left him with no opportunity to evade. Resolute, he roared, his form swelling rapidly until he morphed into a massive humanoid with the head of a leopard, lunging forward to confront Wu Hongyun in combat. The outcome, however, was tragically grim. Overconfident, he was swiftly met with Wu Hongyun straightening his body, leaping into the air, and with a gaping maw, devoured the man whole. This exemplified the stark disparity in strength. Wu Hongyun, not yet satisfied, proceeded to consume several others still airborne before landing. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Upon reaching the ground, Wu Hongyun concentrated, unleashing an inexplicable force that obliterated the remaining special humans within his belly before regurgitating their lifeless forms. At this juncture, Smith and his companions began to descend, while Wu Hongyun coiled his body, his piercing gaze fixated upon them. The murderous intent in his eyes akin to 1,000 swords stabbing the heart, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. As they landed, Smith was taken aback. He had witnessed the entire sequence of the python's assault, having devoured 6 humans in mere seconds, leaving him with no time to mount a rescue. "Surround the python," Smith commanded, and the others hastily encircled Wu Hongyun. Yet, Wu Hongyun remained coiled, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Smith and the 2 other peak practitioners. The 2 among the 3 peak practitioners exuded an aura that perplexed Wu Hongyun. Sensing their essence, he deduced they were not true peak practitioners. Yet their power was sufficient to rival those of the highest order. Roars echoed around Wu Hongyun as the bio-soldiers transformed into werewolves, bearmen, leopardmen, lionmen, and more. Observing these hybrids, Wu Hongyun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. His knowledge of bio-soldiers was scant, having never encountered such beings before. Although he had heard of these monsters, most tales originated from science fiction films, and witnessing these grotesque forms left him feeling quite uncomfortable. As curiosity swelled, the bio-soldiers initiated their assault. Wu Hongyun, growing irate, found no inclination to waste time with these creatures. Today he had exposed himself before the humans for the sake of the TC-002 serum. And now he simply wished to swiftly eliminate them and summon the Serpent Clan into the depths of the sea. After all, these individuals were part of the military forces of the M Nation, and their demise would undoubtedly shock the higher echelons of M Nation. Should they retaliate, Wu Hongyun would have no time for regrets. Determined to conclude matters swiftly, Wu Hongyun unleashed a roar that pierced the skies, releasing an intangible wave of sound that spread outward. The attack was not lethal, yet at such close range, it significantly disrupted their senses. "Damn it, be careful," Smith hastily warned. However, the disarray caused by the sound wave rendered his warning inaudible, and soon they were met with Wu Hongyun's sweeping strike. Once more, an invisible force erupted, sending over 10 individuals sprawling, landing 100 meters away. Some bio-soldiers were even reduced to pulp by the force. With a mighty roar, Wu Hongyun focused on a bio-soldier whose power rivaled that of a peak practitioner. In the blink of an eye, he was upon him, his venomous fangs plunging deep into the bio-soldier's crown. In the next moment, the soldier's body separated from his head, blood gushing forth like a fountain toward the heavens. At present, Smith was filled with regret, unable to comprehend why he had succumbed to such greed. With all 6 helicopters downed, escape was impossible, and the labyrinthine terrain of the devilish rainforest left him uncertain if he could outrun the python. Choosing to fight would mean risking the lives of all his subordinates, including his own, without inflicting any harm on the python. In essence, Smith had fallen into a dire predicament. Chapter 87. Laser Weapons in an Instant. The bio-soldiers and martial artists suffered grievous losses, including one with peak refining essence into chi strength. After several rounds of frenzied assaults, Wu Hongyun remained undeterred. A peculiar blood light suddenly erupting from his gaping maw, instantly shredding a dozen individuals into mere fragments. The scene was akin to the aftermath of a meat grinder, reduced to mere minced flesh. With Wu Hongyun's current prowess, slaughtering these monstrous beings was an effortless task. The entire process unfolded in a mere 10 seconds, primarily due to Wu Hongyun's lightning-fast offensive speed, resulting in a staggering number of casualties. Within those fleeting moments, over 60 individuals met a gruesome fate, and the few fortunate enough to survive were stripped of their will to fight, their gazes towards Wu Hongyun filled with sheer terror. "Damn it! This venomous python possesses overwhelming strength. We must retreat immediately," Smith commanded. "Thinking of escaping? In your dreams," Wu Hongyun scoffed internally. as a massive surge of blood energy rapidly coalesced within his abdomen, ready to annihilate the remaining foes in one fell swoop. In less than 5 seconds, feeling the energy had reached its peak, Wu Hongyun opened his mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of blood light, reminiscent of a nuclear fusion reaction, engulfing a radius of 1,000 meters and obliterating over 40 human beings in an instant. However, to Wu Hongyun's astonishment, as the blood light dissipated, he discovered 2 humans still alive, Smith and a bio-warrior at the peak of his prowess. At that moment, both men were paralyzed with fear, unable to articulate the sheer terror of the power they had just witnessed. Regardless of the venomous python's true strength, its sheer size alone could crush a multitude of people with a single swipe of its tail. While it may take time, the python had just unleashed a blast of blood light comparable to a missile. Humans simply could not withstand such force. Smith, realizing the python would not spare them, decided to fight to the death. The other bio-warrior, known as Cluin, regretted his decision to follow Smith into the Devil's Rainforest. Although ostensibly Smith's subordinate, as the vice commander of the Silver Wolf Squad, he possessed equal strength and frequently challenged Smith's authority. Lured by the promise of acquiring the python's genes, Cluin had joined Smith, believing that to attain greater power, one must seek out more formidable genetic hosts. Clearly, the venomous python was the optimal choice. Yet now, it seemed that not only was acquiring the python's genes a distant dream, but surviving to return home was a stroke of luck. The only path to survival lay in a desperate confrontation with the python. However, once they launched their attack, they quickly realized that while hitting the python was straightforward, its defenses were nearly impenetrable. Conventional methods could not inflict damage. The 2 men engaged in a cat-and-mouse game with Wu Hongyun, their agility proving to be a considerable nuisance. Boom! Wu Hongyun seized an opportunity to charge, yet the 2 deftly evaded his advance. Damn it! This ignited Wu Hongyun's fury as his massive tail swept through the air, causing a multitude of trees to be felled behind Smith and Cluin. Be careful, the python's attacks are extraordinarily powerful. Avoid them at all costs, Smith warned. No kidding. Cluin replied impatiently, well aware that a single strike from the python could spell his doom. You hold it off? I'm going to use the murder series weapon. With that, Cluin distanced himself from the python and quickly assembled a firearm from a black box in his pack, aiming directly at the python's midsection and firing. Smith cursed under his breath, but continued to engage the python. The duo chose to fight desperately only because of the existence of the murder series weapons. Otherwise, they would have long since opted for flight. You think a simple firearm can harm me? Wu Hongyun sneered. Yet, in the next moment, a beam of white light shot from the weapon's barrel, striking him in the waist. A laser. This weapon fired a laser. The United States had invested immense resources into developing the murder laser weapon, but it was costly and, even if created, could not yet be deployed on a large scale with current human technology. The laser speed was so rapid that Wu Hongyun had no chance to evade it. To his astonishment, the beam struck his scales with tremendous force. Roar! Wu Hongyun howled in pain. If he had retained his internal energy, he could have formed a protective barrier. However, having cultivated the golden body technique, his internal energy had vanished, and thus, no barrier existed. The result was a significant enhancement of his scale defenses, yet defending against the laser did not mean he felt no pain. Smith and Cluin rejoiced at the sight of the laser hitting the python, causing it to roar in agony. One must understand that even ordinary lasers could easily slice through steel plates, let alone this military-grade laser. Now that the python was struck and continued to roar, it was evident that it had sustained serious injuries. Yet their elation was premature. Wu Hongyun's defenses were such that even a missile strike could not kill him. While the laser was powerful, penetrating his scales was akin to chasing a fantasy. The grins on their faces froze as it became clear that the laser had not inflicted a scratch on the venomous python. What manner of creature is this? It possesses the ability to disrupt biological senses, moves with the swiftness of a dragon, can unleash bloodlight that turns flesh to mush, and now displays unparalleled defensive capabilities. Roar! Wu Hongyun's fury could no longer be contained. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his full peak strength. The overwhelming force radiated outward, instilling profound terror in the 2 humans, who felt as if they were burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, rendering them incapable of resistance. Their will to fight evaporated, leaving only the desire to flee. In his rage, Wu Hongyun would not allow them to escape. In the next instant, he burst forth at maximum speed, tearing through the air. In a flash, his tail swept out again, and though Smith and Cluin barely managed to evade, they were struck by an invisible force, sending them crashing to the ground, grievously injured. Wu Hongyun's malevolent gaze fixated on these 2 oblivious humans. dare to tread upon my territory with such impunity? Do you wish for death? Who? Smith and Cluin gasped in alarm, their nerves fraying as they scanned their surroundings. The humans, who fancied themselves exceedingly clever, were revealed to be woefully misguided. Wu Hongyun, lacking patience, prepared to eliminate them. The venomous python? The two finally grasped that it was indeed the python speaking to them. But this revelation only heightened their fear to unimaginable levels. Without further ado, Wu Hongyun concentrated his bloodlight and swept it towards the two, already severely wounded. Smith and Cluin could not withstand the onslaught of the bloodlight, and within mere seconds, they were reduced to mere pulp. Having vanquished the intruders, Wu Hongyun felt a surge of relief, yet he knew the United States was not to be trifled with. It was time to consider entering the oceanic depths. Returning to the inner sanctum, Wu Hongyun arrived at the location where the white bian flower bloomed. 100 colossal pythons bowed in submission upon the arrival of their king. For days, these pythons had guarded the vicinity of the sinkhole, preventing any approaching creatures from disturbing the white bian flower and the ancient stalactites. Wu Hongyun cast a glance, signaling them to withdraw, and then summoned the serpents to his side. 2 months prior, he had issued a call for gathering, and over the course of those 2 months, serpents from the Devil's Rainforest had gradually converged. The initial plan was to use the TC-002 serum on the giant pythons if Mo Tung and the Feather Serpent tribe succeeded in their theft, thus saving valuable time. Chapter 88. Nuclear bomb discussions in the White House meeting room abruptly halted, as the attendees were left in shock by the footage captured by satellites. The esteemed war god of the United States, Smith, had perished, and the 2 biowarriors of equal strength along with the elite Silver Wolf squad had been entirely obliterated. A profound silence enveloped the White House, descending into an eerie stillness. The Silver Wolf Brigade, which took considerable effort to cultivate, has seemingly met its demise. The remaining members will require at least 2 decades to mature, and it is uncertain if any will surpass the realm of refining essence into qi. After all, breaking through this realm is not merely a matter of desire. It demands substantial resources and relentless individual effort, with challenges that are beyond articulation. In the wake of this shocking revelation, the president of the M state resolved to eradicate the venomous python, no matter the cost. Additionally, there was an urgent need to accelerate the research on biosoldiers, as the safety of the cabinet officials was now at stake. Across the globe, numerous powerful beings exist, and should they decide to target the high-ranking officials of M state, the current Silver Wolf Brigade would be ill-equipped to defend against such threats. Historically, M state has seen its share of assassinated heads of state. Hence, these 2 matters weighed heavily on the president's mind and could not be delayed. The venomous python must be exterminated swiftly. The president declared solemnly, "Mr. President, I recommend deploying nuclear weapons to bombard the demon rainforest," suggested Demand Linda. "Absolutely not," exclaimed many cabinet members in immediate opposition, primarily concerned about the potential devastation to the rainforest's natural environment. "Fools, I am fully aware of the consequences, but the venomous python and the monkey tribe must be eliminated. The demon rainforest is vast. We would only be targeting the area where the python resides, and afterwards, we can send in troops for recovery efforts. Even if we cannot fully restore it, humanity possesses the capability to rehabilitate the demon rainforest," Demand Linda stated coolly. "You are overly confident," remarked Kai Pisi, preparing to counter her argument, but the president interjected, "Demand Linda's suggestion is worth consideration. If none of you have a superior alternative, utilizing large-scale weapons may be our best option." The president maintained a calm demeanor, yet an underlying fury could be sensed, though it had not fully manifested. Those with sense refrained from further opposition, their minds racing with thoughts on how to quell the situation following a nuclear strike. The apparatus for launching the nuclear weapon rested in the president's hands, always kept close, yet employing such a weapon was no trivial matter. It was not simply a case of the president saying fire and it would be done. During wartime, the president could make unilateral decisions, but now, congressional approval was necessary. Otherwise, impeachment was a real threat. "Is there no better solution among you?" the president inquired coldly. Seeing no one speak up, the president took it as a tacit agreement and directed Demand Linda to initiate a vote. After nearly half a day, the results were tallied, and a majority consented to the nuclear strike. Bring forth the launch device, the president instructed his secretary. "Understood, please hold on a moment," replied the alluring female secretary with a smile as she swiftly departed. The deployment of a nuclear weapon was a grave matter, intended to be conducted in secrecy, known only to those present in the cabinet. Moments later, the secretary returned with the launch device and presented it to the president. In a fleeting moment, unnoticed by anyone, The president's expression flickered with excitement, quickly masked. This small device represented the zenith of M-State's power. After a brief wait, all preparations were complete, and the president's finger hovered above the black button. Boom. The conference room's large screen displayed 2 nuclear missiles, engulfed in flames, soaring into the sky, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, Wu Hongyun was gathering the serpents at the sinkhole. The writhing mass of snakes resembled a flowing river cascading across the mountains. However, ever since the slaughter of those individuals, a sense of unease gnawed at him. This feeling echoed the last earthquake, even more intensely, as if he were teetering on the brink of life and death. Could another natural disaster be imminent? Or was it merely a matter of intuition? No. Something significant was about to occur. Aside from natural calamities, the only other possibility was a military deployment from M-State. But what could human forces possibly provoke such a sense of crisis? Could it be a nuclear strike? Suddenly, clarity struck him. It had to be a nuclear strike. This reckless act indicated that M-State had indeed launched one. Previously, they had no knowledge of his location. The vastness of the demon rainforest deterred them from annihilation. But now, in their quest to eliminate those individuals, they had inadvertently revealed their position. This was a serious threat. With his current speed, Wu Hongyun could escape. But what of the serpents? They would be left without hope, and the entire serpent population of the demon rainforest would face extinction. Filled with regret, Wu Hongyun could not fathom relinquishing the opportunity to grant higher intelligence to the serpents with the recently acquired TC series drugs. He absolutely could not allow such a fate to unfold. Observing the stunned expressions of Mauding and Kiza, who clutched boxes containing the TC series drugs, Wu Hongyun felt torn. Should he simply surrender? Then, an idea struck him. The sinkhole. Yes, he could take refuge there. Wu Hongyun resolved to enter the sinkhole and swiftly directed his mental energy into Mauding and Kiza's minds. Quickly, take the drugs into the sinkhole, and then command the giant pythons to follow. Mauding queried, Your Majesty, why must we enter the sinkhole? Ask another word, and I shall have your life. Faced with Wu Hongyun's icy gaze, Mauding dared not argue further. With a sharp hiss, Wu Hongyun commanded the serpent tribe to enter the sinkhole. Upon receiving their king's order, the serpents began to file into the sinkhole, taking a total of 90 minutes to do so. Fortunately, a subterranean river lay beneath the sinkhole. Otherwise, accommodating the hundreds of thousands of serpents would have proven impossible. At that moment, Wu Hongyun's sense of impending doom intensified. Once the serpents had entered the sinkhole and he prepared to follow, he abruptly looked up and spotted 2 fiery trails in the distant sky approaching his direction. His heart raced. M-State's high command had truly launched a nuclear strike. The missiles traveled at incredible speeds, and upon their descent, they would not take more than 3 minutes. Time ticked away, and Wu Hongyun dared not delay. He quickly regained his composure and surged into the sinkhole with unprecedented speed, using his tail to block the entrance with a large stone. While it was not an airtight seal, it was better than nothing. The fate of life or death would be determined within the next hour. Chapter 89. Seeking Refuge. Boom. Boom. The thunderous sounds reverberated, causing the very earth to tremble. As forests and mountains merged into the void, becoming nothingness, 2 dark mushroom clouds ascended into the sky, releasing a relentless wave of heat and an intensely blinding light that obliterated the sun's rays. Within a 5-kilometer radius, any object illuminated by the brilliant light was instantly annihilated, reduced to fine dust in the air. Should anyone observe from 100 kilometers away with the naked eye, they would undoubtedly be blinded by the searing radiance. The heat wave showed no signs of abating. In fact, it intensified, lifting massive boulders and towering trees into the air, only to shred them into fragments that rained down. Describing such an event as a mere rainfall would be an understatement. The most terrifying consequence of the nuclear strike was the radiation. Unlike the immediate harm caused by the blinding light, radiation inflicted a persistent and insidious form of damage, potentially taking hundreds of years to dissipate. As Wu Hongyun took refuge in the sinkhole, he experienced a profound tremor, indistinguishable from an earthquake. Fortunately, the sinkhole structure proved remarkably sturdy, showing no signs of collapse. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of snakes below would have suffocated. Though he could not witness the external chaos, Wu Hongyun could easily imagine it. He resolved to remain hidden in the sinkhole for a while, waiting for the situation outside to stabilize before venturing out. Choosing to exit now would be reckless. It was uncertain whether he could withstand the nuclear radiation. Even if he could, the serpents would likely struggle to do so, making the sinkhole the safest option for the time being. Within the abyss, there exists an abundance of ancient stalagmites, which drip steadily enough each day to sustain Wu Hongyun's energy expenditure. The vast multitude of serpents, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, requires nourishment merely once a week. Nearby, an underground river teems with fish and shrimp, ensuring that the serpents can thrive for approximately 3 months without issue. For ordinary snakes, a single drop of stalagmite is sufficient to sustain their vitality for half a month, which means they could survive for at least 6 months within the chasm. The pit descends several hundred meters, with the southern rock walls presenting numerous, uneven surfaces. Compared to other locations, this route is the most accessible, and it is through here that Mo Tung and Kuei Jia made their descent. After descending 500 meters, Wu Hongyun found himself able to traverse the rock face with ease, reaching the bottom of the pit in little time. There, he encountered dozens of narrow stone pathways, one of which led to the ancient stalagmites. At Wu Hongyun's command, the serpents gathered in the underground river. The remaining areas were familiar to him, as he had often explored them over the years, gaining profound knowledge of the surroundings. The source of Mo Tung and Kuei Jia's aura was located near the stalagmites, and Wu Hongyun moved directly towards it. As he delved deeper, the temperature plummeted, and the winds at the bottom howled fiercely, creating a chilling atmosphere reminiscent of wailing spirits. The sound of stalagmites slowly dripping to the ground failed to capture Wu Hongyun's attention. These were mere ordinary stalagmites formed under geological conditions, currently of little use for cultivation. The ancient stalagmites, however, were a different matter entirely. Their name alone hinted at their significance, but Wu Hongyun lacked detailed knowledge about their properties. Upon reaching the spot where the ordinary stalagmites dripped, Wu Hongyun encountered Mo Tung and Kuei Jia, who were shivering and attempting to retreat. They had initially intended to explore further, driven by curiosity, but the decreasing temperature had rendered them unable to proceed. Wu Hongyun's crimson eyes shone like two blood-red lanterns in the darkness, startling Mo Tung and Kuei Jia, who gasped in unison upon seeing the two moving lights. "Where are the potions?" Wu Hongyun inquired. "Ah, Your Majesty the Serpent King, they are in the box, approximately 700 vials in total. And these are from the enhanced series, boasting effects tenfold stronger than the previous TC-002, Mo Tung replied, initially taken aback, but quickly regaining composure. Wu Hongyun glanced at the 2 boxes. "Open them for me to inspect." "At your command," Mo Tung replied respectfully. As the boxes were opened, they revealed numerous vials of potions, totaling around 700. Wu Hongyun questioned whether this quantity would suffice to elevate the intelligence of the vast serpent population. Is 700 TC enhancement potions truly adequate? Could it be too few? Not at all. Absolutely sufficient. While the previous TC-002 may have fallen short, the enhanced version is ample for 200,000 serpents to achieve higher intelligence. I have personally verified the potions during their acquisition, so rest assured, Your Majesty. Mo Tung assured confidently. After years of experience, Mo Tung had become well acquainted with the TC series of potions and had no intention of deceiving Wu Hongyun. Given your commendable efforts, Mo Tung, I shall ensure that a permanent sanctuary for the monkey tribe is established in the Devil's Rainforest, Wu Hongyun stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Mo Tung finally exhaled in relief. The risks he had taken in Los Angeles were all for the sake of securing a stable existence for the monkey tribe. Now, with Wu Hongyun's promise, the exhilaration he felt was beyond measure. At last, the monkey tribe would no longer have to live in constant trepidation. Your Majesty, I express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the monkey tribe, Mo Tung proclaimed, showering Wu Hongyun with flattery that nearly overwhelmed him. Enough with the excessive compliments. Wu Hongyun interjected, turning to Kuei Jia. Kuei Jia, if you have any suggestions, feel free to voice them. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Honored Serpent God, as your servant, Kuei Jia and the Feathered Serpent Tribe do not dare to ask for any rewards, only to serve you faithfully. Kuei Jia exclaimed with immense excitement. For the opportunity to converse directly with the Serpent God was his greatest aspiration, and he had never considered rewards. Wu Hongyun contemplated briefly and decided to impart the first volume of the Emperor Yin technique to Kuei Jia. Although this abridged version could not compare to the complete text, it was nonetheless worlds apart from human martial arts, which would ignite fierce competition in Huaxia. This is a cultivation secret. Once we emerge, you shall lead the Feathered Serpent Tribe in its practice, rendering you unrivaled among primitive tribes. Wu Hongyun severed their mental connection and directly infused the first volume of the Emperor Yin technique into Kuei Jia's consciousness. Thank you for your generous bestowal, Serpent God. I shall unhesitatingly serve you, even to the death, Kuei Jia declared, kneeling and prostrating himself repeatedly in gratitude. Wu Hongyun turned to Mo Tung and inquired, how are the potions to be utilized? The TC series potions are aerosolized by breaking the vials in a closed space. The gas will be released for the serpent population to absorb. However, the TC series potions carry certain risks. They may prove fatal to non-primate species, Emo Tung explained, but immediately regretted his words as he sensed the formidable murderous intent emanating from the Serpent King. Your Majesty, please allow me to elaborate. While TC-002 indeed has limitations, I have obtained the potion data. Enough with the chatter. Hurry and recite the information, Wu Hongyun demanded, his intensity prompting Mo Tung to swiftly translate the data, gradually assuaging Wu Hongyun's murderous intent. The effects of the TC enhancement potions yield at least a 60% success rate even for non-primate creatures. Wu Hongyun seethed with anger, glaring at Mo Tung, feeling vexed that the side effects of the potions had not been made clear previously. Chapter 90. The True Monarch. Though the risk of death from the potions was significant, a success rate exceeding 60% sufficed for Wu Hongyun. With over 100,000 serpents, achieving the awakening of intelligence in merely 10,000 would yield the best outcome. Such extreme thoughts began to take root in Wu Hongyun's mind, though Mo Tung grew fearful upon learning of them. After all, those serpents were their kin, and the loss of a few hundred was inconsequential, whereas Wu Hongyun remained disturbingly indifferent to the prospect of tens of thousands perishing. Follow me, there is a cavern ahead, roughly the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts. Let us see if the serpent population can utilize the TC potions within, Wu Hongyun commanded, leading Mo Tung and Kuei Jia in a different direction until they arrived at the cavern's entrance. Mo Tung, you go in and assess its suitability, Wu Hongyun ordered. Naturally, Mo Tung did not dare to disobey. Upon entering the cavern, he discovered that it was not entirely shrouded in darkness. Several areas emitted a faint glow, illuminating much of the interior and ensuring unobstructed movement. Utilizing the dim light, Mo Tung ventured deeper into the cavern. He observed many oddly shaped stones, but the darkness still hindered his ability to discern their contours. Behind the stones lay an underground pool, which Mo Tung deemed unremarkable. After several minutes, Mo Tung exited the cavern and approached Wu Hongyun, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, the cavern can comfortably accommodate over 100,000 serpents, and besides the entrance, there are no other ventilation points, making it highly suitable for the use of the potions. Excellent. I shall summon the serpents to enter the cavern, and once they are all inside, you and Kuei Jia may open the potions for their use, Wu Hongyun instructed. At your command. Both Mo Tung and Kuei Jia responded respectfully. With a sharp cry, Wu Hongyun's voice echoed throughout the abyss, disrupting the silence of the underground river. The rustling sound of serpents slithering filled the air, creating an eerie ambience that sent shivers down the spine, especially in the pitch-black environment. As time passed, the number of serpents surrounding Wu Hongyun increased, leaving Mo Tung and Kuei Jia with no space to stand. Wu Hongyun directly commanded the swarm of snakes with his mental prowess, guiding them into the cavern. His mastery over the psychic force had grown increasingly adept. The serpents were now largely gathered. It was time to administer the medication. Wu Hongyun turned to Ma Tung, awaiting his actions. Together, Ma Tung and Kuei Jia lifted the box into the cave, found 2 sharp stones, and shattered the vials of the TC medication, releasing the aerosol into the air for the snakes to absorb. With a crack and a hiss, the broken vials emitted a mist-like gas. Quickly, toss the medicine into the cave, Ma Tung urged Kuei Jia. Understood. Kuei Jia grasped a vial, and, exerting all his strength, hurled it deep into the cavern. Do not stop, continue. Yes, Gu had already departed, promising to return the following day. Wu Hongyun was never fond of the process. He only desired to witness the results. Upon exiting the cavern, he intended to cultivate, but soon realized that the essence of the sun and moon could not be absorbed within the sinkhole. This predicament troubled Wu Hongyun. Although the core of the nuclear explosion did not lie directly above the sinkhole, its location was indeed enveloped by radiation, possibly at the periphery, where the effects could not be disregarded. If Wu Hongyun ventured out, the likelihood of being affected was high. Nevertheless, he resolved to inspect the entrance of the sinkhole, believing that with caution, he could avoid radiation. Ascending along the stone walls of the sinkhole, Wu Hongyun quickly reached the entrance, which he had previously blocked with large boulders, leaving only a narrow gap sufficient for his form. As he neared the sinkhole's mouth, he sensed a peculiar force invading his corporeal being. Could this be radiation? It seemed rather weak, posing no threat to him, Wu Hongyun contemplated. However, as he approached the entrance, he realized he had grown complacent and became vigilant. The closer he neared the surface, the stronger the radiation effects would become. At this rate, he would not withstand it for 3 days. Moreover, this was merely at the mouth of the sinkhole. On the surface, the effects would increase exponentially, and such intensity might overwhelm him in less than half an hour. Preserving his life took precedence. He could cultivate at any time if he survived. Aware of the pros and cons, Wu Hongyun decided against exiting the sinkhole. Returning to the bottom, he consumed a few drops of the ancient stone milk. The crimson forked tongue of the serpent extended 15 meters, flicking in and out like a retractable blade, creating a fearsome sight. While Wu Hongyun could forego sustenance for several months, he was still a biological entity. And the absence of hunger did not equate to a lack of hunger pangs. After consuming the stone milk, Wu Hongyun coiled on the ground to meditate. Without the essence of the sun and moon, his cultivation speed diminished significantly. However, with no means to exit, he could only take it one step at a time. The next day, brimming with anticipation, Wu Hongyun approached the cave entrance to ascertain the success of the medication. In that moment, an unusual excitement surged within him, a feeling he had forgotten for a long time. Since his rebirth as this cold-blooded serpent, he had become dark and frigid not only in body but also in spirit. All for the sake of survival. Your Majesty the Serpent King, the great serpent god, a man and a monkey reverently called out to Wu Hongyun. Initially, they felt somewhat awkward, but upon reflection, they understood that a king required not only majesty, but also a noble identity to lend gravitas. Just as he had taken to calling himself Gu, a title used by ancient emperors of Huaxia, which carried an inexplicable aura of supremacy, intermingled with a hint of pretentiousness. Of course, a touch of pretense was not entirely unwelcome. What is the situation? Has the snake swarm successfully attained intelligence? Wu Hongyun inquired with an air of nonchalance. Though internally, his emotions surged like an unrelenting tide. The awakening of the serpent race held profound significance for him. Your Majesty the Serpent King, the situation is beyond my expectations. The success rate is as high as 82%. Ma Ting swiftly replied, visibly relieved. Had the serpent swarm suffered losses exceeding half during the medication's application, he would surely have faced dire consequences. The image of those humans being annihilated by the venomous pythons lingered in Ma Ting's mind. Nonetheless, he recognized the shortcomings of the pythons, violent, selfish, and cruel, treating life as inconsequential. But they also possessed many virtues, at least being more trustworthy than humans. For instance, the feathered serpent tribe, who worshipped the serpent god, ensured that pythons delivered sustenance to their clan daily. Such character traits, if embodied by humans, would undoubtedly render one a hero. This was Ma Ting's inner reflection. Yet now that the serpent swarm had nearly attained higher intelligence, this venomous python could establish a true kingdom and become a genuine sovereign. Chapter 91. The Serpent Legion. Wu Hongyun approached the cave entrance with exhilaration. Inside, countless long snakes writhed, particularly the variously colored pythons intertwining, resembling a vibrant river. The scene bore no aesthetic beauty. Rather, it was startling. The moment Wu Hongyun's figure appeared, the writhing serpents abruptly froze in unison. Perhaps in the future, this moment would be indelibly etched in the memories of certain pythons. All the serpents quivered in trepidation, lowering their fearsome heads in a display of submission. This was a sight Wu Hongyun had never witnessed before. Although the snakes had previously feared him, that fear stemmed from instinct, whereas now, their fear was genuine submission, akin to the deference humans show their emperors. Suddenly, Wu Hongyun's mental force radiated outward, enveloping the entire cavern and connecting with the consciousness of all the serpents. King, Your Majesty, you have finally arrived. Countless voices surged into Wu Hongyun's consciousness, overwhelming his thoughts. The influx of over 100,000 pieces of information was far too immense. Without preparation, such a deluge could not be swiftly processed. Unable to contain himself, Wu Hongyun bellowed, "Silence." At his command, all sounds ceased, and the pythons gazed silently at Wu Hongyun, their bodies trembling slightly. The majesty of the king was not to be trifled with. The sudden wrath of their sovereign instilled greater fear in the serpents, a fear rooted in their very souls. The serpents, now endowed with higher intelligence, finally comprehended the essence of terror. In an instant, Wu Hongyun unleashed an overwhelming pressure, causing the very air within the cavern to feel considerably heavier. The serpents sensed that even their movements required great effort, and their fear intensified. At that moment, a grave voice echoed within the minds of all serpents. Gu is the king of the serpent clan, the supreme sovereign. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Wu Hongyun suddenly let out a roar towards the heavens, and in that moment, it felt as though he presided over all, surveying the world. All the serpents were subdued by Wu Hongyun's imposing aura, gradually lowering their heads in submission. Wu Hongyun nodded in satisfaction, having achieved his objective. The serpent swarm now possessed intelligence on par with that of humans. Moreover, they would inevitably develop a form of contrarian thinking to secure his dominant position. Wu Hongyun understood that he must quash any dissent in its infancy. Should there be any who defy him, he would not hesitate to employ the most brutal methods to ensure their compliance. Next, Wu Hongyun aimed to test the intelligence of the snake swarm. Of course, assessing them individually would take too long, as the number of pythons was staggering, despite some fatalities during the medication application. There remained approximately 110 to 12,000. Wu Hongyun summoned 100 colossal pythons, the most formidable of the serpent clan aside from the king, with the smallest among them measuring no less than 19 meters in length over the past few years. Over a dozen colossal pythons exceed 20 meters in length, with the longest measuring an impressive 26 meters, while the shortest is approximately 22 meters. Presently, these 100 pythons constitute the most formidable force under Wu Hongyun's command. Upon inspection, Wu Hongyun discovered that the largest among them possessed the highest strength, estimating their intelligence to be akin to that of a 15 or 16-year-old human, fundamentally indistinguishable from ordinary humans. The other pythons, albeit somewhat inferior, were by no means devoid of intelligence. Based on this observation, Wu Hongyun surmised that larger pythons likely possessed higher intellect, possibly correlated to their strength. To validate his hypothesis, Wu Hongyun selected a 6-meter python and a less than 2-meter-long highly venomous snake, establishing a mental connection with them. Indeed, the smaller venomous snake, despite its size, exhibited intelligence comparable to that of the python, both possessing low cognitive abilities. It appears that assessing one's intelligence cannot solely rely on physical size. Individual variations must also be considered, lest one fall victim to a narrow perspective. Although the 100 pythons displayed high intelligence, they currently resembled blank slates, devoid of knowledge. Wu Hongyun, unwilling to squander his time on them, directly infused a wealth of information into their consciousness using his mental energy. The pythons, upon receiving this information, fell into a state akin to unconsciousness, awakening only when they could assimilate the knowledge. This information encompassed not only combat experience, but also a foundational technique, specifically the modified version of the golden body technique, akin to the Di Yin Ju. Afterward, Wu Hongyun felt a wave of dizziness and pain in his head. He had overexerted his mental energy and realized the need for rest. With a bitter smile, he coiled himself on the ground, preparing to rejuvenate his mental faculties with a slumber. This slumber lasted 7 days and nights, and upon awakening, he discovered that the 100 pythons had already revived, lying quietly as they gazed up at him, their diverse serpentine eyes filled with admiration and reverence. The king had bestowed upon them wisdom, a gift tantamount to granting them life. The king had imparted to them a foundational technique, a boon equivalent to altering their destinies. They had every reason to embrace such a monarch, and no justification to resist his authority. As Wu Hongyun awakened, the pythons respectfully prostrated themselves in homage. During the information transmission, Wu Hongyun had embedded a seed of mental energy within each python's consciousness, allowing them direct communication with him. Likewise, he could sense the emotions within the pythons. Their thoughts were transparent to him. Feeling the indelible respect and loyalty emanating from the pythons, Wu Hongyun felt a sense of gratification, affirming that his investment in them had not been in vain. Had it not been for the dissemination of mental energy seeds within their consciousness, he would not have been rendered so exhausted. It is worth noting that considering Wu Hongyun's current level of power, a 7-day slumber was nearly inconceivable. However, conversing with them was now significantly easier, sparing him the need to grapple with the convoluted serpent language, which he had yet to fully master. Wu Hongyun focused on the foremost 10 pythons, selecting the 5 most powerful among them, and resolved to unify the management of the serpent clan. Presently, these 18 pythons were the mightiest under his command. Tasked with leading the serpent tribe, Wu Hongyun straightened his posture and calmly declared, "I bestow upon you the names of fire, water, earth, wind, and thunder, as a mark of my lineage. Thank you, your majesty, for your gracious gift." The 5 pythons trembled with excitement, feeling immensely honored to receive names from their king, especially those derived from his own surname, a distinction of great glory. In the entire serpent tribe, only they were afforded such privilege. After a brief contemplation, Wu Hongyun determined that establishing a military regiment would foster greater order among the serpent clan. He resolved to form a legion, naming it the Imperial Guard, with the 5 pythons assuming leadership roles, while the other pythons commanded a contingent of 25,000 soldiers each. At that moment, Wu Hongyun's voice resonated with authority, calm yet commanding, embodying the true essence of kingship. "At your command," the 100 pythons responded in unison. Thus, The Imperial Guard of the Serpent Clan was established, integrating nearly all serpents within the Devil's Rainforest, approximately totaling 120,000. In comparison to humanity, this number was indeed modest. Yet it only accounted for those within the Devil's Rainforest, excluding serpents dwelling in other terrestrial or marine realms. The existence of similar creatures in the ocean remained an enigma. Chapter 92. The special ritual. The question of whether equivalent colossal pythons inhabit the seas has persisted as an unresolved mystery. Numerous accounts have circulated, with sightings of giant pythons reported not only in the Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Oceans, but also in maritime regions near Africa. Eyewitnesses have recounted their experiences. Yet the truth remains shrouded in ambiguity. It is said that in the last century, a king from a certain nation constructed a specialized vessel to capture these oceanic giants. Equipped with steel cables extending several kilometers and hooks capable of lifting 700 kilograms, along with ample provisions, only to return empty-handed. Opinions regarding the existence of marine pythons vary widely, yet their true nature as riverine creatures remains unverified. People have unearthed species thought to be extinct since ancient times, such as the Dunkleosteus. At that time, no biologist believed in their existence, as the Dunkleosteus had reportedly vanished over 400 million years ago. However, fishermen caught several specimens, thereby validating their reality. Wu Hongyun was not particularly concerned about whether colossal pythons existed in the ocean. He would discover the truth when he ventured into those waters in the future. After forming the Serpent Military Regiment, Wu Hongyun prepared to conduct a ritual with the 100 pythons. This ritual aimed to facilitate the evolution of their bodies by purging impurities. While the process itself was relatively straightforward, coordinating the 100 pythons simultaneously required considerable time. Wu Hongyun decided to pause his own cultivation for 3 to 5 days to assist in cleansing the impurities from the 100 pythons. He first summoned Hua, a water python with a striking blood-red hue and a spine adorned with neat black and red stripes. Although not conventionally beautiful, it surpassed the aesthetics of most pythons, especially when compared to Wu Hongyun's jet-black serpent form. While appearance was one aspect, the python's imposing size could instill fear, particularly when it writhed, its fearsome visage evoking terror. At this moment, the formidable python, capable of instilling dread in many humans, quivered slightly before Wu Hongyun, its brown eyes reflecting an array of reverent emotions. Those who had never approached Wu Hongyun could never fully grasp his majesty and the weighty aura that seemed to press upon the space around them. Initially dismissed as psychological, the pythons now recognized that it was a dual torment of body and spirit. Due to the alteration of his technique, Wu Hongyun's internal energy had dissipated. To purge the impurities from the pythons, he needed to harness the enigmatic energy residing within their bodies. This mysterious energy, elusive in its hiding place, revealed itself during battle. Wu Hongyun keenly observed his own body with his mental energy, and the mysterious energy gradually emerged. It seemed he had discerned something significant, the divine source. That energy was emanating from the divine source. At that moment, Wu Hongyun finally comprehended that the divine source had been intentionally concealed, and the rapid release of energy had obscured its origin during combat. Channeling the energy emitted from the divine source into Hua's body, he commenced the process of purging its impurities. The fire suddenly sensed a warmth gradually emanating from its cold, lifeless body, as if a fervent energy coursed through its being, reminiscent of basking under the sun. An hour later, fire's form quivered intensely, becoming remarkably light, with both mind and senses sharpened to clarity. Subsequently, Fire observed a multitude of black fluid oozing from its skin, contemplating that it must signify the successful purging of impurities. "You may withdraw," a deep voice resonated, startling Fire. It raised its gaze to see the weary expression of the king. For reasons unknown, a peculiar feeling surged within Fire's heart, perhaps akin to the emotional stirrings documented in the information. The messages transmitted by Wu Hongyun to the giant pythons contained various human insights. Though the pythons struggled to comprehend them, akin to reciting classical texts, they memorized the characters but remained oblivious to their deeper meanings. After assisting Fire in cleansing impurities, Wu Hongyun felt considerably drained. He estimated that he could only purge impurities for 10 pythons at a time before needing rest, and 3 to 5 days would be insufficient. However, Wu Hongyun was undeterred. If 3 to 5 days were inadequate, he could extend it further, as long as he could expedite the strengthening of his subordinates. A little exertion was a small price to pay. Subsequently, he purified the impurities of Shui, Tu, Foam, Lei, and 3 other giant pythons. Once completed, Wu Hongyun coiled upon the ground to recuperate his energy. Unbeknownst to him, 5 hours slipped by, and he slowly opened his crimson pupils. Once revitalized, he continued to cleanse the impurities of the other giant pythons. These pythons were not as massive as the first 5, allowing Wu Hongyun to work with greater ease, managing to purify at least 10 pythons at a time. After 7 days of relentless effort, he finally completed this unique ritual for 100 pythons. Exhausted from the continuous 7-day endeavor, Wu Hongyun fell into a deep slumber, awakening after 3 full days and nights. Your Majesty. Upon opening his eyes, the 100 pythons prostrated themselves in reverence. Over the past few days, they had diligently cultivated the initial chapters of the golden body technique and achieved notable results, all entering the early stages of refining essence into qi. The 5 pythons, Hua, Shui, Tu, Feng, and Lei, had even reached the mid-stage of this process. The rapid progress of the giant pythons stemmed from Wu Hongyun's cleansing of impurities and the inherent natural energies they possessed. Before reaching the realm of refining qi into spirit, their cultivation speed would not lag significantly. Very well, teach your subordinates to cultivate and impart the initial chapters of the spirit control technique, Wu Hongyun instructed the pythons. Given that this group of serpents had awakened their intelligence, they would likely face no major challenges in mastering the spirit control technique. They simply needed to advance step by step, and success would come in due time. Wu Hongyun intended the initial chapters of the golden body technique to serve as foundational cultivation methods for the snake clan, and he saw no harm in disseminating this knowledge. If they could ascend to the realm of refining qi into spirit, he would consider imparting the genuine spirit control technique and the golden body technique to them. The giant pythons obediently complied, not daring to voice any dissent. Lead the snake herd to the underground river, then come to the Shiyu pond to see me. As you command. After issuing his orders, Wu Hongyun exited the cave passage and began to cultivate beside the Shiyu pond. His intention was for the giant pythons to practice in the presence of the 10,000-year-old stone milk, which would significantly enhance their cultivation efficiency, allowing them to reach the pinnacle of refining essence into qi in a short time. After several hours, the giant pythons settled their subordinates and arrived at the Shiyu pond. Wu Hongyun stated, "The pool of stone milk behind me contains 10,000-year-old stone milk. Consuming 3 drops daily will greatly benefit your cultivation, and within a month, you shall have the opportunity to ascend to a higher realm of power. We express our gratitude to your Majesty. However, I must clarify that the energy contained within the 10,000-year-old stone milk is immense. Aside from the 5 pythons, the others must not exceed 2 drops. I do this not out of stinginess, but for your safety." Understood. The giant pythons held unwavering trust in their king's arrangements. Chapter 93. The 5 pythons breakthrough. The 10,000-year-old stone milk held little significance for Wu Hongyun. Previously, he refrained from allowing the giant pythons to consume it, as they had yet to awaken their intelligence and did not engage in cultivation, rendering its consumption a waste. Wu Hongyun adhered to the principle of better to lack than to have too much. Fortunately, he had preserved the 10,000-year-old stone milk, which now proved its worth. Wu Hongyun subsequently left the Shiyu pond, seeking a tranquil spot to continue his cultivation, as the space within the pond was limited, and the presence of 100 pythons made it exceedingly cramped. In the blink of an eye, 10 months passed. During this time, Wu Hongyun continuously condensed 5 silver stripes, each scale adorned with a total of 17 intersecting patterns, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. The extent of this enhancement was indeterminate until tested. The breakthrough in his cultivation prompted Wu Hongyun's form to grow once more, particularly in recent times, where the rate of growth reached an extraordinary pace, revealing visible signs with each passing moment. At present, Wu Hongyun had attained a length of 66 meters, with a diameter exceeding 2 meters, and the signs of growth had not ceased, albeit they had slowed considerably. He believed that his length would continue to increase. A colossal entity of 66 meters could be considered a top-tier creature even within oceanic domains. According to human records, the largest blue whale measures just over 30 meters. Yet Wu Hongyun remained cautious, refraining from unwarranted arrogance. Humanity had yet to fully comprehend the myriad of life forms. No one could guarantee the existence of undiscovered creatures lurking within the ocean depths. With the Earth's surface predominantly covered by water, the oceans held countless mysteries. And with current human methods, deep exploration yielded scant rewards. 66 meters was indeed among the largest snakes in history, rivaled only by a select few prehistoric behemoths possessing the blood of dragons. While it was uncertain whether these creatures still existed or had transformed into other entities, Wu Hongyun believed that a length of 66 meters was certainly attainable. After all, the absorption of dragon blood not only contained immense energy, but could also alter the very bloodline of a creature. 5 months prior, Wu Hongyun had attempted to create a sinkhole, drawing in the essence of the sun and moon at its mouth. Over the past 6 months, the effects of nuclear radiation had diminished significantly, allowing Wu Hongyun to move freely within the perimeter. The radiation produced by the nuclear event might take hundreds or even thousands of years to dissipate, and Wu Hongyun lacked the luxury of waiting that long. After 10 months of cultivation, the progress of the snake herd had been rapid. The leaders among the 5 pythons had successively reached the mid-stage of refining essence into qi, attaining peak proficiency. The astonishing speed of their cultivation was indeed a rare phenomenon in the world. The pivotal factors contributing to this were Wu Hongyun's cleansing of impurities and the enhancement from the 10,000-year-old stone milk, making such rapid progress almost inevitable. However, Wu Hongyun felt a tinge of disappointment that 10 months had not yet yielded results in the latter stages. The 100 giant pythons had each broken through to the early stages of refining essence into qi, entering the mid-stage. As for the guards among the serpent ranks, none had yet achieved the mid-stage of refining essence into qi, while many had reached the peak of the early stage. Transitioning to the mid-stage required considerable time, making it quite challenging to attain within a short span. Wu Hongyun remained impartial, ensuring that the 10,000-year-old stone milk was also distributed among the other snakes. Otherwise, the overall strength of the snake clan would not have surged so rapidly, with dozens of various snakes reaching the pinnacle of the early stage. Most of the snakes in this group measured only 5 or 6 meters in length, possessing intelligence akin to that of a young human child. Barely capable of distinguishing between black and white, their thought processes were simplistic. Without the patient guidance of the giant pythons, they might have remained unaware of how to cultivate. Wu Hongyun found himself powerless in the face of the low intelligence of the serpent race. However, intelligence can be cultivated over time, whether it be humans or other creatures. It is unreasonable to expect them to grasp the complexities of nature and their environment immediately upon gaining awareness. For instance, many great figures among humanity were not much different from the fools in Wu Hongyun's eyes during their childhood. With the passage of time, the intellect and strength of the serpent race will gradually improve, heralding their formal rise. They will not only thrive in the vast devil rainforest, but also dominate the seas. Half a year ago, the fish in the underground river had been completely extinguished, becoming sustenance for the serpent race, and the millennia-old stone milk was about to be exhausted. Yet, all of this seemed worthwhile, as the strength of the serpent horde had significantly increased, and even their size had grown. The 5 great pythons, the leaders of their kind, had all seen an increase in length, with Feng being the longest, now reaching 30 meters, making her the foremost python under Wu Hongyun. The other 4 pythons range between 27 and 29 meters in length. One peculiar thing that unsettled Wu Hongyun was that Feng was a female. Of course, he harbored no nefarious thoughts. Such notions were utterly unfathomable to him. The 5 pythons could hardly believe their growth and newfound understanding of cultivation. It seemed that as long as they followed their king's path, they would eventually ascend to the pinnacle of the world. The mere thought of their king ignited a fervent hope in their eyes. Over the past 10 months, Mo Teng and Kuei Jia had also begun their cultivation under Wu Hongyun's guidance, reaching the peak of the initial stage and poised to enter the mid-stage at any moment. Just like the serpent race, they sustained themselves on the fish of the underground river and the stone milk. They were practicing a simplified version of the Emperor Yin formula. As Wu Hongyun was exceedingly cautious, while Kuei Jia was from a tribe that worshipped the feathered serpent god, Mo Teng was different. This intelligent monkey possessed wisdom akin to that of humans and was backed by a formidable monkey race. Should they collectively attain a certain level of power, rebellion could become a grave possibility. If the special heart technique, Yuling Ju, fell into the hands of the monkey race, Wu Hongyun would face significant troubles. And he would never allow such a scenario to unfold, even if it meant annihilating the entire monkey race. Wu Hongyun's mind was astute. Although the Emperor Yin formula was a derivative of the golden body formula, it was best suited for scaly creatures, yielding minimal results for others. However, Yuling Ju was different. It could be practiced by any race, which was precisely why Wu Hongyun had no intentions of modifying it for broader dissemination. He did not deny his selfishness, but one might ask, which creature in this world is not selfish? Humans and beasts alike would go to great lengths, even to the point of harming or slaughtering other races, for the survival of their own kind. The decision to impart Yuling Ju required careful consideration, and even if he were to share it, it would not be widespread. It was time for the pit to be revealed. Wu Hongyun gazed towards the exit, his heart filled with myriad emotions, predominantly resentment. Chapter 94, The Theft of Flowers. The serpent race had nearly been annihilated by a nuclear bomb launched by the M country. And if he did not avenge this grievance, Wu Hongyun would likely suffocate under his own frustration. To him, the phrase taking a step back allows for a broader view was mere nonsense, for those who swallow their shattered teeth are no different from fools. Previously, Mo Tong had regarded Wu Hongyun favorably, labeling him as brutal. This assessment was somewhat inaccurate, for the truth lay in his vengeful nature. To speak negatively of him would merely depict him as extreme and petty, seeking revenge even for a mere glare, let alone a near annihilation of the entire serpent race. Regrettably, the strength of the serpent guards was currently lacking, and the threat posed by human firearms loomed large. Although Wu Hongyun yearned to retaliate against the M country, he was reluctant to sacrifice the serpent guards. If they suffered heavy casualties, all the effort invested in nurturing their combat prowess would be rendered futile. Revenge was one matter. Rational deliberation was another. He resolved to first ascertain the state of the nuclear radiation. Wu Hongyun pondered as he emerged from the pit. The destructive factors of nuclear weapons are numerous, most of which dissipate quickly, with the most severe being radioactive materials, which can persist for an extended period within certain ranges. After testing the environment, he utilized his mental power to detect anomalies in the air, soil, and rivers, identifying the so-called radioactive substances and noting a significant reduction in abnormal energy. Given the overall strength of the serpent guards, they should be able to withstand it. After nearly a year, the serpent race's power had greatly enhanced, and they should have no issue resisting the radioactive materials at the periphery. If they did, it would pose a grave problem. Nuclear radiation could lead to death or severe injury, and even if one survived, it could trigger cancer and a series of abnormal phenomena, with genetic mutation being the most troublesome. Should the serpent race suffer from nuclear radiation, even if they did not perish immediately, the potential for hereditary diseases and plagues could lead to their complete extinction. However, upon reflection, while the M country had unleashed nuclear bombs upon the Devil Rainforest, they should have recognized its significance, thus exerting some control over the hazards posed by radioactive materials. The M country had always been exceedingly arrogant, believing that no matter how powerful the venomous python was, it paled in comparison to nuclear weapons. To them, exterminating the venomous python was as trivial as slaughtering chickens or dogs, and they would naturally seek to mitigate the subsequent radioactive fallout. Yet, they could never anticipate that this venomous python not only survived, but also successfully utilized the TC series of medicines, elevating the entire serpent race to a new level of intelligence, thus becoming the latest sentient species on this planet. In essence, this was a consequence of humanity's own making. For both the monkey race led by Mo Tong and the serpent race under Wu Hongyun were born from the TC medicines developed by humans, thereby awakening their intelligence. Wu Hongyun's mental exploration provided clarity. The anomalous energies in the air, earth, and rivers were gradually weakening, leading him to conclude that the radioactive materials had also diminished. He then returned to the bottom of the pit to summon the 5 pythons. "Your Majesty." The 5 pythons prostrated themselves before Wu Hongyun in reverence. "How much stone milk remains?" Wu Hongyun inquired. "Your Majesty, the millennia-old stone milk may not last beyond 2 days, Lei said hesitantly, filled with concern. "Time is sufficient. After 2 days, we shall all exit the pit," Wu Hongyun commanded. "Exit? Your Majesty, has not the outside world been devastated by nuclear bombs?" Lei expressed his confusion, for the serpent race was well aware of nuclear weapons and their devastating impact. "Nuclear radiation has weakened. With your strength, you should be able to withstand it. Before that, you must consume the stone milk completely, or it would be a waste," Wu Hongyun asserted. The millennia-old stone milk held no value for Wu Hongyun, yet it was of considerable benefit to his subordinates. 2 days might seem inconspicuous, but consuming the stone milk would equate to half a month's worth of regular training. Weakened? The 5 pythons were filled with astonishment. Although serpents favored dark, damp places for the intelligent giant pythons, enduring a single location for 10 months had reached an unbearable limit. The prospect of once again breathing the fresh air of the outside world was nothing short of blissful. Wu Hongyun could distinctly sense the excitement radiating from the 5 pythons, a result of the connection established during information transmission. However, beyond a certain threshold, he could only perceive their emotions, losing control over their thoughts. If utilized effectively, this connection could serve as a powerful means of controlling his subordinates. 2 days later, Wu Hongyun led the serpent race out of the pit in grand procession. Upon reaching the surface, Wu Hongyun instructed 5 pythons, "Lead your respective troops away from the radiation zone, avoiding open areas to prevent detection by human satellites. We have finally endured to this point. If we are discovered by humans, it could provoke another nuclear bombardment. We must proceed with utmost caution. As you command. The command of the monarch is one that the five serpents dare not defy. Even if ordered to face death, they would not harbor an ounce of hesitation. In their hearts, Wu Hongyun is not merely a king, but a revered belief. After dispatching the serpents, Wu Hongyun swiftly departed, eager to explore. Having lived in the lightless abyss for nearly a year, he could hardly endure it any longer. Now, as he navigated through the jungle, inhaling the pure air of the rainforest, his mind was invigorated. The serpents, too, began to stir, preparing to leave the area tainted by nuclear fallout. Suddenly Lei, who was leading his subordinates on their journey, sensed something amiss. It appeared that something was missing from the cliff of the abyss. Upon reflection, he realized that the white vine flower had entirely vanished. Where could the flowers have gone? Lei glared at the desolate cliff, a surge of rage igniting within him. It was those damned humans. Had they not launched the nuclear bomb, the white vine flowers would not have been destroyed. But wait, other plants remained intact. Could it be that someone had stolen the white vine flowers? Humans? He needed to promptly report this situation to the monarch, to inform him of the loss of the white vine flowers. Lei's thoughts raced as he sensed the urgency of the matter and quickly pursued Wu Hongyun. What was happening? Suddenly, Wu Hongyun's voice echoed in Lei's mind. In truth, Wu had not ventured far. He was acutely aware of Lei's emotional turmoil. However, beyond 1,000 meters, he could not discern Lei's thoughts, so he chose to retrace his steps to uncover the issue at hand. Your Majesty, look, the white vine flowers are gone. What? Wu Hongyun turned to the cliff. Indeed, there was no trace of the white vine flowers, not even their roots. Chapter 95. The disappearance of the white vine flowers unleashed a terrifying pressure around Wu Hongyun, as if the gravitational force of the space had suddenly intensified. Under this oppressive force, the serpents felt as though they could scarcely breathe, casting fearful glances at their monarch, who appeared to be radiating an aura of demand. The might of their king exceeded their wildest imaginings. No one could rival his presence. If he did not retract this overwhelming pressure, they would surely be crushed to death beneath it within 10 minutes. Sensing the serpents' distress, Wu Hongyun gradually dissipated the oppressive force. The serpents felt as if they had narrowly escaped death, only to be pulled back from the brink. They lay prostrate on the ground like ants, attempting to calm their racing hearts. The previous sensation had been far too terrifying to erase from their memories. Investigate. His command rang with authority, and the deadly glint in his eyes made the serpents tremble. At once, the 5 serpents led the way, moving swiftly out of the contaminated zone. At once, the serpents organized themselves and spent half a day escaping the radiation area. At this moment, they gathered, awaiting their monarch's orders. They believed that their king would surely retrieve the white vine flowers, and likewise, that the humans would receive their due punishment. What of Mo Tung and Kueja? Wu Hongyun inquired coldly. Your Majesty, we are here. Emerged from the serpents a monkey and a man, Mo Tung and Kueja. They had intended to depart separately, but due to the sudden change of heart from the giant python, they had yet to leave. You two are to send your kin into human cities to discover who has laid hands on the white vine flowers. Understood. Mo Tung and Kueja dared not voice dissent. Although the tone of the poison python was somewhat detached, the underlying threat was unmistakable, and they understood the python's resolve. Should this matter remain unclear, the monkey clan and the feathered serpent tribe would likely lose the favor of the poison python. Naturally, if the thief was discovered, a fate of being torn to shreds would be the most merciful outcome. Hurry and go, and report back with your findings swiftly. Understood. Wu Hongyun watched as Mo Tung and the serpents moved with frantic urgency, as if fleeing from a massacre. Their desperation stirred a sense of helplessness within him. He could have controlled his fury immediately, but he refrained, believing it essential for his subjects to comprehend the true nature of their monarch. When the king is enraged, blood will flow. This is not mere rhetoric. Born and raised in Huaxia, this nation possesses many profound truths that humans cannot fully comprehend, such as the art of governance. One must not be excessively cruel nor overly lenient. It is vital to wield both grace and authority, instilling a sense of inscrutable power in the hearts of the subjects, leaving them uncertain of their king's true strength. Intelligent beings often share a common trait. The more they do not understand something, the more they fear it. Accompanied by an insatiable curiosity, Wu Hongyun cleverly utilized this curiosity to transform his subjects' fear into reverence. Currently, the giant pythons harbored no thoughts of betrayal or rebellion. Yet that did not guarantee their future loyalty. After all, intelligent beings are driven not only by curiosity, but also by insatiable greed. Once the floodgates of greed are opened, control becomes exceedingly difficult. Having contemplated these matters, Wu Hongyun sought to instill genuine fear in his subjects, ensuring they fully understood who their true monarch was. Should anyone dare to harbor thoughts of rebellion, it would be a simple matter to snuff such thoughts in their infancy. After 2 months of relentless investigation by the Monkey Clan and the Feathered Serpent Tribe, they finally uncovered some clues regarding the white bind flowers. Notably, under the protection of the Snake God, the Feathered Serpent Tribe had come to dominate all tribes within the devilish rainforest, their power surging from thousands to tens of thousands. And under the guidance of the Feathered Serpent people, they all developed an indelible faith in the serpent body. What leads have you discovered? Wu Hongyun cast a glance at the giant python, Mo Tung, and Kueja. Your Majesty, during our time in the abyss, the Monkey Clan observed humans entering the devilish rainforest, their path coinciding with the growth location of the white bind flowers, Mo Tung recounted anxiously, fearing that Wu Hongyun might erupt in anger once more. Yet he held considerable respect for the monarch, for not long ago, after requesting Wu Hongyun's guidance, he had imparted the first part of the Di Yin Ju to his people, though it would take time to yield results, once the opportunity arose. The overall strength of the Monkey Clan and the Feathered Serpent Tribe would significantly increase. For this reason, it was only natural for Mo Tung to feel immense gratitude, especially as it had provided a refuge for the Monkey Clan within the devilish rainforest. Your Majesty, the Feathered Serpent people also discovered outsiders entering the devilish rainforest 5 months ago, seeking our guidance. Their destination was the Cliff of the Abyss, and from their conversations, it seems they are mercenaries from a company in M country, Kueja reported respectfully. For the Feathered Serpent people, the Snake God represented their life as faith, and serving the Snake God was an honor. The unwavering belief passed down through millennia had solidified their reverence, and the heart method bestowed by the Snake God would become the Feathered Serpent Tribe's treasured heirloom, passed down through generations. Those shameless scoundrels from M country again. Are there any further leads? Any additional conversations? None. Wu Hongyun struggled to suppress the fury within him. The significance of the white bind flowers to the Snake Tribe was paramount. If they possessed the white bind flowers within a decade, the strength of the Snake Tribe would soar, and with proper cultivation, the flowers could continually reproduce, greatly aiding his own endeavors. Yet now, they had been intercepted by the scoundrels from M country. Kueja, ensure that the selected kin in the human city do not act recklessly. Report back to me immediately with any news. Wu Hongyun's anger was palpable, yet his tone remained deceptively calm. Understood. Kueja bowed respectfully. Dismissed. After the multitude and the numerous serpentine hordes departed, Wu Hongyun could no longer contain his fury. His immense aura surged forth like a raging torrent, reminiscent of a tempest sweeping across the mountains, scattering dust and pebbles in its wake, causing withered trees and weeds to sway incessantly. This intangible force was far more terrifying than any physical assault. The White Bianhua must be reclaimed, even if it means launching an assault on human cities. I shall make them taste the dread of death, regardless of the bloodshed involved. Wu Hongyun's wrath had reached its zenith, and this determination could not be swayed by anyone. While he could endure the nuclear bombardment, the theft of the White Bianhua was akin to a fuse igniting the bomb within his heart. Furthermore, unlike Shirlu, which is depleted upon use, the White Bianhua can reproduce infinitely, serving as the very source of power for the Serpent Clan. Even if someone were to offer him more precious natural treasures in exchange, he would not entertain the thought. Suppressing his inner rage, Wu Hongyun gazed towards the direction of M country, his cold blood-red eyes turning menacing. Just wait. I shall make the people of M country understand the consequences of stealing from me. Chapter 96. Preparing for war 2 months later. Kiza led several members of the Yusha clan before Wu Hongyun. The clan members had just returned from M country, bearing news of the White Bianhua. Respected Serpent God, we have ascertained the whereabouts of the Bianhua. Kneeling respectfully upon the mountaintop, Kiza reported the information they had gathered. Indeed, Wu Hongyun's tone was calm, yet his heart stirred. According to our findings, the White Bianhua was indeed stolen by the people of M country, and it is currently in New York. The thieves belong to the Haishan Chemical Group, which commissioned a mercenary organization to infiltrate the Devil's Rainforest and steal your White Bianhua, Serpent Lord. Mercenaries? Those arrogant scoundrels. Have they not learned their lesson from the last massacre? They dare come again. Wu Hongyun's surroundings brimmed with an inexhaustible murderous intent, his expression becoming exceedingly fierce. Have you located the place where the White Bianhua is kept? Wu Hongyun inquired. We have found it. It is within the New York branch of the Haishan Group. However, their defenses are extremely tight, and we have yet to ascertain the exact location where the flower is planted. Additionally, It seems the Haitian group is utilizing the Bienhua to develop a special pharmaceutical, which is already on the market. I uncovered this evidence through that lead. Kiza replied respectfully. Good. Upon your return to the tribe, select 100 clan members to enter the human city. In a month, I shall lead the Serpent Clan's elite guards into New York. I want that group of oblivious humans to experience true suffering, Wu Hongyun declared. However, I will retreat to the sea after avenging myself on the humans. If the Yusha tribe is unwilling to follow me, I shall not force you. Your loyalty over the years is evident, and there is no need for further words. For those willing to follow me, I will arrange for great pythons to escort you once the Serpent Clan is settled. Before Wu Hongyun could finish, Kiza and the dozen or so clan members fell to their knees, their faces filled with anxiety as they tearfully begged, Respected Serpent God, please do not abandon your subjects. All the clan members knelt, their foreheads striking the ground, the sound echoing in the air as blood flowed from their wounds, yet they paid no heed. Fearing abandonment by their serpent god, Wu Hongyun felt a mixture of helplessness and profound emotion, responding softly, I have not said I would abandon the Yusha tribe. I merely feel that life in the ocean will be difficult for you. Once again, if you truly wish to follow me, I will seek out an island for you. Upon hearing these words, the Yusha clan members finally felt a sense of relief. Rarely displaying normalcy, Wu Hongyun smiled. Let us not waste time. Return to the tribe and prepare. In 1 month, I will undoubtedly advance. You must also ascertain the precise location of the White Bienhua during this time. Understood. After the Yusha clan departed, Wu Hongyun let out a long howl, summoning the 5 pythons and Mauding. Within half an hour, the 5 pythons arrived at the mountaintop, while Mauding, being farther away, required additional time to reach. Noticing the significant growth in both strength and size of the 5 pythons, Wu Hongyun felt a sense of satisfaction, as it demonstrated they had not been idle, diligently cultivating over the past 2 months. Your Majesty, the 5 pythons approached Wu Hongyun, bowing deeply in reverence. After Wu Hongyun's earlier admonition, their respect for him as their king had greatly increased. They collectively agreed that the title of king better reflected Wu Hongyun's nobility and strength, symbolizing supreme power and status. Nevertheless, Wu Hongyun remained accustomed to referring to himself as I, a habit difficult to break. I have summoned you for a singular purpose. Kiza has uncovered the whereabouts of the White Bienhua, and this matter is the doing of the people from M country, Wu Hongyun stated directly. One can easily guess. Those M country folks are truly repugnant, a band of thieves with the audacity to claim they are a free nation. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the elite guards against the human city and make them taste the bitterness of blood. Your Majesty, I too am willing. Enough. Wu Hongyun's sharp rebuke finally silenced the 5 pythons. I am not here to engage in reckless displays of power. I have summoned you for deliberation regarding our course of action against the humans. Your Majesty, we acknowledge our error, the 5 pythons humbly admitted. Out in the world, they were unmatched forest titans, standing atop the natural order, and even in ancient times, few could rival them. It was only before their king that they displayed such humility. Aside from reverence and gratitude, they harbored an indelible admiration for him. In summary, even if Wu Hongyun claimed white was black, they would never dare dispute his word. It is imperative that you prepare your subordinates diligently. We have only a month before we strike. Be ready, for this time the elite guards may suffer heavy losses, with fewer than half the surviving great pythons. However, you must understand the significance of the White Bienhua to the Serpent Clan. It cannot be lost. If humans dare to covet the White Bienhua, we must not only reclaim it, but also deliver a severe lesson to them. Wu Hongyun proclaimed coldly, Your Majesty speaks truly. Those who dare taint our sacred relics should face a fate worse than death. The 5 pythons declared indignantly. Although the elite guards may face grave casualties, Feng believed that all sacrifices would ultimately yield returns. Feng, the only female among the 5 pythons, typically aloof, now expressed her stance. To her, exchanging a momentary loss for the future of the Serpent Clan was worth any cost. Without the White Bienhua, the Serpent Clan would lose a crucial advantage. While it might not greatly affect the formidable great pythons, it was a true sacred object for the entire race. After all, no matter how precious the Bienhua, it remained a plant, possessing the ability to reproduce. A tribe is not solely defined by its rare, strong individuals. That is merely one factor. More crucially, it is the seemingly insignificant serpents that must be empowered to ensure the perpetual prosperity of the Serpent Clan. The White Bienhua precisely addresses this need. With time for the flowers to proliferate, the Serpent Clan would gradually ascend to greater heights. Therefore, the 5 pythons harbored a deep-seated animosity towards those who dared to steal the White Bienhua. Since you all understand, Do not waste time. Hurry and prepare. We have only a month. Wu Hongyun commanded. Understood. After the 5 pythons had departed for over 10 minutes, Mauding's figure gradually drew closer to Wu Hongyun's line of sight. Your Majesty, Mauding has delayed. Please forgive me. Mo Tong, eager to press forward, spoke with an urgency that suggested he was almost breathless. The whereabouts of the Bayan Hua had been confirmed, and Gu was preparing to take action against humanity. Select all the awakened monkeys to engage in battle, commanded Wu Hongyun directly. Understood. Mo Tong did not oppose, nor dared to. Everything the monkey clan possessed had been bestowed by Wu Hongyun, who likewise had the power to reclaim it. Nevertheless, Mo Tong harbored gratitude towards Wu Hongyun. Without his grace, the monkey clan would likely have been exterminated by humans long ago. After reclaiming the Bayan Hua, Gu decided to lead the snake clan into the ocean, leaving Mo Tong with 2 choices. First, he could return to the Devil's Rainforest once Gu led the snake clan into the ocean. With his intelligence, he could control the entire Devil's Rainforest and act on Gu's behalf. Second, he could accompany Gu into the ocean. Although it was presented as a choice, Wu Hongyun would not coerce Mo Tong into a decision. After all, it was his merit that allowed the snake clan to awaken their intelligence. With clear distinctions between enmity and gratitude, Wu Hongyun remained resolute. After a prolonged contemplation, Mo Tong made his decision, choosing to follow the king into the ocean. While the allure of controlling the Devil's Rainforest was immense, he understood that without the king's protection, should they encounter another human attack, the monkey clan would surely face annihilation. Excellent. Since you have decided to accompany Gu, I shall not treat you unfairly. Once the deed is done, you will retreat alongside the feathered serpent tribe. When the dust settles, I will send a giant python to guide you back. Now, return to your territory and prepare, Wu Hongyun instructed. Wu Hongyun was acutely aware of Mo Tong's ulterior motives. He even appreciated his ability to weigh pros and cons. If utilized effectively, this little monkey could very well become a formidable sword. Chapter 97. The Hudson River. The Hudson River, nestled amidst the bustling city of New York, stretches approximately 315 kilometers, serving as one of the most vital waterways in M country. Nearby, a scenic park attracts throngs of visitors each summer, teeming with a diverse array of individuals, literary artists, travelers, merchants, and various performers, each with their unique characteristics, whether they come to revel in leisure or pursue ulterior motives. Suddenly, a Porsche 911 pulled into the parking lot of the attraction, and a man and woman stepped out. The man, named Mo Air, and the woman, Angela, were a newlywed couple. Mo Air, in his 30s, was not particularly striking and seemed unremarkable among the crowd. Yet, he often carried an air of depth and composure, which, upon closer inspection, revealed a subtle gravitas. Angela, significantly younger at 23 or 24, embodied a unique Western sensuality, yet maintained an elegance that was far from frivolous. There are so many people, exclaimed Angela. Of course, more people means more fun, my dear. Shall we first drop off our luggage at the hotel? Yes. The hotel they checked into was a luxurious establishment renowned throughout New York, and what thrilled Mo Air most was that they had booked the presidential suite, from which they could admire the myriad sights of this vibrant metropolis from their balcony. To capture these fleeting moments, Mo Air had brought along a camera and binoculars. As dusk approached, he eagerly retrieved his camera, ready to document the rare and breathtaking sunset. Ordinarily, as a manager of a corporation, he would not have the leisure to appreciate such scenery. My beautiful wife, do you hold those illusions of beauty in higher regard than me? Angela's eyes sparkled with playful seduction, her every smile tugging at Mo Air's heartstrings. Mo Air swallowed hard. My dear, why don't you take a shower first? All right, you can join me too. Hee hee. With a resigned shake of his head, Mo Air wandered to the balcony, capturing the imposing steel forest of skyscrapers. With the sunset providing a stunning backdrop, the view from up here is magnificent. As he gazed at the dusk, time slipped away unnoticed, and the sky gradually surrendered to the night, revealing a mysterious allure. Compared to the scenery, who is more beautiful? Angela wrapped her delicate arms around her husband's waist, her voice laced with tenderness. My darling, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Now that's more like it. Shall we go to the Hudson River for some fun? Wait, what is that? Mo Air suddenly exclaimed, as if witnessing an unimaginable sight. Setting his camera aside, he grabbed the binoculars to scrutinize the dark substance on the surface of the Hudson River. Snakes. How could this be? There are so many snakes. Oh my God. How can there be this many pythons in the Hudson River? Mo Air's hand trembled slightly as he held the binoculars, a wave of numbness coursing through his head, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of dread. His heart raced uncontrollably. Those who had never witnessed such a scene could hardly conceive of it. Serpents slithered through the water, filling the Hudson River with pythons and various venomous snakes. At intervals, snakeheads broke the surface, grotesquely flicking their tongues, a sight that incited sheer terror. In that moment, M.O. Ayer's mind was consumed with a singular thought: escape. Darling, what's wrong? Sweetheart, I think we need to leave this place quickly. It seems a great disaster is about to unfold. An earthquake? No, a snake disaster. Angela laughed lightly, assuming her husband was seeing things, and casually took the binoculars to look. The next moment, she let out a characteristic shriek. Within 15 minutes, chaos erupted along the banks of the Hudson River, and this panic began to ripple through surrounding areas. Office buildings, residential complexes, shopping malls, bars, and various entertainment venues were thrown into disarray. If one did not witness the terror on the faces of the crowd, they might have mistaken it for the onset of a new riot. In truth, this calamity was far more severe than any uprising. At this moment, whether wealthy or ordinary, people fled like lost dogs. The serpentine horde moved across the water in an orderly fashion, reminiscent of an ancient army in a state of resurgence, forming a long, pointed formation. Leading the procession was a giant python over 60 meters long, followed closely by 4 others of approximately 30 meters, while the remaining pythons and venomous snakes, though smaller, were all at least 5 to 6 meters in length. My king, I didn't expect so many humans to be here. Does that not expose our movements? Shall we engage them? Asked Hu, filled with murderous intent, speaking behind Wu Hongyun. My king, I am willing to be the first to eliminate these humans for you, Feng declared, exuding a terrifying bloodlust, reminiscent of Wu Hongyun's demeanor from years past. Wu had anticipated this, with so many members of the Imperial Guard. A stealthy assault on New York was impossible. Since they had arrived, they prepared for a deadly confrontation. But they needed to hasten their pace to prevent M country's officials from reacting. They had only this one night. My king, once we reach the center of New York, should we slaughter those humans to avenge the nuclear bombing? Lei's eyes glinted with malice, his tongue flicking in anticipation of the impending slaughter. The merciless tactics of M country's people were indelibly etched in the memory of the 5 pythons. They had urged Wu Hongyun on multiple occasions to eradicate every human in New York. Had they not been fortunate enough to hide in the sinkhole at that time, they would have been doomed, likely without a chance to escape. Those who stand in our way shall be mercilessly slaughtered, Wu Hongyun declared, his murderous intent palpable as he issued the cold command. Understood. The giant python's eyes were ablaze with battle fervor, each contemplating how to execute the humans upon entering the heart of New York. Wu Hongyun felt no compassion towards humanity, while he typically would not provoke them. He would not hesitate to unleash a massacre that would be etched in their memories should they obstruct the path of the Snake Clan. Proclaimed the royal command. Prepare to disembark. Your command is my duty. Upon receiving the king's directive, the Snake Clan's Imperial Guard began to approach the riverbank, the immense serpentine mass nearly covering the shore entirely. For this mission to reclaim the Bianhua, Wu Hongyun had made extensive preparations. Initially, the majority of serpents have acquired aquatic abilities, with the commanding 5 pythons and numerous colossal pythons reaching an intermediate level of strength. Although most are not water pythons, their formidable prowess enables them to navigate underwater with ease. Within the Imperial Guard, indeed, there are quite a few serpents lacking in aquatic skills. Fortunately, Wu Hongyun dedicated over 20 days to training them. Otherwise, this group would still be hesitant to enter the water. Nevertheless, the intelligence of the Imperial Guard soldiers is not particularly high. Thankfully, they possess enough wisdom to learn the art of swimming. Once the issue of mobility was resolved, Wu Hongyun decided to traverse by water, spending several months to finally cross the vast expanse and reach the Hudson River. He prepared to disembark from the riverbank and make a direct assault on the heart of New York City. Chapter 98. The ambush as night descended. The serpentine horde arrived at the shore in an orderly fashion. In the vastness of the dark night, the hissing of snakes mingled with the terrified cries of humans, echoing into the void. Damn it, is this a film shoot? Why hasn't the NYPD arrived? The Hudson River is teeming with snakes. Why are they not responding? Hey, officers, please come to the Hudson River immediately. My God, what do we do now? Where can we hide? Suddenly, an overwhelming mass of over 100,000 snakes surged forth, resembling a black torrent stretching for miles. This scene would send chills down anyone's spine, especially as these serpents emitted a chilling hiss, instilling an inescapable terror in the hearts of humans. Moreover, the serpentine movement was swift and methodical, unlike ordinary snakes that slither slowly. Many snakes were still coming ashore. The crowds once frolicking along the riverbank had long since fled, though a few unfortunate souls swimming in the water were completely engulfed by the horde, with their fates easily imagined. 20 minutes later, the sound of police sirens filled the air from all directions. Wu Hongyun, who had already disembarked, chuckled coldly to himself. They are courting death. One cannot help but remark on the excruciatingly slow efficiency of the police in America. Had this been Huaxiao, a response would have arrived within 10 minutes. At this point, more than half of the serpents had landed, clustering upon the rocks along the riverbank, their forms almost entirely obscuring the view. Alas, it was night. Otherwise, the vibrant and colorful serpents would have painted a magnificent scene for the humans to behold. Kill them. At your command. Several police vehicles parked at the riverbank, yet the officers remained in their cars, perhaps still in shock at the sight of the serpentine horde. A snake less than 2 meters long is enough to instill fear in most humans. What then of the thousands of 30-meter-long pythons, particularly the lead serpent? A terrifying black python over 60 meters in length? The officers remained paralyzed in their vehicles, knowing that such a creature could easily consume a police car whole. To engage in battle with such a monster would be akin to signing their own death warrants. This is not a Hollywood disaster film, and there are no superheroes to save the day. Without advantageous means, the humans of this city face an unprecedented calamity. My God, these snakes are terrifying. Captain, I believe we should retreat for reinforcements rather than confront the serpents head-on. Damn it, hurry. The snakes are coming toward us. We must flee. Suddenly, the pythons, mouths agape and emitting terrifying roars, brandished their razor-sharp fangs and lunged toward the police vehicles. Their speed was astonishing, leaving no time for the humans to react as they submerged the cars entirely. As the leader, Lei prepared to fulfill his role as vanguard. Eager to claim credit for the initial battle, he raised his head outside the vehicle, continually flicking his crimson tongue, clearly sensing the presence of 6 individuals within. At that moment, the once formidable police officers turned pale, resembling corpses, with several robust officers so terrified they urinated themselves. These unfortunate humans had provoked the king's wrath. No one could save them now. They had attempted to obliterate my serpent kin with nuclear weapons and had stolen our cherished flowers. They deserved this fate. Lei chuckled coldly, relishing the terror etched upon the faces of the humans, finding it far more captivating than the beauty of nature in the forest. Most living beings are inherently selfish. Lei focused solely on the theft of the cherished flowers, forgetting that it was the king's command that led to the plundering of human pharmaceuticals. The officers inside the vehicle, noticing that the glass seemed to hold for the moment, felt a brief sense of relief. They promptly called for backup at headquarters, detailing the snake disaster. What a pitiful sight, these naive humans. In Lei's eyes, the glass was as fragile as paper. He channeled his energy, surging into his serpent head, and suddenly lunged toward the car window. With a sharp crack, the glass shattered instantaneously, leaving the officers powerless as their last line of defense was obliterated. The serpentine horde wasted no time in storming the vehicle. The officers, gripped by fear, began firing their weapons, their emotions nearing madness. Several of Lei's subordinates fell one by one, and with a roar of fury, Lei swiftly entered the vehicle. The bullet struck Lei's serpentine body, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The impact sent waves of pain to Lei's brain, compelling him to let out a howl. However, having cultivated his skills to the mid-stage of refining essence and qi, his skin's defenses were formidable. Ordinary handguns could not inflict substantial harm, unless faced with heavy sniper rifles, which was merely a possibility. Damn it! Lei erupted with thunderous wrath. His head lunged into the vehicle, mouth agape, fangs bared, and sank into the flesh of the human who had shot him. After slaying the officer, the horde surged into the vehicle, ready to annihilate the wretched humans. Help me. The snake has bitten my arm. NC, please save me. The sight of the man being bitten by multiple pythons, dragged from the vehicle, was horrific. The snakes pulled with force, tearing his body into pieces, scattering his crimson entrails across the ground, blood staining the earth in every direction. Cursed pythons. NC watched helplessly as his colleague was brutally slaughtered by the horde, his heart ablaze with fury. Yet what could he do without the strength to support his anger? Within mere seconds, NC and his rage both met their demise. He would die without ever understanding why such a terrifying snake disaster plagued New York. As the colossal pythons continued to shatter the glass, snakes of all varieties flooded into the vehicle. Those humans were either poisoned or torn apart. As time passed, the terrified screams of the officers gradually faded into the blood-soaked silence. Your Majesty, all human officers have been exterminated. Feng Bing reports. Indeed, the serpents have all landed. Lead your divisions forth and proceed according to plan. We have only this night. By dawn, we must enter the ocean. Otherwise, Once the White House reacts and military intervention occurs, many of our brethren will meet untimely deaths. Wu Hongyun commanded. Understood. The 5 pythons received their orders and proceeded to relay commands to their subordinates. As the Serpentine clan navigated via the water route, their journey took considerable time. The Monkey clan and Feathered Snake tribe should have arrived long ago and may be waiting somewhere in New York for Wu Hongyun's command. Together, they would strike at New York. Chapter 99. A Stitch in Time saves 9 NYPD, the New York City Police Department. The cacophony of voices in the expansive conference hall ceased abruptly with the arrival of one individual. Colleagues, Director Slita has arrived. Everyone promptly stood to welcome him, adopting a standard salute. The situation is urgent. Let us proceed directly to the agenda, Slita stated bluntly. The events unfolding outside have caused a whirlwind of chaos, creating a disturbance so great that the entire world is astounded. The recent disaster has had a profound impact on New York. How is the intelligence gathering proceeding? Salita directly inquired of James, the highest authority responsible for this incident. Director, the event occurred unexpectedly, and we possess very little information. The initial sighting of the serpent swarm was in the mid-Hudson River, and there are currently 87 confirmed fatalities, among whom 40 are police officers. The swarm has now entered the river, making its location difficult to ascertain. The first individual to discover the snake disaster and report it was a manager named Moore. But the specific cause remains unclear, James replied. This is troublesome. As the commissioner of the New York Police Department, it is unacceptable that there is no control over this calamity and no effective solutions in place. The key issue is that we still do not know how that 60-meter-long venomous python came to be, only that its defensive capabilities are inexplicably formidable, rendering firearms ineffective. The term ancient biological entities echoed in everyone's minds, yet such a notion seemed absurd, and time was of the essence to validate it. The only recourse is to report to the White House and provide a comprehensive overview of the situation. Salita's expression darkened as he furrowed his brow and stated, "You must swiftly investigate the specific cause. Otherwise, none of us will emerge unscathed. Rest assured, Commissioner, we will exert every effort to resolve this incident. With a little time, we should be able to uncover the details of the snake disaster," James hastily assured him. "Very well, continue your investigation. I will contact the White House immediately to request assistance," Salita commanded. Understood. At this moment, the White House was equally in shock. With all key figures convened in the conference room, the president sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed in a deep crease, intently focused on the projection screen alongside numerous cabinet officials. The screen displayed a video report from Salita. 2 hours prior, upon hearing news of the venomous python, the president became exceedingly anxious and promptly summoned the officials to deliberate on a strategy. The president turned to the FBI commander and asked, "What is the status of the investigation? Is it indeed the python from the demon rainforest?" "Mr. President, the FBI initiated the investigation 3 hours ago, and based on various evidence, it is highly probable that the python originates from the demon rainforest." The FBI commander presented a dossier filled with photographs taken during the investigation, which the president recognized with clarity. This was undoubtedly the python from the demon rainforest. Feeling an immense headache, the president addressed his subordinates, saying, "These serpents have undoubtedly emerged from the demon rainforest, and since the last python was not obliterated by the nuclear bomb, it has returned for revenge." Silence enveloped the room as everyone recalled the terror they had witnessed firsthand. Seeing their reticence, the president exclaimed in anger, "Are we to believe that this wretched swarm of serpents is immune to nuclear annihilation? If that python remains alive, it possesses the strength to easily slay Smith. What means do we have to confront it? And let us not forget, we are in M country, not the demon rainforest. What strategies do you propose we employ?" As the president's voice escalated towards a near roar, Demand Linda, unable to remain silent any longer, stood and said, "Mr. President, our foremost priority now is to locate the serpent swarm's whereabouts. Only then can we devise effective measures to suppress it." At this juncture, anger would resolve nothing. After much contemplation, the president resolved to activate 3 investigative agencies, including the FBI, and elevate the alert status across all cities to level 3, entering a state of wartime readiness to respond to potential serpent attacks. Level 3 alert status? Mr. President, could this incite social unrest? Demand Linda expressed his concern. He understood that although this approach was the most prudent, it would certainly lead the public to question the competence of their officials. At this moment, we cannot afford to be overly concerned. The safety of the nation and the lives of the populace outweigh all other considerations. If the python does not grant us time, any delay could result in far graver consequences, the president stated gravely. But Mr. President, You have only just been re-elected. Issuing a level 3 alert will impact your reputation. Linda quietly cautioned. Linda was acutely aware that both he and the president were inextricably linked, as long as the president remained secure in his position. He too could maintain his influence within the White House. Conversely, should the president fall from grace, he would similarly face dire consequences. The president was certainly cognizant of these dynamics. Many domestic media outlets would exploit this situation to their advantage, and with various vested interests at play. The aftermath would become increasingly convoluted. Yet, he had no alternative. If wartime measures were not enacted, and the serpent swarm indeed attacked the city, the casualty count would reach tens of thousands, a burden no one could bear. It is never too late to mend the fold. Rather than face a scenario where the swarm assaults humanity, resulting in a blood-soaked landscape and ultimately forcing his resignation, it was wiser to take every possible precaution now. The president had made little contribution militarily. External conflicts were arduous and protracted, necessitating forced reductions in government spending and tax increases to mitigate the fiscal deficit. Yet, many years had passed without achieving the desired outcomes. Instead, the situation had worsened, leaving the country with substantial foreign debt while domestic unemployment continued to rise, suffocating him under the weight of it all. Of course, the president had not been entirely remiss, at the very least. He had alleviated some domestic pressure on healthcare and education. To address internal discord, he had deliberately instigated disputes with Huaxia, gradually diminishing class and racial tensions within the country. Deploy satellites to monitor developments in New York in real time. Report any sightings of the serpent swarm directly to the White House. Issue the order. The president instructed Linda. Yes, I will do so immediately. Linda, recognizing the president's resolute demeanor, refrained from further dissent. Given the magnitude of the situation, they had yet to conceive a superior strategy. Dismissed. As the attendees gradually departed, the president's headache intensified. He slumped back in his chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling. The previous nuclear detonation incident had drawn severe public outcry, demanding that country provide a reasonable explanation, a matter that remained unresolved. With news of the snake disaster spreading, many nations were already aware, instructing their embassies in country to prepare for the evacuation of their citizens. The once exalted president now felt utterly exhausted, mentally and physically drained. Chapter 100. The arrival of the snake disaster. New York, located on the southeastern Atlantic coast of country's New York State, is the nation's largest city and port, one of the world's largest urban agglomerations, and a financial epicenter renowned globally, with the illustrious Wall Street situated within its confines. New York is a melting pot of peoples from across the globe, with their presence evident on the streets. Everything in the city is inextricably linked to the Statue of Liberty, a symbol of freedom for country, although the concept of freedom now seems almost laughable. The city's prosperity is woven from the blood and tears of many, with Midtown Manhattan standing as a striking emblem. At this moment, the towering skyscrapers lay cloaked in darkness. As two middle-aged men strolled along the street, one was named Wei Xin, and the other, Jelisai, was a security guard and a former comrade from the military. A biting cold wind swept through, causing Wei Xin, clad only in a thin shirt, to shiver involuntarily. This wretched weather is unbearable, just like that scoundrel Wall. Wei Xin, already in a foul mood after an argument with his supervisor, found his spirits further dampened by the inclement conditions. The weather had been relatively normal in recent days. Even at night, temperatures hovered around 20 degrees Celsius. However, tonight, it had plummeted to an astonishing 13 degrees, making a mere shirt feel dreadfully cold. Since we finally have a break, let's enjoy ourselves. How about heading to a bar? Jelisai suggested with a smile. Forget it, let us just drink at home. Wei Xin shook his head. But I still relish the ambience of the bar. I suspect you are not enamored with the atmosphere, but rather with the alluring figures of the beautiful women, right? Haha, you are not wrong. As the two walked along the road, their banter was rife with teasing innuendos, ultimately deciding to drink a few at Wei Xin's residence. Suddenly, Jelisai halted, his voice trembling. What is that? My God, am I seeing things? Following Jelisai's gaze, Wei Xin beheld a scene that sent chills down his spine. The city, which should have been ablaze with lights and vibrant nightlife, was now filled with terrified screams. Before them, a massive python hung half its body from a tree, rearing its colossal head and gaping its monstrous mouth, swiftly devouring a passerby. The unfortunate victim's head was bitten off, blood gushing from the neck into the air like a fountain, while the corpse crumpled to the ground, twitching violently. In their horror, the giant serpent descended from the tree. It was a python measuring over 10 meters in length, What terrified them most was not its enormous size, but that it had set its sights on them. In a moment of misplaced hope, Wei Ershine and Jealousy intended to flee, but alas, their luck proved futile. Damn it, the python is coming towards us. This is terrifying. We are unarmed and must alert the police. The python is moving quickly. Let us split up. I think we should stay together. Just look behind us. Jealousy turned to glance back, his face turning ashen. What had begun as one giant python had multiplied into 3 within mere seconds. One python was already capable of easily killing them, let alone 3. Fuck. We are doomed. Look ahead. There are 5 more pythons blocking our way. Wei Ershine's complexion turned pale, his tone filled with dread. Hurry, let us head to the nearby square. There are more people there. And we might be able to fight off the pythons together. Jealousy urged urgently. The two swiftly crossed the street, racing towards the nearby square, seemingly escaping the python's pursuit. However, upon entering the square, they immediately regretted their decision. No need to look. The anguished cries emanating from the square indicated a far more dire situation. Standing at the edge of the square, they beheld countless pythons slithering within the flower beds, their numbers swelling to hundreds. They exchanged glances, each seeing despair mirrored in the other's eyes. In such dire circumstances, the likelihood of survival was negligible. At this moment, the crowd in the square had already descended into chaos. Not just the square, but numerous surrounding commercial areas were engulfed in turmoil. The situation everywhere was dire. The people fled in panic, seeking police assistance, as the snakes and pythons were too horrifying. They had never envisioned such a day, even wondering if they were trapped in a nightmare. The serpents launched their attack, and anyone obstructing their path was mercilessly slain. Within 10 minutes, over 100 people lay lifeless on the ground, the square's surface stained crimson with blood. This scene appeared more brutal than war. The previous moment of splendor was now ruthlessly obliterated by bloodshed. What was even more terrifying was that a 10-meter-long python regurgitated a person, their body grotesquely decayed, skin rotting away, revealing bloody flesh and bones. Wei Ershine and Jealousy, witnessing this horrific sight, were overwhelmed by dizziness, their stomachs churning. The two were utterly despondent. In the face of such calamity, there seemed no escape. Suddenly, they sensed something and turned to look, their fear escalating to a peak. Before them, a multitude of pythons coalesced, resembling an immense river surging forth. The entire street was nearly engulfed by the writhing mass of snakes. A true snake disaster had struck. Many pondered why such a vast country as M would suffer in New York. It was nighttime, yet this modern metropolis was ablaze with light under the illumination. The frenzied serpents radiated an indescribable aura of malevolence. Oh God, what shall we do? In this predicament, survival seemed possible only through divine intervention. Let us retreat. The number of snakes ahead is overwhelming. If we proceed, we shall surely meet our demise. Jealousy lamented, regretting not having brought a weapon. Had he done so, survival might have been assured. It seemed their lives could end this very night, yet if they were to perish. Jealousy and Wei Ershine preferred to die, fighting rather than becoming a meal for the pythons. With the grim possibility looming, Wei Ershine strove to suppress his inner terror. Preparing to face their fate with Jealousy, they shared a resolute glance, determination gleaming in their eyes, and turned to flee in the opposite direction. Although pythons blocked their path ahead, they understood which choice was safer compared to the countless serpents behind them. The 3 massive pythons had already locked onto them,